What's going on, my dudes? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion, episode 100. 100 episodes of Copium issued out by yours truly, Mystery School. Hope you guys have enjoyed all the 100 plus streams I've done. And this has been the culmination of a lot of the guests who come on here and always have stuff to say and talk about. And yeah, this has been a long journey for us, really, truth be told. So yeah, let's do our shout out here. Let's do our shout out. Shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the mystery gang for being in here, solving those mysteries. What's going on, my dudes? Is everybody here ready for the fucking big stream? 12:30, starting at 12:30, going to about 9 or 10. Who fucking knows? We'll stop when we want to stop, dude. I got plenty of booze. I got some champagne. I got I got all this shit, dude. I got a bunch of shit. My God. We got a bunch of food, got memes, we got videos, we got a few guests who want to come on here. I think I might have one very special guest coming on, hopefully, if you show up or not. I'm not quite sure. It could be a memer trying to meme me into letting him on, but who knows? We'll see what happens here. So yeah, we got a few guests in the queue, not in the queue quite yet, but I have them on standby, ready to show up here. So yeah, we're here. Episode 100. We're here, guys. We made it. We fucking did it. Hit the music real quick. Let's get started, dude. Read some comments. See who we get in here. Let's see. The Black Pill of Vecna. All right. Well, the 100. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last cope. My God. Suffocation. No breathing. Don't give a fuck if I come on bleeding. Yeah, that shit, dude. Based. This is my last cope. 100. We're here, dude. Episode 100. The big 100, dude. Keeping it 100. What Computer Power is going to be a guest pretty soon if I get him on here. Not quite yet, but I'll let you on when I'm ready, dude. Let's see. You guys ready? Yeah, that's me. You guys are fucking ready or not? I don't know. We got 4 viewers so far. Should increase as the day goes on, so we're gonna just not be too discouraged by that. But yeah, with face you can get LMS. You can't get face if you have LMS. I would agree. Yeah. Elbow cough. Rather, it's the fucking dab on our asses, dude. Look at that shit, dude. Look at the dabbing. Times 100 based. Let's fucking go. What's up, VR buddy? What's up, dude? Man, this has been a long. How long have I been streaming for? What, 2 years now? A year? Almost 2 years? Sweet Jesus Christ. I've been streaming for such a long time. We've discussed so much crap here, and we really do have to, like, I don't have any clips to show really, but we really have to, like, go back and discuss demographics. I want to say we've predicted stuff, but the reality is that I feel like we've come up with a much better unified theory of, like, inceldom in society than what we possibly could have done, alone in our own room. So I feel like this stream really has I hope it's added something to the community of the Black Pill sphere. So yeah. And of course, you guys make this stream possible by just being here and just commenting and always being ready and available to come on the stream and talk. So yeah, it's a big shout out to Jack Nickelback, who's not going to be here today. Big shout out to Last, who can't show up today as well. I'm sure Drogs will probably roll in here pretty soon, or roll in here later on in the day. So yeah, dude. Sex Addict, my dude. What's going on, buddy? You're another big not YouTuber, but big streamer who always shows up here. So yeah. 100 episode special. This is going to be awesome. I hope it is, dude. Hope it's going to be fun. Are we talking about which one is better on dating, or in general, what's better to have? I guess overall, what's better to have overall? Is it face or is it LMS? Like, would you rather have a good face but have a shitty body and a bad fucking money and status, or would you rather have a horrible face but have a good body and money and status? I really like this stream. Yeah, I like this stream too. I might keep going. I don't know. Maybe I'll have a big announcement at the end of this stream of what I'm gonna do with SNC at the end of the day. So never get up. Never get up. I love that fucking. I think that was Albert Wester who brought that up. Never get up. who found that little cue in there from the from what's his name, Meeks, one Meeks, our friend Jeremy Meeks. Hey Cobras, what's up, Enzo Goat? What's up, buddy? We got 9 viewers in the chat so far. Good shit, dude. If you guys are enjoying it, take Meeks pill. Take the Meeks pill, dude. Yeah, take the Meeks shall inherit the earth. Okay. It's been the big meme for a while now, but it's true. The Meek shall inherit the earth. LMS, cause that then I could just get hookers and gain power. Damn, we got 10% on Faith, or 90% on Faith, 10% on LMS. Holy shitter. Meeks is today's surprise guest. Could be. Depends. He might not even show up today. Who knows? But if he doesn't show up, I have 2 guests in the queue ready to go, so I can just bring them on. But I have one special guest I want to bring on here at least once and have him on and talk to him. So if he showed up, it'd be great. If he doesn't show up, then it is what it is. There's no gym for your faith. That's true. Very true statement there. There is no gym for your faith. That's why if you pick faith, dude. I'm getting ready to do D&D Max. I'll be on after 4 p.m. That's perfect, actually. I can get you in at 4 p.m. So or at around 4 or 5. But at least you have the link already, I think. So what computer power is going to be a guest, one-on-one guest I'll have on around maybe 4:30 or 5, depending on what's going on with his life. So your face is your life. You have no face. You have no face. You have no life. Dang. Oh shit, we got the votes coming in. Let's see, 21% on LMS, 79% on face. Holy shit. Face is the building block of attraction. I would even agree with. I think that face is more important than LMS in my opinion. I think that face really is because like you can't change. It's one of the most like immutable characteristics you have. Like you can get a better physique if you're fat or if you're overweight or if you're just like not that, if you're really skinny or something like that. You can get a better physique by just working out, but you can't really fix your face like unless you get deep like crazy ass surgeries to get like a jaw implant or some shit. So you can't really fix your face. You're kind of just stuck with it. Like you really are just stuck with what you got. So. Hi. What's up, dude? You're always here. LMS works, but it's on transactional love, so looks and face and height is everything. Height is very important. I have a nice face, but I'm only 5'3", hence a virgin. Holy shit. That's rough, dude. 5'3" is really fucking short. That's fucking rough. What food should we have ready for this stream? I'm getting some chicken, from Bonchon. It's a pretty good chicken place, Korean chicken place or Korean fusion food stuff they have there. So I'm getting some chicken from Bonchon. Having that coming in pretty soon, so I'll get that coming in by Uber Eats. Is facing LMS? Is facing LMS ready for today? Will he really join? I don't know. I have him on. He said apparently some people in the background like Emryos, and I have another guy on my Discord. It might be the same guy actually talking about how he said he would join. So who knows when he'll actually join though. I voted for neither. It's the raw demographics mostly. Pyramid, your pyramid's crumbling. What happened? Face is important in the beginning, but you need LMS for long term. Yeah, I think face is your resume, and LMS is like could be your long term way to keep things going on. LMS for the long run. Face gets you in, and a 5+ face might be too. Might too. I sent him a link, kind of Woodlands. Oh, okay, so you did. He says he will. Wow. If face actually shows up, that'd be pretty cool. Pretty base to have face and LMS on. You never know. The Grand 100. It is 100 streams of cope. This raw, unadulterated copium, my dudes. But remember, he is AKA late in LMS. Yeah, he might be just late as fuck, but who knows? I'd say money and status, because it's better to be rich and high status and pay for beta bucks and escort max than to be poor and poor Chad banging Stacy in the mud. I mean, would I rather be rich or have a good good a good face. I feel like face could just opens up so many more doors to you. Like money opens up so many doors to you, honestly too. So like you can't really like if being hyper rich but being like an ugly manlet worth it when people are just gonna be viewing you as being just a walking piggy bank or what? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about being like just a walking piggy bank. Like you can't negotiate attraction. You can't really negotiate the whole the attraction thing. You either are attractive or you're not. It's really hard to make up for that with like being high status or with your body or something like that. Like you're either attractive or you're not. That's what it comes down to. He'll probably join late, kind of Woodlands. Yeah, he probably will if he does join at all. Is Pyramid the special guest? No. All shall feast. We shall feast. I agree. I sent Steve Hoke a donation yesterday and informed him about this stream and the donation description. Maybe that will draw his attention. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I don't know. His face alive. I thought he roped when he was hermit maxed. I don't know what happened. Maybe he's still alive. I don't know. But someone said he's still around. So I'm hoping he joins. Be really cool if he did. Money and status can get you power and freedom. I would agree, but like you're never gonna get that raw attraction. You're never gonna get that raw fucking like visceral fucking love from a woman that like you can expect from like having a good face and decent looks and stuff like that. So the series The 100? I feel like I do. The face gets you sexual attraction. Facts. I just want money, power, and respect. Yep. All right, let's get some chicken in here. What kind you guys want? I want some fried chicken, dude, from Bone Shine. That's what I want. Hopefully it arrives pretty soon. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Who cares? Who is ready to die? And the World War III boy is. I'm ready to go. Then again, I might be too old for the draft now, so who fucking knows? I'm not too old for the draft yet, but there's no way I'm too old for the draft. But like, there's no way I'd be drafted first. I'm too fat, not super overweight anymore, but I'm still pretty overweight, and I'm not fat, and I'm also not like young anymore, so they can't like just draft my ass immediately and say you're going to the front lines of fucking Ukraine to go fucking get shot at by Russians. So hope I can get on because I got some stories to tell. All right, dude. Yeah, I'll open the panel up probably around like mid. If I want to get through all the guests, I'll open the panel up maybe. So after getting your face in the door, it's all about money and status. It's natural that a woman would want the full package to be disappointed if you don't have your shit together. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. Saw a status Max Ukrainian getting deep throat on Lux Maximus in public in a mansion. All the Chads are on the battlefield. Wow. Hoka bought a slice with your dono and didn't even read the message, I bet. Oh, fuck, dude. Just buy the love. It's overrated anyway. Buy the love. Yeah, buying love. Money, pussy, rope. That's those some fucking 3 things to live by, my dude. Money, pussy, and rope, dude. I'm eating chicken too. Funny that. Based. Fucking chicken's based, dude. True. Face is attraction. Money is respect. Well, I feel like height gets you a lot of respect too. Face not so much, but being a pretty boy maybe not so much. But having height definitely gets you a lot of respect for sure. People just tend to respect people who are just taller than them. It's kind of weird. Is the gold digger the most honest relationship for sub 5? Probably is. I think it is. Being a beta bucks is probably just the most honest thing that most. I think that most the deal that for most men back in the day was that you were a beta buck for women, and it just kind of worked out that way. Like women needed men to survive, and because of that, you could just beta bucks and get a woman and call it a day. Now you have to be some fucking Chad and have all the money and have the status and all shit like that to make shit work nowadays. So because since women can make their own money now, they can make choices on their own, and they're not picking you at the end of the day. Fair enough. It would be at the cost of raw attraction, but I don't want to be a hobo maxer living at Stacy's house and I have to be your slave. Mystery, no way would I fight for Babylon. No way. We're calling it Babylon. Nice. Isn't face part of L? Some people don't put face in the don't put face in the L category. They consider face to be completely like separate from your looks, your overall look. So your overall look would be like including your face, but also your body and your and your hygiene and all that stuff like that. I think that the face thing really is just a matter of like your literal just your face on its own though, without having any other attributes attached to it. So like if people just saw your face, would they be attracted to you or not? And then you have your LMS, which is like your looks, which would be your body, and then your physique, how much money you have, and then of course your status. So at least with a gold digger, you know what it is. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, at least you, as long as you're not like delusional about what's going on, you generally know what's going on. Like you, unless you're like an idiot, like you're like, well, this woman's really into me because I have like $1 billion. She's really into me, even though I'm 5'2" and I have like the face of Danny DeVito, dude. She's totally into me, dog. It's like, yeah, dog. Nah, no, she's not. You gotta be fucking realistic here. You gotta be fucking realistic as fuck. You have to be a super provider. Oh yeah, nowadays you have to be a super provider. You have to provide everything now. If you want to be a beta bucks at this point, you have to be a super provider. I would agree with that. Exactly. Honestly, I just want a chick to be honest about what our situation is. Man, this stream is depressing, but in a refreshing way. It can be. Face and face, height and face are most important. Face and LMS or face LSMV MS. Okay. I am moving to Romania, like Andrew Tate. Oh God, Andrew Tate's blowing up, isn't he? Isn't he like the new, basically the new red pill grifter now? New red pill guy. He's like the new big guy at this point. YouTube Solari published a new video, masculinity and is a prison feat, featuring FD Signifier. Solari, I haven't watched it yet. Oh God. Maybe we can watch it together, but we have like a bunch of fucking time. So normally, ovulating women have been found to report greater sexual attraction to men other than their own partners when near ovulation relative to luteal phase. It's over for ugly beta buxers. Oh man. What's up, fam? What's up, based? If it's not really you, I can't tell if it's you or not anymore. Truth be told. I won't write Spurgy stuff today. Just congrats on the milestone. Yeah, dude. We reached 100 fucking streams. 100 fucking stream, dog. Streams. How the fuck did we do this? Pretty boys don't get much respect from other men. Sub threes who are powerfully built get that much more. When men and women were different worlds. Yeah, that's true. The FD Signifier has proven to be a male. Yeah, he is a male feminist. Apparently, he's married too. I don't know. Dude's weird. I don't really like his. I haven't watched most of the stuff, though. I can't really comment on the stuff. But when I've seen of his stuff, he seems to be very, very feminist, very, very lefty, typical shit. And it's like typical lefty shit, which is like, okay, well, I can't really. I mean, what's there to fucking talk about at this point? You know, life is really good besides this Inkable shit. Yeah. In general, yeah, my life's been pretty decent too over the last few years. You know, working towards my certification and stuff like that. So stuff is working out pretty well. 100 stream, let's go. What's up, dude? We're at the 100 stream, dude. Resource scarcity, external threat. Will you be here for the 1000th stream? My God. Alpha male, we can all admire. Good on him, I suppose. Andrew Tate, okay. I blocked almost all Andrew Tate everything, and every channel dude gets annoying. Yesterday, Floyd's proved us about looks and height when they are in their prime. Absolutely. We did it by not getting up. Don't get up. Keep hustling. Don't get up, guys. Just keep hustling, dog. Pretty boys can get respect, but it has to be done by being edgy and high IQ instead of trying to be hyper aggressive. Edgy and high IQ. I mean, I guess edgy is different from being hyper aggressive, I suppose. But depending on how edgy you are, it can be very kind of cringe depending on how edgy you are. High IQ, definitely. I mean, high IQ, I have to have a question about that for one of my guests. So we'll ask about that later on. But the IQ gap, or not IQ gap, but the IQ debate about whether or not IQ matters to women or not. Some community property voids want to fight a group of guys yesterday while I was working. What the fuck? Eddie Hall and rip your arms off. A pretty boy is just pretty. Or Eddie Hart can rip your arm. Yeah, he can. That dude's fucking crazy. Male, femme, and lefty. How about you get your balls back? Dude, fucking shit's weird, dude. I don't know. I can't stand. Like this crazy part about the politics online and stuff is that politics online has really fallen apart in the last few years because of how really had just how both sides have kind of like basically gone into their own little cubbyhole in their little communities, and they kind of stay there. No one really talks anymore. Nobody really debates anymore. Nobody really does anything anymore because people are just tired of it. Because it's like almost like, what's the point? You're not making any real headway with your opposition. You're not really making any headway in society. So what's the point of even doing anything at all? Blue pill would disgust me. Man. Hunter Biden needs Andrew Tate's help. Oh boy. Hunter Biden's got a lot of issues right now. This should be turned into an oofy doofy debate. Lol. Oh god, oofy doofy, such a weird theory. I can't stand it. It's an odd theory, really. It only matters when what women want in their prime. Some 30-year-old settling for you means. Wanting their prime. Some 30-year-old settling for you means nothing. I'm assuming that's what you meant there. 100 stream is 500 hours multiplied by 30 people. Average is 1,500. My god, it's too much time. Can't even imagine fighting for a woman, love, unless she is in absolute grave danger. Even then, is it my problem? That's the real thing there. Is it my mother, or is it just some random fucking chick I know? I guess the scary part about it, like, is it somebody I know, or is it somebody I just don't give a fuck about? They were like, dude, you're scared, bro. I didn't hear it. The Foys were just trying to start something. It wasn't even for them. They just wanted black men to fight each other. Where's Pyramid? He's here. He was at the very top. I mean, he might be watching Hell but Death for light stream. I think he just started streaming, so. Keep in mind, pretty boys are more likely to attract left-wing women, so you do have sapiosexuals who will fuck the pretty boys if you seem smart. My political views are basically the same as the founding fathers in the 1770s. Can't be bothered to even debate it. Yeah, honestly, I'm just tired of having the fucking debates about having debates with like lefties, because like, what's the point? Like, what exactly am I getting from this? Like, okay, so like we're gonna disagree on a fundamental building block of society. We're never gonna actually have a real impasse there. It's gonna be an impasse. We can't get past that point because like we're arguing some like philosophical fucking bullshit. And the reality of that, I think we have to look at the effects of those policies. We can't just look at the causes of the policy. So like, just because something is bad doesn't mean you put on a bad policy and you make it work. But like, I think that a lot of the online debate stuff has entered into a cultural war now instead of being about politics at this point. So like, we're fighting over cultural shit now, where it's like the cultural aspects of society about like the LGBTQ stuff and the trans stuff and the grooming shit with the kids and all that crap and stuff like that. And you can go down a million rabbit holes about that shit. And it's like, the reality of that, you're not going to reach any fucking real conclusion from these people other than just like ignoring them and just like separating from them at the end of the day. How about Effer Light has been started streaming too, but I won't give a fuck. He's been repeating himself for years now. How many stars had to shine before your 100th stream? Everyone needs a sense of belonging. Someone there who always understands. Base, dude. You provided that. Most precious gifts can come from empty hands. I saw a chick about to get decked by some black cell. I kept walking. Yo, what the hell, Black Jack? You're like, fuck it, dude. Not my problem. You're like, not my problem. Don't give a fuck, dude. Not my problem. Oofy doofy copers, they look too good to find women. That's basically what they're saying. Fuck that shit. She is strong, independent. She can fight for herself. My advice is that's some kickboxing class as well. Absolutists and individualists need their own separate societies. I just like the left. The right gets on my nerves too. Yeah, they really both get on my nerves at this point, dude. I can't find a single. Truth be told, one thing I'm tired of doing in my life is I'm tired of being a gray man. Like I think Drawlix talked about this as well, where Drawlix was saying that at work he just kind of smiles and nods and toasts the party line. But I really am. It's kind of like getting on my nerves now to keep having to do that at work. where you kind of put down what you truly believe from what you truly believe, just to kind of like get along. It's getting really old now because it feels like you can't say what you want now. It feels like you're in this weird game where it's like if you say what you truly believe, you're gonna get fucking fired, you're gonna get fucking thrown out of work, you're gonna be ostracized, and do you really want that to happen to you? So you're constantly in this state of like of gray man, where like you're just a gray manning around the world, just kind of being a gray man. A gray man is, I would define it as being someone who's just like neutral, very they give out very PC, very just bullshit answers. Yeah. Gray man like being an NPC. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm getting tired of like having to like tote the party line and just kind of be like I'm like I feel like I'm playing a game with these people. Like I feel like I'm constantly like pretending with them. Like I'm like, am I playing real? Am I being real with these guys? And I'm just playing pretend. I feel like I'm constantly playing pretend by being a gray man. I feel like I can't never ever truly be myself out in society, which is kind of horrible, really, when you think about it. Conservatives and libtards doomed us all. Yeah, dude. Conservatives should handle economy, lefties culture. Do you really want lefties handling your culture? I don't fucking know, dude. Getting insanely ripped is pointless. Glock. Also, girls don't care if you're ripped. You're either big or you're fit to them. Everything else is trying to get men's attention. Yeah, I would say getting insanely ripped is pretty pointless too. I would say just getting decently toned is more than enough for most women. Really, I don't think they actually want the big hulking mass of muscle walking around them. So. Brutal. Let's see. Interesting point. Let's see. Let's succeed. Maybe we should. We need better democracy, not arguments over which geriatric party is in charge. We need something. Something. This world's been stagnant for the last fucking like 50 fucking years. Nothing's happening. We're just kind of sitting around here dying slowly over time. So conservatives suck. I hate them more than lefties now. Yeah, because they don't do anything. But it's kind of weird because both sides have the exact same complaints about their own parties, though. That when the Democrats get in party, lefties say they don't do anything. When Republicans get in party, get in power. Conservatives say they don't do anything either. So like you're kind of just stuck with two parties that literally do fucking nothing. And I think the biggest issue that we have in Congress right now is the fact that people are so fucking rich that they don't really care about the policies they're passing to begin with anyway. Those policies don't really affect them to begin with. They don't care about policy. They care about keeping their careers and keeping their fucking keeping their power. They don't care about actually helping people at all, really, truth be told. So all collectivists just like individualist. Yeah, society would still collapse. Gray man. Yeah, I said already. The individualists would be fine. Collectivists would go fuck with them. At least as an NPC, you don't suffer as much. Yeah, that's true. You kind of just tote the party line. You walk around the world in this weird sort of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna tote the party line and we'll be good people. And yeah, I agree with the LGBT stuff and I agree with all this stuff. And then you're gonna start agreeing with everything. And you kind of just walk around here just kind of like aimless and not aimless, but you walk around here with like, ignorance is bliss at the end of the day. If you don't know anything, and it's kind of like you don't really know anything, so you can't feel bad about it if you don't know about it. See, conservative Christians are starting to get on my nerves. They ignore the issues between men and women. They really do. They don't care, dude. Conservatives gone full reach supporting Putin. I don't get why you don't want to fight in a war, but there's a difference between not wanting to fight Russia and then hard sitting for Putin. Hey, being a gray man, shit gets annoying hearing dumbasses talk about the economy. Yeah, being gray man fucking sucks, dude. Looks and face matter more if women are raised in the country that's not impoverished, and money and status matter more for the opposite. I would say that's a pretty good take, actually. Look at take. Get married to the state, bruh. Meanwhile, divorce is initiated more than half the time. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm a gray man in public too. How can you tell people you see in the 1980s as the ideal society, even that's extreme today? How can you tell people you see in the 1980s? Okay, yeah. Democracy is bullshit. Break up the states. A lot of seats will become red post midterms. I would agree. Bishops don't want to fuck with your nigga. Your nigga ass. Oh, here we go, dude. Frieza, why? You betrayed us, Frieza. Why? Oh, Frieza, don't do this to me. I got a vague political system in my head I wish I could try out. Yeah, if only you could just have like a separate like reality to test shit out on, right? The lefties are getting shit done by playing to win. The conservatives are just my principal. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. English, please. Would you rather not suffer or be true to yourself? I guess at some point that's really the reality you have to come to. That's the only conclusion you have to come to. Really, would you rather just not suffer, or be true to yourself? Probably true to myself. But the reality of the world is that I have to eat. I have to fucking pay a mortgage, and I have to pay rent. I have to pay bills. So like I don't know. It's always a balancing act between like how much you really expose of yourself, like how much of your power level do you truly reveal to the world versus what do you say to yourself to keep yourself from going insane. Because really, like what you're engaging in, what it feels like I'm engaging in is like double think, like thinking two different things at the same time and believing them at the same time. It's really fucking insane. Even though I don't really believe the lefty stuff anymore, like I still have this weird sense of like double think where it's like, okay, well, yeah, I can see their point, blah blah blah, and it's like, oh god, like I think that's what, yeah, I don't know, that's what it feels like sometimes. Like I'm thinking in two different, like you're constantly doing this weird fucking like game in your head where it's like, well, I see their point, but like I don't know, but you still believe what you truly believe though. So yeah, I mean, would I rather not? I'd rather be true to myself at the end of the day if I had to pick one of these two though for sure. Democracy equals reign to my merchants. The merchant class, yes, the forklift operators, of course. Conservatives are deep throating Putin and swallowing his bullshit. Yeah, yes, Putin worship is nihilism. I'm starting to see that now. Multi-body sortition seems worth trying as far as democracy goes. At the very least, it cuts out a lot of lobbying. Had a Republican think that American dream is still viable now? Wife, house, and car, picket fence. Well, why the fuck would you even think that, dude? Like, you're insane, dog. Like, it's insane. Now, how can you possibly believe that? Yeah, it's possible for your fucking children who because you're fucking multimillionaire. If you're just a regular fucking dude working who's like a middle class person or a fucking poor person or a working class person, your American dream is fucking gone, dog. You're gonna be working till you fucking die. You're never gonna get fucking married. You're never gonna have a kid. You're never gonna have a white car or picket fence. Your fucking life is over, dude. That's what it comes down to. Like the American dream is fucking. I mean, I guess they call it a dream because you got to be asleep to fucking believe it. So that's true. However, in the process of winning, the left contradicts their own principles while turning society into shit, while the right just plays into their hands. What's that? The internal Anglo should restart the empire. How about that? I'm JBW slaying on my first outpost. Dude, Eternal Anglo, do it. Jack Tisson, go for it, my dude. Just slay, my dude. Oh, yeah, Medicann, I can get you on here, too, at some point. It'd be nice to have you on as a guest. This is a one-on-one conversation with you about your life and what's going on with you. Kind of cool. These people are running the world are shrewd motherfuckers. I have to give them credit. Lefties have a point. They're just bankrupt. They just bankrupt the economy with their solutions. Sneeko had a high IQ take on disbelieving in politics is stupid because there is no left without the right. Repubs and libs would have nothing to believe in without each other. Great video. I think that's true. I mean, at the end of the day, these two parties, these two ideologies feed off one another. So like the right opposes anything the left does, and the left opposes anything the right does. But the sad part about it is that like both sides oppose each other no matter what, and their opposition really is just opposition for opposition's sake. Sometimes that's what it feels like. Snako, is that wrong? I don't fucking know, dude. Snako. But it sounds like vice versa. Yeah, I can't breed key. What's up, Medicann? Fried Foods Deletus is in short, multi-body sortition is basically a call to random citizens who vote on something. You can do many levels, so you get people to vote on more than just candidates. That could actually work. I guess it depends on what you're voting on, though. I guess it really does depend. Like, do you want people who are completely not knowledgeable about the subject that you'd be voting on stuff? I'm not even sure. But then again, we have the same problem in Congress where people don't know shit about anything and they still vote on shit. So would it really be any different than any other reality? So yeah, or any other situation we have right now? Hi, Medican. Oh yeah. True, but you can escape politics either, sadly. You need a bronze bodybuilder max, bro. Forget politics. You got to make mob moves at the level your income allows you to. If you're a baller, you can lobby. If you can make normal, above average income, network hard in your area. I would say that's true. Yeah, I mean, you really do at some point. Like politics don't matter anymore. You just got to do what you got to do. You really do got to do what you have to do at the end of the day. Sneak. Interesting. Probably feeds deleted. You can get people to vote on pilot process itself, so it can be self-correcting, especially if you do it digitally. Randomness prevents lobbying. Medicann, how are you coping? Yes, this is big. Always is one big thing he always says. How are you coping? Based. See where my food is real quick. Give me a sec. Oh, it's almost here. My food's almost here. Nice. Get to get some food in my gut. So hungry. I went to the gym this morning and I'm fucking tired. Tired as fuck from the gym. 2 sides of the same shekel. Yep. You know, open the call to other people to join. Yeah, I'll call them the call later on in the stream. Let's do some memes. We have memes until we get some guests. Well, let's see. Let's get our first guest on. I don't want to do memes yet. I want to get guests out first. Let's see. Is the vital message here? Dude, go ahead and join up here. Queue up, dude. I'll let you on, and about when my food gets here, I'll let you on. Once I get my food in my gut, and I'll let you on. Go ahead and queue up in the chat, or queue up in the StreamYard. I think you already have the link, so White Computer Power will be around 4 o'clock, so he's different. And then who else? Oh yeah, I sent LMS a link too, but I'm not sure where he is. I'm not sure what's going on. So yeah. All right, he's in the queue. All right, guys, give me a sec. Let me do an intermission real quick, and then we'll get Vital Message on here, or Caduceus, as people know him in the stream. But let's see, for stream intermission. What's the intermission at? Fuck, there it is. Here we go, the intermission. We'll take a one brief intermission here. Intermission, and we'll be back. All right, guys, back in a sec. We'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, we're back, dude. We're back. Let's do it. All right, take our meme down. Good deuces. Do you want music on or music off? What do you want, dude? How do you want to do this? Is it too loud for you or too quiet? Just let me know in the private chat. You want to do music? Say music or what? No music. You want music? Oh, you said you want music on. Okay, good. I want it. All right, good shit. All right, guys. Well, let's get our first guest on the stream here. Get our first guest on the stream, the Vital Message, aka Caduceus, my dudes. You guys know him. You love him. Maybe you hate him. I don't know. Either way, we'll let him on. First guest of the 100 stream, Caduceus. Welcome, Caduceus.
Thanks, Mystery. I'm glad that you got your food so you can go be an e-girl and eat on stream.
No, I didn't even.
Tier 3 simps.
I literally scarfed down like one of those things and just kind of came over here. So,
yeah, man,
I really got to eat.
You missed an opportunity there. You know,
I did. I could have been.
You got 29 tier 3 simps ready for you.
What do they call those streams? That they call like what the mukbang or they call it, or mukbang or they call those streams where you just eat a bunch of food and you get fat.
Yeah. There's that one, and there's also just the ones where you'll have like a Twitch streamer where she has like a little bit of cleavage and she's like watching some random YouTube videos and just like eating like a Chipotle bowl or whatever.
Yeah, I can show off my my man boobs, my boobs on stream.
Oh, yeah.
I'll get a bunch of money.
See, here's the transition. You got to start with the mukbangs, so you get the moves, and then you got to flash your cleavage and get all these.
Who wants to see hairy ass fucking? Who wants to see hairy ass fucking boobs? Though, let's be real here.
Oh man, you gotta go all in. You gotta get the wax.
Oh no, nah, dude, you got me on that one, dude. Can't get the wax done. Screw that.
Yeah. That was a dark pathway anyway. I don't want you to be buying cat ears.
Cat ears. I just go down the whole rabbit hole, just go full e-girl and say fuck it, and go full trans and just start going crazy or some shit, dude. I don't know. Either way, welcome, Caduceus, to the stream. Caduceus. Is it Caduceus?
Caduceus.
Okay. All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on. I got a few questions for you. So let's start with the first question here. What's your story? Like, what's your overall? What got you into this community, into the manosphere, the community in general?
All right, yeah, it's a good question right there. I started out. The big thing for me is I was in a LTR for about 2 years, and it was to the point where like I was having like regular sex and whatever. It wasn't the issue. Is that the chick was kind of crazy.
Yeah, of course.
And it was to the point where I was working in the emergency room at the time. And I was feeling less stress when I was at work. I felt less stress when I was at work, and like 2 people died during the shift than when I was like spending time with her, because she was kind of like clingy, like always texting me and shit. And she had like a bad weird sign
right there when she
had like a weird clingy. Like a grape fantasy and stuff like that. Like it was a whole mess of a situation. And then like I kind of went down like the self-improvement rabbit hole, where it started with like fitness and finance, because I lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to like build up some money, and that kind of like gets the algorithm to lead you into the red pill guys. So
absolutely,
it went from like those fitness guys. A lot of those guys are grifters. So that's a whole other topic. But I went from those like fitness, like health type people, the finance people. And then it kind of leads you, and then it led me into like Aaron Clary and like the Rolosphere.
Who do you think is the most dangerous people in that rabbit hole that kind of leads you down? Is the finance people, or is it the self-improvement gurus, or is it just like the fitness guys, or who do you think the most like who lies the most in those communities? Who do you think lies the most?
I think they lie pretty similarly. I think that it depends on like, because they're different. There's different levels to it, because like of course there's a finance grifter that will just promote like a pump and dump scheme, and that can set you back years of savings and investing. But then you got like the health grifters that, like, I don't know, for example, you got like, I don't know, a lot of these guys that are on gear, they promote like this super like low calorie system, and they sell it to like a lot of skinny guys so they can't gain weight. Yeah. And then they think, oh, you can recomp. I'm like, well, if you don't have any fat or any calories to begin with, you can't build any muscle. Yeah. And you'll see like a guy working his ass off for 4 years,
Still skinny as a rail, wondering
Yeah,
what the
it's
hell
still
happened to his
skinny as a
life.
rail, and then that makes him come to the conclusion that he'll have to take gear, and then he'll start abusing steroids and might be one of those guys that drops dead at 45. So like
Yeah.
it's that kind of stuff. Like there's danger. It's different kinds of danger for each group, but that kind of led me down there. And then I was in the Rolosphere stuff. Like I watched like main people I watched were probably Aaron Clary, and then I think I watched like the early Fresh and Fit, like like right before they started getting like the thoughts on, like
Yeah.
toward like the beginning of that. That's like kind of when I watched them. And then I saw I actually like found the first like black pill exposure I had was actually MGTOW Dictionary.
Yes, most of his series. It wasn't really a series, I guess, but he had a lot of streams right about the dating market, not dating market per se, but about the online sphere of the manosphere, really.
Yeah, and like hearing that, like I wasn't in any threat of like buying any like courses or anything. I just thought that it was this guy's roasts are hilarious, and like a lot of it were true about these guys. Like they're selling like snake oil to people. So that's kind of how I went down, and I looked into like oh yeah, that makes sense. Like like just the basic biases that you have based on looks, and like thinking about like every time like it actually gave me a lot of clarity with the black pill, because then it could like save myself time. I didn't have to think that I had to like run game or some bullshit. Like I could just go to an area, see kind of generally who's receptive for me. Like of course, like I've been in a decent amount of social interaction, so
Yeah.
it wasn't hard to pick up for me at least. And it saved me a lot of time. I could actually like go out with the bros, have a good time, like not be overly thirsty. And if like I'd be like, oh, these are the options I have. Do I want one or do I not want one?
Yeah, of course. Let's see. How would you rate yourself, like personally? How would you rate yourself on like a look scale if you had to like rate yourself a little bit here? Like, what's your age?
I would say
basic,
like I'm mid-20s.
Yeah.
I would say I'm like a higher tier normie.
Okay.
I'd say
like a 7.
I wouldn't know a number. I would just say like
Yeah.
I'm not a Chad, and I am like a little bit overweight, but like that only like it doesn't really affect too much.
Yeah, I've noticed that the weight factor for me hasn't really been a big bone of contention for a lot of women for me, which is kind of weird. Even though
it's more. I think it's more like if you're like really
you have to be like
obese,
really fucking obese. I mean,
like even when I was over 300 pounds, like that didn't really hurt me that much. It was more like a self-confidence issue there.
You sound like me right now, dude. That was me. I used to be 350 pounds at one point, and I was still somehow not pulling, I guess, but like I guess for me it was more like I had this like a mental block in my head about like there's no way a woman can be into me right now.
When you're that big though, you also kind of fit some girls' niche. It's kind of weird. Like the ones that just want to be absolutely annihilated. I call it Shrek maxing in a way. Just, I don't know. Like you fit like some weird niche where like if your face is okay and like you like look, you show strength. Like they think that you could just like throw them around all over the place. Again, like it's like your like physical stamina is shit.
Yeah, you were
funny.
over 300 pounds. There's no way when we're into you. I mean, I don't know what it was, dude. It was so fucking weird. It was such a weird. I remember we're working retail, and I was still in college at the time, working way through university. And this girl was like literally all over me. So maybe she was just like looking at the money factor. Maybe she's like, oh, he's gonna make a bunch of money after he finishes his degree or something like that. So maybe it was just like a beta buck scheme. But she was still into me. Like it was so weird.
Yeah,
dude.
I don't know, but there's a lot of guys that fit that beta bucks thing, and they're not getting that. Like it's not the same as like I've seen the beta bucks like dynamic, and it wasn't the same. Like sexually, they were into it at that weight. They were just. It's just the kind of person that wants to be absolutely destroyed, is what I think. Absolutely annihilated.
Shrek maxing. Somebody was laughing about Shrek maxing. Whole comment section went crazy on that one, dude. That's funny. Okay. This is more of a wheat waffles question here, but like, should you trust a face rating from another man?
I don't think so. I think like it depends on what you're like going for, because like the face rating is going to be based off the whole bell curve population based on a specific standard,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. When really like there's a lot of subjectivity, like of like what niches like you might fall into. Of course, like generally, if you survey everyone, a certain archetype is going to get like way more than anyone else, but that doesn't really tell you like how to act in person. Like it's kind of just like kind of you it doesn't help you is how I see it. Like what are you going to do with about the face rating? Are you trying to be market? Let's say like you're advertising to the general population and you're trying to find a model that would fit. That would be an opportunity where a face rating would be good because you can see like,
Yeah.
hey, what hits in this market.
But do you think men can even like rate another man's face objectively, like the way that we think that like the way a woman can? Like, do you think that like the face rating stuff that Wheat Waffles does is really as objective? I can remember I watched a Wheat Waffles. He had like an open discussion with his community, and I guess a few guys came on there to debate him. I guess it was a few weeks ago or something like that. Either way, they all came on there, and one dude was talking about how like, well, your rating is wrong because you're not looking at it from a female perspective. You're looking at it from a male perspective in like this weird objective standard of like, okay, yeah, everybody knows everything works on a bell curve. Like, so most people are going to be very sub 5. We're going to be 5. Most people are going to be either a 5 or a 6. Some people are going to be 10. Some people are going to be 9. So everything's going to work on a bell curve. But women don't rate men on a bell curve. They rate men extremely harshly. So like this idea that you can just take the objective standard and then try to apply to a female standard and say, well, you're objectively a 6. So like it just seems weird to me.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I see where you're coming from there. And like based on, I interviewed Wheat Waffles, and when he was on my show, we pointed out that like his scale, like after I watched his like series on like the perfect male or whatever thing, and he admitted that it's based around Caucasian features all the way, and that like he kind of like conceded that he doesn't really focus on like what's ideal for the women that are interested in some darker meat.
Well, I mean, truth be told, I actually have very I don't have extremely Caucasian features, but I have pretty, at least on my face anyway. I don't have a very big nose. That's the very African American feature. The big nose and the big lips. I don't really have those. Like I have I have a lot of white in my family, so like I have a lot of Caucasian features on my face. So I'm not sure if that gives me an advantage or I don't know what that gives me, but I feel like it has given me an advantage at the end of the day for sure. Yeah. Even if his rating system is very Eurocentric, it doesn't. I mean, like the whole world seems to be very Eurocentric as it is to begin with. Anyway, like,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. But the issue I have with the rating, though, when you look at it objective, guys aren't taking information from their environment, figuring out like who's interested and who isn't. Like, I think that would be a lot easier to do than have some guy give you a rate, because then you're just going to think of everyone by rating. You're going to start rating everyone's faces. It's going to be weird. You're going to be thinking like, oh, I'm a 6. He's a 5. Why does he have a hotter girl than me? Or why are women going after him? When there's a lot of subjectivity when it goes from a person to person basis. Like you might fit someone's niche. He might fit someone's niche. There are some women that only date white men. There's some women who only date black dudes. Like there's a lot of like nuances there. So like in terms of like actual actions, I only see the face rating being worth it is if you're going to like a marketing agency or you're trying to get like some plastic surgery. Besides that, I don't really see a point.
Do you think that there's a way to actually objectively get a face rating to begin with? Do you actually believe in the all the it's not phrenology, I guess, but all like I think it's physiology is the word for it, where like you take these physical features of somebody's face and you can like determine who they're going to be or something like that. Do you think you can do that?
I think it's like there's too much like variation on the person to person basis. And let's say we're talking about, let's say you get a bunch of dudes together. I'm not going to say like women and men are the same, but I'm just going to say that like you take a bunch of dudes together, we show a bunch of hot chicks on the screen. We're going to argue about who's the hottest.
Sure.
We're not going to come to a consensus. I think like it's better I think more reliable data is how women treat you in person instead of
I would even agree
British
with
guy
that to some
says
extent.
online.
Yeah, I would agree to a large extent there. I think that the best data you can possibly get, and I hate to give pyramids some credence here because maybe you'll like this or not, but I think what he said a while ago was about basically looking around your own community and figuring out what's going on in your community is a much better barometer of how you're going to do in the dating market versus using a macro view of the world. Because the problem with macro views of the world is that like you can like the macro view of the world is accurate. Like it can tell you a lot of information about the world, but it can't tell you what's going to happen to an individual person per se. Like some people, depending on your environment, you might be in an like if you're looking around your environment and you're Asian, and you're noticing a lot of Asian male, white female, or white female, Asian male couples, something like that. Like you can generally from that just from looking at that, you can maybe get some information about, okay, well, in my area, I noticed there's a lot of mixed couples here, so I might want to actually try to like date out of my race and try to date out with another race or something like that. Like it can give you more information on a more personal level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And one thing I know is when you're looking at overall broad population demographics in any like metric of success you're looking for, you're always going to, if you view yourself as the 50th percentile man in everything or below average in everything, you're going to have a doomeristic perspective. In reality, every single person like might excel in like one characteristic, even if it's like a really niche thing to go after. So it's kind of hard to like really assess like when you're like looking at the bell curve as if you're like an average to below average guy when there's probably one attribute where you excel in. So like for example, when I was applying to like medical school, if I looked at myself as like an average applicant, I would have been super doomeristic because like the reality is like it's like top, I don't know the numbers, but it's at least like top 20 percentile, like even get a chance. Mm-hmm. And then you move on. Like if I viewed myself as completely average, it would have been stupid to even apply. Yeah. So it's kind of like knowing yourself. And that's why I say like taking like the world's feedback, which may take some like social calibration. I'm not telling guys to go out and be jesters and talk to random people. I'm just saying like maybe like in your social clubs or like when in your work, if you work with people, you can kind of start to gauge like when someone's like interested in you or if they're trying to use you.
Yeah, so something that's really broken me out of my whole like view of myself really has been, at least on dating apps anyway, like even in person, women will tell me that I'm literally like I'm handsome. Now, I've heard handsome kind of being used as this weird like euphemism for like being like maybe being like husband material or something like that. So it could be a bad thing too, depending on what your view of the word is. But like, what's your view of the word handsome? Do you think that word's a good word for women to have, or a good aspect to have of yourself, or a bad word to have? I mean,
like I don't really take too much stock in the words exactly. Yeah, like, it's kind of like the behaviors.
Okay.
Or
yeah,
like,
I would agree.
Kind of like if in person, like I mean, the body language like is pretty universal in a lot of ways. Like that, like it kind of that takes time to figure out though. You're not gonna like identify everything right away. Yeah, I think, and then in like text, it's kind of like I don't know. It's all a matter of like leverage. Like who has leverage in the interaction. Like as bluntly to say it, like if she like really really wants you, she'll let you know.
Yeah, same chicks can lie not to hurt your feelings. Well, true, it could be that too as well. But I've heard it enough from women in person and online to know that like, okay, maybe I'm not that bad looking of a guy. I don't know, but like, yeah.
I don't really like take much stock in what they say about like, looks
it really is a matter of what they do. That's what it comes down to. So if you're not getting anything at all, then yeah,
like that kind of thing. And I don't know. I think for me it might be obvious, but for someone else it might not be. Like, but and that kind of, I think what's weird though is like I kind of like learned how to like socially interact a little bit better working in a job where I interact with a lot of people.
Yeah, that shit saved my ass, dude. When I worked retail for fucking worked retail most of my way through college, really, and like retail saved my fucking soul, dude. Saved my fucking ass. That shit like it forces you to deal with the general public. You're forced to deal with people. Forced to deal with coworkers. You're forced to deal with everybody, women and men. So the reality of that, you're just like, because you're in these social environments all the time, you learn how to talk. You learn how to talk to people. You learn what makes people laugh. You learn what makes people cry, and what makes people upset. So it's actually not that. I would agree. Working a job where you're forced to deal with the general public is actually really good.
Yeah,
like I would tell anybody that has autism or something like that, or has a bad social skills, to actually maybe like pursue a job that actually forces you to deal with people to some extent.
Yeah, and like of course, like if you have a diagnosis, like you have an uphill battle But there's a lot. I see a lot of like self-diagnosing with people where they
Uh-huh.
think that they have it when really they might just be untrained socially. And like, because like when you're 18, 19, and you maybe like worked like a little thing bussing tables or something like that,
Yeah.
that's not that much
Uh-huh.
versus like what you have to do. Like when I was in the emergency room, I had to talk with patients, I had to talk with like nurses, doctors, pick up the phone for people and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So like figuring out like when someone wants something and like when you're being manipulated, that kind of came with the job.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, has to come with the territory for sure. Yeah, I'm an
Yeah.
accountant by what I do for my a living at the end of the day, and I'm kind of really stuck in the books and the numbers at the end of the day. So I don't get a lot of like social interaction like I used to, other than from coworkers, which is very rare sometimes. So yeah, especially with the Chad-19 virus coming through and destroying the whole work environment. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just tough though, because like you come to figure out that like that high school crap just never ended.
Oh yeah, I had a video about that talking about how high school never really truly ended. Like, the reality is that like those behaviors are just like they become more abstract. Like people don't just call you like when you're a kid, people will call you a poopy head or something like that. And then when you get to like teenage years, they'll call you a shithead. And then when you get to like adult years, they'll say like, oh, you're just not that bright. But it all means the same thing. It means you're stupid. Like they're all saying the
Yeah.
exact same thing, but like they're saying it in a different way, in a nicer way. So it all becomes way more abstract and a lot more PC to talk in the adult world versus like the teenage world or the kid world for sure. And those high school mentalities never fucking end, dude. They never fucking end at all. People still behave the exact same way they did in high school and they do in the work environment as well. So
Yeah. No matter where it is, no matter like how high status, high whatever, it's still there.
yeah, you can't get rid of it. It seems like people were just stuck in high school, and I feel like all those like clicks and stuff you had in high school, those things carry on through life as well. Those I don't think the jocks still exist, but like the reality of that, people kind of stick with their groups even when they're like the groups are shit. So yeah,
Yeah, there's gonna be like little factions with every big
yeah,
faction. And
absolutely.
there's gonna be like one dude who like just doesn't give a shit that everyone like just has a beer with or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How were you in high school? Were you like a loner, or were you more of a what clique were you in?
I mean, like I kind of was between like a couple. Like I was hanging out with like some guys that like played baseball with, and then I also hung out with like some of the nerds as
Yeah,
well. Like because like I don't know, I hung out with like a lot of like the baseball people that like I grew up with, played sports with. That was like one group, and the other group was
yeah,
kind of like the like nerdy Asians because like they were in all my classes. so
yeah.
so it's kind of like two different dynamics,
Yeah, I tended to
different
hang out with a
groups.
lot of I started off as a jock. I did wrestling in my first like year and a half of first when you first not semester, what they call it, when you're freshman. Did that, and then I started off as a jock, and then I kind of went, and then I became more of a nerd later on. So I kind of like stuck at the chess table and stuff like that. Played chess a lot. Did a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of nerdy stuff, a lot of nerdy hobbies. Played video games a lot. So yeah, it's probably why I ended up where where I am now. But at the end of the day, but I'm pretty sure if I stayed a jock, I probably would be a lot more. Who knows where I'd be right now, truth be told. But yeah, I kind of went the way of like the nerd or the I was more or less though people. I was never really a bullied for being a nerd, truth be told, because I think people still
Yeah,
kind of
no.
remember me for being a jock back when I was like in freshman year. So no one really ever bullied me for being a nerd. But the rest of the people though definitely got in my group definitely got a lot of bullying and a lot of chastisement for being nerds or being ugly or something like that. So
Yeah, what's kind of funny though is like I never got bullied or anything because like probably because I had the size. Like I ballooned up in like junior year of high school.
yeah,
Probably thought I'd just like smack him once and knock him to the ground. But
yeah, of
but on the
course,
but the only people that would ever like give you shit were like kind of like it was never like the stereotype in like high school. It was always like some guy who was like you could easily make fun of back or
yeah,
something
yeah. That
worse.
happened to
Like
me too.
they
Like
were the
those,
ones that would try to give you
yeah.
shit, and I was like, really, bro?
Truth be told, like the black people in my school gave me more shit than the white people did ever. Like I got a lot of shit from a lot of other black people for being like for not being like you guess the run of the mill black person. I guess back in the day, I wasn't really gangster, wasn't really thug, wasn't really street as they say back in the day. I wasn't really any of that stuff. So like I got a lot of shit from black people for being like who I was versus like other groups of people who were kind of like really receptive to who I was at the time. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, everyone, like what you'd see, like the guys on the football team, the guys in the other teams, they were chill with me. Yeah, we hang out sometimes.
Yeah.
But then like the fucking disheveled like nerd with like pants that he's still wearing from middle school that like right up to like halfway up his calf.
Yeah.
That guy's trying to talk shit to me. I was like, are you kidding me, bro?
Like, yeah, you serious, dude? Like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah. So let's see. Here's another. We kind of went on a little diatribe. Let's go on a little question here. What does it mean to be red or blue pilled? Let's start with the red pill. What does it mean to be a red pilled in 2022?
Oh man, it's like all the pills have just been bastardized, even black pill. But I don't know, blue pill. It's pretty rare at this point because like there's so much. You even got the normies out there saying like shit like she belonged to the streets, and
Do you think the world's becoming more red or black pilled, or you think
I'd
it's
say
slowly
more
becoming
red
more?
pilled, but like
Yeah.
it's still like kind of like people are learning more of like the truths behind the dynamics because it's hard to avoid it. Like their parents, a lot of people's parents like were divorced, like
Yeah.
they've dealt with like all that behavior, like dating wise. They've kind of been shown by the businesses and politicians that no one really gives a fuck about them. So like people are being more like aware to the truths, but there's always going to be that one bastard who's selling the snake oil, that universal solution that you can overcome all these like harsh truths if you go join my program or buy this product. That's what we're going to continue to see, and that's kind of the red pill was originally supposed to be the truth, and then it kind of got people just added a drop of like hopeful lies to get
Yeah.
people onto their program, put them in the despair cycle
Well,
so that they
it's
keep
amazing
shilling money.
how much hope sells though. Hope sells like way more money than, or you can make way more money off of hopium than you can off of like copium, or not even copium, or the truth at the end of the day. The black pill has never really been, other than we waffle monetizing, it's really never really been monetizable, truth be told, because I feel like it's too much. It gets the reputation for being really depressing and really really just dangerous, I guess, at the end of the day. Whereas the red pill, because it was like the red pill, I've always compared the red pill to being Spike TV. You remember Spike TV back in the day?
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah. It was
all
like it was like the dude's channel.
yeah, the man channel, the dude channel. Yeah, like
Watched
it
like Blue
kind of,
Mountain State on it or something.
yeah, it really reminds me of Spike TV back in like the late 2000s, or the early 2000s, something like that. Back in the day, it's the exact same shows, the exact same talking points. Not maybe the same talking points, but maybe the same like ideas are really kind of there. The concepts are still kind of there. Whereas like you have a bunch of men talking about women or talking about the problems, stuff like that, and this stuff kind of like it's the exact same stuff at the end of the day. So that's what I compare it to.
Yeah, and I noticed like there's a lot of harsh realities that span multiple facets of life, and
Yeah.
it always seems to converge on women in a lot of the discussions. Like
Yeah.
dude, there's a lot more. Like you got, I don't know, like pretty much the biggest one is like no one gives a shit about you. That's like the biggest truth you got to swallow because everyone's even if they want to, they're just too busy with their own lives.
Do you think women are being red pilled too, or do you think it's still blue pilled mostly?
That's hard to tell.
You have stuff like the pink pill. You have FDS, female dating strategy, which is crazy and insane subreddit on Reddit right now. I don't know how big it is at this point, but it's pretty big.
Yeah, I was going through I was going through their manifesto with Bog a few weeks ago, and that was kind of blowing my mind. The female dating strategy manifesto, the manual. Jesus Christ.
What kind of stuff did it say? What was the?
It was kind of like similar to the red pill advice. He said it was like ignoring the idea that like men don't really care that much. Like if they have enough resources to, the kind of man that they wanted didn't care about what they were like saying like, oh, don't rely on a man, make your money for yourself, like make him like.
But the scary part about that, like that ideology of like the FDS people, especially, I would even say the same. Maybe not about the man side, but the female side of FDS and stuff like that. Is that like because like they only want, like, the reality is that they only want the small subset of men who are extremely successful, extremely attractive, and extremely like success, and a lot of status and stuff. Look at money and status. They have high LMS and you have a good face at the end of the day. And like, and their only solution to that problem is just to keep beating your head against a brick wall and not actually lower your standard, actually, or to a reasonable level where like where you actually kind of are.
Yeah, it's honestly, it sounded a lot like the advice when I saw people bringing up like monk mode in a lot of ways.
Yeah, if he's
And like
basically a wig towel.
it ignores a very important variable that people are horny. Like
Yeah,
that, like they throw all these, like they write the doctrine, like the guide on the female dating strategy, as if like the women in the group don't ever get horny and want some like Chad schlong. Like it's gonna happen.
yeah, yeah,
It's kind of, and the similar idea with like monk mode with the guy, like, dude, these guys are gonna want to, they're gonna want to fuck. Like
yeah.
this is not like applicable to most people.
Yeah, there's some dudes. There's some dudes, at least in the MGTOW community, who are either probably seeing escorts or they have to be like just beating it off to the most fucking degenerate porn you can possibly fucking imagine. Because like I don't know how the fuck some of these guys go monk mode and don't have any sort of like reaction or any sort of like like Kim, let's be real here. You're still you're a human being. You're not a fucking robot. Like you can't just fucking like not have these urges. That's what it comes down to. So
yeah, I'm like, hey, if you could pull it off, more power
to you, dude. Yeah, more power to you.
I don't think I can.
I am a lesser man. I'll admit that to myself. I'm a lesser man. I am not God. So,
Yeah.
So, what would you consider to be a red pill in 2022, like in general? Like, you could give me like an example like of a red pill thought or a red pill like what's the example of like a red pill in 2022 nowadays versus a black pill?
Red pill. Oh, it's
like
hard to really,
a blue pill stuff. I still hear like just be yourself. I still hear about it's not all that bad. Women are more attracted to people in public or something like that. I've heard that.
Yeah, the main thing I see with blue pill is like you'll see like these like guys with these like kind of like gross looking girlfriends trying to flex on other dudes that flex on the incels.
Yeah,
I see that a lot with the blue pill sphere.
Look at what I got. It's like, yo, dog, you got nothing, dog.
Yo, and then they'll act like, oh, bro, to get girls, you gotta do this. Like, this is how I got my girl, and she's gonna be my wife. And I'm like, bro, that's not a flex, man. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna de-police you, man, but not everyone wants that. That kind of thing. And then the red pill, I don't know. I see a lot of guys like that go out and they try to like, they think they can like run game. They can, they try to like become that high value. They could be that high value man archetype.
Yeah, that became a huge thing with Kevin Samuels. That was a huge thing. 'Cause I feel like the whole the game stuff is is it dying or is it just kind of like reviving itself over time? I don't know, because like I don't really watch a lot of like red pill content like I used to, so I don't really know exactly what they're talking about.
I think a lot of the red pillers are actually conceding to a lot of the black pill points. And they're it's kind of narrowing a little bit. It's
kind of weird because like I went through a you know who Dr. K is, or the Healthy Gamer GG.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I haven't.
Yeah, I went to his subreddit yesterday. I was doing a 20 episode 100 pre-game stream, and I went to his subreddit, and I went to his subreddit, and I also went to a comment section in one of his videos, and like a lot of people were like, yeah, it's true that looks matter, but it's always the but. Like it's always a but somewhere. And it's like it's always looks matter, but if you do X, Y, and Z, which is basically just talking about game, you can get a woman. It's like, okay, well, like it's the same shit. Like you haven't fully accepted the fact that like genetics and environment and all these things matter to your dating market. Not just like you being the best person you can possibly be. Like sometimes there's nothing you can do to improve the situation, but people don't want to accept that. Like people want to have like these weird like, well, like, this thing matters, but if you do X, Y, and Z, you don't make it all better, dude. It's like, no, dude. Like no, sometimes people are just fucked. Like
yeah, and the people that like, I'm not talking about the people that are selling stuff on there. Like the people that will adamantly like praise game, they have a very low bar for what success with a woman is. I've noticed like them like having a social interaction that doesn't go haywire is success to some men. Well, guys in this sphere would say, hey, did you like sleep with her? Did you kiss her? And then they'll be like, oh, no, that didn't happen. I was like, you'll hear guys be like, oh, no, I haven't done that. Like, but she was smiling. We had a good time. We're going to go out to dinner sometime. And I was like, dude, that's not a success right there. That's not, that's incomplete.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. Like so like a lot of these guys that push it, like they think like just them like not getting completely shoved to the side is a win for them when it's really not.
That's true, yeah. let's see. What do you hate most about black pill ideology? What do you think the most toxic part, or not use the word toxic, but what's the worst part of a black pill ideology?
Um, I think like there's a
Yeah.
lot of, I don't know. There's people that apply. It's just the applying like the widespread theory to their lives without like testing it in reality. Like an example of that would be like the face rating or whatever. Like I can't, because it's you're making a big scientific claim that all of my I'm like, let's say a guy's like getting no success or is an incel or whatever. He blames all, like, let's say he like says one variable is the reason why everything, he's never getting laid or whatever. But when you like put that in practice, there's going to be people that like look worse that have gotten laid. They might have opened their wallets, they might have done other things, they might have fit a niche, but like it's not, you haven't rejected the null hypothesis, and people have gone on like a doomeristic spree because they blame one variable for all their inadequacies in their lives.
Yeah, I like that thing you said earlier, where it's like you're going to fall somewhere on a bell curve, but the reality is that you're not going to fall always in the middle of the bell curve. You're going to fall somewhere, probably sometimes on the left or sometimes on the right, depending on how good or bad you are, depending on that particular subject, on that particular matter. So like,
yeah,
I think it's important to really. I've always said this before, but I'll say it again here. Like, I want people. My whole goal, maybe not my whole goal, but one thing I've always said anyway, is that I want people to really, or even men especially, to like take an honest look at themselves and then go from there. Like, take an honest, like, holistic look of yourself today. Like, okay, how good am I at this? How good am I at math? How good am I at like science? How good am I at being a gamer? How good am I at game, quote unquote? How good am I at how good looking am I? How what do I have going for me? What are my strengths and weaknesses?
And it's not entirely their fault. It's not entirely their fault, because like it's really like they're a lot of these guys, their only data pool on their personal life is how well they're doing on Tinder, which is going to be skewed. And
do you think that I feel like so many men not having a significant other, a girlfriend at the end of the day, is like, it's going to have a lot of effects going forward in the world. We know that men who are single, typically they like, for example, we'll use extreme example here, but like kind of like ISIS or ISIL in the Middle East. It wasn't a bunch of like goat herders who joined ISIS, if you don't know this or not. Like, it was actually a bunch of college educated, like relatively young men who joined ISIS. And it's like, it just goes to show you that like, if you have a bunch of inequality in your system when it comes to women or money or resources or what you want to call it, you're going to get a lot of upheaval from the young men. Young men don't usually anyways sit by and do nothing. At some point, the men will do something, and I think this is a big cause of the or maybe a partial cause to all these mass deletions we see in the schools and stuff like that, and all these lashes out at society, where you have a bunch of like young single men who don't have any economic opportunity, who don't have anything. They don't have a lot going for them in their lives, and it's like, well, all they have is their rage and their anger, and it's like, of course they're gonna lash out. It only makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. And like, it seems like a lot of these guys, it's like when you don't have something, you tend to like value it a lot higher. A lot of these guys, they see getting the girlfriend or getting the wife as like an end goal.
I would agree.
Like they view that as the finish line. Like, what do you want to build with the wife, or what do you want to build?
Yeah, that's another thing too. Like,
these guys like never have an answer.
Yeah, I'm not really like, I don't know. I go back and forth from being trad. I'm not really a trad conservative or trad cuck, whatever you want to call it, but like, I do view it's like, okay, what do you really want from a woman at the end of the day? Like, are you just looking to get smash and dash? Well, in which case, why don't you just get an escort and call it a day? Like, if all you want is sex, just get an escort. But what they really truly want is that they actually want the whole, like, they want the interaction, they want the real love, the quote unquote true love. They want they want all the stuff to come out of the woman. They want all that, like, the woman to do, they want her to be this, they want her to be that. And it's like, okay, but what do you really want? Like, at the end of the day, what are you really looking for? Are you looking to get married? Are you looking to have kids? Are you just looking to smash and dash? If you're just looking to smash, you can do that any day of the week. Like, just get a hook, get a escort.
Yeah. I think here's another thing that I also find dangerous, is that guys that are obsessing too much about, not even about like what the women think, but what other men will think about them with whatever women they're with.
Yeah.
So like it turns into like a culture of like depolicing and like shaming if a girl like doesn't look that attractive to another person. Like, hey, man, I think if someone like talks shit about like a girl that I'm with, I'm like, are you sliding me something better? If not, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
It's how I see it. Of course, like if someone's like, hey, this bitch is crazy, you should reevaluate. That's a guy being a good friend. But
they just want to be normal. But like, what is normal in today's fucking like society at the end of the day? Like, is normal to smash and dash, or is normal like having a family and kids and a white picket fence and the American dream? I don't know what normal is anymore. Because now we have people who don't even know what the fuck a woman is anymore.
There's not much like it's not normal isn't that great either for a lot of people. And one thing I noticed is that there's like kind of like two like divergences of delusion, where there's like one guy who like claims he wants to be the fuck boy that might have like normie to like above normie looks. Mm-hmm. Like he'll like cope by saying he like wants to be like of course like some guys might want to be bachelors, but I think the majority deep down want some form of like monogamous relationship or a family.
Yeah,
that's more based on like I think that's probably most people deep down want. They'll delude themselves as being like, oh yeah, I just want to keep smashing and dashing for the foreseeable future. I don't care about the family and stuff. There's one avenue that they delude themselves there. And then there's another avenue where you'll see guys that they want the family, but they'll idealize women based on like the blue pill movies or blue pill stories that they've heard. Mm-hmm. And build up some like virtuous women that is really hard to achieve. Like, I'm not talking about looks or whatever, just like behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't. There's no woman that's going to be out there fucking like, especially in today's society. There's no woman that's going to like be baking you a pie and having it sitting on the windowsill, and she doesn't work, and and she's not going to be independent. She's going to be relying on you. Yeah, no, there's no woman out there like that. I'm not saying they don't exist, but like,
yeah, I mean, like even if they do exist, you don't necessarily have the leverage in today's day to enforce that.
Yeah.
Or like, and if there's someone like that today, like they're like high priority, like they're high priority for like people that probably look better than you, have more money than you. So it's again, knowing yourself, like how you kind of like sit on the bell curve while also like taking in like real world advice. And like, I don't mean like bell curve, like demographics. You kind of like get a gauge for where you are based on how you act socially, how people interact with you, who's like warm with you, who's cold with you.
Normal is referring to having a GF or the white picket fence. They want it, but it's not realistic. I feel like so many men have been like inundated by red pill ideology or like this whole fuckboy culture and hookup culture that do they even want the picket fence anymore? I don't know what men want. I even made a video on this. Like, what do you want? I had people in the comment section kind of saying like they don't really know. Like some of them knew what they want, and some of them are like, I don't know what they know what they want is unachievable, so they just don't bother anymore. But I don't know. It's such a hard.
It's almost like they want like the sense of belonging from like other men. They'd be like, oh, I'm a man. I have this. I have a wife. I got the kids.
Like, do you know the whole Madonna?
I see that with the red pillars too. Like, I want to be a high value man. I want to get my lay count up. I want to get my money up. And like, why do you want the money? Why are you gonna like?
Like, why are you working so hard?
Bang like 100 women when when you should be looking for maybe quality or what you want.
Mm-hmm. You want a submissive wife that loves you. Yeah, I mean that's what people kind of want, and most people don't get that. But yeah, people do want this. I would agree with this. Yeah.
I would want that too.
And have you noticed at least I'm starting to notice like the proliferation of like these like new relationship styles of like polyamory and people like being in open relationships now. Like you see it all over Tinder. I'm not trying to be like a pyramid here and be like, well, I see it's here, so therefore it's everywhere. But like I'm starting to notice like more people are in these weird like alternative relationships where it's like the dude and woman just kind of do whatever they want and like, but they're not really in a relationship. It seems like there's like a huge stigma against putting a label on like your putting a label on your relationship, like calling it a relationship, and instead you call it like, oh, we're just friends, and we're fuck buddies, or we're this or we're that. But nobody actually says they're like, people don't. I'm not saying people don't use the term boyfriend and girlfriend anymore, but it seems like it's kind of falling out of use a little bit here.
Yeah, yeah. I see that the trend is that way. I just haven't seen it significant enough to where
Yeah,
those
I don't have
words
any
are
data to
falling
back
out.
it up, and like how many people are actually in alternative relationships, but I definitely
Yeah.
see it more often than what I used to. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I think you see it at a higher rate on Tinder because you'll have like the fucking weird couples, like the girl will be like, "Oh, I'm married, but I'm in an open relationship." You'll see that a lot more where they're
Yeah,
trying to get like some strange dick.
I know a guy who calls his GF his partner. It's weird. Yeah, I've heard that term gets used a lot
Yeah, that
nowadays.
makes
The
me
partner
cringe,
term gets
man.
used a lot.
Like
Yeah,
that makes me cringe. Yeah. One thing I noticed though is like I don't know, I've hooked up with one of those like open relationship ones, and like that was weird experience, man. That was weird. Like it was like the chick like came over and we like did our thing, and then like she starts messaging me like the next day, being like, "Oh, I told my boyfriend everything you did to me, and it was getting him off." And I was like, "Dude, what the fuck?
yeah, that's too much. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I
What the
wouldn't even deal with
fuck,
that chick at
man?"
all,
Like,
dude. I guess it was a worth a lay, I guess, but I don't know, dude.
yeah, it was probably gonna like trend towards like him hiding in the closet.
Oh
If
no.
yeah, that would have been
Oh
bad.
yeah, fuck that shit,
Screw
dude. Getting
that.
killed or
Like
some
I'm
shit.
like, no, you cannot. You are not allowed.
What do you think of the I think Gen Z has the highest proportion of LGBT XYZ alphabet community identifying people in at least in America. I think their rates are like in like the teens or maybe in the 20s. I forgot how high it is in the Gen Z, but it's pretty high.
Yeah,
What do you
yeah.
make of that?
I don't know. There's a lot of things that could probably you can hypothesize for that. Like I think there's a lot of people that are I would consider like in an amorphous goo state where they have no idea where they can find meaning in their lives and like what they want to do, and they get a sense of like status or like clout or like belonging from taking up a label. So like they might not actually identify that way, but they just might be confused about their life trajectory. And there's just a lot more like mental pathology now with the way people are raised.
Yeah.
There's a lot more turbulent households. So it's hard to like really isolate one variable.
Mhm. Let's see. What do you think is the primary cause of inceldom? What do you think makes an incel an incel?
Um, um, let me think. Like, I think it's probably a lot of like the moving parts of like inceldom have always been around.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Where like there's just like the girls got better options than who you are, and like let's be real. Like let's say most like incels, like I'm not gonna like discredit them because like some of these chicks that they probably could have sex with are gross.
Hmm.
So like I can see why they wouldn't do that, but
Yeah,
like a lot of them, like they're not technically incel, but like based on like it's just like not the caliber that they probably should be able to achieve
yeah.
because like
Do you think a lot of men are like, or at least a lot of the incels anyway are I guess I don't mean to be disparaging, but effectively they're shooting too high above their weight class,
well,
effectively, or
I don't
what?
think they're shooting too high. It's just
Or you
that
think the
it's
women have
just
been ruined by
brutal.
that, ruined by
I
the
think it's just like there is like a inflation aspect of it.
yeah,
Like
sexual inflation,
I think it's
inflation.
best like if I don't know there's some scenarios where like it depends on like how high inhib or not you are. Like
Yeah,
there's some chicks that like are not worth it. Like where you might as well just open your wallet and get a hooker over that.
yeah,
Of course, you probably will pay a little bit more if you're like lower on the looks than someone else, but still, it's a lot more life affirming than having some uggo or some whale or someone. Yeah, I would say like technically like that would make him volcel, but like I don't blame him for not sticking it in, man.
yeah. I was gonna ask you, like, what do you
That's the
think
thing.
makes a volcel anyway? Like, what's a volcel? Was it like if I don't want to smash fat chicks, am I a volcel, or is it just like okay, or
Yeah,
like I have to stick,
I think that's why there's like a good definition of like true cell, where like
yeah,
it kind of acknowledges it. Like most guys, like they aren't technically incels, but they I don't know, like they practically are because they'll get there's no benefit to like the sex that they could have because they'll just feel gross after or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably like they can't attract like the level that like the base of their standards. That's where they are. And I wouldn't say that the standards are too high, because like a lot of them actually like expand their standards quite a bit.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
would say
a lot
men
better.
in general tend to have much lower standard for women anyway. Something I've always said. I think that men, maybe you can comment on this too. But I think men overrate the living fuck out of women. I think they
Yeah,
overrate their
yeah.
looks by quite a bit.
Yeah, I definitely see that as well. But this is where I was going back to the blue pill guys that try to like mog the incels when really they're in the same boat. It's just that guy just decided to stick it in.
Yeah,
Well, the incel had a little bit more self control. Where it's like, yeah, do I really want to do that?
yeah. Like there's certain levels of I don't say depravity, but like I don't know, like certain levels of people you don't want to like deal with, and like do you really want to deal with the fucking like 300-pound land whale who has fucking BPD and fucking
Yeah,
insane
and
like.
probably a VD as well.
Yeah, like
It's like,
just because you can't smash something doesn't mean you should.
is I don't know. I'm pretty sure the like the ugly big girls are getting more pipe than the Stacy at this point. So they're just they have like no self esteem because they gotta like have some sort of like mental pathology, whether it's like depression or whatever, or like no meaning in life to get to that point. Um, Plus you got like some desperate like horny men like in the normie level, probably just piping her up. So you probably are at higher risk when you're dealing with those chicks than.
Yeah, it feels like the a male thirst or a man's ability to cope has there's no bottom to it. What it feels to me,
Yeah,
dude.
no
Like,
bottom to it. Yeah,
yeah,
as long
like
as like they're healthy copes, it's fine. But a lot of them aren't healthy. Like whether you start using like substances, you start doing self-destructive behavior,
yeah,
like that's where it's bad. And of course, there's like moderation to everything. Like anything that could be healing could be toxic if you have too much of it.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. Let's see. Next question here. I guess this is going to be kind of akin to the first question, but we're going to ask more for the average now. So we know that true cells exist. So like the whole 3 out of 10 or sub 5 theory is kind of like true, where it's like, okay, if you're a 3 or a 2 or a 1, you might have a extremely hard time, like even attracting even a land whale, like you're fucked.
Yeah.
But for the average, for like some of your 4s, 5s, 6s, I'm not going to throw 7 in there, but 6s. What do you think is their primary problem? Is it looks? Is it sociological? Is it economic factors? What do you think is causing this like
Hmm.
increase in insultum amongst like the middle of the curve?
That's hard to. There's a lot of moving parts again, but I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't have like any social interaction, to where like they might they might like be too much in the mental cell thing, where they're too much in their head. Where like, oh,
Yeah,
I'm this level. She's a looks max, and in today's market, she's probably not going to be into me, when she might be like really warm and to you, and just the body language is there or whatever.
yeah,
Like you might fit her niche or whatever. Like it's a lot of guys that are watching like a lot of YouTube videos, not applying any of it to their real lives, and coming to big conclusions without really testing them.
yeah. But you would say for the true cell, at least he at least has like the air of, at least the problem of being just flat out too ugly. But for the average person here, like the in the middle of the bell curve, your 5s, your 6s, your 7, but 6s and some of
Yeah.
your 4s. Do you think they're So you would say what would you say their their primary problem? It's not so much you don't think looks is a big factor there, or what?
Well, I think like looks is like, of course, going to make it harder for
Yeah,
them. Like it's not going to be. It's not going to be. I don't know. It really depends on what the guy wants. Because
yeah,
like if the guy has like higher he has a right to like have standards wherever he wants.
of
Like let's
course.
say he like that's why I don't think like the body count is like really like a good metric for success, because a lot of these guys like only really find it worth it if the girls like look a certain level.
Yeah,
So like it's hard to really find a metric of success, because what does the guy want? If the
yeah,
guy just wants to like rack up a lay count, then of course it's like probably inhib levels the issue, but
Yeah, I would say the
if the
problem
guy's
is, yeah.
yeah, and if the guy's trying to screen for quality, like he might have trouble like identifying like when that type of person you might fit that person's niche and she's into you.
Yeah.
I think for example, like when I asked about like wheat waffles, like when he identified someone that was attracted to like one of the girls, he said that, oh yeah, this lady only dated dudes with red hair before me, and I'm a red haired guy. So he clearly fit a niche there,
Yeah.
and he didn't realize it because he was like, wow, we're kind of like looks matches here. This is kind of weird. That's what he was thinking. So he didn't quite pick up on it yet that he was fitting a niche.
Yeah, for me, I think the problem is it's threefold. I think it's all three looks, sociological or and economic. I think that a lot of men, I would say if I had to rank them all three, I think looks is always going to be the, at least on a more individual basis, like on a more micro basis, your looks is definitely going to be like your going to inhibit a lot of people from getting a lot of likes, especially when you have like stuff like inflation of women thinking they're higher on the looks level than they really are. That stuff can really cause a lot of problems for sure. But I think the sociological factors can't be ignored either. The fact that like our society's been warping and changing for the last 50, 60 years, and the idea of the nuclear family is kind of dead. It's dying a slow, painful death. Like people aren't really having family, they're having kids. People have these weird thoughts now about their sexuality and what they really are. People can't even identify what a woman is or a man is anymore at the end of the day. You have a bunch of like sociological, societal factors that lead you to a bad conclusion about society at the end of the day. And then you have the economic factors, which we all know all these. The inflation is really bad right now. You can't afford to buy a house. Your pay is not nearly as good as it used to be. You got to be making at least high six figures to even fucking make it in America at this point. Still, a middle class is being hollowed out. And you just have a bunch of people in the middle, obviously, because most people are average by definition, who are just stuck in this weird state of like, okay, well, I'm not ugly enough to be like a true cell, but I'm also not like, I'm not Chad, so I'm not slaying like that. So like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Like, I can't afford to buy a house, so I'm not attracted to women. I can't afford to fucking be. I'm not economically attractive. I can't find a job or a house. I'm not ugly, but I'm also not like a model either. So I can't really use my looks to like leverage up to a woman. And the sociological factors, like the stuff that people truly believe about today's society, is so fucking weird that I can't even like fathom what I'm supposed to do anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the sociological stuff is so fucking weird. Like,
yeah, I think those are all in play for sure. It's hard for me. I can't. The idea of it, though, the crux of it is I can't like individually go to a person and tell him why he's an incel. Because like,
yeah, well, that's why I was asking more from a macro standpoint, like the
Yeah.
overall. If you had to look at it from a macro, because like if you're like God up above and in your cloud, wondering, okay, what's going on? What the fuck's going on there? And you're looking down, like, okay, well, I can see all these problems, so I see what's going on with the overall whole. But when you're looking at an individual, yeah, it's hard to tell what's going on. That's why once again I always roll back to men making a self-assessment and doing that instead. But
yeah, that's kind of like. It's just kind of like knowing your like there's good things like a lot of this stuff like grounds you in reality, like, okay, I'm limited by these factors.
Yeah.
But I see it turn into a very like extreme conclusion, like this is never going to happen to me because of X is never going to happen to me because of Y, when they haven't really seen that in person. They just maybe watched like
a YouTube video.
YouTube video.
I call it like
they read a book.
A secondhand MGTOW, but effectively where people go MGTOW when they haven't experienced anything with a woman at all every once in their whole life. So it's kind of weird like that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
That's kind of how I see a lot of it. And if they if they figure out that like they can make a hypothesis and then check it out in person, of course, like don't do anything like rash. Like, of course, there's a lot of areas where you can learn from other people, like not to break certain laws or do stupid activities.
Yeah.
Like there's some areas where you can learn that can save you a lot of time. But before you make like a widespread conclusion, it might be worth investigating, especially for something as serious in your life, like dating, because it's a big deal.
Yeah. Do you think globalism or like online dating has destroyed the dating market?
It's definitely hurt it a lot. It's kind of just exposed a lot of like, it kind of is exposed like what people are into on a large scale, and like aside from niches, and it also puts you in a situation where no matter what you do, you're probably going to get out beta buxed, so that kind of becomes a less viable option for you.
Yeah.
Because it's a global. Instead of like looking in your own town or your own county, you're looking at the whole country, the whole world.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely I have like a follow-up question for that really is like has the perception of average been warped by the internet? Like our perception of like when we talked about earlier about the average or about the about like the looks level thing that we Waffles brought up when it came down to like, you know, when he's looking at men, he's looking at their maxilla and their eye level and all that shit like that to figure out what's a good looking man, what's a bad looking man, and what's the average looking man. So when he's doing that, okay, like maybe he's being objective there, but like do you think the internet has completely warped our perception of like what actually is average? Like, you have people like I think Incel Maddox talked about this before in the past, but he said people in California will literally like go up to like a they have like a fake private jet what do they call the thing like a stage you can go on and like pretend you're on a private jet and like pretend you're flying around in your jet setting, but in reality you're just sitting in a stage, and like people will take pictures there and put it on their Instagram, their Twitter accounts to put it on their you know, the Tinder profile and to make it look like they're living a life that they really don't live. And I feel like our perception of average has been like completely fucking warped and destroyed by the internet. Like people don't have a good perception of like of who they are and where they sit in the pecking order anymore, because like when you're looking at somebody's life on like Instagram or Twitter or on Facebook, even on Facebook still, people will only post the best parts of their life. They're never going to post the dirty details of how they made it there. They're never going to post their struggles very often. It's very much going to be like a bunch of highlights about how good their life is. And if it gives you the perception that people are all living these great lives and living these great fulfilling lives, in reality they might just be in the same funk that you are.
Yeah, it's going to breed insecurity because you're going to feel inadequate to everyone else. Like that, the guy, like people are going to shop their photos. They're gonna only post a photo of their body that 1 week of the year that they cut down to 6-pack abs, that kind of thing. They're going to do that kind of stuff. They're going to show themselves doing fun things, like only the fun parts of their life, because people don't want to see you like moping. They don't want to see a picture of you with your headset on playing fucking video games.
Yeah, they don't want to see that at all. They want to see you living your life. Yeah.
And like this, I think that plays a big role. I think a lot more young people on men, a lot more like they see that with like the bigorexia thing where they might feel inadequate. So you're seeing a lot of young guys hop on gear now just because they want to like look big and strong compared to like other men. This is like nothing to do with like sexual attraction even. It's just they feel mogged and they want to get bigger. These guys. There's just other aspects of it. They feel inadequate. It'll be like everyone's lives are together and I'm still a mess. That kind of thing. So I don't know. It's like it's kind of like that, and like it's always kind of been like that in real life. It's just magnified because you can modify your pics and manipulate your environment more than you ever could before. Like every like the schooling I'm in, the med school, like everyone has like a facade like they're doing well. But if I talk to someone, they'll be like, dude, I'm fucking struggling, man.
Yeah.
That's what I kind of get. So it's like that in person when you go to work or you go to a social club or whatever. Everyone's got a facade, a mask on. It's just that mask is like a lot more shiny and more appealing and less realistic than it ever was before.
On Instagram, there are guys who have 200K views on vids about not getting women. But I do wonder if those videos get eclipsed by like the people who are just posting about, oh, I went on this vacation, I'm living here and I'm doing that. I wonder how many views those videos get. Like, yeah, I think some people are being more honest nowadays. More people are being honest about how shit their lives are. Could be wrong on that then.
Yeah, and maybe like there might be the opposite end of the spectrum where I've definitely seen in some Discords where some guys might try to like
outmog you and like
you see it with SJWs a lot too, where they'll try to like win the
oppression Olympics or
the oppression Olympics, the struggle Olympics, and then to kind of like fish for sympathy.
It's like, oh yeah, well I'm living out of my fucking car with I eat one piece of bread a day and I'm fucking drinking water right now. Like, okay, like what the fuck? Like, you go, and I don't have a job either.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, that's all I can say. And some other guys like, well, I got you beat, dog. I'm living on the street right now, dude. I got no car. I live in a tent. It's like, okay, like all of a sudden you keep playing this game of like who's the most oppressed, who's the most fucked in the end, and it's like, man, you're both fucked. Like,
yeah, and it's all for It's all for just a tiny hit of validation too. Some likes on a screen.
LinkedIn is a status flexing platform. You can connect with girls that work with you without asking their number. Yeah, LinkedIn is
Yikes.
extremely fucking cancerous, Doug. I hate LinkedIn so
I don't know,
fucking much.
but then like when but then when you like if they like you and they let's say the chick likes you and you stop calling her, that's like one scenario. She likes you and you stop calling her. That's quid pro quo harassment. Like they can hit you with that after. And let's say she doesn't like you and she's trying to work your way up and you don't give her what she wants professionally, another quid pro quo harassment. Like you're kind of setting yourself up to fail if you do the LinkedIn maxing. You're practically like getting a hooker, but there's a lot more risks with the LinkedIn.
Yeah. Let's see. I guess when the average male is 5'9", 197 pounds, this is what I got from Google, and the average woman is 5'4", 170 pounds. Like when I see our perception of average, like I guess when men talk about the average woman and they're like, I want a woman who's average. Well, your average woman is fat, and your average man is overweight. So like, like nobody's really like.
Average is shit, man, and it kind of blew my mind. Like let's say you're a normal man, and like these are guys like coping and adding like more numbers, and plus this is like I think it's a mean. It's not even a median. So like the guys that the slayers are gonna like fucking skew it high.
Yeah.
But the average dude, this is self-reported, so they've probably added a few lays to it for men, and like a lifetime was like 7. So it's probably more like 3.
Yeah, in reality.
Average or less. That's kind of and like thinking about that, and then you hear people think like, oh, everyone else is like probably banged like 20 chicks already. You get that perception.
Yeah.
You know? So it kind of just it's something in us where we want something more, but we're also like seeing what everyone else has and either getting envious or we start feeling inadequate.
Yeah, for sure. That happen really easily, especially with the online culture we have now. You can easily see like all these videos of this dude traveling, or they have a girlfriend. They have something that they have something that you don't have, and it's like, wow, I feel like I'm inadequate. I feel like I'm this. I feel like I'm that. And it's like it's easy to fall into that depression for sure. Yeah. Do you know what a mental cell is?
Yes.
Okay. What are your observations on that? Do you think it's autism, or what do you think it is?
It's hard to like really tell. I think autism is like a big part of it, and like you got to think of it though, like guys that find this fear to like realize that they're incel, realize that they've done the research, they've done all like they've looked at all the books, they've looked at all like the videos to like kind of figure out they're in an incel state, because like incels span all ideologies. You got your blue pill incels, red pill incels, all over the place, but the ones that like kind of like realize it, I think it's like it's very common for people that lean towards one end of the autism spectrum to figure that out before the normal person, like the average person.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of like at least like a lot of the incels you find in the black pill sphere, there's probably a higher rate of autism than most other places, just because like they kind of spurred out to the point where like they figured everything out. Well, if that makes sense. Well, like the normie incel is like, no man, I just gotta the blue pill guy's like, no man, I just gotta keep taking her on dates, bro. She'll turn
put out
around.
one day. Yeah,
like, oh, I'm her friend. I got my foot in the door. That's what they'll think. And then the red pill one is like, no, I gotta run game. I gotta become a high value man. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
When the black pill ones like has like crunched all the numbers, looked at all the data. The only issue is that a lot of them are socially inadequate in some areas, so they don't have much data on their personal life and their personal interaction, but they have all like the demographic data.
Yeah, I feel like people you can definitely get stuck in the weeds too, of always like you're stuck in the if you get stuck in the data so much too, you end up not really living your life too to some extent.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, you get stuck in the data so much, like you basically self inhibit yourself, or you self you almost destroy your own potential to some extent because like, well, I'm probably average, so I'm not. That's like I said earlier. Like you always consider yourself to be the average, or you're always gonna like never really gonna succeed sometimes. Like you're never gonna make it.
Yeah, and you got to be careful to diagnose someone,
or even
with
yourself.
something. Yeah, well, and someone else as well.
Yeah.
Like even if they legit have it, like someone might start using it as a crutch and
Oh yeah,
blaming
I
everything
can't do
on
this,
it.
this, and this. And it's like I don't know, dude.
Like you see that with like a lot of normies with like a lot of mental health issues. You're like, oh, it's my anxiety my ADHD stops me from doing all that. I'm like, yeah, sure, it might make it a little bit harder,
Yeah.
but a lot of people have ADHD and are able to function very fine, or they have certain areas. Like I can't say that yours is worse or better than theirs, but
yeah,
like it doesn't stop you. It doesn't make the challenges any easier. People aren't just going to make the challenges easier for you because you have a disorder or
something else
like
going on with you. Yeah, mental health issue or something like that. Yeah.
So like it's kind of like, oh yeah, what are you going to do about it? Is kind of how I see it. Like, yeah, that sucks, but like, are you going to just lay down and die, or are you going to do something?
Yeah. That's really the only conclusion you can come to at the end of the day. Is like, are you gonna do something about it, or with the old saying, do something about it, or stand there and bleed or something like that.
Yeah.
So this is going to be more like questions about genes and genetics. Do you think sociology is downstream from biology?
I mean, that's like nature nurture debate right there.
Sure. Yeah.
So like, I think there's probably mixes of both. I think like there's evidence on both ends.
Yeah, but I guess it's the question of like what came first, though.
That's something I don't know.
Did we develop like with sociology and biology coming? I think they came in together. I think they came into existence together, in my opinion. I think that
I would generally agree, because if you take like a human and have no social interaction, like they end up being a fucking feral beast.
Mm-hmm.
If you take like we're social creatures, so like we know how to like conform to things.
Yeah.
So that's a big aspect where the sociology will come in, but then there's also like genetic things that will kind of just draw you certain aspects of life. So I can't really say exactly, but I think there's definitely a balance. It's just the amount of each is where I'm not sure.
Yeah, this has been a big debate in psychology for a long time. Nature nurture. I mean, I've come to the conclusion that really I don't even like think that I think nurture is real, but like everything is quote unquote nature, if that makes any sense. Am I making sense there?
Okay, yeah.
Like everything is, there's no such thing as like if it exists in the world. Like when people use the word natural, they mean like, oh, it exists because like it's basically like God made or made by the universe or something like that. But like even human beings weren't made in like, at least as far as I know, made in the lab or something like that. They're just another biological being on the planet. So like we're still subject to the laws of everything going on in the universe, stuff like that as well. So this idea that like you can separate like a human being from nature is really odd to me. Like I think that everything is kind of nature. Even nurture is nature. Like even your ability to nurture somebody is nature.
That's a great point. That's a great point, because every emotion we feel, every thought we have is physiological. We don't know the exact mechanisms for everything, but we know that like to emote, you have to use several muscles and like utilize several joints just to like smile, frown,
there's like
pissed off, breathe a certain way.
Like,
think. You use a lot of energy to think. Stress hormone like ups your sugar around and makes you ready to run or fight. And then there's also epigenetics. Like let's say your mom had a lot of stress before she got pregnant, or she got really stressed out during her pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to affect you.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, there are there's a lot of like physiological aspects we don't fully understand that might fill in the gaps that what we thought was nurture really is nature.
Yeah, because what we're seeing more and more and more as the data comes out about genes and genetic expression and the way things work out, because some genes are so complex that they're polygenetic, I believe, and like there's millions of genes that work on that make something happen in your body or make you the person you are today. And it's like we're quickly finding out that as we look more and more into like the human body and genes, that a lot of these like differences are really coming down to like genetics. Like I think I've read a study at one point about your ideology or your politics possibly being having a genetic component to them, which shocked me. I was like, seriously? I thought these things were just like societal shit, and it's like, but you being conservative or liberal or being whatever you are is like could be somewhat influenced by genes, which is insane to me. Like I'm like, what?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Like
but it would
a
have
lot
to
of
be
moving parts in your body,
Yeah.
and like if you shift one lever and have like a little bit more flux in like one biochemical pathway, that can shift everything. There's also other aspects of it, like you got microbiota that just interacts with your system. Probably some of their byproducts end up being neurotransmitters that your body uses that probably modulate your emotions depending on your gut flora or whatever, which is kind of crazy. There's also I was going to say something that was kind of on the topic, but I forgot it. It'll come back. But there's a lot of like things that we think of as nature, but they're nurture. There was the other thing. I think there was a study that I read where they took, this is kind of like nurture before nature, like when the woman is pregnant.
Yeah.
I think that there's a hypothesis that this of why this occurs, but I think they took like a large amount of data, and there was a slight increased chance of a pregnant woman, like a woman to be pregnant with a boy if she was like more nourished and had more nourishment. Because if you look at things, males are like a high risk, high reward in terms of like genetics, where like they can either proliferate and have like a ton of kids, or they could be incels and have no kids, or die really young. While a woman or a girl is a safer investment, where you'll probably have like 2 kids if things like normal, because there's always going to be like suitors in that way. So I think like if like the woman is like malnourished, I think I got to find the study for it, but it's like a significant like increase, like maybe like 1% or so increase, where if there's like more nourishment for the mother before she gets pregnant, it increases the odds of a boy. And if she's like malnourished, this increases the odds of a girl.
I feel like I've heard that too. I think I've heard of maybe this once again, it might have been on Infomatics, where they talked about how I think in times of scarcity, I think there's more women born, and then when times of abundance, there's more men born, I believe.
Yeah, and I think that's why you see a lot of mismatch in these like developed countries, where you actually might get more males out of it.
Let's see. Where do you think behaviors come from? When people think the red pill thing has always been about behavior and the way you behave, and it's basically behavioral determinism at the end of the day. Whereas I think the black pill focuses more on genes and genetic expression than genetic determinism. And a lot of the red pillers thought, well, if you just behave differently, if you just have game and you act like a jester and you dance around like a fucking monkey, you'll get a woman. And it's like, what do you think though? What do you think those behaviors come from to begin with, though?
That's a good question right there. Like there's a lot of like aspects in terms of like what you want to do, what you desire. There's the reward pathways that a lot of people act upon. But then again, like there's people that solely act on their like what emotions or what that come into their head. And there's other things where you might think about what are the long-term benefit of holding off.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's kind of based on like, I think the reward pathway plays a large role, but it can also be a detriment if you're kind of a slave to it.
Yeah, it's kind of like people who are like, I think habitual gamblers have this problem with the reward center of their brain, where like it's constantly stimulated or something like that, and they get addicted to gambling because like they get addicted to the lights and the stuff on the what's this called, the slot machine. They get addicted to that shit because like the lights are going off, and they get addicted to all that stimulus. Where it's like, oh yeah, it feels like I'm winning, even though you're not really winning at all. You're just spending all your money and becoming more broke. So
yeah, and the idea of it is that like if you keep getting reward for the same input, let's say that you continue to say yes to things and you keep getting rewarded for it, you're going to start degrading the pathways that allow you to say no. So if you get overloaded with like reward hits, like dopamine hits, you're going to slowly your inhibition center, your orbitofrontal cortex and the prefrontal cortex is going to start to get smaller, because your neurons are kind of like you use them or you lose them. And that pathway is just going to keep getting inhibited because every time you take the risk, you keep getting the reward. So your body's going to think, oh, risk is good. I keep getting rewards when I take risks. I don't need to say no anymore. And that's where you can easily get manipulated when you're in that state.
Do you think that human beings are infinitely malleable, so that you can change them to like believe anything they want to believe or do anything you want them to do, or do you think there's like a hard a biological stop on that stops you from doing certain things? Like obviously most people aren't going to like self-end typically because there's a mechanism there that stops you from doing it. And, the survival mechanism obviously, so like, or the self-preservation mechanism. But like for certain like behaviors, though, like when you see this rise of LGBT and the rise of the these alternative genders and stuff like that, you think human beings are really that malleable to actually believe that stuff, or you think it's just a matter of like they're being persuaded but they don't really believe that shit? What do you think?
That's tough. There's leverage is a big piece of that. Like if you have leverage over someone, you can get them to do things pretty easily. I don't know exactly about like where you're going with. Like, are you talking about like the future of science, like how you can change someone like physiologically?
Well, yeah, it just seems like we went from having a society that went from like pretty traditional, at least in my opinion, not traditionalist per se, but like we had like a very, very strict gender roles of like men did this, women did this. Now we're kind of doing this weird branch out thing where it's like, okay, well, women can do anything they want, men can do whatever they want, and you can have as many genders as you want, be whoever you want, do what you got to do. But are human beings like? Do you think the average human being is really that malleable? Like how spread out really is like all those behaviors across the human species? When in reality, like for most of human history, it seems like we had these weird, like rigid, men did this, women did this, and for the most part, it kind of worked that way.
I would say generally it's pretty easy if you have the capital and the sway.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy to manipulate the masses,
like propaganda, effectively, or using propaganda.
I think a big part of it is like what reward you give for it.
That's true.
Like give people value out of it, like because then you'll give them. It's just that people have gotten to the point where it's so cheap to manipulate them now. You just give them a little bit of validation on Twitter and they'll go for it now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like cheap. It's like a cheap zealot that you can have. So I could see why if you are in power, you'd want to manipulate someone.
Yeah.
Or the masses.
Do you think there's I think we talked about this earlier about looks and stuff like that when it came to wheat waffles, but do you think there's such thing as objective looks? As objectively good-looking people and objectively bad-looking people, and then there's people in the middle? Or...
It really depends on the scale. Like who's your target demographic? If your target is like the whole world,
yeah. Like let's take it from an extremely macro point of view, where it's like if you put everybody on a curve, you think you'd find out that some people are just objectively good-looking and some are objectively bad-looking.
On the macro scale, yes, but again, like the person judging that, you can't have one person to judge that. You'd have to have like to do it.
Let's say we have like an AI that does it. Let's make a thought experiment here. We have an AI that does it. How do you think?
I mean, if we had that AI, we might as well just get the macro, the micro. You can get the data at the macro and the micro, and figure out like what niches you fall in, and you can practically play matchmaker with that AI.
That's true.
At that point, what's the point of getting a rating?
That's true. I'm just curious if like a lot of people get hung up on like objectively looking people, and then you have like certain things like are sociologically determined. So like Asians might be extremely. I think somebody brought this up earlier about K-pop, or the K-pop niche is real. I think that was who said that? Was that who said that? That was
I think
Dusty Jones said that K-pop niche is real. Do you think that like are they actually attracted to those men, or do you think it's just a niche where it's like they fall into that niche and therefore they view those men as being attractive?
They're attracted to someone that's in that. They're attracted to the person that's in that niche because that niche is attractive to them physically. Yeah,
yeah.
Like it just doesn't apply to everyone. One thing I noticed, the problem I have with the face ratings though is like, what's the best case win condition do you get out of a face rating? Like you might get told, like the best case scenario is that you get like a rating and it's kind of about, it's kind of gives you clarity. If it's accurate, you just might get a little clarity that you probably would have gotten based on social interactions in person anyway. And then worst case scenario on the one end, like let's say you get like a low rating, you start using that as a crutch for why everything in your life sucks. And then if it's like too high, higher than what you really are, the way people see you, you're going to be thinking like, Wheat Waffles said I was a 7 and I can't get laid. What's going on? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It could make people feel like they're fucking up in other areas when they aren't, because it's an incomplete. It's not like very precise, and it's incomplete, and there's a lot of moving parts in the world. So I don't see. I think the negatives of getting a face rating outweigh the benefits every time.
Okay. The beauty standard is objective. We have AI, however, makes decisions based on data that people give it, so its decision making is still based on our own. I would say that's very true.
It is true.
I mean, unless like I don't. Can you even have a sentient AI that would like even like? That's my main problem with AI. Is like how would you measure a sentience or sentient? Obviously, I think it's sentience. How do you even measure that? And then beyond that, like that thing was still coded by a human being. So like, are we just gonna base our decisions off of like something that was made off of a man? Or I don't know. It seems like a really weird thing. Is like, I guess I'm looking for like an AI that's like made from like. Can you even make an objective AI to begin with?
Yeah. Like, of course, it's not going to be objective. You just gotta, because what metrics you give it, or what it's going to
Will matter. Yeah.
prioritize, and what kind of values, like what is it trying to create?
I guess if I was to ask that question again, would you go from like a god perspective? If you were like a god above, like you would know everything. So you would obviously know like what's objectively attractive, what's objectively ugly, and stuff like that. So I guess that makes the question kind of null, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah, a moot point. But
But then
that's
again,
pretty
like,
bad.
what are my goals? Like, is my goal to have a functioning like body of people that are continue to thrive, or is my goal to make like the prettiest people?
Yeah,
Like, that's the kind of thing.
the Ubermensch and the Untermensch or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are my goals here? And do I want to like maybe have different like classes of human for diversity that perform different tasks? Like, if I was that like AI god that was like running the world as a benevolent dictator, I probably would try to like have different like classes of people,
Yeah,
like
you would think that way too, honestly, because you have like I mean, you see this in economics too. But if you
different
separate,
roles.
if set segregation of duties and stuff like that, and specialization and stuff like that, people who do different things because you need different roles done or different things done in your society to make things function.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
everybody
because
can't be a fucking
you
like
wouldn't view the individual, you would view the whole body. and
yeah.
and you probably would like do some things that would be considered on like, if you as an individual, it'd be considered like an atrocity or something. But like, you're not looking at the individual, which is why you got to be careful of like what you give the AI as commands, or what you value.
Let's see. Do you think I'm going to ask this question here? I think it's a good question to ask. Do you think there's a genetic component to IQ?
Uh,
And
there
do you think
probably
conversation
is.
is an IQ filter?
There probably is. It's just hard to really isolate. And like IQ itself, like I don't really see that being like the greatest like metric for the how a
How to
person's
value a human being or
aptitude.
something?
Because
Okay.
like there's some, you can pick up on patterns really well, and like still not be that bright of a
I mean,
person.
IQ has generally been a pretty good estimation of G, which is general intelligence. And then
Yeah.
that normally, you can normally predict somebody's income. If you know their IQ, you can predict with a pretty good level of precision their income as well, which is insane to me. I mean, it shouldn't
Yeah.
be insane, but it is. Like this
Yeah,
idea of
yeah. It
like,
make like some things make sense, because like you could pick up on like, you could connect things, to, categorize them. You can like follow trends a lot better. And like
yeah,
I think they said like if someone's is like 80 IQ or below, they can't like
be in the
actually
military, I
follow
believe.
it. They can't
Yeah.
follow instructions. Like, they're incapable of it, is what someone said. So there probably is a large genetic component. It's just like, do you really need everyone to be like
You don't need
galaxy
everybody to
brain
be
though? Is the thing.
galaxy brain fucking 1 million IQ fucking geniuses here. We don't
Like,
need all
some of
that
your
either.
workers, you actually probably don't want them to be
Yeah,
galaxy brain.
absolutely. Let's see. Oh yeah, this second question, follow up question to that was that: do you think conversation is an IQ filter? Do you think women pick up on that?
Conversation is IQ. Can you repeat the
Is
question?
an IQ filter? So it's like they're going to be listening to the way you talk, the way you behave, or effectively the way you talk, how you carry yourself in a conversation, what your thought process is on stuff. And you think they're going to think that women actually subconsciously look at that and think of like, okay, this guy's pretty smart.
Sometimes, but like, again, like, I see it like a threshold. Like, you're not like riding the bus with the helmet on. I think that's like, the bar is it's kind of like you reach a bar and then you're there. Of course, like, it's not like I don't think it's like the top priority. But as long as like you meet like a threshold that through the conversation, then you're good. And of course, like she's gonna be hopeful. Like if like you're gonna have like your looks compensate for something. Like, all
Yeah.
right, yeah, he's kind of dumb, but like I'm hoping that he just kind of doesn't care.
Kind of nervous on the first date or something like that. Or
He's kind of
yeah, or
nervous.
something
Like
he
she'll make
said. Yeah.
excuses for the guy and figure it out. But yeah, I guess they are screening for that because I'm sure they don't want to have like a dumb kid.
Yeah. So let's say I got three more questions here really to go through.
But there is one thing though, is like
Go ahead.
I don't think that they want to be like I don't think that they're willing to like have someone that's like completely IQ mogs them to the point where a conversation just doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Cause like if let's say you're like a standard deviation above someone else, that conversation is gonna suck balls, man.
You can't even have a conversation with that person. They're gonna be so far ahead of you.
Yeah,
Or so,
they're gonna be
you're
like,
gonna be
what?
so far behind. You're like, what are you even talking
Like,
about? Like,
you're gonna like reference something that you think they'll pick up on, and they'll be like, what? What?
Yeah, people forget how much like that cultural references and stuff like that matters in conversation. Dude, being able to pick up on stuff like that is really important. If you're just so fucking smart, or you're so much of a recluse, you don't have any cultural experiences with like movies or TV shows that you can pick up on references, you're kind of fucked in conversation.
Yeah, well, even if you're high IQ and have that, you might try to make a joke or a reference that just flies over someone's head.
Someone's head, yeah, easily, very
easily. Yeah, I guess like maybe that's what they mean when they say like humor. They like humor because like
being witty.
It takes some brains to come up with like decent jokes or pick up on certain things in your surroundings that other people wouldn't. Like it takes some intelligence to do that. So it's kind of like I guess maybe humor could be like the IQ screen in some areas.
Could be, yeah. Yeah, I've heard if you're witty or being witty or being able to make a joke or something like that is really
no, don't fucking like self-deprecate and be a clown.
Self what?
Like don't be a jester maxer and just bring yourself down and be like, oh, laugh at me, kind of thing. That's how you become
around like a fucking
that's
joke.
How you just become sad. That's just sad.
A sad clown.
Which is why I think a lot of the better stand-up comedians they have like incel-esque traits. Like it's usually like a short bald guy that's pretty funny, or like a big old dude who's like ugly.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, like ugly dudes. It's usually like ugly men, like or like short, fat, bald men. Like they usually have pretty good sets. Or like I'm not saying every one of those guys is funny because you have to be smart enough to come up with jokes. But it's a trend I notice that a lot of the funnier guys have kind of the incel traits.
Let's hear the pretty controversial question. Do you think was or is female liberation worth it?
I mean, I wasn't around before that shit really, so
yeah,
I can't really gauge it. It kind of just is.
For you, yeah, for sure. Yeah. For us, really, at the end of the day, it's true. Like we grew up in this era of like effectively, quote unquote equality. So we don't really know what it was like to be.
I bet those like people in 1950, like they probably had a similar thing. Like we're liberating them too much. They probably were thinking that too. Some of the guys
probably were.
So there's always going to be something that you're always going to be like born in the wrong generation type people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Looking back and like, oh, so much better back then. And when they're kind of like, it's just there's a lot of perspective in there. It's just kind of you got to adapt to what you have.
All right, and last two questions here, and I'll have to let you get off and go on about your day. What would you tell a young man today, aged like 16 to 24? What would you tell them to do? Like, what are 3 things you would tell them to do?
Ooh, figure out what you truly want. That's probably the big one. Figure out what you're capable of. Then don't be afraid to shoot for those things, because if you fail and you realize it's not viable, you can find something else.
Okay,
that's probably the idea, and it kind of boils down to I tell guys to treat the world like their lab, and that takes like self-awareness and courage and clarity. It's kind of the key tenets of that.
if I could talk to a young man today, I would probably tell them to, once again, with my little phrase here, take an honest assessment of yourself and go from there. Like know what you're capable of, know what you're not capable of, and go from there and find your niche within that within those parameters effectively. I'd probably would tell them you know invest, like save your money and invest. Don't be filled with your cash. And then I would probably tell them, don't get fat. Like just stay, just like stay skinny and stay fit. And if I had to, if I had to add in a fourth thing, really,
definitely
or
value your
just like
health, man.
maintain your health for sure. And then if I had to tell them a fourth thing, I had to add a fourth. I'm going to cheat here. I would probably tell them to maintain social circles as well, maintain your friend circles as well.
Well, that ties into health, though. Like I think
mental health, I suppose. Yeah,
that ties into health because like I think there's like more and more studies coming out that the people that get Alzheimer's when they get old are the ones that have less social circles than the people with more social interaction keep their mind. Because if you think of it though, what takes more like mental energy, like more like mental focus, like balancing a social circle and figuring out like the hierarchy and like being able to interact with people. That takes a lot of thinking to do that you might do intuitively. But it's still a lot more stimulating than doing a damn Sudoku puzzle in the newspaper.
Yeah,
you see like a lot of old people cope and say that it's going to prevent me from getting Alzheimer's. Like,
nah, dog, it's over, dog.
no, man. Like your social circles will help you keep your mind.
And just having people around you in general just makes your life, it just feels more like, you're not alone in the world. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. You're a social creature. You're meant to be in communities. And you're not meant to be an atomized individual alone in your basement eating Cheetos and playing video games all day and day long. And the last question of the night, the big one, not of the night, but whatever. The last question to Caduceus here. What would you tell a young woman?
Whew, that's tough.
Like,
probably,
what would you tell your daughter, your future daughter, if you had a daughter like that? 3 things.
Okay, 3 things. Well, one, this is actually something that my mom told my sister. The beauty is power. As a woman, where you get a lot of leverage out of it, and it will fade someday. So just kind of like keep in mind that like that's a way that you can like don't wait too long and act like it's going to be there forever, because it's not. Again, like take care of yourself. That general advice works for men and women. And it's kind of tough because like you could say try, like if you do like the try and out thing, it might like lead to a fucking CC happening.
CC, yeah. I would. The first one you brought up is very important. Yeah, but that CC shit's real. Yeah,
I don't know. Kind of like, I would say like figure out like, again, like honestly assess yourself. Figure out like, do you want the career or do you want the family? And majority of them deep down actually want the family.
Yeah.
And
I would probably
prioritize it. Like even though you might like want to be good in other areas, because let's be real, a lot of ladies, like they have fine careers, they do a great job, and they feel miserable.
Yeah, I think women are more SSRIs than they ever have been in history. So
yeah, so I can't really give the best advice because I don't know what they exactly go through.
Yeah,
but
I think the one you named about, like, I would even reference that of like know your value or know your worth as a woman. Like, know what you're capable of, and know that your beauty is on a timeline or is on a timer, and you only have a certain amount of time to ask the cash.
Yeah, and the same thing, the kids thing too. Like,
yeah, you're on a biological clock. You only have certain time to cash that shit in before it comes too late.
Like as a dude, I could like, there's not really a clock. I can knock someone up when I'm like well into like my 50s or 60s. Like I probably wouldn't want to do that, but it's possible. But if there's a woman, like she hits menopause, it's over. And like often like the years before, you increase your odds of birth defects. Like it's a whole other mess. Your body isn't like as, it doesn't your connective tissues a bit saggier. So pushing a baby out in the 30s versus in 20s.
Oh yeah,
you might like get the weird abdomen. The titties are gonna get all stretched out from getting milk sucked on. like that kind of stuff. Like you're gonna lose the body at
some point.
you're gonna lose the body at a greater cost at an older age pregnancy than a younger pregnancy as well. So it's kind of like prioritize what you really want. The same idea, know themselves, and that's going to be a lot harder, I think, for a woman than a dude because they have practically the whole world's their oyster. They can like hop on the ride for like a lot of people as long as they aren't like completely disgusting.
Yeah. I would probably tell my daughter or a woman today, don't be a hoe. I think that OGIT guy right here, don't be a hoe. Wait until marriage effectively. Know your value as a woman. Like know that your beauty is going to fade one day, and you're not going to be.
Yeah, and she would have to have a good example in her life too.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like kids, they don't learn from words; they learn from examples.
Absolutely,
that kind of thing. And if even if like she's like trying to hide the hoeing on the side, let's say like she's on the OnlyFans,
yeah,
but like at home she still cooks and does all that stuff. The kid's gonna like pick up on like the behaviors.
Yeah, absolutely,
and realize that, oh, this is what's going on. I can do that.
And then I guess the last thing I would probably say, if I had to pick 3 things, I guess, it's at the tip of my tongue. What the hell is it? I said, don't be a hoe effectively, or wait till marriage, respect, and then probably just have children. Like you do what your biology tells you to do, which is to have children. Like just have fucking kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy shit. All right, Caduce, you have any questions for me? You have any comments, any observations?
No, I'm having a great time on the show. Happy 100th.
Yeah, dude, crazy.
Yeah, and you should hit me up in the DMs. You'd be a great interview guest for my show.
Yeah, for sure. Let me know when you're having your show every once in a while. I'll hop on. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah.
Yeah, we could schedule you to be the primary person, where we can have you one-on-one for a bit, and then I'll open the panel and people can ask you questions.
Yeah, sounds like a plan, dude. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. Let's see. Does the chat have any questions for Caduce? Let's see if the chat has any questions real quick before I let you go.
I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
All right, buddy. I gotta go too. Let's wait for the chat to come back, and I'll go to the bathroom too. So give me a sec.
I'm back, boyos. Mystery must have hit the toilet too. Oh, what's up, man?
Had to do what I gotta do, man. They are pinged together. Oh my god, Dusty, no, we're not
crossing streams and everything, man.
No. The stream's gonna keep going, dude. We're not gonna stop here. We're stopping at 10:00 at night, dude. Something like that. Go dropping the not doing that, dude. If I'm back that fast, I'm good.
He's still on the porcelain throne, man.
The porcelain throne is chilling out, dude.
He's pinching the loaf right now.
Let's see. Anybody else got any questions here? Was it Jack Tisson who said that one of the family members had 100 grandkids? The fuck? Holy shit.
Yeah, high reward on that high risk investment.
Yeah, for sure.
That is. Yeah, that's kind of the idea that study we're talking about earlier. Like one male can father like 100 kids, but there's also a higher chance that he craps out and gets 0.
Yeah,
That
easily.
thing. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Caduceus.
Yeah, if there's
Well, yeah,
nothing
got any
to say,
questions, dude?
I'm gonna. Do you mind if I promote myself a little bit?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was gonna tell you to do that. Promote yourself on the stream, dude. Go ahead
Yeah,
and
well,
I gave you a mod thing so you can post your link in the chat as well.
Oh hell yeah, yeah! I could throw my link in the chat after I drop down. But my channel name is the Vital Message. I do interview style content and maybe some like random fun streams. Like I might be playing a game or getting some weird zany guests. I've interviewed guys like Wheat Waffles, Authentic Alphas, Alex Playing with Fire, some Manosphere guys, Black Pill guys, Red Pill guys, and people outside of the sphere. Tonight, there's gonna be a debate on my channel between QB Willie and Stefan the Educated Tyrone. I look forward to having guys like Mystery School on here, and I'll drop my links to my YouTube channel, my Discord, and my Instagram if you guys want to check me out. But thanks for having me, Mystery.
No problem, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude. See you next time.
See you next time.
All right. First guest down. We got our first guest down. You guys like the first guest? Let's get a poll going real quick. Let's see. Did you like the first guest? So no, ask your community. See what they say. Let's see. I think I got to get who else is supposed to come on here? Medicann, are you able to come on, my dude? Maybe I should do some memes. Here's the Caduceus' YouTube channel if you want to go to that. There's links right there in the description so you can join. Beautiful shit, dude. Beautiful shit. All right. Do some quick memes here. We got some meme time here. Put on some music. Music's not on? Oh yeah, I gotta give Medicann Coping a link to the chat. Copy clipboard. Go to Discord. Medicann Coping. Where's he at? Medicann Coping. How have I not sent Medicann a fucking thing yet? A message yet? There we go. There you go, Medicann. There you go. If I couldn't find your fucking your profile, it's kind of weird. Music is off. Oh, let me fix the music then. I didn't know it was off. Give me a sec, guys. Stop the screen. Share screen. Share screen 2. Share system audio. Oh snap! I think I'm muting. There we go. I'm back. Something my computer froze for a second. It's kind of weird. You guys hear the music now? Let me cut on some synthwave actually. Synthwave, no copyright. Do that. Oh, it's good to have a little bit of synthwave on. All right, we got Medicann, our friend Medicann Coping up next, dude. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. Let me put on an intermission here. Let me get some more food. Kind of hungry. We'll put on a Clown World meme. Medicann, I'll get to you in a second, my dude. Just give me 1 sec. Put on a meme real quick and I'll give me some food real quick. All right, guys, we're back on the scene here. Let's kept me to wrong meme. There we go. Medicann, do you want the music on or off? What do you care? Do you care about that or what? In poll, all right. I'm not sure if Medicann cares. Let me let him in real quick. All right. Our next guest, Medicann Coping. He has a channel on YouTube. Everybody knows the guy. I've been on here a few times, so let's get him on for a one-on-one chat. Medicann, that you?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me here.
What's going on, buddy?
It used to be Medical Black Pill, but I had to tactically change the name because I have a suspicion the AI overlords will be wiping us. You know, this lingo is, unacceptable in this reality, apparently.
I would agree. I feel like people who had names that had incel in them or black pill in them definitely got screwed over by the algorithm for sure. I probably am too, really, with my name having cope in it, so who knows?
Yeah. Coping sounds so neutral and peaceful, and it sounds as if I'm trying to help myself, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's what it sounds like.
Sure.
Medicann, it's been a while, my dude. I think I've been on your stream a few times too, actually. So we've been me and you have been in talk for a long time now, actually. So good shit. So Medicann. Oh, go ahead.
No. It's just you sometimes join my cope streams, and it's good input. Like always.
It's good copium, my dude. It's good copium.
Yeah.
All right, Medicann. Let's get some questions going. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked him, just a few more actually.
Hold on.
Okay.
Everything what Caduceus said was spot on. There was nothing I would like to add or adjust. Yeah. It was very based. Yeah. Good guest he was.
Good shit. All right, well. What's your story, Medicann? How'd you get to the manosphere? How'd you get to the black pill? What got you here?
Story, I mean, but where should I start? How deep, how far?
You can go as far as you want, or how long you want the interview to be, I guess. So you can go as long as you want, my dude.
Okay, so to make it interesting, let's rewind back to mid-90s. Literally to the kindergarten in the 95. All right.
Let's do it.
I remember, I'm telling you, even then, I was women were fascinating as a kid to other kids, right?
Yeah.
But even then, they treated me with disrespect, putting me down, looking through me. You know what I'm trying to say? It was measured even back then. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that kids always know kids just inherently know who's more attractive and who's not.
So it was black pilled since fucking start, but only after, I guess, Face and LMS was the milestone where we figured out these observations has a name. There's a name attached to it, right?
Yeah.
So that's that, yeah. Well, you know the story. I used to be red pilled. I used to call myself MGTOW.
Yeah, Copetow.
Until we discovered, the black pill, the real observations, yeah.
What's the? I know you're in what country are you in again?
I'm in Central Europe.
Central Europe, okay.
Eastern Europe.
What's the lay of the land like there when it comes to like the gender relations? I know you said your demographic pyramid is horrible. We've looked at it before in the past, but it's pretty bad, and that you really don't have a lot of opportunities there to even meet women, right?
It's a very special place because you are stuck between superpowers that have beef, right? Germany, Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Then economy is also a joke. Then everybody is white. So, and also everybody is relatively tall.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a grind. I mastered low-cost living because of that. Yeah.
Oh, low-cost living, you said?
Low-cost living lifestyle, like food only. Yeah, literally, I don't even care what I wear at this point.
me get these bots out of here. Let's get the mods in the chat. Make sure the mods keep the chat clean. There you guys go. All right. Oh, Embrios got it. Good shit. So yeah, dang, that sounds pretty rough, dude. So, but how does that low cost lifestyle work? What exactly do you buy? What don't you buy? What do you How does that?
It's good because you know how there are these jokes about how men are coping deeplessly, endlessly, widelessly, right?
Yeah.
You know? So I'm one of them. I'm proud of how good I can cope, and Foids probably hate me that I can survive on €200 on month. They probably think I'm the one who is setting the bar low in this society, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but I'm proud. I mean, I've been sent, I guess, no?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, someone said Guitar Max Fly. I've seen you play before. You're pretty good. How'd you get into that?
Massive cope, let me tell you. Let's rewind the clock back to 2004, 5. And I liked Prodigy, the band.
Yeah.
But then I started to see that there are other music genres in this world, like rock and metal, right?
Yeah.
And then you figure out there are instruments like drums and guitar, and there is a whole subculture surrounding this. And suddenly there are also women, there is audience, there are money to make, there is recognition, yada yada. So you kind of get into it, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to be noticed, you have to have some skill, because I noticed like untalented Chad can pick a guitar. Floyd's gonna chase him. You know what I'm about to say, right?
Yeah.
I don't have to continue. So I told myself, okay, if I master this into a point where everybody can hear there is a hard work and skill involved, maybe it's gonna get me somewhere, right? So that was the massive cope, the endless self-improvement meme, right?
Yeah, big meme.
Yeah, the red pill stage, red pill era, pretty much. But luckily, when I find black pill, I already mastered all the instruments. So now it's a hobby, I guess, right?
Yeah, something to do, I guess, when you're bored or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. How would you do you do the whole do you agree with the whole a rating system? Do you think that men can rate other men? What do you think about ratings?
Let's see. Tales categorized this into female gaze and male gaze. So if a male is rating other men, that is absolute nonsense. You can only give him technicalities. It only matters what Foyd thinks of your face, I guess. Scopes said it. You are what women thinks of you, no?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. I think it's really I think I think you're the one that told me about that stream too, or maybe somebody else.
Of course, this topic is it's a salad, but I give you an example. Casey Neistat, right?
Yeah, that guy. Remember him?
Okay, to us men, he look comical. He look like a mushroom, like a weirdo. But I'm telling you, Foids are chasing him. Some strange, odd protrusions. We find it comical. Foids find it fascinating. So there it is. This is the consensus, right?
Yeah.
So
would you say that's due more to his status on YouTube and stuff like that versus his looks, or you think it's literally just raw attraction of looks?
He would do good in reality, even without the YouTube.
Okay.
It's the same style with Adrian Brody. Yeah, he looked like a raven, and yet Foids
look like a raven.
Yeah, shit! Chasing that. So like, yeah, this is vanilla topics. So let's move on to the next question.
Yeah, the next question here. I guess in 2022, where exactly is the line between red and black and blue pill? What exactly is where's the line at now? Like, it feels like there's a lot more like red pill is accepting black pill doctrine of like looks mattering now, and nobody really like knowing what's what's what anymore. Like at the end of the day, like are red pillers are accepting the black pill now. Blue pillers are becoming more red pilled, at least in my from what I've been seeing anyway.
If you ask,
yeah, go ahead.
So Foyers don't even know that the black pill exists. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree.
And to me, modern red pill is only combination of scams, chat advice, and Gen X misdoubts.
Gen X misdoubts.
That's it. I mean, do you see anything else? Or?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I don't know what red pill ideology is anymore at this point. Because like, if they're just going to accept all of our ideas and all of our doctrine at this point that looks matter and looks are paramount in my opinion, like what exactly what's your point of existing?
To be happy at home, which I'm not allowed.
Yeah, I don't know either. No? Weird. Someone sent me a message. Hold me a sec on Discord.
Basque? What is Basque?
Oh yeah, he's getting our friend on the stream. So either way, let's keep going here. Yeah, so it seems like the pill Overton window is shifting back to being more black, huh? That's a good way to put it, I guess. Wouldn't mind coming on afterwards. Okay, yeah, I would best base Escortcel on too for sure. What does the black pill mean in 2022 now? What does it mean to be black pilled?
Okay. To me, black pill is just a collection of realizations. Yeah. You know?
Yeah. That's really all it is. Yeah, it's a collection of. I mean, would you call it the truth? Or would you just call it realizations, though?
I won't dare to call it truth, but
okay.
if we can observe something and measure and analyze it, and then be honest about it, then we probably got black pill, because there's no sugarcoat, no hope fuel, right? False hope, bullshit. I'm not selling anything. I'm open to donations. That's it.
Who isn't open to donations, dude? Right?
Attraction is non-negotiable. Friendships are non-negotiable. Either somebody like Medicann or somebody don't like Medicann. It's 1 or 0. You know?
Yeah. Let's see. This is a pretty good question. What do you hate about black pill ideology or black pill thinking? What do you hate about it the most?
Nothing. It's absolute and beautiful and perfectly accurate, and it's liberating, and it's saving lives. And every time you black pill somebody, you will liberate him.
Are you familiar with DBDR?
Oh, he's familiar with us.
Yeah, DBDR. I think he's on Discord. I know he is. I tried to get him on this show, but he wouldn't come on, or I couldn't get in contact with the guy. But I remember he seems to have he's definitely hit a lot of black pills for sure. He's finding them now, and it seems like Gen Z is becoming the most black pill generation of all time. Like they're getting black pill by TikTok, black pill by fucking, to be honest, by real life, reality.
I am very disconnected from the lifestyle of DBDR because 3 things. I can't relate to him because he's American, he's a Zoomer, and he's ginger, and I simply I'm sorry, but I don't have any advice for him. I don't know what's his problem. People are saying he is lacking self-respect. I have no idea what is his true problem, but
I think he's posted pictures of it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Girls don't like gingers, so I guess that's the deal, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think he openly admits that it's his looks. Oftentimes, he agrees with lookism. He agrees with the economic situation. He agrees that the social situation sucks, and that in reality, that he's just his entire generation's just fucked. Like there's nobody's having kids. Nobody's fucking. The women are fucking chads. Like nobody's really doing anything. Like it's just like a fucked generation completely. You know what I mean? Like it's completely fucked as a generation. So.
Yeah, I'm glad that DBDR is my fan, but I don't know more about him per se.
Yeah. What do you think of the primary cause of insultum?
Demographics and also something to do with how to say this. The consensus has been set strangely you know, it's a cyberspace, social media, dating, hookup culture, corporativism. Man, it's a combination of a shitstorm, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely a multivariable, multi-factored thing. I remember when Informatics had a discussion with who were the two guys? It was like Black Pill 2021 or something like that, and the other guy, what's that guy's name? It's at the tip of my tongue. What was that guy's name? He has a girlfriend or a wife or something like that. I forgot his name, but that guy. And they were debating more less about that it was a sociological thing or something like that, and that has less to do with lookism or something like that. Which you know, I think it all matters. I think you should be looking at it from a holistic standpoint, just looking at all factors that lead to someone being an incel, and not just like the lookism part, or not just the demographics. It all matters.
No,
like,
as a matter of fact, I didn't say lookism. Yeah. I didn't say lookism in this collection of reasons. Just to show you that there are many other reasons also.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, it was Jay Tahoe, or whatever the guy's name was. Yeah.
But of course, my height is a sabotage. So like, which makes me have a location cell, I guess.
Do you think there's such thing as objective looks, like being objectively good looking? Like that even a man can tell, or even with the male or female gaze, you can tell someone that's really attractive.
There are parameters that can be measured, but here's the deal. I was thinking recently that God put aboriginals on this planet to actually give Kuris mogging chance. So Kuris are not on the bottom.
Dude.
You know, so I don't know what's objective anymore.
I'm just saying, like,
how can what is subjective when people tell me I'm sick because I like fake tits, for example, but I think that's aesthetically pleasing, and people call me sick. So where is the truth? Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, you see?
I would just say, like, is there like a way to like a computer or some sort of objective measure you can use to like look at somebody and say, hey, that guy's objectively good looking, or that woman's objectively good looking? Could you come to a consensus on that? Like, could you come to a bell curve type of consensus on that, where like, okay, the far left of the curve has these features, the middle of the curve has these features, and the left side of the curve has these features, the right side of the curve has these features. Yeah.
The whole surgery industry, I guess, exists for this reason. I mean, they have measurements.
Yeah. I would assume they would.
Yeah.
It would only make sense, you know. Like, it makes sense to have like certain people would be like, okay, like your jawline is this way, so we know that if we moved it up a centimeter here, you'd be like more attractive that way. This crazy shit like that would be probably in their calculus when it comes down to giving somebody surgery or something like that, to figure out what's going to make them more attractive, what's going to make them less attractive. So I think there has to be some sort of measure of attractiveness that you can measure on some sort of curve that's pretty easy to tell that, like, okay, like, yeah, we can tell that like the guy with the, you know, what's the guy's name? Is it Henry Cavill, or the guy's name is? Like, we all know he's attractive.
The black pill research goes even deeper. We know exactly what women like at this point, and that's the power we hold. But that's it, you know. Like,
what are your opinions on the race pill?
I think that we all bleed the same color.
Do you think certain races have an advantage in the dating market?
No, there are some bones have advantages, you know.
So you would say the featurism would be more of the the crux here, not so much the race of the skin color.
I hope you are not about to convince me that Broderick Hunter can't slay in Southeast Asia.
Nope, I would never say that.
Oh, okay. It's about the bones.
The bones, okay. So you don't think that the racial groups certain racial groups have certain features that would be unpalatable to overall when it comes to the dating market, or what?
Foids are colorblind. But why do they like Thanos, which is purple?
The jaw, dude. The jaw.
There you go.
Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to like pick your brain here, because I think that I think they've even done certain studies on certain phenotypes and certain racial groups, and you can rank the racial groups by their attractiveness. and people tend to rank like certain races more attractive than other races are. So, and I guess the features would go along with the phenotypes would go along with the races as well. So it
yes,
comes down to it.
Ethnic tax is real, but we are talking about average tools. Yeah. Broderick Hunter is proving that it's possible to be on top and be black. It's possible.
Yeah. What should society do about the incel issue? Do you think society will actually fix the issue? Or do you think society is going to kick the can on the road? What's the solution to the incel problem?
It's a $1 question. $1 billion question. If anybody invent the answer, then it's gonna be billionaire. Yeah.
You're not wrong there.
This reminds me of invention of machine gun. They invented way to kill people too fast. Now we have to invent way to give coitus people to the people. What are you gonna do? Snuggle dolls, androids, cloning? Yeah. I don't know.
What do you think of the do you remember, did you watch that Wheat Waffles video about his attractiveness scale where he's like, he talks about there's a 1 through 4 is incel, 5 through 7 is normie, and 8 through 10 is Chad? Did you watch that video?
Okay, I loved Waffles when he had 300 subscribers.
Sure.
And then I figured out he's just an excellent businessman and he's treating YouTube as a marketing scheme. So, but listen, he never made any mistakes. I can't hate him. He's just excellent businessman, and I'm sorry he's like delivering bad news to desperate people, but I guess that's his niche. I mean, I can't hate him.
Do you think that scale is accurate? Or do you think the scale is a little bit too skewed? Or do you think it should be based more on the female gaze and not the male gaze?
I just think he is smart enough to become a millionaire in 1 year, and I don't know anything else about his face ratings.
Let's see. One of that question already. I guess here's I think you probably already answered this question before, at least when we talked about social media. But do you think the perception of average has been warped by social media? Like, what is average versus what is actually what the average is versus what actually is what we perceive as being average?
Here I can maybe quote first. He said something about apex fallacy, right?
Yeah, apex fallacy.
Suddenly all the girls are sharing the hive mind of aiming at top 10% of men. The error margin is suddenly insane. Even Chad is competing for scrapes, And then voids are so frigid, you can see it on the birth rates. If kids are not popping out, then nobody is having coitus, right?
Well, it's not that they're not having coitus, it's that they're using protection or using other methods to not get pregnant, right?
Like they can't be talked into one.
Well, yeah, it definitely seems like women don't seem to want to have don't seem to want to have kids anymore. That's what it appears to me. They're extremely career focused. They're extremely they're all focused on their life and their lifestyle. They don't really seem to care about having kids anymore, which is really strange to me. But so it seems like they'd rather have more fun in their life than actually settle down and have a family and do the whole mother and father thing. You know what I mean?
They are interested in becoming a chat manager suddenly.
Chat manager.
Yeah.
What do you consider that to be? Just someone that owns the chat and the chat is the boyfriend, and they kind of figure it out from there.
No, I'm just saying, modern women are suddenly starting to pursue men traits.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Suddenly they want to be bosses and manage stuff and have their own money, have their own power, and they are getting it.
Do you think women are truly happy in that situation, though, or what?
Do you think chicken is happy if you give it options?
A chicken is happy?
That's my answer. Do you think chicken is happy if you give it an options?
It depends on how many options you give it. If you give it like unlimited options of pecking food to get, it might not even know what to do.
I'm not sure if females think that much and that hard as we do.
Yeah. I just
I had
noticed
to.
that like the antidepressant rates up for them. They use more antidepressants than they ever have, and they don't seem on every metric they go off for women. They don't appear to be any happier than what they used to be. So like they just don't appear to be happy as they used to be. So like I'm just wondering, are they actually happy with the dating situation right now and the whole mating and dating situation, or are they just kind of like coping with it with like buying cats and dogs or being dog moms or being a career woman or something like that?
They are designed to be snuggled, so yeah, I wouldn't have too much confidence in them thinking.
You wouldn't have what?
Confidence in them thinking. Women only feels. They're super emotional. Everything is now to them. You know
Yeah. So, Medicann, what made you start your channel? What was your inspiration for your channel? Who inspired you?
Well, easy answer would be probably Face and LMS. When I saw those looks lives and those What Attracts Women series, and it totally blew my mind. Suddenly I knew you can't talk your way into PE, right? Yeah, it was a huge milestone when I saw Faces content in like 2017 maybe.
Yeah.
And then I decided, I actually saw how underrated it was. And also that truth was so shocking to me that I decided to spread it further. I decided more people must know. This is what is really serious issue. This is shocking and groundbreaking, and yeah, it's time to call bullshit on MGTOW. And basically,
what do you think of MGTOW right now? It's kind of dying a slow, painful death over time now. Nobody's really MGTOW's like lost all.
It's now obsolete, like the oldest Terminator that you can imagine.
Yeah, it really has lost prominence. I remember when that was like the primary like male or manosphere ideology. That was like the biggest part of the manosphere at the end of the day with MGTOW, and now it's kind of like who's left? What, Sandman and like what? Who else fucking posting anything really about?
As a matter of fact, yeah, Sandman was how I discovered MGTOW, maybe 2011.
Yeah.
And I was thinking like, wow, this is cool. This is awesome. If I'm going to ignore foids, they're going to chase me. This is what I was thinking in my stupid head, stupid red-pilled head.
Yeah, something that Caduceus brought up that I really agree with is that like people pretend as if like you don't have a sex drive anymore or something like that. When it's like you still do. Like you still have these urges and these desires to be with a woman, and it's like, well, you can't just ignore that shit. Like it doesn't go away.
And years later, we discovered that MGTOWs are simply incels in denial. And if women are not chasing you, they are not interested. End of story. Yeah, this is what Black Pill saying, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, you have 50 people in the house.
It's crazy, dude. I didn't know maybe people showing up around. It's only 3:27 here too, but it's insane. So I'm surprised. Who knows how I'll get it later on. People actually watching this shit. Crazy shit. Either way, do you think that some men use the black pill, or some people use the black pill as an excuse to do nothing, like it's like a cope on their own, like just to like
sometimes
work is cope, or this is cope, or that is cope, and everything's cope, and it's like okay.
I tell you that some men don't belong here, and some men are killing their youthness and potential being here. That I can tell you. And also, I'm confused about all the mental cells because I just simply can't relate to mentally ill person. I don't know what to do with them. So,
yeah.
Or can you be more specific?
Well, I mean, I think I use one example. Like people always say, like, "Well, work is cope." It's like, okay, well then, like, what are you gonna do? Let's live in a fucking cardboard box and die? I don't what do you want me to do? Like, I don't want to live the lifestyle of a fucking hermit, literally doing nothing. But like, people will use the example like work is cope. It's like, I don't know, dude. Work is not. I mean, is it a cope? I guess you're coping with the idea that you can't really not do work. I guess something like that. So I guess it kind of works out in the end. At the end of the day, but like, it seems like the big I've heard that one a few times where work is cope, where like, everything's kind of cope now. Everything's like, oh, you're coping with life, or you're coping with that. And it's like, yeah.
A year ago, I used to say that for incels, everything that is not intimacy is cope.
Yeah,
because
would you
that
still
intimacy
agree with
can't
that?
be reached. Yeah, that intimacy is non-negotiable, unreachable. It can't be obtained for free somehow, Yeah.
All red pill works that way. It fills into your insecurity, so you have to keep coming back to get solution. That's true. Very true. Yeah, the current state of the red pill just appears to be like once again accepting black pill truth, and the blue pill is kind of like left to the wayside, and the black pill is kind of like having a moment right now a little bit, but when no one seems to like care as much as they used to. Like a lot of the old heads are kind of gone, or a lot of the old YouTubers are gone and stopped making content. So I remember for a long time this field was dying, and then new people showed up, and they started making videos again. So it's kind of cool to see the new blood show up, I guess.
Yeah. So,
what do you think about mental cells?
Let's see. Okay, we've seen evidence of foids being fascinated by severely retarded autistic vegetable that look like Chad. This is what we know. And then I keep meeting all kinds of autistic retards on the internet, and I feel sorry for them. They have terrible personalities. They're pieces of shit on top of bad looks. It's miserable, At least I fucking worked on my fucking personality, I guess, to some point.
Yeah.
In order to at least impress some other body boils or some shit, But what are they doing? They are fucked up beyond no repair, and I don't know what to think about them. I wish I can save them, but I guess they are not savable, right?
Yeah, of course not. And some people you can't save.
As a matter of fact, I don't know how mental illness works, so maybe next question, I guess.
What do you think about the IQ debate? What do you think about genes in general? Do you think genes matter? Do you think genetics matter?
That's all that matters.
Genes, yeah, I would. Okay, at least we agree there. Like, what do you think there's such thing as good and bad genes, like good genes and bad genes, like genes that are like preferable to certain environments and ones that aren't?
Well, traits, right?
Yeah, traits, yeah.
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, like for example, like being extremely tall or being extremely short. Like I would assume that given the environments, there could be environments where being extremely short could be advantageous, and being extremely tall could be disadvantageous, depending on what we're talking about. Like in a war or something like that, being like so tall people can see you above the fucking cover is not necessarily the best thing to have, obviously. So,
well, your question is very vague, and I don't know what are you asking, but I can give you an example that.
Sure.
For example,
give me an example of like the dating market that would possibly work. Yeah.
Chadlets and Tolfax can coexist both in incelosphere. There is combination of traits on both sides. Trade-offs also.
Yeah. Just trade-off. But that's what we're working with here at the end of the day is trade-off. Like would you rather be extremely tall and ugly, or effectively Shrek Max, or extremely short and really attractive or something like that?
I'm perfectly content and happy with who I am. I just simply apparently don't belong to these demographics, I guess.
Yeah.
These demographics should be shorter for me to blend in.
What do you make of the demographics arguments that have popped up over? I think that was fairly new, not new for us, I guess, but they've come up, and like those have been like the kind of been at the forefront of the incel debate for a long time now. When it came down to we kind of like dropped a look at them for a little bit and went to demographics, and those have been like really good conversations about like the reality is that actually there really aren't just that many women to go around to begin with as it is. Like there's just less people being born. So it's like overall, like it seems like the debates moved from like lookism over to like more serious things, like these macro events that are like extremely important.
If you look at the charts, you will see two disgusting anomalies: severe shortage of young women and extreme surplus of males, which means there's probably like 5 dudes competing for the same fucking foid. Mathematics is simply not gonna allow you to have intimacy,
Yeah.
But we are fully eligible. Nothing is wrong with us,
Demographics equals no nationalist nonsense. I mean, demographics do matter. Like demographics are more fucking thoughts here. My God. demographics do matter. Like, at the end of the day, like, if you have just flat out, the reality is that if you just flat out have less women and you have more men competing with less women, there's too much competition, and the women are going to get extremely inflated value. Like, they're going to become more valuable for time. This is just basic supply and demand, you know.
Escortcel thinks that demographics is nonsense and SnowNut stuff. I'm not even SnowNut, by the way.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, go ahead.
How can you explain the fact that even on workplace there is 8 dudes and 2 girls? I stand no chance if I'm short or have some disadvantage. Basically, that's the demographics.
Even the snow gnat stuff. Like, the snow gnats were actually, honestly, they were some of the first people I ever heard talking about demographics on the internet. It was kind of weird. They were actually somewhat right. Like, the white demographics were getting worse and worse and worse, while other races of rest are getting either stable or better. So, like, they were right. I mean, you can argue that their reason for doing that is not the reason for believing that is not, maybe not good, but they were actually kind of right about their observations of the world. But we can have a conversation about that basically Escortcel next whenever you get on here. Take a shot every time they say demographic.
They're laughing at this, but if demographics were correct and there would be more girls, then they would be chasing even uglier dudes. I mean, because there was a lust would be around and demand has to be met.
I guess the next question would be, is feminism worth it? Was the sexual revolution worth all this pain and suffering for people to be happier? Or to be worse off, actually, to be told. But do you think female liberation was worth the struggle it was that people did back in the 50s and 60s and 70s?
Mystery, I don't know. I was not around.
Yeah, you weren't around it, but you can see the effects of it, though, right? Like, you know the history of, like, at least of your own country, about what's going on back then, and now you know the history now. I'm like, well, you're like, what the fuck happened? Like, you're just kind of wondering, like, you go back in time and you look at the happy families you had back in the past, and now you don't see that anymore. And it's like, you kind of got to wonder, like, was this even worth it? Like, why'd you guys fight so hard for this when in reality it didn't provide anybody anything worth of value?
The feminism topic is one of the.
It's an old topic for sure. Yeah.
Move on to the next question.
Okay. I'll ask you the 2 questions I asked Caduceus at the end of this thing here. Let's do this again. So, what would you tell a young man in your country to do?
Well, I wish I can upload my consciousness to all the confused and lost minds out there. I just can't, in 1 minute, I can't give.
Well, and it's like 3 things you would tell somebody to do. Like 3 things. If you could tell a young person nowadays, like a Gen Z person, what to do, what would you tell them?
Research and stay lean. Yeah, stay healthy. And research possibilities that if you are not happy at home, then research some place on this planet that might give you, the respect and the happiness you need, you deserve,
Are you planning on geomaxing?
That's the plan, but with this economy, it's hard to save money.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Just curious, what do you make of geomaxing? Do you think it's still a viable option for most men in today's economy, or do you think it's not?
It's very simple, Mystery. I am. How to say this? I am failed normie loser manlet in the West, and I am a chadlight potential increased. So
yeah, true shit, dude.
I am absolute 100% the location cell. Yeah.
Come to Brazil, Medicann. I don't know. Do you want to go to Brazil?
Hell no. I need to blend within society that is kind of short, slim, poor, and warm. That is my style. Okay. Yeah. This is my advice for all the boys. Figure out what is your style and make sure you surround yourself with people that let you know who you are, basically.
Yeah. And what would you tell a young woman nowadays what to do? Well, let's say you had a daughter. Let's say you actually care about her. So, like, what would you tell her to do?
So, I would tell my black-pilled wife to take care of this. I can't relate to small girls. I just can't relate to small girls on any level. I don't know what to say.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I guess what would you as a father tell your daughter though? You would just relegate that to your wife.
I would just tell them some popular axioms that would help them stay safe. Well, I guess.
Ah, for sure. Sounds good. So, Medicann, you have any questions for me? Any questions from the chat for Medicann here?
Oh, well, we know each other how long now?
Yeah, I've been friends for like not friends, I guess acquaintances, right? For the last year and a half. You kind of already know each other a little bit, so
you qualify as my friend.
Okay, well there you go.
I hope I also.
Yeah, dude, you're a good guy, dude. I like you.
Yes. Questions? I mean, I don't know. Oh.
Will I keep doing this? Is that a question?
Somebody mentioned you plan to cease.
Cease? What do you mean?
Like pause?
Wait, what'd you say?
Well, Maurice told me you plan to do some small break on this.
Oh yeah, to stop doing SNC, maybe take like a month off or something like that. And I might just do more small impromptu streams, right? Just do like a weekday streams, right? Just stream like an hour or something like that, and go back to doing what I was doing before.
As a matter of fact, I like SNC more than those random.
Oh really? They're more organized, I guess.
They're longer and guests,
Yeah, the guests are always kind of nice. I'll open the panel up pretty soon once I get through all my regular guests, by the way. So if you want to hop on that one, that'd be kind of cool. But
if there will be good topic that I want to add, then I'm.
Yeah, you'll hop on for sure. Speech and eyesight improved. Those are the biggest factors for me in sleep. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, and if you got any comments here, questions, any observations, other than the get a haircut and shower. I mean, having an excess of low value men doesn't make a difference since men weren't gonna be seen as sexually attractive to begin with. Lol. Oh, you think you mean having an excess of even women, right? Because if you had an excess of, well, I don't know, like this is something I've actually gone back and forth in my head about actually in the past. Maybe you can give me some observations, Medicann. Do you think that how much of a role do you think society or sociology plays in dating? Like, obviously, it plays a huge role, obviously, but like, how much of a role do you think it plays? How much of it's like biology versus sociology or nature nurture?
It's completely hidden driving force that is very potent and absolute. It's in the air, like Phil Collins said.
Yeah.
Singing, and nobody says a thing except a bunch of low and hip people like me. It's unwritten consensus that the male thirstiness, the atmosphere is made out of it. Okay. It's disgusting. This world is a floating mold in nothingness that is made out of thirst. That's it.
Do you think that do you think we're going to see more ER events in the U.S. when it comes down to the because of how bad the
big time
the
every week?
Yeah, every week just one. Yeah, that's true. True shit, dude. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there's going to be far more events that we're going to see because I think there's one thing all these guys have in common is that they're all alone. They're lone wolves. They don't have any fucking friends, really. They don't have any girlfriends. Their family situations are bad. It's like the exact same story every fucking time. And it's like,
exactly.
Are you serious?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the exact same story every single time. And it's like the media just doesn't cover that part. Or they cover it, but it's like they don't see the implication there. The implication of that men are just flat out fucked. Like so many men are completely fucked in this market. And it's like, what do you expect them to do? Like, of course they're gonna go off the handle and go crazy. So
Oh no, their solution would be to install concrete barriers on the sidewalks, and that's it. Yeah, nobody
that's their
gonna
only
talk
solution.
about.
Yeah, they don't want to actually fix the issue. They want to just like basically sweep under the rug and call it a day. Yeah. All right. Well, Medicann, thanks for coming on, my dude. Thanks for being a guest.
I looking forward to hear your other guest. And,
all right, let's get Base Escortcel on next. I think Face wants to come on at some point, so if someone's trying to get Face and LMS on here.
So, and also tell people to check out my Odyssey and my YouTube.
Oh yeah, Medicann, plug your channel, my dude. I think are you a mod?
I don't know, but check out my Odyssey, basically Medicann.
Yeah, you can find Medicann on on Discord. He's on Discord a lot. He's also on. He has his own channel on YouTube, and he also has a channel on Odyssey. So if you want to send me the links, I can. If you send me the links in Discord, I can post them in the chat so you can get some.
Odyssey is super important because I'm reposting movies that are both black pilled and I am familiar with. So yeah, check out my Odyssey definitely. Yeah.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks for coming on, Medicann. Thanks for being a guest.
Sure. See you soon.
Bye, buddy. See you next time, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Base Escortcel. Let me send you a link to the chat so you can get in here. I don't know where facing LMS is right now, so I don't know what's going on. He might not come on today. Who knows? Let me read this. What's he saying here? Just got the chat. Tell him you'll be on 20 minutes or so. My bad. No, like 30 minutes. I need to say a quick hello. I am on the way to the gym to the hotel. Nice. You and your girlfriend staying at a hotel. All right, I'll pass the message along. Still getting dressed and packing. I ironed my white shirt and iron spewed, but in self luck had to iron. Need to fraud hard. It takes time. Including topics. Yeah, I need that shit too. He'll still be on, so take your time. Just call when you're walking in frauding hard. All right, well, he'll come on at some point, I guess. Let me got the invite link ready to go. Let me go to the Discord and go to, where's he at? Based Escortcel. It's like, I know I have him here. Where the hell is he? I thought I had you on Discord. Based, are you on Discord? Oh, add my new one. Okay, make sure what's your Discord so I can add you on Discord. I sent him the link. Oh, you did? Okay, good shit. Escortcel. Oh, there he is. Okay. Let me get him. That was a vital message. Let me get this thing in here. I seem to find you. It's weird. It won't pop up. Let me do this. Add friend. There, we'll do this instead. And friend request. Okay, we'll do that. There we go. Now I can send you a message. Here's the link. That's not the link. Give me one sec, buddy boyos. Let me get base Escortcel on here. Copy clipboard. All right, there we go. There's your chat. There's your message for the chat link. I'll open up the chat once I get Face on. If Face comes on, I'll get to open the chat. Not open for him rather, but I'll open the chat after we get to like the 4-hour mark or something like that. All right, let's get another guest on. Give me a sec. Let me go some food real quick. All right, let me put on a meme. Drop this down. Get Renegade #1 on. Can't get that guy on anymore. He's going to come back from the fucking dead or some shit. Let's get an intermutation going. Let's do one of our old ones. An old intermutation. All right, let's do an intermutation. Be back in a sec, my dudes. All right, we're back. We're good to go. Base Escortcel, do you want music on or off? What do you want to do? Do you have a preference on that? I don't mind it. Okay, let's get the music on then. Sounds like a fucking plan, dude. Let me get my notes up real quick. My questions. Same question for all the people, really. Just going to ask them in a different way. All right. Our next big guest, Based Escortcel. Coming on the scene. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, buddy? You sound pretty good.
Oh, nice. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I always got to ask every stream because I've been that dumbass that before that's done a stream where nothing actually records.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's the worst part.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck me, dude. Like, seriously?
Yeah, bro. Dude, it's ridiculous. I remember I did one of them once, and I'm just going on rambling, and I look in the chat, and then people are like dead air. I'm like, fuck.
Damn.
Yeah. It's over.
So how goes the escort selling, my dude?
I haven't gone in like a couple months, not due to the fact that it's mainly just been time has just been going by so fucking fast to the point that I've been like, wow, it's been 2 months since the last session.
Wow.
Yeah, just time has just been going by so fast, but I've gone maybe 4 or 5 times this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm curious.
How'd you say that's kept you kind of sane?
Yeah, just keep me from, I don't know, just doing crazy shit with my genitals.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just periodically go.
All right, then let's ask you some questions here. Let's get some interviews going here.
Okay.
All right, dude.
So
what's
how
your
is this
story?
going?
Yeah, what's your story, my dude?
Today's like a 12-hour call-in show, I guess.
I'm going for a long time. Yeah, I'm gonna open up the panel up pretty soon, but yeah, I'm just gonna keep the panel closed for now.
Okay. So, can you repeat the question? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, sure. Like, what's your story? What's your demographic data? You can share as much as you want or don't want to share.
So I've been into, let's see, I started off really blue-pilled, like, when I was young. Like, I remember, like, probably when we all started finding out about what pussy was in, like, 4th, 5th, 6th grade or whatever. I was like, okay, I had, like, some, like, one-itises and shit at the time, and I didn't really try. I tried a little bit, and I kind of just got, embarrassed and got clowned, or I was just, third wheeled and just kind of just discarded basically. And then eventually I started asking my parents I asked my dad mainly, because my mom, I mean, she kind of already knows it's over, but I mean, I asked my dad for advice, and he just gave me like really blue pilled shit, like, if you don't try, women will come to you, and once you get your house and a good job and go to college, you'll get your good Christian wife, and all this, just antiquated bullshit. And even back then, I didn't hear any other advice, so I just believed the blue pill stuff was right at the time. And I'm like, okay, all right. And I just went through that, and I was doing the whole, oh, if you don't try, the right one will come. And I was just not trying, not doing anything. And then eventually I just started realizing, okay, this was a bunch of bullshit. And I started going online, just looking up like advice for men and whatnot. And I always knew there was like a concept of like a hierarchy in terms of like attractiveness, I kind of always knew that I was like lower on the scale, right? But I didn't know I was like as low as I initially thought I was at the time. So like I just kind of kept going on.
Everybody thinks that every time they look at the scale, they're like, oh, I can't be that fucking low. And then they'll really look at it. And they're like,
yeah,
oh,
like,
this was still
when I was still blue pilled. So I didn't even, I was like, okay, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty decent looking. And even if I am ugly, right, I don't think it matters, because it's all about confidence and all this, mumbo jumbo, I believed at the time. And then when I was right after I graduated, when I was 18, I had this job, like sales job. And like, there was 4 people there, and all like 4 of them were like drastically better looking than me, like Chads and Chang. There's a Tyrone, a Chang, and then 2 Chads, and they all just like mogged me. And I'm like, they all got like better reception from everyone, and I just wasn't sure why. And I'm like, okay. And I started doing like the blue pill looks maxing and stuff like that. like the haircut and the confidence, and I tried that stuff, and that really didn't make much of a, I did feel better, and when I'm like, okay, this is good. And then eventually I got into probably about a year or so later that year, I one day just stumbled upon like MGTOW stuff, and I started watching a lot. I was watching, who was I watching at the time? I was definitely watching Sandman. I was watching Howard Dare. I was watching Rolo, TFM. I was watching a lot of Red Pill shit at the time, right? And then I went into I went about the Red Pill. I started off with the MGTOW Red Pill because I noticed back in the day there was multiple Red Pills. There were multiple Red Pills. There was like the MRA kind of Red Pill, which was
I remember that
older
back in the day
guys
too
in their
as well.
60s and 70s. Like you had those, and then you had below that you had like MGTOWs, stuff like that, and then you had below that you had like the Rolo pill, the self-improvement pill, that shit, and then above that you had like the younger Red Pill, like that you see on like TikTok, that kind of Red Pill.
Yeah.
So like there was like multiple different ones, and I kind of, due to the fact it was all under the same umbrella, the same term, I pretty much just stuck with Red Pill, and I was watching that Red Pill stuff for a while, and I kind of shifted from more of the MGTOW stuff over to like the PUA self-improvement stuff, and that was just useless garbage. And I was doing all the approaches and the what is it, buying like a nice car and all that shit, and it really didn't make no much of a fucking difference. And I I tried all that stuff, and I just saw the live chat with some people were saying in there, but yeah, let me go on topic. But I was trying all that stuff, and it really wasn't working. And then eventually I was aware of what the black pill was, but like I had the skewed perception of what the black pill was because I was under the impression of the definition that the red pillars give the black pill, which is it's just anger, nihilism, crying, like whining. You know what the stereotypical definition they give it is, right? All that.
Yeah, same shit, different day, basically. Yeah, same idea.
Yeah,
they call it nihilistic and bad, and they call it like
right. And they're not
defeatist mindset.
Yeah, they're not entirely wrong because I have met a shit ton of people in the black pill that are like that. However, I did, when rightfully so, I understand why some of them feel like that. Other ones, they don't have an excuse, but it really depends on the guy. But back to where I was saying. So I was doing that stuff, and I got more into the black pill. I started watching. There was a guy. He doesn't make videos anymore, but his name was VVS, and back in 2000,
I remember him back in the day, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I'm on the path, dude.
Yeah, I'm been in this shit for a while. So I was watching a lot of that stuff, and VBS I got into. There's another guy, what was his name? Blue Skies Media. I was watching
him too, yeah.
What was another guy? Stopping Power.
Don't remember him.
Okay. I was watching him for a while, and then I got into I found Face and LMS's video. I think it was the What Attracts Women 4.
Yeah, my big introduction to one of my bigger introductions was VVS. I had a Kent TV. Was it Kent TV at the time?
Kent.
Yeah. There was Kent. There was Oreo Man. I forgot what he went by at the time. I think it was Oreo Man. And then obviously Face and LMS. Those were like my but some of those guys are really old now. Like they're not even like anymore. Yeah.
Some of them, I mean, started in like 2013, 2014. I mean, most people probably don't even know who they are nowadays.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, or even if they are later, like VBS or whatever, their channel kind of got deleted or they gave up. But yeah, I was watching a lot of that. And the thing is, I don't hate the red pill as much as some other guys, because I did learn some good stuff from the red pill about like the female nature and the hypergamy, and there were good concepts in the MGTOW or in the red pill, especially more of the MGTOW side, and I can't really take that away from the red pill. However, once I look at it this way, the red pill opened my eyes, but the black pill solidified it. Because once I got into the black pill, it was pretty much like the red pill, like on steroids. It filtered out some of the things in the red pill that were kind of stupid, like your value going up just because you're not approaching, or aging like wine, or they got rid of some of the stupid stuff, but then they kept a lot of the good core tenets. They just illustrated further on them. And when I got more into the black pill stuff, I pretty much, once I started watching Face and LMS's stuff, I was watching his stuff, and I watched a couple other guys, and I just kind of kept going on, and yeah, I pretty much never looked back after that.
Yeah, have you noticed the evolution of like red pillers going to the black pill now? Have you noticed that?
I actually.
Yeah, I've been very. I think you said you liked it a lot, right?
I love it, man, because there's not a whole lot of black pill content to watch. So when I'm, going about my day-to-day life and I have, I pay for YouTube Premium, right? So I listen to the YouTube. I mean, I used to use this free Android app called YouTube Vance, but that got yeeted by YouTube, so I had to I had to cave in and get Premium, right? So I always listen to YouTube in the background just throughout my day-to-day life when I'm working, when I'm
Yeah, so do
driving.
I'm very much.
Yeah.
I'm a big
So
YouTube user for sure.
having less cringe content is a benefit to me. I may not agree with everything they say, which I mean that's part of being a man or whatever. That is what it is. But having red pill content that's less cringy makes it more bearable to listen to, at least.
I would agree. Yeah, definitely. I guess my main big gripe. I never fell for the PUA scam. I never fell for any of those courses at all.
Lucky.
But my biggest gripe with the the red pillars, especially that were really with the not so much with the guys who had like the wrong, like with the philosophical ideas. I think they were kind of right on that stuff, but I think really just the game guys who peddled game and the what did they call the PUAs. The PUAs were probably the biggest, in my opinion, probably the biggest grifters on the fucking internet at the time. Dude, it was horrible.
I mean, they're
spending fucking $3 to $5 grand on a course on a boot camp. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like,
oh yeah, you know what the worst? You want the worst fucking scam I've seen in the whole pickup scene was? Mr. Lucario has a book called "Looks Don't Matter."
My God.
I'm not even joking. Like, he was debating, I think it was Caduceus earlier, like last year or something, and he was like, yeah, next year I'm coming out with a book called Looks Don't Matter. And I didn't believe him at first. I'm like, man, this guy's capping. And then he actually came out with it. And I'm like, I give him 100% props for being on his word, but bro, like, how much of a scam can you get?
Yeah, really. Well, let me ask you some questions here. Let's get some questions going on.
Okay.
Let's see. How would you rate yourself? Like, how would you rate yourself from like typical scale, 1 to 10? And should you trust ratings from other men?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So I'm probably like a 3.
Oh wow, dang.
Yeah. So yeah. If there's a lot of people could say like real life experience does trump the rating. I do agree. However, in many cases there is a correlation. So in my case, there was a huge correlation. So it did make some sense to me. But yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah, I mean,
and there is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there is some benefit showing like how to looks max and stuff like that. Because I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, it's just common sense." I mean, if it was just common sense, then why is the obesity rate so high? Like, yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so I do think there is some merit to it. However, I do think experience does trump it, but there is, in many cases, a correlation.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to trusting, I guess you should maybe kind of trust them sometimes, or what?
Yeah, have an idea in your mind, but like if you're like getting roasted over like your looks, but like you're still sexually successful, typically that doesn't happen too much unless it's like some guy in like the normie range or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Usually there's some merit to it. I do think there is more merit in the whole like 3-tiered system opposed to just the standard 1 through 10. But yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the Wheat Waffles video with the 1 through 4 and then sub 5 and then normie, and then yeah, I think I actually kind of agree with that stance he had. Actually, to be told, I think that was a good video.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Video. So yeah, I mean, I think I started off as like a 2 when I was.
Oh, you made it up
really young. Yeah.
Point, right.
Yeah.
So do you think there's a such thing as objective looks? Like objective, you can objectively tell if someone's objectively ugly or attractive or something, or what?
I would say yes, because I mean everyone knows that despite what Alpha M says, that a guy who is 6'4" is going to be more attractive than a guy who's 5'4".
Sure, I would agree.
Mm-hmm. There is some preference in certain things, such as preferring certain races or preferring certain like hairstyles or eye colors or stuff like. There is some preference when it comes to stuff like that, but there are certain things that on average that you can tell are better to have. Like it's better to have clear glowing skin opposed to some acne scarred wrinkly face.
Yeah, stuff like that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of takes me into. So what's your opinion on the race pill? Do you think the race pill is real?
So you have 2 draconian ends of the race pill, and both of them I vehemently disagree with, but both sides still bitch at me and get mad because they're not allowed to see nuance. But one of the sides is it works for absolutely everyone on the planet and they take it at face value. And then you have the other end, which are people that are like, oh, I can't get anything, therefore no one else in my race can, or something like that. It's like, no, you can. Anyone that's good looking, even a good looking Asian guy, could still get laid. I mean, it's
I've always heard that
are more
like
important.
that Chad or Chang or whatever transcends race is what I've always heard. It's like the big meme that like because those men are so attractive, they don't really. It doesn't matter what race they are. They're just attractive, naturally attractive.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, like I would say that there is more of a. I would say sure, if you're like white or lighter skin, you can get away with more facial flaws. But I mean, that said, you only to a certain point.
Okay, yeah, that's a pretty good position to take. Yeah.
Like I have kind of a nuanced take. I have people on both sides. You have like very draconian ends on both sides. Like I have this one troll that he's been trolling me about the race pill for a while, and I'm like, dude, I've already told you my position. He just wants to straw man.
Let's see. What does it mean in 2022 to be red or blue or black pilled? What does it mean now? Because like I said earlier, it seems like the red pill is kind of seeping into the black pill a little bit, and then the blue pill is kind of like dying a slow, painful death. At least in my opinion, I don't know what's going on really there. I feel like, do you think most people are still blue pilled, or what do you think? What's going on there?
I do think most people are still blue pilled. However, there's more of like the blue is getting less. It's starting to turn purple. The blue. If you get what
I would agree with that. People are more purple pilled. That makes sense.
Yeah, especially the younger guys. Like a lot of the younger guys, they do. You can tell by you can tell by kind of the way they carry themselves and by the way they act that they do have some like of the red pill characteristics and stuff like that. And a lot of guys, like it's not like. Maybe like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, if you asked a guy what was the most attractive thing to a woman, he would have probably said personality. But now guys are starting to be more red pilled, and they may say, oh, it's about money, or it's about swag, or having a nice car, or something like that. Like it's not full on black pill where I would say looks or height or something like that. But it's like it's closer to it's a what is the term? There's a political term for it. I know it's the Overton window shifting.
Yeah.
Some guy in the chat earlier mentioned that, and I do agree with
earlier.
that. Yeah. So I'd say it's shifting.
Let's see, like, yeah, it's definitely shifting. I'm just noticing, like, so at what point does like the black pill just become like the red pill, or does the red pill just become the black pill at some point? Like, do you think they're ever gonna drop their like? What ends up happening? I was reading through a Dr. K, what's that guy's name? Dr. K or Healthy Gamer GG, whatever his name is. You know who he is? You've never heard of him? He's like he like went to Yale or something. He's like a psychiatrist, psychologist, or something like that. He's like a mental health specialist or something like that. And he does counseling for online effectively for people who need help. And either way, he's basically kind of like, I wouldn't say he's like an anti-black pillar, but he's definitely not into the black pill sphere at all. He doesn't really like it at all. Yeah. Either way, I was reading to his comment section, and a lot of the people agreed with like the premise of the black pill, but they would always have the but. So it's always like, I agree that looks matter, but it's like always like but this, but that, but this, but that. And like, I get that it's a nuanced take, but like, if you accept the fact that looks matter and that some people have an inherent, that's an absolute disadvantage in the market, you can't just say that like, but like, no. You need to concede that the first point is true. Like, yeah, looks matter, but you can't just say like, but if they do X, Y, and Z, no. They're not even getting through the fucking front door, dog. Like, if you can't make it past the resume sorter machine, then you're not actually gonna get the first date to show off your personality or something like that. So like, you can't just keep saying but after every single statement of like looks matter to some people.
I agree. I mean?
Yeah,
I agree. So many. The problem is what people like to do is they like to take the inherent like if I just say looks matter, they like to perceive that as looks are the only thing that matter, or looks are the only possible. Like I don't believe looks are the only thing that matter.
Absolutely,
I do think like I do, but I've said that looks like Face and LMS and I have very similar views on this, which is looks are the biggest, most important factor, and they do dwarf other factors. And the more attractive you are, the more attractive you're seen is there's what is it? There's more leeway you'll have. For example, a guy who is like a 7 out of 10, he can maybe get away with a little bit of like a stutter or something, or something like that. Whereas a guy who's like a 5 or something, he's pushing it. Any little thing he fucks up, I mean, game over.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Or at least for that interaction. Yeah. Or they want a lot of guys like to feel like they're in control of every situation. So they like to say, this is one of the biggest things I despise about or disagree with the manosphere on. Is they'll say, oh, looks matter, but you can make a whole lot of money. Okay, if making a whole lot of money is so simple, why haven't you done it? Like, that's always my rebuttal to these guys.
Yeah, Like they always like they take these extreme examples or they take these extreme like outliers and say, well, everybody can achieve that. It's like no, by definition,
Danny DeVito.
Because it's literally not fucking like possible for everybody. Everybody can't be the top 20%. Otherwise, that just becomes the new normal.
No, well, they use celebrities. Like I had some guy a while back that was like, Indians are not unattractive. Look at the rapper Nav. I'm like, he's a fucking rapper. That doesn't count. Yeah. Come on. But yeah, they always have to use like the 1% examples, which I'm not like gonna lie that 1% examples are they exist or whatever for a reason. But I mean, that's just not like that's not the norm in the slightest. And here's the other thing about the 1% examples and these rare examples is like a lot of people say, oh, what brings someone to the point where they're able to become one of these 1% examples is hard work and grinding and motivation. I think it's luck.
A lot of it's fucking luck, dude. A lot of these people just don't make it on their own, dude. Not at all.
You look at movie stars. Sure, I get it. Being able to act and being able to put do fake impressions and like fake the expression of pain. And there's many actors that can do it well. Like Hugh Jackman, he fakes like the expression of pain very well. And other actors, they can fake expressions very well. But their looks help them a lot, make it believable. As well as, I mean, getting into acting in the first place, you have to be able to get in the first place.
You have to already have connections to make it in there already. Truth be told,
exactly.
Like, I think the majority, I feel like I've read a study on this or read an article about this. Is the majority of actors and actors that already have a connection or a way into the industry, so that's why they make it in there so fast.
Like their parents were rich, or
so some
their uncle their uncle was on the. There's always some sort of a way, and even then, so it's basically like luck. I mean, like you can't just like magically become it. And the other thing I also like to hear that I hear these guys say, oh, it's all about like the other example is true, like with music or whatever. A lot of this that proves my point about it being luck is how these 1% examples are obtained. Is you have a lot of like really shitty artists that become very popular.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, I mean,
like
I think
people that can't rap for shit, or people that have like their singing is just
off key,
very off beat, or very bad, or too much auto tune, etc. There's a little bit of it can be good depending on the artist, but I mean, it's one of these things. A good amount of the time, it's about luck. You have a guy who's been working for 10 years uploading songs to SoundCloud, and nobody knows about him, and then you have some other guy who blew up out of nowhere just posting some 30-second song on YouTube. So it's realistically luck.
Yes, so much of your life is luck too. Like if you think about it,
I agree.
You're born into a town that you have no control over. You're born into a family you have no control over. You have brothers and siblings you have no control over. You don't control the food you eat. You don't control the fucking school you go to. You don't control the family you were born into. You
government, the environment.
You don't control any of that shit. But people act as if I have control. So what are you talking about? Like,
it's like
what? Where? Show it to me, because I don't know what the fuck it is, dog. Like,
right. It's like you do have control over your life to a certain degree. For example, like environmental factors, family factors. If you get cancer or something like that, these are things that are out of your control, right? But there are certain things that are in your control, such as your ability to like lose weight or to work a job or yada yada, like things like that. Like a lot of the people who say that that disagree with the premise of you don't have control, they take it in the sense that you're saying like literally that, oh, you're saying that I can't brush my teeth on my own.
Yeah, I don't mean it like that.
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just saying a lot of the people that take that position, that's their perception of it.
I mean, I take a very, very high. I'm like a hard determinist. I don't even agree with the concept of free will to begin with. So like,
I don't either.
Even your ability to like brush your fucking teeth, you had to be taught to you by some adult that you had no control over.
True.
So if you didn't learn to brush your fucking teeth right, well then that's not like. I mean, I'm not saying if you're an adult that has shitty breath, like or has really bad teeth, like it's like. Is it your fault? Like, yeah, you're 18 years old. Maybe it's like legally it's your fault, but like
look it up on YouTube.
The reality of the situation, though, is that like you were just born into a household that just didn't brush the fucking teeth.
I agree with that, and I have met people like that, and it's disgusting. Don't get me wrong. Once in a while, we forget or whatever. We fall asleep on the couch or something like that. I understand, but guys that go out of their way to not do it, because I've met people like this, and
don't brush your fucking teeth.
I remember in school having to sit next to people like this, and I was like, oh God, just get the fuck away from me. And you can't say anything because you're forced to be next to them, or a coworker that won't stop fucking talking to you, but they have breath like that, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I do agree with your take on that.
Let's see. What does the black pill mean? What does the black pill mean to you? What does being black pilled mean?
So I would say you have genetic determinism, lookism, human nature, and hypergamy. Those would be the 4 pillars.
Okay, that's pretty good pillars there.
Mm-hmm.
And what would you say is the most important one out of those pillars?
Genetic determinism.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me too.
For example, like many of the things that do make the biggest difference in terms of your dating success, besides like, you realistically cannot change like the color, for example, color of your eyes, your height, if you go bald or not, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, you don't control any of that shit. It's true.
Yeah.
Your genes. If you just
And even then,
get a bad
if you
roll of
can,
the dice, you're fucked. You know, like what it kind of
Right.
works out to. So,
For example, and even if you can overcome it by surgery, et cetera, your genetics still determine those events had to happen in the first place. Like you still had to experience the hair loss, whereas someone that had naturally good genetics in regards to hair wouldn't have to get a transplant in the first place.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I would say genetics. And
So-
another thing is looks as well. I know both are very correlated, but looks and genetics are I know a lot of people looks as well. I use looks and genetics interchangeably, since genetics do determine a good amount of your looks. However, but if you have good genetics, but if you're just some fat fuck, I mean, it means piss all.
Yeah, I mean, fuck all at the end of the day. I've been there before, so I know what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or yeah, like if you have good genetics, but you're just some fat fuck who is lazy, or yeah, you can squander good genetics, and a lot of guys I've met have, and it's like, dude, stop wasting your looks.
You stop wasting your life.
Yeah,
You only have so much fucking time, dude. Like, really, at the end of the day, it's true. You only have so much time.
I completely agree with that. It's like, come on, get up. Yeah. But yeah, I would say
don't
looks.
get up.
Yeah. So I would say looks and genetic. The reason I use them interchangeably, because you have someone who maybe they, I don't know, get surgery or something, or they do they have certain styles that work for them, or gym, etc. So they've done things in their control, so that those things do help. But like the genetics are still going to be more important at the end of the day, despite me believing both matter.
Okay, that's good take there. All right.
All right.
Let's see. What's the primary cause of insultum?
So I would say overall mainly looks, but I do think there is a bit of a case-by-case basis as more and more people have joined.
Yeah, I actually agree with this. I think that for the sub 5, those guys are completely looks-based guys. They're completely looks fucked. It doesn't mean they can't pull, or it means they can't get a girlfriend or something like that, but it means it's gonna be much harder for them. The odds are so fucked. The guys in the middle are the interesting cases, because like those guys aren't really, at least in my opinion, objectively ugly. They're just got other problems, like maybe economic or sociological factors that stop them from getting a girlfriend or a wife or something like that. And then of course the Chads are always going to be exempt from all the problems at the end of the day. So it's true. So yeah,
I was shocked we were actually gonna completely agree on this take, but yeah, I agree with that. The sub 5s, I mean, it's pretty much completely looks based. The normies who are inquel, I would say a lot of them do have a much higher chance of escaping inqueldom, depending on the situation. For example,
it depends on what you mean by escaping. I guess if you're like a normie and you set up for some like land whale, single mom, I don't know if that's escaping. I guess maybe you're walking into a new hell. I guess
that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
For example, I've met a lot of these guys on Discord or whatever. They're like, "Oh, I'm 18. I'm inquel. I've never spoken to a single woman."
18 years old. My God.
I literally have. I've literally gone off. I've literally gone off on some of these guys. I'm like, you haven't tried yet. I mean, like, it's for a guy like
dude,
that,
you're,
right?
You're barely fucking an adult. Like you just made it to the fucking starting line, dude.
Those are the inquels I do not respect, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I use the term inquel or incel, if I'm able to say that on this channel.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that is another thing that has negatively impacted inqueldom or inceldom is people banning that term, or not banning, but like demonetizing it and making it such a taboo term, that has definitely not helped the situation. But let me go back to my point about guys in the middle. A lot of the guys in the middle, depends really on what is causing them that. Guys who have very, like, and I'm talking like a doctor confirmed it, they have like low functioning autism,
The
they
fucking
have
tism.
Yep, they have the tism, very much Asperg. They have, I don't know, they flail their arms, or they have like something like that. Guys like that, those guys, I don't like to say it's over, but it is over for those guys, right?
Oh shit!
Guys like
Facing LMS is here. You want to be a co-host for Facing LMS?
Sure.
He's here. I kind of want to do one-on-ones, but I'm not sure how long he's gonna be here. Let me see. How long he's gonna be here? Faith, let me ask him a question in private chat. Faith, how long do you have?
Is he here?
He's in the backstage right now.
Oh, are you sure it's real?
I don't know. Maybe it's not real, but the link. I haven't sent the link out at all. I've only sent it out to 2 other people. So
okay.
So it's
you can
gotta
always,
be him.
yeah. There's
So
always
he doesn't have a device connected, so I'm not sure what's going on. He doesn't have a mic or something like that. So.
But yeah, what was I saying?
Just like 5 minutes just to wish you well. Okay, well I'll let him on just to wish me well. He's not here yet, so
okay, that'll be fine.
Mic.
So when it comes to the guys who are in like the middle, right?
Yeah.
There are other factors, like if you have an average face but you have a micro penis, I mean, that's over, right?
Yeah.
There are factors like that, and there are the problem. So I'm not gonna. A lot of people think I have zero sympathy for like the normies that are incel or whatever. That is not true. There's 2 kinds of normies that are incel. There are ones that have problems out of their control, very bad social standing, very bad social abilities, very, very bad like Asperger's, et cetera, those factors. The other ones that I'm talking about when I talk about normies are guys that haven't really tried anything at all, and they're like 18. Those are the guys who I think should take the red pill first before a black pill.
Sure. Yeah.
Or I had a guy once. I don't think you're gonna believe this. He was like a Chad Light. He told me he gets women, but the women don't quote unquote love him. Therefore, it doesn't count. Therefore, he's still incel.
Huh.
Like,
all right.
But you're getting laid on a frequent basis. He sent me like screenshots of his inboxes, and he's like, "Oh, I fucked this chick last night." I'm like, dude, but they don't love me, therefore I'm still incel. It's not about that.
Yeah, some people just want to be incel just to have the label. It feels like people want to have, like, we talked about this earlier. I think on Caduceus when it came on, but people want to have the label of like being like fucked up or something like that, or having like a fucked up label.
Yeah, those are the guys I don't respect. And a lot of them, the other problem I have too is a lot of these guys, a lot of them realistically, some of the ones that really just want to have the label, I mean, you give them any sort of solution or any sort of thing to try, right? They're like, oh, I don't want to try that. That's cope. Oh, getting a car is cope. Getting a job is cope. I think you talked about that a little bit with the last caller, Medicann, how a lot of guys use the black pill as sort of an excuse. And I know it sounds I sound like a generic PUA saying this, but like it's true to an extent. When it comes to certain guys,
yeah, it's true to some extent. Yeah, I think some people like. I don't like the whole cope talk. Sometimes, like the cope stuff gets really out of hand. Sometimes people call everything cope, and it's like, look, I get it. Like cope is a thing. People do cope, but like working is not a cope to me. Like working is just like you got to do that just to fucking survive. So like you can't just like not. Yeah,
working. I mean, the thing I don't get about the people that are against like working, I mean, it's like, how else are you going to be able to put food on the table or whatever when you're 50 years old?
Yeah, when you're, I don't know. Some people say they're not going to make it to 50s. I don't know. People are like, fuck, I'm going to do the fuck I want and die.
I mean, if you plan on that or whatever, okay. I mean, whether I advocate it or not, I don't. But I mean, if you're going to do that, I mean, fine, go do it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, right. But I mean, like a good amount of people, like there are certain things you still, I think, have to do in life. But a lot of these guys like to call it cope or whatever. And like, I remember a lot of these guys, they just call anything cope. And I'm like, okay, so what is the opposite of cope? Failure. If you look it up in like a dictionary.
Yeah, if you stop like doing what you're supposed to be doing, at some point you just become literally an abject failure. Like if you stop working, you're gonna lose your house, your car, your fucking livelihood, and you're fucked.
Exactly.
if you stop
Like,
doing a bunch of stuff, you just get fucked. Like if you stop working out every day, you're gonna get fat and get lazy, and then you're
exactly.
yeah. So.
Like you still do have to like try certain things. When I mean try, I'm not talking about the cringy PUA lame ass pickup lines and approaches and stuff like that. I'm not talking about that. But I mean, like, you have to at least have the basic bare minimum of stuff, right? Have like a car, shelter, food, like basic stuff. And you don't need the top of the line, the big bucks thing. You just need basic shit.
Yeah, to make it for sure. I would agree. Yeah.
So those are the guys who I really don't respect, to the guys that haven't tried. Is Face really coming on?
I don't know. His mic kept saying, he said I am on a phone, so I don't know what that means.
He said, Face, let's see, like 5 minutes.
Just
I am on a phone.
Yeah, you might not be able to might not have a mic or something like that. I think you have a mic
Okay.
on here. Not sure.
I mean, I'm actually using my phone too.
I don't know what's going on. He like it just says he doesn't have a connection to it.
Yeah, whenever I use the phone, I use like a pair of Bluetooth headphones, and then in the StreamYard website, I have to click something to.
I think this is him. Let me if it's not him, I'll be trolled in the back. Who knows? Let's see who it is. That's you, Face?
Yeah, it's me. Hey.
Oh my God, it's you, Face. You're still around.
Oh
yeah,
my
I'm
God.
not dead. I'm not dead. Not yet. Not yet.
Where you been,
buddy?
bro?
How you doing?
I'm in between okay and saving up money for rope, or contemplating just ending it. I don't know. I'm kind of in between. Some days are okay, some days are like, what am I sticking around for? I don't know. My head is messed up, but yes, I'm still around.
Awesome.
Sorry about that. I tried to get on. I messed up the time zone, because someone gave me a link and said you're going to be streaming at 1 a.m. or 1 o'clock. I thought, okay, 1 a.m. US time, that's 8 for me. But no, it turned out it was 1 p.m. your time. So yeah,
that's right. I noticed that with all the UK content creators. I tell them like a time, and then they're at the completely opposite.
Yeah.
What have you been up to, man?
What you been up to? Yeah, what's up?
I don't know, like contemplating. For a while I was contemplating whether to just give up on the channel, because I thought, like, I don't know, I feel like I've become more MGTOW or MSTOW this
right.
I feel like I've kind of finally accepted things.
Yeah,
I'm not angry about it anymore.
Yeah, I have a what's it called, a guy I talk to in my my email sometimes, and he'll say he's accepted the fact that he's missed out and just accepts it and goes on, does his own life, and figures it out. So
yeah,
right.
There's only so long you could
that.
Like
it's
go
actually
on.
A healthier mentality for some people to kind of accept it. I know it's easier said than done, but to accept it than to be angry or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I mean,
Faith,
you could go down the road.
Yeah, you gotta tell me, Faith. How do you feel about Wheat Waffles? Like, what's the? Do you have any beef with that guy, or is it kind of like whatever?
No.
He's kind of taken like your mantle up a little bit as a Lucas guy. So.
Yeah, I don't have any beef with him. He was on one of my live streams.
I think he was.
Yeah. So no. I think there might be a danger of like normalizing the community a bit and watering down the stuff, the black pill, to make it more palatable to normies.
Acceptable.
But apart from that, I don't think he's doing anything bad.
Yeah,
I have the same take on Wheat Waffles. I mean, he's probably one of my most watched channels, and I agree with a good amount of stuff he says. But you can tell there was a lot of normies in his channel, like when you read the comments and etc.
Yeah, you read the comment. I left the comment there about.
But he is a normie, so yeah. So it is what it is. Yeah.
Well, Faith, my dude, I know you don't have a lot of time to talk, I guess, but yeah. So dang.
So I heard you're giving up. I heard you're like, this is your last stream. Is that true?
Nah, I might keep going. I don't know. I mean, I might do more weekday streams and do less of these long form content, but I might take a break too. Let's take like a month-long break and just take a break from this stuff, because it's kind of like, I've been doing it for like literally 2 years almost. So
okay.
I didn't even know you watched my stuff. I had no clue.
Yeah. From time to
nice.
time, yeah. I don't watch that much Black Pill content anymore. When I do, it's like bits here and there.
Neither do I.
Yeah, truth be told, like my algorithms kind of changed since for the YouTube stuff. It's been a while since I've actually watched a lot of real like hardcore Black Pill stuff. I think I watched DVDR probably the most, and that's really it. Like probably my only real YouTuber I probably watch on a regular basis that's Black Pill. The rest of them are kind of like this regular shit. You know what I mean?
Like red pill stuff.
Yeah.
Not even really red pill stuff anymore like I used to. It's kind of like just like a bunch of regular like science stuff or history stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I watched a lot of like technology videos and stuff like
stuff.
that.
Yeah, you just find something else to watch. You know, you kind of
gaming, rumors,
you can only beat the fucking dead horse until it's blue in the face forever until you're tired of doing it. You know what I mean? Like,
and the thing is, the people who said it in the past, I'd argue, are saying it much better than the people who are saying it now.
Yeah. What do you mean, Black Pill content?
Yeah, like guys like you said it a lot better than some of the newer guys are saying it.
Yeah. I mean, there comes a point where you're just rehashing the same old thing. Unless you start delving into like actual surgeries, then really you're just saying the same thing at some.
I think the only thing
at a certain point.
The only thing that keeps my stream probably going is the fact that we have a panel and people just bring up various topics, and it kind of just works out that we don't just talk about beat the dead horse with like lookism or something like that. So it kind of works out in the end. But yeah, shit's crazy. I don't know. Like it's been a weird it's been weird watching the transition from a lot of red pillers to go black pill. It's something I've been noticing a lot. We talked about it earlier, but something I've been noticing is like a lot of red pillers are just accepting the fact that looks probably matters a lot more than we think it does, and it's like
I've noticed that, and it's funny because these said same guys, right? They still have some of the same red pill tenets in place, of course, but when you listen to a lot of their stuff, there is more of like a what's the word, like a shift right towards the black pill. And it's like some of these guys went from saying looks do not matter at all to saying okay, yeah, they're important, or some even go as far as saying it's the most important. Yeah, so
you are seeing some shifts in the manosphere content, so it's kind of weird. So do you plan on making a new video at one point, Faith LMS? You just done?
Yeah, I will make some more videos.
Okay.
Because there are still I care more about like the sub 5 guys who are fucked. I know there are normies who are struggling now, but when I started, my main focus was trying to appeal to the sub 5 guys who are like legit fucked, not just like struggling here and there, fucking a few fatties and one lay here or there. I mean, like the fucking sub 5 subhumans who are like, So okay,
Are you gonna
and I suppose you do have to make.
Are you officially done streaming as a streamer?
I will stream again soon. Not at the moment because my situation's not great for streaming.
Yeah.
But when things improve, I will be back to that as well. But I want to focus more on like prepared content for the most part.
Yeah, I haven't done a prepared video in so long. I don't know what it's like anymore.
I feel yeah, because the thing is, my streams, I mean, then again, my channel is pretty unprofessional, right? I just kind of open the stream and people ask me shit and I just kind of keep going. But then when I make my own standard videos, it's like, fuck, I need a topic to come up with.
Yeah, it's once again, like once you kind of hit all the topics, it's kind of hard to keep talking about it to some extent. So this is why it's kind of hard to like. I feel like I covered some economic parts of my videos as well. So it's I try to cover everything, but it's kind of really hard to because you had to cover literally everything. You had to cover the sociological factors, the economic factors, and the lookism stuff. So it all matters at the end of the day. That's what it comes down to.
I think you and Based Pluto have done well in kind of branching out a bit and like saying, okay, we're Inkwell. I don't know if you can say that on your channel.
You can say whatever you want, dude.
Shit is bad, but let's focus on making money, like improving the aspects of our life that we can improve. I think that is a healthy way to look at things.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like what you were saying earlier, Face. It's kind of like what MGTOW originally was, if you could say that.
Do you know how MGTOW is dead now? It's
so fucking dead, dog.
It's not
dead.
That shit is fucking finished.
The only person left is Sandman, I think. I don't think who else makes videos. Who else makes videos?
I think
nobody does. Chronic, Hammerhand.
Undead Chronic is on his like 69th channel. He's never gonna grow now because he keeps getting banned.
I think he's at like 50,000 subscribers now.
Damn. Oh, that's good if he's able to like
because
recoup them after.
he switched his he still does like roast people, but he switched it more from like that to kind of live streams. But yeah, some of the people I think a lot he goes less harsh than he did in the past in a lot of his roasts. So that's one of the reasons his channel hasn't been yeeted.
But once YouTube yeets you and you come back, it's not like they're saying, okay, tone it down. Once you're yeeted, that means you should never make a new channel again.
They already have you marked for death at that point. You're already done. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that MGTOW is just like, I think the only guy.
Even the website, like there was a website, MGTOW.com, that is finished.
No one's posted in like 6 months.
Yeah, the MGTOW subreddit yeeted. What else was there? One of the biggest channels was Turd Flinging Monkey.
He's gone.
Hello, shit. Oh shit. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, you're still there. You're good.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I was.
Right. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Turd Flinging Monkey. He had the biggest MGTOW channel like about, I don't know, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
When he kept getting flagged by feminists, so he went to BitChute. That was basically him going to his grave because his videos just get less and less views.
Yep.
Fewer and fewer views. Like he has faded into insignificance. Yeah. He's legit streaming to like a few hardcore people, like 200 hardcore people now. So he's done. Thinking Ape TV, I think he makes some interesting videos, but like he's getting blackpilled. Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah.
And I think there's one more. Think Before You Sleep, who doesn't brand his videos as
MGTOW. Yeah, he doesn't.
MGTOW, which is the smartest thing. Which is smart, and he's doing kind of well. But like, apart from him making videos with the MGTOW philosophy, there is no MGTOW community anymore, really. And maybe there's a server out there, but there's no community like there was like 5 years ago. There's no new growth, really. So that's dead. So I think Blackpill is growing, MGTOW's dead. Yeah.
Another thing I noticed with MGTOW, like you were saying about, what was the last guy? Think Before You Sleep, where he makes content that is MGTOW-ish but doesn't label it as MGTOW. You have a couple other channels that do the same premise, like Coach Greg Adams, Better Bachelor. They make content it's kind of MGTOW-ish, but they do not label it as such.
Yeah, because it'd be suicide to do it. Like,
I agree with that. I wouldn't. Yeah, that's, even if I wanted to make a MGTOW channel, I would not label it as that. I mean, then again, you're going to get 10 views in this day and age.
Yeah. I don't know why Sandman is continuing. Like,
money.
I don't think. Yeah. Well, isn't he demonetized and shit now?
All of his like.
Fucked.
He gets
demonetized. I think he gets donations now from his core audience. Now I think his core audience donates to him, I guess. But I don't know how he keeps going.
The thing about Sandman is all of his topics are callers. They make a. What is it? All of his callers, they call in and they make like all of his questions and all his video topics are sponsored donations, and they write him an email and say, "Hey, Sandman, this is my situation. What do you think of it?" And that's how he keeps it kind of going.
No, that's kind of what Aaron Clary does as well. It's like basically all his content is basically getting in, from his consulting business. He just talks about stuff on the air. So same idea.
Right.
But don't you find, like, I respect Sam and I like that he's a lot of people's entry point into MGTOW, and then they move on from him. But I was going to say, don't you find his like, you can't watch his content after a few months because you grow out of it, and it's like this. It feels like the same answer, monotonous. The same answer to each new question gets the same answer. It's like, "Hey everybody, Sandman here. Here's what he has to say," and then it's like, and go your own way, and like it's the same
every video.
Yeah. You know what he's gonna say. You know the solution he's proposing. You know the solution he's proposing, and he goes about it the same way. I guess like new people need to hear it, but for people who know it, like it's like, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I forgot about this. Sandman will be switching to Sigma Male content soon. He will make a video this week. Yeah, he said that. He said he was switching to Sigma Male. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I've heard
that. I've heard him say that a few times on his show. I watch his channel sometimes. occasionally.
here.
I watch the video sometimes. So, but yeah, it's crazy.
That's good if he is, and he has done some live streams which were good. Yeah. If you've listened to his live streams, like they're way more tolerable.
Engaging.
Yeah, engaging. Sorry.
Yeah,
tolerable. Sorry, that was mean.
Yeah,
that was mean. I didn't mean it like that. But yeah.
Yeah, I've heard him maybe about half a dozen times or so, call into Undead Chronics show, and I'm like, Sandman, bro, you should do live content.
Yes, yeah, exactly. He should, yeah.
I would watch that. I mean,
he's guested on Turd Flinging Monkey's show before, and he was like a good guest. Yeah, so he's a good guy. Didn't mean to come across as shitting on him, but
oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you.
Well, shit, Face, how much more time you got? I got 2 questions to ask you before you got to look.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so like, I want to ask you these 2 questions because I feel like they're pretty good ones. Like, so what would you tell a young man nowadays what to do? Like three pieces of advice to do. What would you tell them?
I guess it would depend on his looks.
Sure. So what would you tell a sub 5? What would you tell the normie? And what would you tell it? Well, Chad doesn't need advice, obviously. So what would you tell the sub 5 normie?
The sub 5, what needs to work on social skills, social circle maxing. If he's young, HGH, gym, look at potential surgeries, get a rating from someone who's good at rating to know where you could improve, like lower jaw surgery, advancement, whatever, blepharoplasty. Sorry, I'm walking around because I'm making sure that no one sees me and recognizes me, otherwise I'm doxxed. What else? Yeah, I would say to the normie, spend way less time. In fact, both to the sub 5 and the normie. When you're young, spend less time talking to black pillars than being social, because there's plenty of time to sit down on Discord for 18 hours talking about black pill, talking about how women are roasties, talking about how Chad fucks everyone. Like, you could do that when you're 30. Like, for now, focus on not ending up on Discord when you're 30.
These guys are wasting their youth.
Yeah.
And I've seen some of these guys are like, I had a guy message me. I've had actually a couple times where guys message me that are 18 or younger than that even. They're like, I'm 16, I'm an incel, and then they send me a picture of their face and they're like a 5 or 6.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Classic. Yeah, that's what I get a lot of. I'm like
5,
no.
11.
Yeah. Some, like, I don't know, some guy from Europe who's like 5'11", 5 out of 10. He's been on Black Pill servers so much that he speaks English better than he speaks his own language. Like, dude.
That's awful.
Yeah.
And then I asked you the second question of like, what would you tell your daughter if you were a young woman enough nowadays? What would you tell her? If you had a daughter, what would you tell her? What to do in today's society?
Wow, that is a good question. Jeez. What would I tell her?
Oh man.
Wow. I guess this is just, I'm thinking off the top of my head. She wouldn't listen, but I would tell her to make sure, this is it. I would tell her that the uglier, less attractive women tend to give out sex freely and more willy-nilly to Chads and whatever, high tier normies, Chad lights. They give out sex more because their value is their body. Their value is how easily they can provide sex, because they're not really that good looking. And I would tell her, whereas good looking girls, they're more likely to be in relationships, they're valued, they could make men wait to fuck them for, like, take them on dates, they don't have to give up the pussy straight away. I would say, which one do you want to be? Hopefully, like, I'm not just bullshitting her, because hopefully she's an ugly and I'm just, like, I'm not gaslighting her, but, like, if she's decently attractive, I would say, which one of those do you want to be?
Interesting. Okay. Some good answers.
What I would say to illustrate on Face's point, what about the the uglier chicks giving out more frequently. Another thing is a lot of guys don't want to be seen out in public with them, like some of the normies.
Yeah.
They're like, I mean, they're just gonna smash at 11 p.m. They're like, no one's gonna know. They still got their rocks off, and then it's like they don't want to be seen out in public with them.
Exactly.
All,
like, I'd be like, how are you teaching men to treat you? Oh gosh, that sounds so blue pilled, but like, if it's my daughter, I'm gonna be protective over her, right? So
yeah,
you know, even though she is a stupid roasty. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, I would just tell her not to be a whore, but make it sound like put it in an empowering way.
So I guess another question: How much time do you have? I'm not sure how long you're going to be on here, though.
Let's do time. One more question, I guess, and then I
was going to ask you
come on another time.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I was definitely going to ask you that question for sure. If you can come on here later on, not maybe some other time for sure for like more one-on-one stream or something like that, or impromptu stream. Either way, what do you think about?
Apologies for being late. I was
late.
Like,
LMS,
like I said, yeah. And I was packing and ironing and all kinds of shit. Like,
understandable.
Yeah. So, what do you make of the sociological arguments versus the lookism arguments that were happening back when Insomatics was doing its stream? I think it was Jay Tahoe and Black Pill 2021 talking about you. What was your opinion on that stuff? Was it pretty? Do you think they have a point? Do you think there's not a point there? What do you think's going on?
They were right about social circle being important. Definitely right about that, and being able to normie max, NT max. They were right about that stuff. But I think because they were coming at the incel problem from a normie's point of view, they couldn't blame their looks, so they had to put emphasis on anything but looks. They had to the oofy doofy thing was like the really ridiculous thing. Basically to say,
Would you say that oofy doofy is like the black pill version of men aged like fine wine?
Oh no!
Yeah,
I forgot about oofy doofy.
Because to illustrate on my point, both theories believe as your looks decline, your attractiveness will go, or your SMV will go up.
I mean, the oofy doofy guys, I will give them some credit that they do fight back against the narrative that the only Chad is fucking. Which,
Sub-8 theory.
Yeah. Sub-8 theory is like a bit autistic. It's not that black and white.
Yeah, I agree.
But when I've spoken to oofy doofy believers, and they have said stuff like, I wish I could run oofy doofy game. I said, well, just become bloated and ugly then. It's easier to become bloated and ugly than it is to become good looking. And the cope I heard was, no, you have to be born oofy doofy.
Born fat?
Yeah. Like intergalactic cope. What the fuck? Yeah.
I could tell as someone who was fat when I was younger, being fat is the last thing you want to be as a man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, most women are attracted to a certain physique, Chad, and then there are some who, for certain reasons, might not be attracted to, what the rest are, or they may have started dating when the guy was slim. He got fat. Like, we don't know all of. She could be cheating. Like, she could be. She could be.
They never talk about the nature of the relationship at all. Like, it's never even mattered to them. It's like, well, he's fucking. So he has a girlfriend now, so he's perfectly fine. I don't know, dog. Like, that really is your only barometer of how things should be going. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
Before MGTOW faded into obscurity, many MGTOW channels were oofy doofies who got divorce raped.
Yeah, exactly. The oofy doofy, whatever credibility oofy doofy has or had, is going away. Like, women are getting more picky. Women are used to seeing e-boys and chads on TikTok, so that is shaping their view of what men should look like. Then they go out into the world and they see men with receding chins and like, what the fuck? Like, yeah. So things are just getting worse. It only gets worse.
It only gets worse.
It's worse, yeah.
I
agree.
In the engagement here. All right, Faith. So I know you got to go.
Yeah.
I got to get going, right? So thanks
Awesome.
for coming on, my dude. Thanks for
Hopefully.
coming on, stopping by for sure. Yeah, so add me on Discord or something like that, or add me on Discord so you can find me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
you
man.
can,
Great conversation with you, Faith.
Let me post the
No
Discord,
problem.
my Discord in the.
Thanks, bro.
In the.
Okay. I was gonna say, I'm in a park. Hopefully, my connection wasn't cutting out.
No,
I don't
it wasn't
know
that
if
bad at
you.
all.
Yeah,
Actually,
fine.
so,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Also, if I sound out of breath, because I'm trying to walk away from people in case someone recognizes me, because it
your
will be
voice.
over. Oh yeah, I didn't think about my voice being recognizable as well. Damn.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember I've heard other content creators. I remember Undead Chronic once said he was at a bar and someone recognized his voice. And he had to leave immediately.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal. You know when like I get calls like, I don't know, insurance, job, interviews, whatever.
Yeah.
When I pick up the phone, I don't say my name anymore because I'm just paranoid. It's someone from Looksmax, like some artist, like who's doxed me. So I pick up the phone. I pick up the phone. My hand is like quivering. I'm like, hello, and I don't say my name because I'm thinking, let me find out like what they say first. If then
find out if they're
obviously,
blue-pilled.
yeah. So yeah, Looksmax got me. Looksmax living rent free in my head.
Yeah, I've been on those sites. It's a bunch of cringe.
Yeah, I mean they have
good
at they have good, theories and stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway, this was good. We should do this again.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude. Thanks for coming by. And I'll I sent you my Discord in the private chat, so you can go there and join that, and then later on we can set up something for a one-on-one or something like that. So that'll work.
Cool. All right, I will talk to you guys soon. All right, thanks for having me on.
Soon,
okay.
Yeah, no problem.
See you.
Next time.
See you. Bye. Thanks.
All right. Well.
All right.
Good.
Stole my thunder.
Cool shit. Yeah, he kind of did. He kind of did, but I had to get him on when he was here, so I couldn't just fucking like say, oh shit.
I have mad respect for Face. I mean, he's a legend in this community, so I mean, he rightfully can take my thunder. Yeah. I mean, then again, I only got like 2K subs, so it's like he got 40-something thousand.
Follow Face in LMS. Oh, come on, dude. You can come on White Computer Power. You can come on the panel, I guess, if you wanted to do that.
That was a good discussion with him. I haven't heard from Face in like a year.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I haven't heard from Face in a while either. So yeah.
Yeah, because
I'm not even in Discord. So I have no clue what's going
on. I used to listen to what was this? I used to listen to Face's live streams all the time, right? I have like notifications on for his channel, and the last one he had was the stream with there was a guy, I can't remember what his name was, Fate, I think his name was.
Oh, Fate.
Embraces them all.
Yeah, Embraces all or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he deleted his channel, but he did a discussion with him a while back, and then of course I heard I heard Wheat Waffles and Face their discussion. That was actually really good. Yeah, and then I used to be on. Before, you know how you had to add my new Discord, my old Discord, I was in a shit ton of servers because every time someone would send me a link, I just accept them, right?
Yeah.
And I know Face was in a couple of them, but I'm kind of glad I'm not in those servers anymore because a lot of them were just like the guys, like those oofy doofy guys, are right about those kind of incels, those ones that are like mentally fucked or whatever, but that's like not all of them.
Oh man, that was a good back and forth we had there. So good shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was actually really good with Face on there. He had really good insight on.
Yeah, it seems like he's grown a little bit too. Grown a little bit on his ideology for sure. What he thinks about the world, which is good. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was good. I mean, I haven't talked to him in I don't think I've ever talked to him.
I've talked to him once, maybe twice on his stream. Actually, I've been on 2 episodes of the stream. So.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna call in before, but I don't know. I never had. Wasn't he using like Skype or something like that? Or
he used Skype and then he used Discord. I think he started using Discord later on, but I'm not even quite sure what's going on. So
yeah,
I think he used. I ended up joining his Discord, and that's how I got into his Discord. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I got into. I joined Discord. So.
I've talked to him I've talked to him in text before, but never voice to voice.
Oh yeah, I gotta give credit here to M Rios for setting this up because M Rios sent him the link, so it was good shit. So thanks, M Rios.
Awesome.
Yeah,
shout out, man.
M Rios is the hero today for getting Face on here. Gotta give him a shout out for that one.
That alone makes the stream legendary.
Yeah, we look good. 100. Good to have a high IQ and high profile guest on the stream for sure. Even though you guys are pretty good too. So.
Oh yeah,
good to have a bunch of people on.
Oh yeah, especially for the 100th, for the big 100.
Yeah,
I mean,
big 100. You gotta have somebody on, right?
You gotta have someone big on here. Who else have you tried to get on?
I tried to get DBD on, but he wouldn't respond to my Discord messages. I just didn't try anymore.
I wouldn't mind doing a stream with DBDR sometime. I've talked to him before on Discord, like chatted back and forth.
I've been on a stream with him on Lord Bogdanoff's stream. We did a granny fishing stream or something like that. That was brutal as fuck, but we did a granny fishing stream on that, and I was on there with him. I didn't get a chance to ask him to come on my stream though. So I did end up leaving early. So
dang. Yeah, I found DBDR when he was at like 500 subs.
Good shit, yeah.
Yeah, he had this video about like some like beta provider he knew or saw or something like that, and I was like, oh, it was so brutal. And then I subbed and I just started binge watching his channel, and then I think I stopped watching his channel for like a month or so, and then out of nowhere he had like 8K subs, then 9K, and then now he's at like 11K, I think, 10K, I can't remember.
Yeah, my channel's still growing at a snail's pace, though.
Oh yeah, mine is too. I even care about. I literally don't even care about my channel.
I'm not making money on this shit anyway, so who gives a fuck, right?
Yeah, the thing is, like, I was gonna monetize my channel, right? But then what happened was I signed up for the monetization.
Medicann told me you had to basically dox yourself, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, I would love to monetize this channel, right? But you know what? But they said you got to put in your real name, you put in your first and last name. I'm like, I read online that's hard to dox someone via that, but I just don't want to give that up at all. And then I looked online, I'm like, I just asked people around and went on forums and, you know, like even some like Reddit posts and stuff. I looked and I'm like, okay. So I found out what happens if you use like a fake name and they find out, they'll automatically revoke it. I'm like, So I'm like, damn.
Yeah, it's not worth it sometimes.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not going to dox myself just for some shekels.
Yeah. I mean, I think you can use other services like, I think Entropy Streamer or something like that. You can use that for,
never heard of
monetization or something. I think that's what the Jelly Heretic uses or something like that. He uses Entropy Streamer or something like that. Entropy something.
Oh.
So it's like a companion app to YouTube. You can just set up and hook up on your channel, and then you can still get super chats and stuff like that, I believe. But it doesn't go through YouTube or something like that. I forgot how it works, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I never heard of it, to be honest.
Let's see. Let's ask you a few more questions, then we'll get you off here, and then I'll start open the panel up for the chat to join, and then we can.
That was good discussion.
Let's do a few more questions. Let's see. How should society deal with the incel issue, and will society deal with the incel issue?
So the second question is going to be easier to answer than the first. So let me answer the second one. Will they? I don't think so, unless it becomes super bad to the point it's like 3-4 shootings a week or something like that.
Yeah.
It's gonna take something huge for them to do something about it, and I don't really. I mean, the concept of society doing something about it on paper sounds great, but knowing how gynocentric society is, their solution is not going to be anything good. It's going to be probably like, oh, they're probably going to do something super cocked, so it's not going to be, worth it. But I mean, how should they? I would say that, you know, the lover bot technology is going to keep getting better. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but I do think that's probably going to be the inevitable answer for a lot of men in the future.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, doll Max, some sort of sex robot or something like that.
Yeah, some sort of robot, some sort of doll, something like that. A lot of people don't want to hear that, and they're going to make fun of the concept of it. But I mean, I do think it is probably going to become better in the future, and I do think that's probably what a lot of guys are going to have to do. I really don't see an idea where women, quote unquote, lose their rights or something. I don't really see that happening anytime soon, unless something crazy happens, like society implodes, which I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it, but I do think like the technology is probably gonna be the solution. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was sending a Discord message out. Sorry.
Okay, but yeah, I do think
people want to come on here now. Like, oh, Face is here. I don't know.
Yeah, he's gone. They're like,
He's gone now. Don't worry about it, guys. Okay. Yeah, look how the viewer count drops like a fucking rock now. Everyone's like, Face is gone. Fuck it, leave. I think the music stopped. Let me get some more music going real quick before we keep going here.
They're like, I don't want to listen to these clowns.
Some more. I don't want to listen to two random guys. I don't even know who the fuck they are. Like,
yeah,
you know,
they're like,
the
who the hell are these guys?
We'll use this one here.
Yeah.
Good old sense wave.
Well,
Let me ask you this question here. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Faith, actually. What would you tell a young man? I think you maybe answered this already, but maybe you didn't. What would you tell a young man today in today's society what to do?
So I would take a balanced approach, take the good of the red pill and take the good of the black pill and try to maximize everything you can, predominantly the looks, the gym. Of course, make sure you have basic, decent social abilities, have do everything you get everything you can do, like find out facial attractive. It's similar to faces. I feel like I'm kind of just, taking bits and pieces of what he said, but I completely agree with what he said on that. So just kind of maximize pretty much everything you can. And then at the end of the road, if you're still not having any success, then I would say then it's time to start looking into like geomaxing, hookers, et cetera, dolls.
Yeah, I would tell, honestly, I would tell any I mean, on top of the stuff I said earlier on the stream earlier, but I would tell any dude, if you're age 25, dog, and you ain't getting no play, dog, just go to an escort. Go to escort. Just call it a day, dude. Just
I would say even earlier, but I mean,
yeah, even earlier than that. Just get it over with. Like, if you're so concerned about being a virgin, just get it the fuck over with and like call it a fucking day, dude. Because if it's not happening for you now, it's not gonna happen for you in the future. Unless because that can take a huge mental block off your fucking mind. Like, okay, well, I've done it. Okay, I'm good now. I'm like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like, I think honestly, lose it as soon as you're legally able to. That's what I would say. Like when you're like 18 or whatever, or I did it when I was 19 personally because I just didn't want to. I wanted to just lose it at. I know it sounds stupid and minuscule in the in past tense, but I would like it would be best to lose it when you're like 9. For me, I wanted to lose it when I was at 19, so I wouldn't, so I could say I lost my virginity as a teen, opposed to in your 20s. I know it means nothing, but it meant a big. It was a mental thing for me, is because a lot of the guys that I knew, they lost theirs at like 13, 14.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
Go to show you, dude. And what would you tell a young woman to do nowadays? If you had a daughter or something like that, what would you tell her to do?
So, honestly, I would tell her she can do she realistically can, I know she's probably not going to listen, but realistically she can do kind of whatever, but she needs to accept the consequences for her actions. If she just waits around till she's fucking 40, she's probably not going to get that top level guy or whatever that she wants. So she needs to accept the consequences for her actions and really realistically find out what she wants.
Okay, that's a good set of things there for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. Any more questions for you? Any more questions? The chat have any questions for the guest here? Any questions for the guest from the chat? I know you guys can't super chat, but I'll present any questions you guys have for him, other than anything stupid, obviously. So,
right.
Escortcel, you have any questions for me?
Not really. I mean, just congrats on the stream. I mean, 100 episodes. Any questions? Not that I can think of, to be honest.
All right, well, that's cool. Let's see if you get any. How old is he again? Someone said how old is he? How old are you?
Early 20s.
Early 20s. Okay, didn't say his actual age, but yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
How did he come up with the lobster song?
Oh, so there's this troll that he's been going around the manosphere. I think you've seen him before, like Red Pill Reich. I mean, he's basically this old sunburnt dude, right? Who, his profile picture is so gay, but it's a shirtless picture of him, right? But he has like a super bad sunburn, so he looks like all red, right?
Yeah.
And his hairline, like he has one of the worst hairlines I've ever seen. Like it's receded like past
the back
middle
of his fucking head. Yeah,
it's like all the way at the back of his head. Like it's past the middle of his head. So it's like if you look at like it looks like the Alien versus Predator hairline.
I'm so happy I still have my fucking hairline, dog. Thank fucking God.
Dude. Honestly, yeah, dude. You know,
feels good, man. Not gonna lie.
But yeah, that guy, his hairline is like it's like the Alien versus Predator, like the Aliens or Predators. I can't remember which one it is. Where like the forehead is like all the way back. His is like so far back that his hairline's at the back of his head, and his hairline is like kind of like a curve shape, like a croissant, right? And his hair is kind of like the same color as a croissant, right? So I started, I literally started telling him the first thing I ever called his hairline was the first time I roasted him. I said his hairline looked like an onion peel, and it looked like a rotten onion peel. And then eventually I started calling it a croissant. I thought that was funnier. And I came up with that song just one day, and I played the Rock Lobster instrumental, and oh man, I could tell damn well Lobster Man's pretty pissed off about that song. And it's the funny thing about that song is it's inspired a lot of fakes and a lot of trolls afterwards. Because
really?
like a lot of like fake, not trolling me, like trolling the lobster. People have a lot of people have taken characters that look like him, like Zoidberg, and they put like a croissant, like they Photoshop a croissant on top of the head. And even I've made a couple of these. I saw someone a while back that he named his channel C3PO Cell, and he took C3PO and put a croissant on top of the head, and like just edited troll accounts just to like make fun of that guy. And it's gotten to the point where anytime someone sees him in a comment section, they spam him with lobster and croissant emojis. Yeah.
There you go.
But
croissant and lobster emojis, perfect.
Yeah, I mean Lobster Bill Dyke. I mean, oh my god, that guy is so weird. The thing about him is he believes any man that isn't him is an oofy doofy. So
That's so fucking weird, dude.
He's created this dichotomy where he called CBP an oofy doofy. And even though CBP is like,
I don't get oofy doofiest. I just don't understand them. I never understand the theory.
An oofy doofy, even though CBP is like tall and above average face. He's called a lot of people oofy doofies that were like, what? Yeah, it's dumb. Basically, his belief. I mean, even though he's like a 2 out of 10 himself. Yeah, I don't know. That guy's basically just a lol cow at this point.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, Base. It's been Base, my dude. It's been awesome to have you on here. You're
man, great discussion.
Good interviewee for sure. So yeah,
4 hours, nice. I'm going 5 hours.
I'm going for fucking I don't know how many hours I'm going for, but I'm going for a long time. So yeah, thanks for coming on, my dude. If you want to stay on, you can stay on for the panel, or you can just leave. I put the links in the chat now for anyone who wants to join the panel. They can join the panel and talk free like we typically do. I'll show a few memes and then we'll do that shit like that, or you can just leave. Up to you. But I'm gonna do an intermission real quick, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, all that shit like that. Get some more food and get some booze.
Oh yeah,
champagne.
Maybe if y'all are on later today, maybe I'll come on. I'm probably gonna head off now, and maybe I'll come on later tonight. But yeah, it was a great discussion with you, and obviously with Face.
Yeah, dude. All right, dude. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Awesome. Thanks, bro.
Right. Peace out. All right. Well, once again, the link is in the chat or links up there at the top of the chat if you want to come in here and join the panel like we typically do every time. I'm gonna throw up an intermission or intermission, whatever you want to call it, and I'll be back. Get some food, eat some food real quick, make myself some more alcohol, and we'll get on there. So yeah. We're back. Oh my God. Here we go. Let's get started. All right. Oh boy. Got 55 viewers still in the chat. Let's see what we got going on here. We dropped from 70 down to 55. We lost what? How many people here? Too many people. We got first one up on here. We got Prim. I think Dusty Jones wanted to join. I'm not sure what's going on. Let's see. Is that the real Steve Hoka? I think it'd be the real Steve Hoka. Can't tell. I don't know what Steve looks like. All right, we got Prem. I know this is you. What's going on, Prem?
Yo.
What's going on, buddy? Next, we have the always entertaining Jack Tisson. What's going on, Jack Tisson?
Hiya.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, it's good. Great first show.
Told you you'd be good, dude. Told you I wouldn't leave you guys hanging.
Yeah, it was great. You know, you had Face on, based Escortcel.
Yeah, we had a Vital Message, and we had a Medicann Black Pill, dude. Medicann Coping.
Yeah, Medicann.
All right, let's get Drolix on next. Drolix, my dude, buddy boyo, Drolix. What's going on, Drolix?
What's up, buddy boyos?
What's going on, dude? Yeah, I think you asked if you can clip the channel. You can clip the clips rather. You can clip those out if you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah, that was great. Like, we got a good update from Face himself. So,
is this the real Steve? Is this the real Steve Hoka? No way, it's the Steve Hoka. All right, let's see if it's a troll. It's a troll. I don't know if it is. Who is this? We've muted.
Bro, you sound mute.
Hello?
Am I modulating?
What?
What the fuck?
Am I modulating?
I don't know what the hell's going on with that. It's gotta be Pyramid.
That sounded like Pyramid.
Yeah, it sounded like Pyramid to me too.
That was definitely Pyramid.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be him. I was like, what? I was like, what is going on? Oh my God, what's Pyramid?
I think I've actually seen him use that same picture in
Steve. Oh, really?
Medicann's old streams, yeah.
Should I let him in? What do you guys think? Can you guys handle this shit or what? It's the 100 stream. Should I let him in?
That was an actual picture of Steve Hoka, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
I had no. Does Steve Hoka dox himself?
Pyramid is entertaining. He's entertaining.
Yeah, true.
Hoka always showed his face.
Oh, okay. So I don't have to worry about
it
being like a dox or something like that.
He still has his old videos up on his channel, so you can see what he looks like. At least younger from like 10 years ago.
Dude, I got myself a fucking Jack and fucking Coke right now. Feels good. All right, well, let's let Goran on.
Hi, guys.
What's going on, Goran?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Everything's fine. Or at least for now.
For now.
Yeah, you don't know what the future holds.
You don't know. Yeah, we really don't.
Did you take your exams yet?
Yes, I did one. I passed, and I have to take one more. So.
It's for pharmacy, right?
Yeah, for pharmacy, it's the next exam is going to be. I think I can say it. It's pharmacology. It's actually what people think about what think pharmacy is. It's like you knowing what the drug does to your body and what your body does to the drug. So it's like education, what you take it for, the mechanism of action, and how it's metabolized and excreted.
Nice. That sounds like pretty hard. Is it a hard exam?
Yeah, it's it's hard, but it's not hard because it's hard to understand. You just have to know a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like this TPA
so
game
much,
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of drugs, a lot of groups, and you have to know all of them. So, if not for the exam.
All right. How's everybody been?
For the second governmental exam, huh?
You got Goran over here taking tests. We got Drolix over here chilling. You got Jack Tisson over here in the jolly old UK. And we got Prim. How's everybody been doing?
Yo, so I was gonna say, I think I finally cracked the formula.
Oh,
in the last 2 weeks, I've lost 10 pounds, and I'm like, shit, this is fucking working. So I'm like, I'm gonna keep it up.
Did you take any drugs?
No.
Like,
no,
there
smoking
are
crack to
drugs.
lose my weight, so
There are drugs that can, like, they work wonders. Like, they're pretty good. I think, like, this year, in May of this year, the FDA approved a agonist of GLP-1, GIP, and glucagon receptor. It really helps.
You know what the secret ingredients is?
Okay, what?
Discipline. That's all it is.
yeah, not eating fried chicken right now. I was doing earlier.
I just have McDonald's, so it's not going.
I had a fucking a bunch on earlier. Oh my god.
So the key is every time I'm hungry and I'm ready to eat, I'm just like, does my body need this? Yes or no? Like, just ask that question. And for the vast majority, it's like no. And so when it's no, I'm just like, okay.
That's good. Like, this is. Do you eat sweets?
Currently, no. Like, that's the hardest shit to give up.
Yes, for you. Like, I know.
Dude, for anybody, sweets is like fucking addictive.
No, they're like, I know. For example, my mother, she's not into sweets at all. She likes salty stuff. Like, she eats a lot of dried salted fish.
Yeah, I have a thing for beef jerky.
Yeah, beef jerky, something like this. Yeah, but my mother mostly eats like salted fish and stuff, dried and not dried. And but my father likes a lot of sweet stuff, which I believe is worse, to be honest.
Yeah,
I like savory stuff, really, in my opinion. I think I'm a huge fan of like savory food and whatnot, so that type of like food. So
yeah, the
savory,
problem
is it like apple sauce, or what is it? What does savory mean?
It's like I guess maybe a better word for it would be hearty. I guess I like steak. I like potatoes and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
like
maybe hearty, or not savory, hearty, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very much into food like that. So, but I still drink too much fucking soda like I shouldn't. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's this Jack and Coke right now, about to drink.
But then again, there are people who are like born with Chad genes, who can like literally chuck liters of soda and don't get fat at all.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck at all. It's like their body was like, whatever, dude, you figure it out.
Yes, it's insane. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I have a pretty good metabolism, but I don't eat sweets. And I don't drink.
Have anyone here been watching since the beginning of the stream?
Oh yeah, I watched the end.
Thank you for the detail. Anyone been watching since the beginning of the stream? Nobody.
I started watching when Medicann was on.
Yeah. I started watching.
I was here before the first guest got on.
Oh, okay, good. Well, that's good.
Yeah, I came in late.
I know, Jack. You've been here for a while, haven't you, Jack Tiffin?
Yeah. I've been here since I think 6 minutes into the show.
Oh yeah, you've been here for a while. Yeah, you've been here since it really started. Then good shit. All right, well, got a pretty good haul today. 70 viewers at my top, so pretty good with Face being on.
Yeah,
you got a lot of good insights. Really, truth be told.
I know, like 10 people left. Like when Face left,
immediately it's like, well, he's gone, out of here. Like, shit,
yeah,
dude.
what the fuck?
It is what it is, you know. I'm not really a big time black pillar, so it is what it is, you know. So
yeah, but even like when I think of black pilled people, when I think of people who are like more or less and quote unquote enlightened, but then you see like the comments when you go through the comment section of some black pill videos, bigger black pill of the videos of bigger black pillars, you see that even like black quote unquote black pilled people are just the same as normies. Like they have like a cult thinking. The normies follow the blue pill stuff like a religion, and these black pilled normies, they follow the black pill stuff as a religion. They just copy what the big people are saying, and they they can't really discuss around it very much. I feel
Face
like
appearing was a magical moment. It was a pretty fun moment. I'm not gonna lie. First, I thought I was getting trolled. Am I being trolled? Nah, it's him. I was like, for sure. Like, I heard that. Like, good shit, dude. I was like, all right, well, I'm glad I got him in my Discord. I think hopefully he'll join, and then we can I can get him on one. Kind of cool.
yeah, I should do an episode with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Did he join? Actually, I'm not even sure if he joined.
What about because I know Incel TV has a Discord, so like you have to be like a Patreon and stuff.
How do you even? I don't even know how to even get a hold of that guy.
No,
Do
I
we
think
even know?
Incel TV's publicly stated he would never, get on these
Gotcha.
things.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, probably just his own like privacy, I assume.
Yeah, but then again,
No, he said it is kind of pointless, like talking to a bunch of low IQs, and especially that one video where I think it was like Rolo and the pedomaxer, like they were all like it was like ganging up on Face when
they Hogwood or something like that. What's that guy?
Yeah, name? Hogwood and Coach Soaphill, or not Coach Soaphill, but Richard Coper.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh yeah, Richard.
Entrepreneur in cars or whatever.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, entrepreneur in cars. Inkle TV is in Face's server. I didn't know that. Wow. He was chatting with Face. Face Friday night in the VC, and Blackpool Jesus was on it too. It was epic. I wouldn't mind getting Blackpool Jesus on here, truth be told. Kind of fun to get him on here. I want to get First on here, but I don't know where how to even get in contact with First anymore.
Hamoudi on. Do you know where he lives?
I have
Does
no
anybody
clue.
know where he lives? Like, probably West Germany, but
I don't know where the fucking Moody was. The fucking Moody is really. Incel TV is the Unabomber of the Black Pill sphere.
Sure though.
Grifter and cucks. Oh yeah. In cars. It's just true. The amount of grifting that happens on the internet is unbelievable, dude. People just grift like a motherfucker here.
I mean, you can see it everywhere. Like, money is top priority everywhere. Like in pharmacy, everywhere, in every business.
Hamoudi is fighting in Ukraine, but of course.
Like, even in relationships, money is key.
It definitely matters. Anyone that said it doesn't matter is lying to themselves. So
yeah. And
I mean, I recommend money maxing in general. Like, having money makes life that much easier. Like,
absolutely.
You can't deny it.
You can even cope by beta boxing if you want to.
We got Dusty Jones in the chat. What's up, Dusty?
Yo, how's it going? Happy 100th.
Happy 100th, my dude. How goes the marriage?
Oh, not yet. But soon.
Oh, not yet.
You're all invited,
right?
Hey.
You're all invited.
We're all invited. We're all gonna join via fucking VC chat. Or some sort of like chat fucking function. We'll be chatting. Chat. Oh my god, it's beautiful! Like, it's so awesome.
like Snowden into one of those little robots.
Dusty the Ascension. Yeah.
Dude, awesome stream so far. Great guest.
Yeah, it's been good shit, dude. I'm surprised people even showed up here. Truth be told, first I thought I wasn't gonna get anybody, and I'm like, wow. I was not expecting Faith to show up here, so I was like, I was on the pre-game stream, literally setting up shit as I was fucking like, how should I do this? I have no clue how to get people on here, dude. So,
honestly, I feel like that's how
mystery,
it works in this space.
Shout out
to for me, so
shout out to M Rios. The fact that Face got on trumps like everything.
Yeah, so M Rios give me a huge solid there for sure. So I'm not in Face's server. I have no clue how to get
90 viewers.
Yeah, I have no clue how to get into fucking Face's server. I think you have to be that ugly to get in Face's server. You have to like prove your sub 5 or something like that. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't even know the servers that most people even go in anymore. I don't really interact with the Incel Discord servers anymore like I used to. So
yeah, just be wary joining some random fucking server.
There's too many fucking servers now. Like, unbelievably fucking stupid servers too. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, what is this shit, dude?
Yeah.
Honestly, Caduceus did a good job too. He had really good insights too as well. So I like the channel as well.
He's more. He's one of the older
Vital Message.
Yeah, the Vital Message. Yeah, he's Caduceus. Yeah.
Caduceus. Is he also like a Pharmacell or something, or like?
He's in medical school, I think, or either he's I know he's in medicine. I'm not
Oh.
sure what he does. I know he's in
Yeah,
medicine.
he's
now,
med school.
so.
Med school.
Med school. So it's like university or something.
Here it's grad school. I know over there it's 6 years or something. Here you do 4 years of college and then 4 years of med school.
Damn.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, we got a lot
Yeah.
of medical cell, a pharmacy cell.
Yeah,
Coder
Yeah, I
cells here.
wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about pharmacy and medicine. So basically there was a passed a law where when you do a Medikationsanalyse, basically an analysis of what the fuck your patient gets. So you do the analysis. You just look for interactions between the drugs, and if something is contraindicated, and you can even look at the Blutwert, at the values of certain blood parameters, and factor it all in and say, well, this is done right, this is done wrong, and correct it. And basically you had to do it even beforehand if you were a good pharmacist. And now you're allowed to get money from the Krankenversicherung. It's like from the Versicherung is what the fuck is this called? The stuff you pay money at a steady rate, and then when an insurance, that's what it's called. Yeah, your health insurance. So now the pharmacist is allowed to get 90 euros per analysis from the health insurances, and all the medical staff, not the medical staff, but all the doctors are, or a lot of doctors are outraged, especially in one state, and they drop shit on pharmacists, even though the medicine in Germany isn't really that good. It's only good if you have money, like it is elsewhere.
Can't be as bad as America, man.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's not as, yeah. I mean, if you have money, then the medicine's pretty much everywhere pretty good in the first world, but and this is so stupid, and this goes to show you how prejudiced and how stupid the doctors in Germany are, who tell us that, well, pharmacists should be paid for stuff like this. Because I mean, they tell you, well, yeah, pharmacists they do a lot of mistakes too. But then again, if doctors, because this is actually what the doctor should think about. If the doctor makes a mistake when he gives you the patient a medicine, then it's the pharmacist's job to correct the mistake. But if the doctors were actually doing their job right, yeah, then these mistakes wouldn't even appear. And all the doctors, they say, well, you shouldn't be able to get 90 euros just for looking in a database. Yeah, like just looking for the interactions and stuff. It's like low IQ stuff that you have to do. But then again, why are you that stupid to allow these mistakes to occur as a doctor? They're fucking hypocrites, fucking stupid.
I'd be worried about.
Go ahead.
I'd be worried about, at least in America, Amazon taking over pharmacy. Like, isn't there like a pill pack or something? They automate the whole process. Yeah, Amazon's doing pharmacy in America.
Holy moly!
Yeah, they already have Amazon. Amazon does everything at this point. I mean, let's be real here, but yeah, I've heard that they've been doing pharmacy for a while now, actually.
It's called pill pack.
That's insane. Because
hope you guys got your fucking alcohol, dude. I got my fucking champagne right now. Got some champagne.
Oh, dude, I need some. I got work tomorrow though.
I mean, online,
I'll be fine. I'll just go into work and sleep. Fuck it, dude.
How do you call the place where you get your drugs? Pharmacy, yes?
Pharmacy, yeah, pharmacy.
Yeah. I mean, online pharmacies are pretty big right now.
Yeah, they're pretty big in America for sure. Yeah, I used to use one too when I had my last insurance company, but I switched over. So I just fuck it, just got tired of it. So.
So do you guys? This is probably pertinent to you, Goran, because you're a pharmacy cell. But I think it was Jake Tran that did a video. There was this kingpin. I think he's originally from South Africa, but he was like the godfather of the online pharmacy doctor. So basically, he skirts around the law because there's no when the online age came about, there was no like particular law in regards to buying pharmacy or pharmaceuticals over online, right? And so a lot of these companies now get away with you'll quote unquote have a video session or you just send in your stats like basically your age, height, weight, that kind of shit. And
Yeah.
then based on your physical characteristics, you qualify for X drugs or whatever. So they try to make it as convenient as possible without having to like actually physically go to a doctor. And that's
Yeah.
how like you can get all this shit like Viagra and finasteride and all these stuff through the
What?
mail now. Yeah.
Even Finester, what? Tell
Yeah,
it
you can get
again.
it through there's a plenty of like
Delete?
there's
Did
plenty
I
of
need
websites
Finester
like
right?
Roman, what's it called, Roman, and then there's like hymns. There's plenty of all these websites that do
Doc
this, like
Morris.
yeah, there's plenty of
Yeah,
websites
like
that do this stuff.
the
But-
latest one is Keeps or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
Keeps is a big one as well for
Keeps,
hair, I think. Yeah.
But this is crazy. Yeah, you can get like
Yeah,
minoxidil.
and this guy,
But then it. Okay,
yeah, I was
go
gonna
on.
say this guy was like he had his own like private army. He was like a kingpin back in I think he was in Thailand because that's where he operated out of, and he was making literally millions of dollars a day at some point. Like he had enough money to like pay off the police and all that shit too. But yeah, the finally the FBI got him through basically inside job. Like one of his loyal bodyguards ended up betraying him. But
Yeah,
yeah,
sold them out. Yeah, of course.
but yeah,
Always
that's
happens that way,
that's how
dude.
it goes, man. That's the online pharmaceutical.
Well, he did a great job as a businessman.
Yeah, so it basically opened up the doors for the online pharmaceutical, and they're basically all skirting around the law because there's no specific law that outright bans sale of pharmaceuticals via online.
I mean, in the end, a lot of things are not efficient at all in education and in the medical sphere, because a doctor, I'm speaking now from personal experience and from how things are in Germany, a regular house arzt, he knows super basic stuff that you can look up on the internet very easily. And so when I go to the house arzt, I tell him what I have because I've done my research at home, and I just go, yeah, give me this antibiotic. He's like, yeah, and then they usually ask me, yeah, well, why do you know, how do you know all of this shit? But then again, I think in China they even like they started to introduce cabins where you go into and you just type in what you have, what symptoms you have, and then they'll give you like the
suicide pill.
The ticket, yeah. And then they shoot
I'm
you.
dying. Give me the suicide pill. Fuck it. Just give me the fucking cocktail.
Yeah, and then they go like,
dude, you fucking missed it, Daniel. Dude, we had Face and LMS on, my dude.
Yo,
we had Face on, dog. You missed it. You missed everything. Yeah, get him on here. Get last on here, dude. Get last. Now I have a big panel today. I don't give a fuck, dude.
Okay,
I'm
basically
not drunk yet, but fuck it, dude. Go ahead.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Goran.
I'll say it in one sentence: is you can cut off a lot of people. You can automatize it very easily, because even when you look at what the doctors are studying in medical school, they're studying a lot of things that don't require a lot of understanding, or that require basic understanding. That's why they all hate chemistry and physics and math, because they're not real scientists.
Yo, hold on, Goran. I gotta ask, and Dusty Jones, maybe you can chime in. So, I feel like a lot of doctors, at least in the U.S., are basically cucked, as in they can't necessarily, prescribe or recommend a treatment when it goes against the narrative of what they learned in med school. Like I think, for example, what was it? Like diabetes, right? It's the cause is high blood sugar, and having high blood sugar in your bloodstream causes like neuropathy and nerve damage and all sorts of crap to your body, right? So wouldn't you think that the pertinent treatment would be to reduce as much sugar as possible, you know? But it's like they still recommend you eat, like more than 50 grams of carbs a day, which is like preposterous. Like the whole point is to reduce as much sugar intake to try and reduce blood sugar. And
it's not that easy, It's
no, but what I'm
even
trying to say is you do the research, like, fucking the problem is high blood sugar. So why the fuck are you putting more sugar into your body is the question.
yeah.
And
Like,
obviously they say reduce and eat a well-balanced diet and blah blah blah, but it's like they can't outright say, don't eat carbs. It's like fucking retarded as fuck.
Your diabetes testing supplies could be free. This fucking guy. I remember that fucking old ass commercial, dude. I think he's probably dead now.
No, I think this guy died of diabetes.
Yeah, I think he probably did. It wouldn't surprise me.
I can tell you how it is in Germany about like what you just told. And Germany basically it's like there's as a doctor you have a choice, like the choice to differ from the guidelines. You can choose another medication. You can choose things that are not. You can even choose drugs for your patient to use that are not directly indicated, like that are over the counter drugs. But when you fuck up and you differed from the guidelines, then you're held responsible. If you do everything by the guidelines and something goes wrong, you say, well, guys, I followed the guidelines. I did everything by book. It's not my fault. But when you differ from the guidelines, you're held responsible and you have to explain yourself why you did it that way. And you're going for a bigger risk. But then again, in the medical sphere, they're all like buddies, These people that control you, they have more sympathy for you than for the patient.
Yeah, let's see. I have a video I want to show you guys. It's definitely pretty damning about the economy right now. It's definitely a video of the yield curve. You guys know what that is? Basically, whenever this curve inverts, there's always going to be not always, but historically, there's always been a recession. I want to show this video. It's pretty fucking damning, really, of the entire economy and the way things fucking work right now. Last, you're here. What's up, buddy?
Yo,
you here?
I made it.
You missed fucking LMS, my dude. You missed face, my dude. He was on for like 20 minutes, just about.
I mean, even 2 minutes facing LMS, man.
It's just crazy.
It's
at first I thought it was a troll because like I got it from Emrios, and Emrios was like, "I'll get him on." I'm like, "Okay, dude, we'll figure it out, dude." And Emrios fucking pulled one out for us, dude. So he got mod status today.
He fucking reviewed mod status personally.
Fucking based.
I'll have to go back and check it out.
Yeah, you have to watch the whole video.
Dude, what's been going on?
Not a lot. We just got the panel probably like 10, 15 minutes ago. So we've been doing panel now. But I haven't shown any memes yet, so I'm about to show not a meme, just some information about what's going on with the world.
That is a meme.
Yeah, that was a meme. Okay, I didn't know that. Well, let's do a quick meme here. We have the ignore the yield curve at your peril. Let's play this whole video. As you can see here, I'm going to pause it at certain points. You see it going and it's going and it's going. It ain't doing much right now. You'll see a bunch of stuff pop up on the screen. It's like it's doing a thing, and then you see there it is, the inversion. In New York Times, December 1988, in contrast to previous such periods, there's little evidence to support the view that the bond market is anticipating an economic slowdown or recession, analysts point out. And then, of course, you have the economic crash of like recession, oil shock, 1990. Always happens. So you had that one happened. Okay, well, it happens again. Let's see what happens in 1990. in the 2000s, I believe. I think there was one of the .com bubble, yeah. Keeps doing it. See what it's doing. The flattening yield curve. Well, why this time it's different? .com bubble plus. It's like, well, it's different this time, guys. No, it's not. It's never different. The same shit every time. It keeps going. It's about to show our year. Ben Bernanke, March 30th. I would not interpret the currently very flat yield curve as indicating a significant economic downturn to come. 2007. What's about to happen here? I don't know. 2007 recession, global financial crisis. I don't know what happened, dude. 2010, 2011. About to get to our year.
The good old days.
The good old days, yeah, of 2015 and 2016. Janet Yellen. The relationship between the slope of the yield curve and the business cycle may have changed. Oh, 2018. What was going to happen now? 2019.
It's like it happens right after they say this.
Yeah, like, oh, this time is different, guys. This time is different, guys. Nah, dog. It's never fucking different, dog. The exact same problem every single fucking time. So what you're saying, Mr. School, that we're all gonna make it. Make it to fucking hell. I don't know, dude. Here we go. Here's I'm not gonna ask. So do any of you have this at your job? Let's see. Last you work a job like this. You have this at your job. Let's see. Mind moment positive affirmation technique. Repeat these phrases during each expansion of the circle. Even in chaos, I can feel peaceful. I notice the good. While socially distant, I'm emotionally close. Oh my god! Look at the Amazon box, dude. Oh my! If you have this in your fucking goddamn in your company's fucking workplace, there's something wrong with your workplace.
So we don't have this yet, but I have worked a job where it was kind of like this.
Oh no, that's horrible.
Yeah. I'll say what it is, man. I don't care. It was Zappos, which Amazon bought out. So
it's the fucking
yeah.
It's the fucking wage cage. It's right here, dude. You can see the wage cage right here. It's the cage. You go into the cage.
It is on the cage, literally.
It is on the cage, in fact, though. Yeah.
Yo, is that a video screen? Like on a cage, basically?
Yeah, it is on a cage. It's the wage cage.
Wage cage.
Is that 6 accidents in the last month or so?
I don't know what that is. It might be like a little timer to show okay, are you doing your work right? If you're at 18.5, you're doing fine. If you're at 6, you're doing horrible or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably count or something.
Oh, dude, this is
like
a quota.
Yeah, this is the Amazon shipping
Amazon
warehouse, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I've heard fucking horror stories from
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, man, almost every transportation and package delivery job is like this. It's like Amazon.
Jack Tisson. I'm not sure if you can comment on this, but maybe you can. What do you think about this article here? It's not article. What do you think about this? Think about this article headline. Muhammad revealed as the most popular UK baby name in 2022. How does that?
Oh, this is old, man.
All right. Well,
if you can't, I know you're in a dangerous country that you can't say whatever you want.
I know. I mean, if I actually
said what you thought, yeah,
that could be misconstrued in a way that makes me sound like I am some sort of bigot, then I could be in serious legal trouble because I live under a totalitarian political state. But all I will say is, and I will say it this way. First of all, I'm not a racist or anything like that. You know, I'm not saying that in a sense of trying to virtue signal. I really wouldn't give a shit if people thought I was. But I don't think it's a good thing that there's the demographic shift going on in the UK.
Hasn't your country had unabated immigration for instance, like the 1998 or
Since,
something,
since
like Blair.
you know, in America it was 1965. In Britain it started in 1948, and we're approaching we're approaching a demographic shift, and it looks certain that the indigenous people are going to be pushed into negation at a certain point in the future. Now, do I think it's a good thing that this is the number one name? Well, it's up to the parents what they call their own children, but.
Well, let's be real here. Who mostly gets called Muhammad? Let's be real here. Like it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not your typical run-of-the-mill British, citizen who been here since like the beginning of time. It's literally like immigrants coming over here, and I don't want to say invading, but they're coming to your country.
I think when it comes to immigration into Britain, I think it was okay at the beginning up until the 1980s because there was still a clear ethnic British majority within the UK's territory. But I think since the 90s, since the Blair years, it's got to the point now where it's not diversity, it's colonisation. And
Jack, isn't the population distribution still like 80% white in the UK, or is that like?
I would say it's about
80% old folk.
I would say it's around 85%.
But the average age is so fucking high, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
you have like a bunch of pensioners fucking living off your country now, not like the actual young, like the youth of the country who decide what the future is going to be, not the past. Like,
well,
yeah, we have the same problem.
Well, I mean, if you go to London, well, I live quite close to London. The inner cities, London, are there's no longer a discernible English working class living in London, and now that's what I am. I'm essentially an English working class man, although I'm of Irish and Scottish ancestry. That is pretty much the demographic that I belong to. It's no longer discernible in that city. You've only got a huge amount of people from ethnic minorities and an upper middle class bourgeoisie who are completely leftist, and they look at people like me with scorn. And that's the same in pretty much every single city in Britain. With regards to the actual demographic, the actual individuals in the country who are non-British ancestry, I'll say some things that are good. One thing is that I take Edward Dutton's view about when immigrants go into a country, you tend to find that they are the more industrious, slightly more intelligent, and more ambitious types of people. So if you look at certain groups in Britain, like the Ugandan Asians, for example, as soon as they hit the British Isles, because they're of this highly selected type, they burrowed straight into the medical industry, into business, into politics, into local institutions, and they've done very, very well. I think there's a quote: "You won't find one who isn't a millionaire," and they do perform very well economically, and I think it's because they're highly selected from their mainstream host groups. But
Ugandan Asian.
Sorry, mate.
You said a Ugandan Asian.
Yeah, Ugandan Asians. Yeah, what it was is that during the Raj, the British controlled Uganda, but they needed administrators to work there on behalf of the Crown. So they selected from the Indian civil service the best people, and they shipped them out to Uganda, and they become an elite group in Uganda. Idi Amin in the 1970s, he expelled them because he said they were too successful and they were undermining the Ugandan state. So the British government let them in, and
Dusty, hold on, to clarify, they're not like a black, Asians. They're
No,
just
they're like
basically
Indians.
they're Indian, like
Yeah, because
ethnically.
we call Indians Asians.
So basically, it's Indians that were
Indians are
living
Asians.
Indians living in Uganda.
Yeah, they're very, and also the
Disgusting.
Kenyan Asians have been a very successful group in Britain.
No, I used to live in that part, so yeah, it's pretty typical. The same fucking shit happened even in South Africa, where like, the Indians are typically the business owners and shop owners, and like the
Yeah.
blacks have resentment towards the more business savvy Indians and shit.
Yeah, well, when they come over in the 1950s, they typically went into textile industries and into factories, but they practice extreme in-group cohesion, and they work together as a unit. And they bought up corner shops. It's in Britain we say the Indian shop. That's typical for a corner shop, and from that base of working in low skilled jobs into the local retail industry, they propelled themselves into the point where it's looking like a Ugandan Asian is going to be the next Prime Minister of Britain. We've got a guy called Rishi Sunak who's in the leadership race now to become the next Prime Minister. So that tells you how functional, intelligent, and dynamic this group is. And to be frank, they outcompete the average English person. And this is the dynamic of the multiracial world we've got in Britain now. We've got all these different groups. Some of them outcompete English people economically. There's a lot of hatred on both sides, and I think in the up until the 1990s, because the English people were the vast majority in Britain, there wasn't much space for any negotiation when it comes to how we exist within our own country. But now it's all like white privilege, and if you say anything, if anything happens which is predatory towards the English people, and you say anything about it, you get thrown in jail for a hate crime, hate speech. It's and there's a constant change, like a critique of the history, to the point where any form of identification with English history is, in a positive light, is seen as a total awful thing to believe, and it's got to a point now where even your own faults are looked at as a medium to be policed. And unfortunately, I think it's gone too far. The whole PC, immigration, and woke culture. But so to answer the question, do I think it's a good thing that Mohammed is the number one name in Britain? It's up to the parents, to whoever call their children, and I've got nothing against people on an individual basis, but I do believe that Britain is headed in a questionable direction. Okay, does that?
Yeah, they answered the question enough for me. That's good enough for me, actually. Truth be told, I mean, I think that there is a huge problem with like the especially in countries like in Europe, where like you guys have had such a massive number of immigrants coming to your countries over the last since like really for a long time now, since like the early 2000s, even before then probably, and you guys just don't have the you guys have so much history and culture in your countries, and to have people who just fresh off the boat come to your country and just tell you that, oh, your country's bad, racist, and evil, seems really, really odd to me, and people just kind of take it, and it doesn't seem.
I'm kind of immune to it. I mean, I'm not a normie, and I've been reading books my whole life, and despite the fact that I'm being very careful how I speak now, I'm pretty much immune to any kind of leftist shaming language, because I've never had very strong social attachment, so I don't really know what it's like to fit in. So if I get ostracized for having a position, it doesn't really bother me. I've never fitted in anyway,
Yeah.
But one thing I have been very upset with over the last year or two is this white privilege. Now, I've analysed this to death. This claim of white privilege, and the assessment I've come to is it's ecosystem. I do think if you're in your own ecosystem, if you put it into the sense of an animal like a polar bear, obviously a polar bear is going to have advantages within his own ecosystem that a rabbit wouldn't. Yeah,
sure. Yeah, I would agree with that.
And a polar bear is adapted to that environment, so he's going to have an ability to negotiate his environment better than an animal that isn't adapted to that environment. And I think the left has inverted something which is perfectly normal, which is a people resisting within their own territory and participating in the way that actually makes the society function as a whole. And they've actually critiqued that to the point where they've actually said it's a bad thing. Well, they don't critique other ecosystems, for example, like homogenous states like India or China or
Japan.
I don't know, Kenya. But I think that this whole white privilege leftist shaming language will not stop in the West. I'll tell you a reason why. I recently watched a video on Singapore, and they're using the name Chinese privilege now. There's a Chinese privilege in Singapore, and what's done on one people can be done on any people. And I don't think there's anything unique about the British or the French or the Germans or the Italians or anybody else that constitutes the European countries. I think what's been done in the West could be done anywhere. And I think it's been piloted here, but it could be done anywhere. And what do you think about that? You think you could do that anywhere? And I think you can. I think it could be done anywhere, you know?
Yeah, but there is white privilege, and it's called JBW. That's literally the only that, and the fact that our ancestors built up a lot of infrastructure and built up a lot of scientific what is it called, progress. That is white privilege. But then who is to blame for JBW? Well, it's of course the genetics, but then if you look at the most woke and liberal leftists, you'll see that if they're foids, they are most certainly to have a white boyfriend or white man.
Yeah.
No, that's almost guaranteed.
So
it's almost scary how much that happens every time.
Yeah, they themselves are propagating white privilege.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say, I think there's been some unique historical processes that have taken place in the last few hundred years, and my theory is that the European nations, England, France, and Germany, and Italy, they were in a highly competitive environment for a long time, and it forced them to become technologically proficient throughout the generations. And
yeah, not only that, but there was also a lot of exchange, a lot of
by the nature of being so close to each other, you're going to have a lot of cultural exchange, a lot of economic exchange, a lot of military exchange, just by definition, just by being close to each other.
What they did, what they once they sort of fought each other, and there was the victory against the Moors in 1492. There was a victory against the Turks in the 1500s, and there was this expansion out into the New World. Because they had technological primacy over other groups. By the time the European powers reached the late 1800s, they started to get conceited. And there was a whole burst of literature in the late 1800s about white supremacy. And it was only based on the fact that European powers had seen something. These intellectuals had seen the success of their respective nations and then presumed that meant that they were some sort of superior people. And there's I don't have any leftist analysis of any people really, but that supremacy narrative did spread around the world from the late 1800s right up until the Second World War, and it's become embedded in the world's belief system. It isn't true, but it's become embedded in the world belief system, and I think it's created an asymmetric environment where there's a lot of resentment and envy, and it's created a very toxic environment when the Europeans interact with other groups, because they've had this history of asserting themselves as some form of superior people. And that's I've got nothing against any European history. I think every group's predatory. Every group's got their scum. Every group's got their good people. Every group is capable of barbaric acts. I don't think there's any evil race, but I do think that unique historical precedent of claiming of supremacy has actually done harm for white people, and it's done harm for other people. And I think white supremacy is actually something that should be rejected. White privilege doesn't exist. Yeah, but white supremacist beliefs do exist, and I'm not being a leftist. Yeah, I don't care what I'm called. You could call me anything, but I do actually think that white supremacist belief systems are nonsense. And they should be by white people. We should actually turn around and say we're not superior. Yeah.
Well, the whole narrative between white supremacy and white privilege and all that stuff, and when you look at the historical precedents, it's really more so like white. Well, you can make the argument all ruling classes do that. That's what they do, even to their own race, because it doesn't matter to them. Gold is gold, money's money. But there actually is kind of I read up a little bit on it. It's called the miracle of Europe. Basically, why was it that Europe became so industrious so fast compared to other places like India or China? And the main one idea was that, because we had the Mediterranean, where it basically we had access to not only France, Spain, and Germany, and Europe way in the north. Britain way in the north, but we also had Africa and in the Levant. Israel and all to the west and to the east. So we had this whole so Europe had this whole influx of potential, of culture, of information, of just intellectual pursuits.
The most cultural exchanges, I think, actually happened around the territory of Russia. Literally, Central Asia, where the place where Europe meets Central Asia. There are so many cultures right there. It's insane. I think this is the most culturally enriched area. Because if you even listen to the stories, fucking nomads battling the Persians and stuff. It's insane what happened there.
Yeah, and you also bring that in too.
The Khazars, do you know they had their ruling dynasty, the Ashinas, that they were the J people, they were tribesmen, star people. It's insane, but they ruled over Iranian, Turkic people, and they had three belief systems. They had basically the religion of the tribesmen, Tengrism, and Buddhism. What the fuck?
Yeah, even before, and
then you realize, wait, and then you realize that Uzbekistan was Babylon. What?
Is that in
Yes, Samarkand and Bukhara, and one of the oldest tribesmen what is it called? Gemeinde, like society, like a religious society. What do you call like one religious society? Basically, like one church or like one synagogue.
Like a theocracy.
Not theocracy, no, but it's basically the oldest like Jewish yeah, like I have to look it up, the word, but basically the oldest of the like one of the oldest is in Bukhara. It's like what? It's like it's really cool in Uzbekistan. It's crazy.
Really?
So I don't think that it's because of culture. It's just because that some cultures are literally better than other cultures.
Like I wouldn't say it's because the culture in itself, because I take it there's no such thing as like a pure culture identity. There's just like a bunch of different other subcultures kind of like meshing within one another.
It depends on what you've got. I mean, if you've got like I was talking to a dude today who was Australian, and if you look at the height, like if you look at the general analysis of different groups, the general conclusions are: if you look at the Australian Aboriginals, they're not looked at as a very smart people. They're looked at as a people that are not adapted towards Western culture. But then I was talking to my Australian friend, and he said to me, he goes out to the outback in Australia, and when you go to the outback in Australia, you're literally met with a vast desert, and it goes on for hundreds of miles. There's no water, there's no food, there's no shelter, and if you do not know what you're doing, you're going to die. It's as simple as that. And these Australian Aboriginal idiots, quote unquote, they can walk across the whole interior of Australia, and they can source water, they can eat, and they understand the landscape. They understand.
You don't look, but you don't need to be smart for this. Like my ancestors,
you do need to be
literally
smart.
sent off into a fucking desert, 14 kilometers away from the nearest town, with nothing, literally nothing, and they survived, even though they come from Europe and they were never in a desert to begin with, but they survived.
Right.
And they built and they prospered. And then at the end of the Soviet Union came the perestroika, came the Oralman, and they started, and the criminality skyrocketed. My father got blackmailed. Or what is it called? Like when you're not blackmailed. He wasn't, I think, blackmailed as in but threatened.
Yeah, blackmailed.
Like they would tell him like your son is not going to come home from school, like shit like this. And then he was forced to come to Germany. And now, one generation after, I'm fucking studying pharmacy, waiting for my bright future. That's what you call great genetics. I'm sorry to brag, but that's what you call great genetics, when everything's going bad, but yet your offspring or the future of your blood is still bright.
Right.
That's great.
You gotta think, Australian Aborigines, they've been there for like what, 70,000 years.
Exactly.
So even the people, they're gonna know their home country inside and out.
I admire primitive sort of barbarous cultures, because I like how I've got a real issue with the rule of law within civilization, and how you're once you become civilized and you're under the control of the state, you're basically handicapped by the establishment, and you're told what to do, and you're pretty much an asset of the state. And when you've got these primitive cultures, they live according to their own primal laws, and I just like that mindset. Now,
you won't be able to achieve anything great with this, because you need to you need to specialize. You need to.
Yeah, but like, don't most cultures start in barbarism and then end in I think Glass might know this phrase, but they start off with barbarism, then they reach a certain point, and then they become civilized, and then they reach a certain point, then they become a decadent, and then they reach a certain point, then they become they just kind of die off because like they become too decadent for their own.
America's a history of. I mean, if you look at the. Go on, sorry.
So, like, I would say barbarism seems like
a
necessary step to make it to civilization to some extent. Like, you have to have enough barbarism and enough. Like, yeah, you have to truly believe that your culture and your people and your way of life is the way it's supposed to be. If you truly believe that, then you're going to fight tooth and nail to defend it and fight for it. But if you don't believe that at all, you're just going to do whatever you do. Basically, be as a hedonist and not believe anything at all, and you're going to get taken over by a stronger group of people.
Yeah. I don't like getting into like the hard definitions. I would say, well, there kind of is no such thing, because how do you distinguish like barbarous, savage culture compared to the culture that you're in? Of course, you're going to think that the culture you're from is more advanced or intelligent to another. So, but as a pure like technological standpoint, yeah, I can agree. But like cultures start off with nothing, and then they build themselves up, and then after a certain point they kind of slow down, they lose momentum, and then they kind of fall back down a little bit, and there's just a never ending cycle.
Yeah, when you look at there's a really controversial guy who was kicked off YouTube that I listened to when he was on YouTube, and he was always speaking about how civilization handicaps people because you do become specialized within a civilization, but you don't become holistic when it comes to your approach to your environment. If you've got an ancient like I'm a big fan of the Red Indians, and the Red Indians on the frontier, they weren't technological in the sense that they had this continuum going back hundreds of years where they had this ability to beat people with technology. If you haven't got technology and another people have got technology, you're going to get your ass kicked, and that's the reason why technology is so important. But in other senses, the Red Indians were a lot more had a lot more capacity than the average American. They could hunt. They could practice agriculture.
They had a bigger skill set.
They had a bigger skill set. Yeah, they had a bigger skill set, and they were fitter. They were mentally fitter. They were stronger, and
I don't know about this.
They just the only reason why the Red Indians lost.
When we compare them to today's Americans, then yes, because today the state is going for propaganda to mentally weaken people so that the state can control them. And this is why I think this is not it's an unjust comparison, because there's another factor that is heavily influencing the mental illness of today's American people.
The mainstream media.
Someone said
I would just say daily life in general.
People already look at things in the 1990s as abhorrent. It's true. I mean, but it feels, I don't know, like the wholesomeness of the 90s was such a maybe obviously when you were born in the 90s is a whole different story versus like the actual reality of it. So maybe I look at it with rose-colored glasses, obviously, but like when I look at the 90s though, like were things really that abhorrent, or I guess our standards have changed. And I guess when you talk about the technology improving and as technology improves, our views also improve on those previous eras of history. I think it's really, really inappropriate for human beings to look back on history with their current morals and then try to like extrapolate that and say, oh well, they were just bad people. It's like, well, no, they weren't. They were just human beings doing what human beings did in that time period. This weird thing that we do nowadays, where it's like we do this weird historical, not relativism, but historical, I don't know. Like if we backtrack on history and say, well, those, they were just bad people. They were horrible human beings. It's like I don't know if I really agree with the whole like moral standards of like looking back at history and saying those people were just bad. Like it seems really like this seems stupid to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, I've quite a lot of interest in the history of Spain, and when you look at the history of Spain, it can be explained quickly. You've got a pretty much unoccupied peninsula in southern Europe, and then you've got these Germanic tribes who enter into this area, and then they have this conflict with financiers who try to enter into the territory, and the Germanic kings managed to keep them away, and then there was this.
They yes, at first they even killed a bunch of them.
All right, now you've got,
but they still prevailed.
All right, now you've got the Moorish occupation, and the Moors occupied Spain. These were a North African vigorous group of people, and they dominated that space for 800 years. And during that time, throughout many periods, the Spanish were meek and mild. They were victims, and they had this open sort of like sob story towards the whole of Europe. They were these oppressed group, and then eventually they clawed back their territory through the Reconquista, and they managed to defeat the Moors in that famous battle in 1492, and then they consolidated their territorial integrity. And what did they do? The Spanish, these victims, they sailed over to the New World and they completely decimated South America and colonized it. And then at the same time as they were doing that, the Turks were trying to do that to them within Turkey. I don't look at any kind of group as particularly good or bad. I just look at them as people who are predisposed towards predation.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to get into when I was going back like I don't know 2-3 topics ago. Like the reason why like the whole like white privilege and white supremacy thing exists to begin with is because of like you had at a certain point during like the mid what would you say the mid second millennium, like you had things like the Spanish going out conquering South America and lower North America. You had basically like Dutch corporations going in and colonizing Africa. And then you had like the big to do with the East Indian Company and India and all that. So like there is historical precedent for like the whole narrative. Well, it's not really white though. It's more. It should be. I guess it should be more like European supremacy, Anglo-Saxon, because there's like white people all around the world. I mean, there's white Asians.
Every group, if they manage to gain territorial integrity, they get hold of technology, and they've got something outside of their territory that they're capable of taking. Over a long enough period of time, they will attempt to take it. It's the predatory identity of humans. There's a really good book I read called Homo erectus and 44-Non Sapien. It's a fantastic book, and he chronicles human history. And I use that example of the Spanish, the Germanic kings, the conflict with the financiers, the conflict with the Moors, the fact that they went and attacked the Indians.
Hey, Goran, what's going on with your mic, dude?
And they were getting attacked by the Turks.
I hear this like noise coming from your mic. I wasn't sure what's going on there.
I think. Okay.
At the
good.
same time, the Spanish.
I thought that only I was hearing it. I was doing some experiments. There's like.
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Huge
Make sure you
option.
mute your mic next time.
Yeah. No, I think it's. I can fix it just by not moving a certain part of the mic. I was just playing around with it, and I noticed this sound. I didn't know that you were. Oh,
yeah, we're hearing it all too. Yeah.
Okay. I'll stop.
It's the Mog or get mogged world from the beginning of time. This is all cope. You're either conquered or assert your dominance to get dominated. Whether they're debate.
That's pretty much what I'm trying to explain, right? I mean, it's the same at the same time as the Spanish were conquering the New World. There was British pirates who were waiting in the Atlantic Ocean for Spanish ships, and they were robbing them. And then that was the basis to start the British Empire. And if you look at history at just like an event to event. You've just got people preying on people, people conquering people, people oppressing people, people resisting being oppressed. It's the essential predatory nature of man to do this. I struggle with it sometimes.
That's right, but I wanted to tell you that there are still cultures, even to this day, that are more violent, more predatory in nature.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it.
How? Look
I don't agree
at
with it.
look at the Pechineks. Look at all these nomad tribes that raided for centuries.
I can't agree with that, but I think that has more to do with the environment.
No. I don't. Wait. Look. There is a difference. There is a difference between European and Central Asian people. There's a big difference. If we look at, if you look at Mongols and Tatars and the people of Kazakhstan, or at least when we look at them some centuries ago, because your regular European would never be able to commit so many atrocities how these people did at that time period, because that's just how they were raised. That's what they had in their genes. I don't know, but
I don't mean to. I'm not meaning to be PC.
Hold on, Goran. Let Jack Tiffin rebut you real quick. Let's get some conversation going on here.
I'm not a leftist. I'm not a leftist at all. I believe in freedom of speech and I believe in having your own worldview. But it is the reason why there is this longitudinal history between different groups of people having conflicts and oppressing each other, conquering each other. It's not because one group is more predatory than the other. It's because every group is predatory. So they conflict. They come against each other. I mean, if you look at the history...
No, look. No, it's not even that.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you one example, yeah? All right,
No. You look. You don't have, like, my parents. My parents have had conflicts and experience with these people, because if you look at Kazakhstan was only recently, quote unquote, civilized, or the infrastructure was only recently built. And what this meant is that most Kazakhs were not able to fill in key positions within these newly built infrastructures.
But
and you could see, and when they were unable to fulfill these key positions, you could see how they would what is it called? Ausrede. How they would excuse their inability. They would say, "Well, this is look. They were not. They weren't honest. They wouldn't say like, yes, okay. Our ancestors had never had something like this, and we never really went for technology and intelligence. All we did was raiding." They would say something like.
But doesn't that just get back to I can't agree with you. Like, there are certain tribes there are certain cultures that might be more, like, even to this day, like, in the extreme. But then you're going on. Well, then you're going.
Hold on, Goran. Let Last go. Last, go ahead.
But then you're going on. Well, they had this external circumstances that were prodding them along to act like this.
No.
Like that's
wait. They were always raiding. Always. They only stopped when they became part of the Russian Empire. Beforehand, they were always raiding.
Yeah, but
it's still environmental.
This is the
problem.
Can I
make one point, please? Can I make one point?
It's still environmental, though, because they're always raiding because that's how they could. That's the only way they could live, man.
No, this is not. Look, when my people, when the Russian Germans came into the sands, the sands became rich and flourishing lands. because we brought agriculture, we brought technology, we built everything they have now. And now, now, they look at the war that is going on, they extrapolate these filthy politics onto everyone in Russia and tell the Russians a second time after the second time to fuck off. How? You had nothing. Everything that you have and everything that you will have had was built from us. If the Russians wouldn't come to them, if nobody from the Western world could come to them, they wouldn't have any of the pleasures that they can now enjoy.
Right. Yeah.
But look, look, listen. It's not that it's impossible to live a peaceful life. It's just that they didn't want to. They had.
They just didn't have the.
When they're not talking
when you
about
say they just didn't want to.
Yes, they didn't want to.
Or the fact that maybe they had to because their environment was the shit. They couldn't grow. I don't know what the history of.
No,
this
you
country,
can grow. You can grow wheat. You can even grow cotton. You can grow anything. Maybe not in the most southern parts where it's very dry, but still there are a lot of like in the north it's rich soil. You can plant anything, but they didn't. They didn't because they just didn't want to. When I tell you that,
I don't know, man.
When I tell you that some people are better for something or worse for something,
I would maybe agree with you, if only because like the amount of genetic diversity within groups is I think within groups is actually greater than the genetic diversity outside of groups, I believe. So like I think that certain groups of people possibly, depending on their environment and their genes, could be predisposed to certain things at the end of the day. I think that's true. Yeah, I think you'd be a child to ignore the genetic and the environmental factors going on here at play when it comes to different cultural exchanges and different the way people behave. It'd be stupid to think otherwise. Like I don't know unless it's magic or some shit. Like people, human groups living in different environments and under different pressures, they're going to develop different phenotypes and genotypes depending on to adapt to those type of pressures. So,
can I make one point, please?
Go ahead, Jack.
Go ahead. I just wanted to.
Goran, you already said Goran, you can't keep doing that. I just wanted to. No, go Jack.
No. Okay, really quick.
No. Not really quick. Jack Tiffin, go.
Okay, just check it out.
Okay,
I think I will check it out too.
Okay. Goran, in the spirit of being an Anglo gentleman to a German, I wish for you to make your point, sir. Go
on. Thank you. I just wanted to be fair to everyone and say that Dante Spada called me out on some bullshit I told.
He hasn't said what it was. That's the problem. I don't know what he.
Okay. I'll read out.
Most information is wrong.
Bukhara has nothing to do with Babylonia. The city of Babylon was in present-day Iraq, but it is present-day Iran that was called Persia in earlier times.
Oh, that comment. Okay.
He's right that Babylon is in Iraq, and Babylon was also a part of Persia at that time. And
because I want to mention, like, is Uzbekistan in like Mesopotamia? Or is it?
No, it's not. It's Central Asia.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
because that's what was kind of throwing me off earlier.
No, just so.
All right, can I
go ahead? Go on. I just wanted to say that I've probably made a mistake and that somebody called me out on it.
Okay. I just wish to make one point. This is an interest of mine. When it comes to how cultures, some are more barbaric than others, and there is, I've listened to all sources. I've read widely from different positions. I've read the left, I've read the right, and there's an argument that certain population groups are more predisposed towards savagery and barbarity, and this. And there's certain groups that are docile and they're civilized and they're less inclined towards nefarious behavior. Now, I think everybody on this board would agree that the image of the Anglo is of a type of person who is relatively polite, relatively well mannered, and relatively civilized. If you look at the movies, there's like people like Hugh Grant, and they're seen as this kind of harmless, benevolent character. Well, in the early the early 1500s, the Anglos, these people that have got this image, had spent 100 years fighting within their country, a series of the most barbaric civil wars that you could ever imagine. It was dynasty against dynasty. The War of the Roses, which was the Game of Thrones, was based on this conflict. It was just it was unmanageable barbarity for 100 years, and the English people, the Anglos, were this fierce, barbaric people. Now, they were looked at across the world during the 1500s as the same way as the Chechens are looked at today, or the Somalians are looked at today, or the Afghans are looked at today. They were looked at as a people that were completely unreasonable. If you let them into your territory, if you have anything to do with them, they are going to destroy you. And there was when the Spanish had their final conflict with the Moors, they actually used Anglo mercenaries to go over to Spain. And when the Anglos cornered the Moors, the atrocities they did towards them were the same kind of atrocities you hear about in Afghanistan, in Chechnya, in the most depraved parts of Central America. So my postulation is based on historical facts. Is a people will be how it will be as bad as you push them. Yeah, it's as simple as that.
I would say I would agree with that to some extent. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a people will be as bad as you push them. If you put a people and they're in a civilized environment, and they're like the Anglos have had 200 years of civilization and wealth and prosperity, they're going to come across these lovely, nice people, well-mannered, polite. You throw Anglos into the situation that they were in the 1400s, where there was just death and destruction around them and starvation. They will go to the southern Spain, they will get the Moors, and they will do the same things that anybody else would do. And this is the central problem with man. The central problem with man is that it's not that we are we have got differences when it comes to identification. People tend to cleave to their own identity. The problem is not that man is different, it's that we are the same. And it's the sameness of us that makes us fight. Yeah. And I think there's one distinction. I think this is a good thing about this is that there is space between groups to actually have a dialectic, but it can only take place with a certain type of person, because most people are not reasonable. Most people do not care about the truth. Most people only care about comforting lies that makes them feel good. But you get a certain type of person across all racial groups, about 5%, who do not care if it makes them feel good. Is it true? They practice reason, and they're open to being objectively moral. And this thin layer of people all across the world can get on, despite the fact that they come from different groups. And I think that's a good thing about globalism. And I think that's something that something that's appeared on the internet. I think that's something that should be remembered as history goes on. That humans can get along across other groups at a certain mindset.
Well,
yeah?
I would say that our modern world, with the amount of abundance that we have in this world when it comes to food, I think that we've raised more people out of poverty in this century than we have in every other time the face of the world, truth be told. So it's really easy to say that in a time of abundance, but when shit hits the fan, that's when you see real. Okay, what are you gonna do now? Are you gonna be as peaceful as you were before, or are you gonna start robbing people in the street once you can't afford to buy your fucking chicken tendies tomorrow night or something like that? I don't know.
And unfortunately, Mystery, I watched a video today, and I hope it isn't true. I'm just finishing my dissertation, And I feel that this could be true, that we're going to, in the next 6 months, be living through a global depression. So I think...
Hey, Jack, I concur with everything you just said. And then this is the reason why I have a ER-15 and AK-47.
Here we go. Who decided the U.S. is in a recession? 8 white economists you never heard of. There you go. This is the copium we have going on in the news right now. It's like, oh, well, it's not really a recession because 8 white people said it. It's like, I don't know, dude. Like, recession still fucking exists, and economic reality is still reality.
So there's a thought that I want to get out there.
Go ahead, Laf.
Just to kind of piggyback on the discussion that Jack Sisson was going. Like, the reason why I say like no such thing as like a pure culture, because I would, like, my own opinion would be like, culture comes about through unintended consequences and not like intended consequences. Like, it comes as like just a result of the happenstance things that people do, rather than like the how you would say, like, what they intend to do to achieve some sort of idea of a culture or of a lifestyle. Because I mean, who here could say that they can reach that idea? But instead, like, the culture that we have right now in this little quote unquote community, like, comes about as
the what community?
Exactly. in the what community, it comes about as, just we're just a bunch of people who, this is the course that our lives have taken, through no fault of our own. Well, probably a few of us fault of our own, but more likely than not, no fault of our own. So the culture, it comes about indirectly of intended actions. That's why I don't buy this idea of like a pure culture. Like, you have, like, culture is basically everything and nothing at the same time. If that word salad makes any sense, I don't know.
What'd you say at the end there? I'm sorry, I think I missed that.
No, culture is everything and basically nothing at the same time. Because it's like always. I mean, how do you catch a culture? Like, how do you is it tangible? Is it?
Well, culture is a constantly ever changing thing. Like, this idea that culture is some stagnant thing that's supposed to be there forever and ever and ever is really, is once again another stupid idea. Culture is always constantly changing, even within groups of people. Let's say that Britain was completely, or let's say America seems to be a big bone of contention here for immigration. But let's say America was still the white country that it was back in the 50s. Like, their culture was still changed. In fact, you saw it change, because it did change. Like, you saw it change over time, and then it became what it is now. So, like, cultures are allowed to change. They always do change, and they always will change. That's what it comes down to. You're not going to ever escape that. So, like, cultures aren't some sacred thing. I think that certain cultures, possibly, depending on the environment, could yield better results. Like, you have a culture that doesn't embrace education, and it doesn't, I don't know, honestly, it depends on the environment, though, because if you have an environment that doesn't value education at all anyway, but education is not really required to make it in that world, then it doesn't matter. So, like, it's a lot of this stuff is environmental. It's kind of like being an incel. It's depending on where you are on the scale. It's a very, very multivariable, multifaceted issue. You can't just say, like, oh, it's the environment or the genes or something like that. It could be a multitude of issues, multi-factor thing,
So yeah, I was gonna add to Lastio. So, like, all this shit about is cope. I think I read one pretty good scientific, magazine. Like, it was just a thought experiment. Like, what if we went back 10,000 years ago and plucked a newborn Neanderthal or something from back in time and dropped them?
I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, and then drop them into the modern age. The truth is, like, the brain capacity is there. Like, they would just grow up as just another kid in the modern age is essentially what it is.
Because humans are still, like, scarily similar to how we were, like, 20,000, 50,000 years ago.
Yeah. We're literally the product of our environment. Like, if we were all born, like, 5,000 years ago, we'll be chasing deer and wondering where our next meal's coming from, like, on a daily basis. And worrying about surviving the winter and shit. But, like, and then, man, what was that other point I was going to make? They just escaped me. But, yeah, that time difference.
Well, maybe I can.
And then culture. Yeah, Mystery was talking about culture. Yeah, it's ever evolving. And look at the fucking point right now. I think even what's that guy's name? The Black Pigeon Speaks. It's like, look at this modern degenerate leftist woke culture. It's like we don't value children, we don't value education, and any culture that doesn't, promote self-sustainment and growth is eventually bound to die out, which it will in this current trajectory. So
I take.
But yeah, those were like the 2 points.
Have you seen the article about the people getting like a free milkshake for vasectomy or something?
Oh yeah, people are literally like self terminating at this point. Really, the deleting their fucking gene pool out of the gene pool. Say, well, there you go.
I was literally reading the article. Even the leftist women are like basically
getting hysterectomy and stuff like that. I'm like, seriously, like, damn.
No, I think it's a great thing. Like,
not necessarily a bad thing.
Idiots, let these idiots like self-terminate out of the gene pool. Like, we don't need them. Period.
100 billion% Durlux. You know, that's what Johnny Heretic was talking about. How these spiteful mutants they occupy the highest positions in society. If you look at
and hold on, to add, right, like, let them self-mutilate and they can't reproduce, that's great, but then already they aren't reproducing anyways. Like, the people that are having kids are, generally speaking, more conservative with traditional values. So if the leftists are, want to go that route and view as having a kid is terrible for the environment, like the environment over preserving their own self lineage, then more power to them. Like, they'll eventually just fuck off, which is great.
I want to die out.
40% LGBTQ and T now most prominent. 1/3 of men unemployed. 1/3 of men inkwell. Yeah, I've seen that stats before. Pretty sad, really. Men are completely not okay right now. Speaking of not being okay, let's take a meme break here. We got a lot of high IQ discussion going on here. Let's take a meme break. Here we go. Here's a meme break. I hope you guys don't work here because you're gonna be dancing like a fucking Walmart schmuck. Well, look at this shit, dude. Imagine making $8.25 an hour, dog. You gotta do this. Like, you're just fucking getting like. They even got a can. Oh man, look at the boss. Hey guys, you guys want to work at Walmart? Yeah, woo! Oh my god. Look at the. Jesus Christ.
They actually seem happy though.
Yo, so this meme kind of hits a little like, so in the rice community, right? Like in Japan too. Like there's a tradition of kind of like, huddle up, everyone get together, but then it's literally exercise, right? Like they do what do you call it? Like a group exercise activity. And so, but at least that has a purpose, right? Like, you're exercising, increase your blood flow, whatever.
Don't they stretch like?
It's literally more of a stretch. Like a little quick 30 or a minute to 2 minute get together and do exercise. But that one is just fucking clown world.
And we got 2 of these, dude. We got 2 of these. Here we go. Here's another one. I'm like, what in the literal F is going on here? Oh my god. Like I said, you're making fucking $8.25 an hour to get fucking dance around like a fucking monkey in the middle of a goddamn fucking Walmart.
They're choreographed.
Yeah, dog.
Which means that they've practiced this.
Oh no. Sweet mother of God. What meme is this? Oh, this one's pretty sad actually. This one's pretty not sad. It's kind of like whatever, dude. Here we go. Which one of these items will help ensure professional drive employee retention and success? A pay raise. Incorrect. Often when an employee leaves, it's not about the money. It's a good exit interview can help determine the real cause of employment discontent. A ping pong table with the real answer. I'm like, seriously? So you don't want to pay people more money, but you give them a fucking ping pong table to fucking feel like a fucking schmuck in the middle of an office when they're making $8.25 an hour. Like, okay, dude, fuck off. Why can't I find workers? Well, I don't know, dude. You ain't paying them enough. Like,
yeah, but we have this ping pong table.
What? Here's some a life fuel for white cells here. A life fuel for you guys again. This is a different picture from the last one I showed. Here we go. Look at the Asian female white male couples, dude.
Bro. Oh god, I have something to say about this. Did I tell you guys this? I was talking to Drolix about New
tell
York
me.
City.
You told me. Yeah.
Every single Asian woman that you see with a stroller, it's like a mixed white baby in there.
Oh my god, dude!
It's
Hey,
sad,
Mystery.
Oh no!
Yo, Mystery.
Yeah, what's
could
up?
Could you pop that back up?
Sure, buddy. Let me pull the picture back up. Give me a sec.
The dream is real.
Yeah, my brother's in New York City right now, and I went to visit him, and it's actually crazy. Like,
Look at these guys. Like, what's the guy?
Hold on. But in defense, like I mean, these guys are attractive chads, at least in the center.
Most of them are actually just good-looking guys, but
yeah, even this you got a little. What's going on?
Yeah,
here?
I would say most of these white guys are
chads, yeah.
high tier normie to chads. So, can you really blame the women?
Giga chads.
I don't have anything to add. I just wanted to see what I could never have.
This guy right here, he lucked out. Look at this guy.
Wait. Oh yeah, you showed this one before. Yeah, if you need to know, I can.
Laugh, dude. It's not over, dog.
Yeah, we right there.
Make it happen, dude.
Yeah. Only thing is, I'm like.
Just go to New York, my dude. Just go to fucking New York. You'll make it.
It's actually kind of how.
Oh wait, mystery, bring that back up.
Oh, give me a second. Let me pull that back.
Top left, height pill.
Top left.
Oh no.
Like I think red dress and blue jeans.
Yeah, left.
Second row, top left.
Yeah, I see
it. I see it.
Oh, you see it?
Second row, no.
Oh, second
row. Second row left. All the way to the left. All the way.
The other left.
Other left. No, my other left.
Right there.
Oh, this guy's here. Oh.
That's over a foot difference.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It just so happens, T.
Are they eating a chicken? What is this? What the fuck is
and
this
that's
thing?
with heels on.
What is this?
That's just cringe.
It's like you're eating a fucking. What is that? Is that a taco? It's like a piece of fucking big piece of fucking chicken. Like, what's going on?
I didn't find it appealing when I saw him Lady and the Tramp. I don't find it appealing now.
Look, this could be you guys. Look at this shit. Could be this. I can't even see his face here, really, but you can see this guy here. Look at this guy.
That's how I imagine Jack Nickelback looks like.
Let's see. I don't even. This guy, there's two of them, two couples of. Look at the look. Oh my god, dude, this is so common now. It's so common to see the Asian female white male couple, dude.
Yeah.
It's so common. Speaking of, I have another meme for this meme here, so let's fucking do it.
It's weird how the inverse is never true. You know, it's never white women with Asian male. Like, does anybody like it? Kind of a coincidence, I think. I don't know.
Here we go. Here's one for the rice cells in the audience. Here we go. I am not your cure for your yellow fever. I defy stereotypes. I want some big.
I've seen that shit.
He's like, oh no.
I've seen this before.
It's just the biggest meme. How like they all say, oh, yellow fever when it's not. It's white fever. They just want to admit it.
Well, at least we have.
Do you know when I had Facebook, I've come off it now because I got a ban on Facebook, and but when I was on there, I was getting contacted by women from all around the world. They were coming into my DMs, and you get to the point where you think to yourself, I'm in my apartment. I've just me and my dog. I'm a social outcast. I haven't had snuggles for many years. But on this app, I'm a Chad. What the hell? The unreality of JBW is palpable.
It is palpable.
Yeah, here's how JBW works for me, man. Like when I was doing the online dating rigmarole, basically just wasting my time. I saw a chick from the job I had at the time on Match, and so I thought, well, you know what? If she's on here, then maybe I don't know. I go to ask her. Oh no, she's not. She's not interested in dating anyone at the moment. It's like, then why are you on here? It's like, so that's how JBW works for me.
Want some meat clown? The fuck's going on here, dude? Oh my god. Fucking clown roll. Now the meat's becoming clown roll too. Even the meat's fucking converting over. It's like, well, we're going to fucking clown roll, boyos.
Dude, this 6 Steel has been released. The trumpets of Gabriel are blowing.
Gabriel, blow the trumpets, boyo. Hurry up. This shit over with, dude.
Yeah, there was one chick. She was from
Son of sackcloth.
She was from like West Africa. This chick, and she was actually from a tribe. She wasn't like a legitimate city dweller who was integrated into some modern world. She was legitimately a tribal woman, and she actually belonged to a tribe. And for some reason,
on Facebook.
Well, yeah, I mean, even in tribes nowadays, in Africa they've got 3G. They've got 3G over
Jack
most
Piston.
of.
I'm telling you, man, you should Africa Max for real.
Do it, dude.
Yeah, Blue Skies Media did it.
I have loads of little.
Is that true?
Yeah, and she actually had like tribal dress and that she used to send me, and all these different face paintings that she did for her festivals and her tribal gatherings, and it got to the stage where I realised she wasn't after money. She was just interested in this guy that she saw me as a Chad because she hadn't met many people from Europe. And you know, if you don't know what an alien looks like, every alien looks the same, yeah. And we got talking, and I realised that it could get to the point where she could come to England, and it would be this liaison. And I thought, well, I'll be honest with this chick, and I'll tell her, you know, what I'm really like. So I started telling her about all my mental health problems, yeah, word for word. You know, anxiety and all that, and various trips to the mental hospitals and all that kind of stuff.
I'm already shaking my head, man.
Do you know what she said to me? She went to me, "I like you. You're real."
Oh my god! Well, there you go.
You're real,
dude. Why are you here then?
You just go to Africa, my dude.
I'm a legitimate inkwell. I haven't had snuggles for 6 years, but
Dude, cry me a river when you reach 33, man.
Sorry, mate.
Cry me a river when you reach 33.
He's older than that, I think. Aren't you older than that?
No, 33 years of this, man. Like I've been living the inkwell for 33 years now.
Yeah, if I lost weight and I become NT, and when I finish my studies and I integrate back into normal society, I feel like I won't be an inkwell anymore. You know.
Jack. So I used to live East Africa, right? Like at least in that area, English is pretty common because it used to be a British colony. But I'm telling you, dude, if you're like what 6'4", it's like you know get in shape as much as you can, you know, look smux as much as you can. I'm telling you, like even from when I was like there at a younger age, I knew plenty of stories where, you know, like at least white men in general, like, so at least back then it was common that, you know, it's like when Africans look at whites, there's automatic stigma. It's like you're rich. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you come from I mean, you could be dirt broke as fuck, no, you know, financially, but just being white literally elevates you above the poverty line or even further.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying fraud max, but you know, you already got the halo effect just by being white. And I know even from back then, a lot of white people, at least men, came there, and they just like the status of like being treated better class because of their race.
Yeah, but it doesn't get to the point if you're in a circumstance where you're being like treated like that. I think you've got to be a certain type of person. I'm not very extroverted. I'm a neurotic. I get strong emotional reactions to things, and I think if I was constantly badgered and treated with this, it would start with this elevated status. It would start to grind me down, and I know it sounds really bad, but I'd start hating them because I couldn't have that constant. I couldn't have constant attention. Does that make sense?
It won't matter. Most likely, it won't matter. Like it's like especially people that don't come from money over there. Like they don't like they can't even believe that a white person is not rich. Basically, like it's that kind of like. So you'll be fine.
I wouldn't like standing out.
It like doesn't matter.
I wouldn't like standing out either. I wouldn't like being constantly treated with favorability. It would actually drive me insane.
It's amazing because I changed my you can change your Hinge location pretty easily. You don't have to do any spoofing at all. So I changed mine to put mine in Africa. I was getting matched like a mofo. It was unbelievable how easy it is over there. And like the girls message me first now. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do right now. So
wait, are they hot? Are they high quality?
They're at least from what I'm seeing, they're pretty high quality, but
you can just put that you're American, and then it'll work.
But yeah, I put my Hinge profile over there in Africa. I was like, wow, this is so fucking easy. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yep.
Did I know you live in America?
Who, me?
Did these African women know that you were?
Oh yeah, they know because like they see my location. They're like, oh yeah, you live over here. And I'm like, oh well.
Man, I'm telling you guys, like the West is like literally fucking dead. Like you just need to get your bread up, make sure you can survive. And like I'm telling you, you just gotta go out of the West to get a woman.
Here we go. Here's the happy headline here. Cat protects family from LGBT. Brave cat stops the LGBT as it enters the home. Just sitting there absorbing it. I got it, guys. I got it. Taste the fucking rainbow, bitch.
F's in the chat for the cat.
Pick a low statement and go on.
Oh man.
Oh shoot.
How many memes I have? I have so many old memes I can't even show anymore because we're so far into the stream. I got like probably gonna stream till like 9 or 10. Who fucking knows? Oh my god, it's 7 o'clock right now, so I got 3 hours left.
24-hour stream.
24 hours. I can't do that. I gotta work tomorrow.
Shoot.
Oh, here's the source of the soy meme. If I can find it again. Here we go. I found it earlier. The fuck is it? Fucking screen just went like blank.
Dude, it'd be nice if we could all be at Mystery's condo with some cigars around his poker table.
We'll do this quick meme here. We'll have a quick meme dump here. We'll do a quick meme dump. I have no sides and I must keck. No sides and you must keck. What are you gonna do? How the fuck are you gonna do? How you fucking gonna keck with no fucking sides, dog? You're fucking gonna explode.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's common, but what's his name? Andrew Tate has just been fucking show up on everything. It's kind of annoying now.
Yeah, you even showed up on Abba and Preach.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
did he?
I'm like, fuck,
Wow.
dude. Yeah, they have like reacted to him like having a argument with this streamer.
Like,
what's your opinion on this picture? Let's see what's going on here. We got ka. Then we have ka.
What?
Exactly. I don't know. What are they saying? Can we hear speak crow? I don't know. Can't figure it out.
Yo, did you ever see that video of a crow fishing with like a piece of bread and like put it down in the water?
Oh
and
yeah.
It's like gotcha, bitch. It's like
Yeah. That's not advanced thinking though.
yeah, dude. Crows are smart as fuck, dude. They know everything. Here we go. Here's another soy meme. You got
Bro.
do. You guys see this?
Oh.
Dude!
I didn't know this was real. I've only seen the meme version.
You've only seen the meme? It's the real picture, dude.
Extreme, bro. Extreme.
Beyond fried chicken made from
No
plants.
way, it's literally soy.
Bro, you guys see this? Are you guys aware?
Wait, put on the meme version. It's so similar.
Are you guys aware that Beyond Fried Chicken exists? I heard it tastes like shit too, but let me find the meme. Let me find the actual, the real original meme, not that fucking fake shit that showed up there. Fuck that shit. I gotta find. I have so many of those fucking memes. I don't know which one to even use anymore. Where's the meme
Dare
at?
you? How
Here's
dare
one,
you
here's one.
use veggie paste with chicken?
Here, I have a bunch of these fucking memes now. Oh my god, here we go. Here's a doctor meme. Dude, you guys see that? It's a virus, dude. Dude, dude, you guys see that, bro? Bro, we gotta treat it, dude. Bro, dude, take the vaccine, dude.
Basically, the media for the last 2 years in a nutshell.
Was there any
Look at this new variant. Look at this new variant.
Here's a good one. Here's this one wasn't pretty good. Dude, you guys see that? Dude, there's fucking lights up there, dude.
Who makes this shit?
Dude, you guys see the fucking lights? I can't believe it.
Look at his fucking nose.
No. You guys see these fucking lights? Fucking Jesus. Bro, I see them. I see them.
This one at least makes some sense. I don't know.
These people are absolutely unbelievable, aren't they? Absolutely unbelievable.
Dude, people just make memes for me fun now at this point. I swear to God. Fucking goddamn. This is what makes sense though. It doesn't make sense. I'm not gonna lie. The bugs are like, dude.
They make the meme.
Dude, fly up to it, dude.
They make the meme hoping that it ends up in your stream.
Basically, like, okay, how the fuck do we get on mystery school? Oh, this one's pretty sad. That's sad. That's kind of funny actually. Really good meme. Solid meme. There we go. It's the same. They both had the same problem. Dude, you see Russia? We should go there, dude. We can invade Russia and take over Russia. No, dude.
Is that Hitler?
Yes.
Bro, I will try and take over Russia. Dude, I tried. It didn't work, man. Don't do it.
Hitler and Napoleon.
Like, dude, I tried, man.
Moscow's right there, dude. St.
Dude, it's right across the river, dude. All you gotta do is cross the fucking river, dude. Bro, just go, man. Fuck, dude. Get caught in the fucking winter.
Can you actually imagine the conversation between Napoleon and you know who?
Like, so how'd you do? I got fucked in the wintertime. How'd you do? Me too, dog. Oh, yeah. What a guess. Here's another meme. Here we go. Oh my god. Fuck, dude. Another soy jack meme.
The
Look at these soy
original?
memes. I don't think I have the original picture for this one here. I don't think I have the original. My god, look at this guy. He's like, you don't believe in the current thing? What's wrong with you?
Oh, he's
Wow.
practicing.
You
He's
sure are a
practicing
fucking bigot. Like, well,
All right, guys. Have you ever taken a picture like that before?
like that.
Be honest.
Well, my mouth
maybe as a
hanging open like
kid,
an
maybe as a
idiot.
kid I have. Yeah, maybe as a kid, I can name something as a kid possibly, but as a grown man, no way, dude. Nah, can't do it. Oh, here we go.
I
This
try
is
to
good.
take as little pictures as possible, and when I do, I make sure my mouth is like tightly closed. Like I don't smile. I don't do any of that, man.
Damn, dude.
This one's so fucked up. It's like he got all the fucking soy jack memes in one picture. It's like, dude, you guys see that? Yeah, Jesus right here. Like, dude, you see that?
Dude.
I love Jesus, dude. Bro, you see that guy on the
That's me.
stick? Dude.
The dog with the child.
Oh man. You guys see this, dude?
Dude,
The last thing, the bug sees where it dies. Yeah, the lights. Dude, you guys see that light? Dude, you gotta fly up to it, dude. Are you
Or
sure,
like
man? Are you
these-
sure you fly
the
up to it? I don't
10
know, bro.
viewers, the 10 viewers that left when they
They-
realized that LMS is on stream, they're like, dude, it's LMS.
Where's LMS at? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
It's LMS, dude.
Dude, look, it's LMS. He's alive.
what they didn't realize is this is a meme stream. We don't do fucking incel with them here anymore. Dude, fuck that shit. This is a meme stream. Here we go. Look at this shit. Dude, you see the portal? Bro, his face is over here, dude.
That's fucking good, dude. That's such a good one.
You guys see me over here?
You see the back of his head.
My face is like over here, but my head's over here.
You can tell he's balding even from the back.
I like how this guy here's completely fucking bald, fucking forehead, fucking furrowed.
He's got the
like,
croissant.
He's like, bro, how's he doing that, dude? How the fuck's this possible, dude? Oh man.
Looks like he's about to
gun,
put his
dude.
finger in his mouth.
He is about to like he put his finger in his mouth and bit off like a fucking little nutcracker or some shit, dude. Well, I mean, that guy has too many fucking memes to show. Oh my fucking god! All right, if you don't fuck this thing, you're fucking Volcel. Oh my god, this is just a fucking complete mess of a fucking human being.
Bring it out, mystery. I guarantee you, before you put it up, I'm gonna say yes.
All right, dude, you'll fuck it. I mean, you'll fuck anything. Here you go. Here you go.
Oh god, this is no.
Look at this. Powerful.
Yes.
You gonna do it?
Yeah.
Look at the mouth.
Turtle angle.
Look at the mouth. Oh man. Oh, bruh.
I would.
You would do it? No, man.
She's beautiful in her own way.
She is a BBW.
You two last.
BBW. Fucking. What's that fucking mean now? Say to that.
Put it this way, after I finish with that young lady, there would be a woman, there would be somebody born 9 months later who would be half African American and half English and Anglo.
Oh, Jesus.
God bless you, Jack Sisson.
Here we go. We got.
God bless me, sir. Yes.
Here we go. Yeah, I don't want to do this meme. Too much meme. Too much memery going on here. What's the fucking meme is this?
So you guys wouldn't actually go with that woman there?
Fuck that shit, dude. I'm good. I'll be Volcel. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be Volcel for that one though. You can have the land whales.
Yo, I couldn't get my Jimmy up for that. Like the brain does not cooperate.
All right, so I actually am
the God and Country Doomer. Enlists to serve God and country, only discovers he does neither. Hates everything he does in the army. Realizes all wars are now fought for profit only. No, I don't want to get plastered. Yes, I read the Bible. Wants to live up to the family history of honorable service. Fears that it's no longer possible. Parent saw actions you probably never will. Mock and demean for nationalism and love of God and other soldiers. At least the Marines have an esprit de corps, unlike us. Want a brotherhood that was committed to a nation. Most just want to collect free college and benefits, man. The God and Country Doomer. Look at this fucking guy. He's fucking so done. He's like,
yeah, the Marine really cucks the army, man.
Oh my god,
dude! I was watching there's like a new Ken Burns docu on the Vietnam War, and the first wave of volunteers that went to Vietnam were the cream of the crop, man. Like the most patriotic kids, like 19-year-old communist hating kids. They all got wasted. Like the first, it just made me feel sad for them.
Dude,
it's like war.
He had a 1,000-yard stare before he even saw any battle.
I don't understand all this fucking debate about fucking abortion right now. That I've done it before.
The Vietnam War
you'll
had
see it
the best
again.
soundtrack.
Why is there such a debate about this shit, guys? Okay, men can get pregnant too now. Okay, what are you guys talking about?
Like, is there literally an emoji that looks like this?
No way.
Men can get pregnant now too. I don't know why there's such a fucking big hubbub about this fucking abortion shit, guys. It affects all of us. All of us get affected by this.
If men can get pregnant and they can have abortions too. There you go.
Yep. There you go.
Volcel, you wouldn't, gentlemen.
Volcel, you wouldn't. Oh, sweet Jesus. That's an old meme. That's the oldest dirt meme. That's from fucking how many months ago did I fucking download that motherfucker? Holy shit. What meme? Oh my god. What meme is how many memes are ancient, dude?
Bro, there's literally an emoji like this. Like a man holding his belly. Pregnant belly.
Look at this guy over here with the glasses on. Look at this guy. He's like, oh, oh, look at like, oh my god, you guys see it? Oh.
You know these.
Yeah, that one doesn't get to me.
That guy looks like the North FC meme.
He looks like a fucking beaver right here. He's like, give me some wood. Over here, like, I don't know what's going on back here in the back corner over here with the glass. They're all wearing glasses too. So fucking weird. They all have glasses on. It's so odd. What the fuck's going on with these soy jacks, dude? Fucking soy everywhere. Oh man.
Dude, where's
just
the good
enjoy
old
the meme.
Jack?
I never thought this meme would actually become real, but it's true. Like this meme right here, this movie is real. Escape from New York. It's real, dude. Escape from New York. You have to get out of here, dude. 1997.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? I can't even read it anymore. Is a walled maximum security prison. New York City is a walled maximum security prison. Breaking out is impossible. Breaking in is insane. Escape from New York.
Escape
It's happening now, dude.
Just Snake Plissken Max.
Take me.
Take
Make
me home.
me free. Trust me, and we will escape from the city.
Oh no, you're singing that old fucking song, dude, from fucking Sonic Adventure fucking 2. You
Yeah,
killing me,
man.
dog? You trying to you serious? Here we go. Here's
You gotta
another
go
one, dude.
fast.
Are you guys gonna go out there and voot this year? You guys gonna 31-year-old vooter? What? You are gonna voot? It's your civic duty. Genuinely thinks his lone voot will save the world. Has seething hatred for anyone who doesn't voot for his party. Oh yeah, I'm voting. I'm voting. He's putting his vote in the fucking ballot box, dude. Spends 30 hours a week reading and watching news, thinking him being informed somehow it matters. Can't discuss anything but news when out with friends, knowing everyone around him. Doesn't realize he is brainwashing himself with CIA propaganda. Still foolishly thinks that the people have the power like a child. Has no goals, thoughts, or ideas beyond what the media spoon feeds him. Ah yes, 31-year-old vooter.
Bro, this is
Oh, I'm gonna voot.
I know a lot of boomers like this. It's insane. Like a lot of normie boomers are just like this.
What the fuck is this meme? What the fuck? What the fuck did I download back in the day? What the hell's going on in this file? Some of this stuff I don't even know what the fuck's going on, dog.
It's the XXX file.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, dude. I'm just
Your
finding
computer has so much meme downloaded onto it that it became self-aware and just seeks it out now.
Here we go. Here's another meme. List of clowns from Wikipedia, Free Encyclopedia. This is a list of clowns.
You
List of clowns. Like, you, man. You, nigga. Oh, man.
And right after that, every liberal leftist.
Let me get my
Am I allowed
so I can pull this article
to
up.
say the N-word now that my wife is black?
I don't know, dude. Nah, I don't convert any more passes here.
Dusty has a pass for sure.
Yeah, if you want to do that, just go to Todd Thundercock's stream.
Only you can prevent forest fires. I don't know. Something like that, right? Is that how that goes?
Yeah.
Another article. You can read an article real quick and comment on it, I guess. Here we go. How We Became the Dropout Society by Unheard Joel Kotick. This is like from a few days ago, I believe. With inflation soaring, trust in government is plummeting, and the global economy is teetering on the brink of collapse, one might expect to see masses out in the streets calling for their heads of the rulers. But instead of rage and rebellion, we mostly see apathy rather than getting radicalized. People are dropping out. Political alienation is at a high. As headlines proclaim disaster after disaster, from the pandemic to recession to the climate apocalypse, people are losing their faith in the future. In the U.S., the public trust in government is lower today than it was after Watergate. And Americans are disgustingly massively disengaging massively from politics on social media and cable news. In the world's democracies, voter turnout has dropped from an average of 8% in the 80s to close to 6% today. More than half of that decline reflect generational change. In the U.S., for instance, citizens between the ages of 18 and 29 typically turn out at a rate of more than 10 points lower than those over the age of 30. Lower turnout, particularly among the young, has skewed politics towards the extremes. In France, barely 40% of the electorate voted in the recent election. Part of what Le Monde described as a political desocialization. Those under 35 who did bother. Who? Oh, what? Oh yeah,
No,
I don't know.
I read it.
Oh, you're reading the line. Okay, I'm not even there yet. Like what? Those under 35 who did bother favor Jean-Luc Mélenchon, an aged Trotskyite, or Marine Le Pen, the Déonier of French fascism, over President Emmanuel Macron, who embodies the technocratic center. As a similar pattern is playing out in the United States, as apathy rises, young voters tended to favor more ideologically extreme candidates such as Bernie Sanders, who in 2016 primaries won more votes than people under 30 than Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton combined. But for the most part, young Americans are rejecting the system altogether. According to political analyst Yashka Moik, while more than 2/3 of older Americans still embrace democracy, only 1 in 3 millennials do. Damn. It would be one thing if people were merely turning out of politics, but they are increasingly dropping out of the economy as well. In Japan, is the historical heartland of workaholics. Yeah, that's fucking true. Observers in the 80s began to note the rise of the Shinjinrui, or the new race. These were young people who rejected work for a life as freeders. I think I've used that term in my video actually. Freeders. Often living with their parents and spending their time traveling, playing video games, and pursuing hobbies. So lately, a similar phenomena has spread elsewhere in Asia, including China, where millennials have abandoned striving in favor of lying flat. That's a really good phenomenon in China, actually. I've been watching a lot of stuff about China, actually. China's so fucked, dude. That place is fucking fucked, dude.
Yo, Mystery, have you seen the latest Serpent's video?
I don't think I have.
The Chinese dream is over.
I know I watched one earlier about about the banking crisis right now. Like people can get their money out of the bank at all. It's fucking insane.
No, yeah, actually, that video might be good to watch on stream.
What's it called? You can post it in the chat. Post in the private chat.
Yeah, I think we're getting echoes though.
Yeah, 2 people try to join. Kind of Woodlands wants to join, and so does Pyramid. Let me reset the chat. And then we'll let. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15, 18, 19, 28, 39, 26. All right. We'll let Count on. What's up, Count?
Hi. What's going on,
buddy?
I wanted to say congratulations for the 100 stream.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah,
you always contact me in my Discord all the time, so I like being here.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you use the icon in a long time, actually, truth be told.
Yeah, that's right. I haven't joined for a long time. Yeah.
Forget. Even before the pandemic, there were rising labor shortages in Europe, which are expected to become more severe in the future. But the problem isn't limited to Europe. The U.S. labor force participation fell from its peak of 67.1% in 2000 to 61% today, according to the St. Louis Fed. The 2021 report from the Chamber of Commerce noted that as recently as 2012, there were 4 available workers for every job. Today, the number is barely at 1.4. Holy shit! Half the historic average. Damn. 1.4. 4 workers for every job down to 1.4. Damn. The decline is particularly marked among men, whose participation rates have dropped by 5% since 1980. Today, an estimated 1/3 of Americans working age males are not working. Yeah, I've seen that article before. It's pretty sad because men are just dropping out of fucking society, dude. No one cares. The answer is why so many are dropping out starts with economics. In the United States, social mobility has declined precipitously over the last 4 decades. 2016 study found that since the early 80s, the chance of middle-class earners moving up to the top rung of the earnings ladder dropped by approximately 20%. According to projections from Deloitte, by 2030, millennials will be the largest adult generation by far, but will only own 16% of the country's wealth. Damn. Gen Xers will hold 31%, while baby boomers who will be entering their 80s and 90s will control 45% of the wealth. Yeah, I don't think they're going to last that long, but maybe they fucking will. Who fucking knows? 80s and 90s? Do you really want the people around to fucking be 80 and fucking 90? No, I can't accept that. Partly, this is the result of recent post-pandemic reluctance to take low wages or accept jobs in the gig economy where pay and hours are often uncertain. Some low-wage workers are often found state support during the pandemic to be, in most cases, more profitable than work itself. In countries such as Italy and Spain, high levels of public welfare de-linked from the work have also been associated with persistently high unemployment. According to the analysis by the Federal Reserve, data shows that young Americans with a college degree today earn as much as their boomer grandparents without a degree did at the same age. That's fucking sad. Damn. Upwards of 40% of recent college graduates have jobs that don't require a degree at all. Whew. In 2018, half of all college grads made under $30,000 annually, and another recent study suggests that most underemployed graduates remain that way permanently. Damn. So even if you go to college, you get all that fucking debt. Like, you just don't have anything to fucking show for it. In Japan and China, too, college graduates facing this diminishing opportunities. Yeah, I seen that one in China. I think I saw a video about there's so many unemployed Chinese people who have degrees, and not even funny. Like, it's unbelievable how many people there are that have degrees in China that just can't find jobs because there's not enough jobs to go around. 2017 study found that young people in France, Britain, Spain, Italy, and Germany were even more pessimistic about the future than their American counterparts. The rising disaffection has severe implications for our political and economic health. Capitalism certainly is not in good stead. It's not in good stead. A strong majority of people in 28 countries around the world believe capitalism does more harm than good. More than 4 in 5 worry about job loss. It's hard to sell a system that provides so little opportunity, particularly for new entrants and small firms. It is possible to imagine a future where society is which a small, hyper-productive managerial elite delivers food, housing, and pleasure to unemployed and demotivated plebs. This idea has wide acceptance among American tech oligarchs. Oh wow, that's scary. According to Greg Ferenstein, yes, the Stein there at the end, who interviewed 447 digital company founders, believe that an increasingly greater share of the economic wealth will be generated by a smaller slice of very talented original people. I would say that's kind of true, actually. It's very true. Everyone else will be increasingly subsist on some combination of part-time entrepreneurial gig work and government aid. This notion associated with the universal basic income has been endorsed by numerous oligarchs. Of course they would, dude, including Mark Zuckerberg, Pierre Omidyar, Elon Musk, and Sam Altman. This prospect of government providing their citizens with unearned lucre to boost consumption would seem a natural fit for a population that is unmotivated and often lacks useful skills. Rather than working, people can live in subsidized apartments and spend their free time feeding their cats. What? And you wonder why people would hate your fucking system? Feeding their cats, losing themselves in the metaverse, emerging metaverse, drinking and smoking pot as they grow old without ever starting a family. A prototype for this model has already been glimpsed by the American Chad 19 relief program and Biden's proposed Build Back Better plan, which would have extended benefits to those who are able to join the workforce but don't care to. Holy shit. Damn. So many they call this socialism, but it's closer to the Brave New World Marxist social Democrats. Whatever flaws their flaws traditionally celebrated work. They did not envision a stagnant oligarchic society that would resemble the last centuries of the Roman Empire or Qing dynasty, China. Qing, did I say that right? Yeah. Is it Qing or King? Sing?
I think it's Qing.
Whatever. As author Aaron Wren.
Qing.
Oh, it is? Oh. Okay. Societies where income transfers have become a way of life tend to be bad for their members. Native American tribes that receive a form of de facto UBI from casinos show shocking levels of drug abuse, alcoholism, and idleness. Yeah, because they don't have anything to fucking work for and live for. Yeah. In the future, the disaffected masses could find themselves living more like prisoners than citizens. Avoiding the outcomes requires finding ways to replace disaffection with ambition and commitment to human progress. The habit of despair is worse than despair itself, Albert Camus wrote and noted in The Plague. Absent a recommitment to growth and democracy, we can expect a future of stagnation and ever-growing inequality, one in which we lacking the will and capacity to create new riches may find ourselves reduced to fighting like junkyard dogs over the scraps of a diminishing world. Jeez. Holy shit, fucking depressing.
I mean, so as somebody who adheres to like revolutionary theories and whatnot, like I could tell you, like with the way the whole current hegemonic infrastructure is set up, like there's not a point to it. Like revolution for what at this point? Like you're just wasting your fucking time. Like the best thing people like, yeah, you can work if you want to, but at this point, like if you don't have to, like you're not really missing out on anything now. Like, because what you do work and then what you end up like, well, you end up like me. You work and then you come home and you got nothing to show for it. Like work doesn't mean anything. Work doesn't mean anything anymore.
That's the worst.
Hey, so related to this article, I forgot what the guy was. I think he's like the chair of a bunch of, national banks and like someone.
Pillow.
Yeah, he's important in the financial sphere. So they were discussing about the economic future projections coming 10 years. So he's just spitting statistic facts or demographic facts rather. But I think it's estimated that by 2035, so 10 years from now, there'll be who's that? Is that you,
I have
Goran?
no fucking clue who that is.
No.
Like
I
someone
wasn't
needs
looking
to
at the
mute
screen,
their
so I wasn't sure who that
fucking
was.
mic. But
Either
anyways,
way, I think it's over.
Wait, what do you mean?
no, I'm just getting a lot of sound from someone's mic.
I think it was I think it was Dusty because it went away the second he muted.
Okay, well, he muted himself, so we're good.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyways, back on track. But yeah, where was I? So 2035, they're estimated that at least in the U.S., there will be childless and single 40-plus-year-old women will account for about 30 to 45% of the female population. And so his recommendation is that invest in stocks that promote cats and cat supply and pet supply and that kind of things. I've actually been looking into it, and I think that might be a good place to put your money.
Really?
I would also, I mean, I was gonna say like, I think one of the main reasons why like the U.S. doesn't really care is because like at my job, most of the people that work there are not American born, right? So like they just can import, you know, the educated people from wherever really. So they're not really gonna care about what's going on here. But and then on what Jolix was saying, so yeah, like especially girls now in like their early 20s, the only thing they do is party and do drugs until they're like 35. And then since there's no, well, since I mean, since the women are not motivating the men, then there's just like obviously it's gonna go to shit. So
the scary part about this phenomena is that I believe that it might have even been Elizabeth Warren, who's a senator, I believe now. She actually wrote a book called "The Two Income Trap," talking about how if you let women into the workforce, there's literally going to be you're going to have to you're forced to have two incomes in a household because you're doubling labor. You're going to lower the amount of labor worth, therefore supply and demand basically at the end of the day. So. But yeah, I mean, really, women kind of fuck themselves. If they want to be a stay-at-home mom and stay at home all damn day long, well, then they ruin that for themselves wanting to work all the goddamn time. So
it's a definition of hell, isn't it?
Well, it's. Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say it is all about the money. So essentially, if you look at society, who are the most spenders? It's these childless single women that spend
absolutely.
the most. 100%. Like they are the economic engine. So. It's only natural that companies would promote women to be single because they're the consumer base, the most that consumes and pays for all this shit. So,
and you got to think too. It's beneficial it's beneficial for a commercialized consumerist economy to want to adhere to two demographics instead of one single demographic, which would be married household couples. Instead, you get both men and women pulling into the system. Hallelujah! You just double your paycheck.
Yeah, like that's also why like a bunch of corporations now are like willing to pay women to get abortions now.
Yeah, that was literally my next point. It's like if corporate was honest, it's like, hey, we would rather reimburse you like say $5,000 for you to get your baby deleted than it is for us to pay you 3 months of maternity leave.
Dude, I saw Santa Monica Studio do that, man. I'm like, dude, fuck your game.
Like, hey, you want to delete your baby and continue?
It really is like so fucking perverse though, because you're basically making women miserable because they want to have kids, but like I think deep down a lot of women do want to have kids. They just don't, but society's literally telling them don't have kids. Like literally.
And think about this: like here's like a $5,000 like ticket waving in front of you, have an abortion, and just kind of waving in front of you, like have it. Like it's almost like they're goading them into it.
Yeah, what it feels like.
It's what
do I know?
I keep on referring to that documentary that I saw in Burundi. All right, and it's just the fact that all right. In essence, you do not need much money to pass on your genes to the next generation on either side. You can literally have healthy offspring through a shelter in the woods. I mean, that's at a baseline level. It is very possible to do that thing, to operate in that way, and to think that the decadence of this careerism that's a corollary of feminism, and like saying you're going to have all these women in their 40s in 10 years' time who are childless. Can you imagine if that story was told to a group of children in the 1980s? If it was framed in the right way, and you said there was a time in the future where men and women could no longer met up together, and the men, they all stayed on one side of the town,
It's like we're all in fucking a middle school dance, like
yeah,
what it feels like.
And the women all stayed on the other side of the town, and they never talked. And the women died childless, and the men were all alone. And society then eventually just dwindled away, and there was no one left. If you told that to a group of 5-year-old children, 1980s, they would see it as a horror story. And the thing is, it is a horror story. It is so bad that this situation has developed. I think because it's around us all the time, we don't really see how bad it is. But if you could take back the perception of a person in 1920s, they would see this present context as effectively their descendants living in hell. It's awful. Am I right or wrong? I don't know.
Definitely seems like that to me anyway. But, like it's a really, I guess when someone said they want to have kids, I think the women who wanted to have kids, rather, who get like goaded into not having kids, they're the ones I'm talking about. They're not that they want to have kids, but
I honestly don't know, man. Because I mean, I think I'm the youngest person here, and like I've been talking to a lot of
young women,
and it's like they never either they just say, oh yeah, I never want to have kids, or they're in that phase of their life where they just they only care about going out and having fun, and they'll probably not get over until like they're 35. So it's like it is kind of just over. Like
yeah, they definitely value the careerism. Hey, Drog, have you seen the Mr. Obvious video about the guy in the computer science who sent in a bunch of applications, and when he changed his
no,
I
read that like a month ago.
Literally. Yeah, I have that video up ready to go if you want to watch it or not. But
I watched that one last night. And then in the private chat, I have the China is dead dream video.
Oh, the one at 721 here. I'm gonna take a look at that.
Yeah, he did a really good job.
Copy.
Yeah, I was gonna say he really did a good job.
Oh yeah, Jack left. See him, man.
Yeah, see him, man.
Did he just leave because he had to leave? Or did he leave because he got thrown off? I don't know what happened to him.
No, he's in.
Oh, I see him now. I didn't realize he left. Okay, I see you guys later. It's fantastic. Okay, there you
go. So it's probably like 12 o'clock there.
He's in over there in jolly old England.
What I was gonna say about what Mystery said, like, oh yeah, they're trying to like chase this career. I think that's like if you actually talk to them, they don't really have a career. Like they're studying like BS stuff that they're never gonna use, or like they finish school when they're like 30. So it's like, what career are you gonna have? Like a lot of them, it's like they don't do shit until like they're like 26, and then they finish college when they're 30, and they're like, oh man, I'm gonna do this and that. I'm gonna have like all this money. Like you are right. Like they're brainwashed. Like love work. Like you talk to them, and I'm like, why are you excited about getting a job? Like it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, like I've talked to women about that too. I'm like, who wants to work? Like nobody wanted to work back in the day. Now it's like, I love to work. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah,
the fuck is literally wrong with you? Like, no, you're crazy. Like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude.
Yeah, and then most of them think that they're smarter than they actually are. I find that to be very common.
Let's watch this Mr. Obvious video, then we'll go to the China video next. I haven't watched this video yet all the way through.
I just want to make I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. So, let's go first and last with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Serpent Saw made a really good point. Like he combined it from all aspects, like the bank collapse, the housing market, the lay flat or buy land. It's like literally, if you're a Chinese citizen, you have no future. Like the government controls everything.
Everything, yeah. Yeah, unless you're born into a multi-million-dollar family, and like you could be
not even that, because like even if you're, let's say, a successful influencer, it's like you just get deleted one day. Like you just you disappear. Even if you strive to be like, say, Money Max and become a billionaire, it's like you just get deleted.
Yeah.
So there's like literally no avenue to be successful in life.
Okay, and who's at the top then?
I mean, they have to leave
the oligarchs.
China. That's usually what.
The smart ones and the ones that are capable have already left. And right now, even with the lockdown, not just the Chat 19 bullshit lockdown, they're actually revoking your password, or not password, but passports, and you can't even leave the country for any reason.
That is so crazy, bro.
Yeah, you're basically fucked in all aspects.
Okay, but I meant if even the rich kids don't get to be on top, then who is? Who gets to be on top?
No one.
No one.
That's the whole point. No one is.
No one is. So it's like a constant.
No one is. Glorious 5-year plan.
Dude, you cannot leave. Hold on. You cannot leave the country. You can't money max. You can't own shit. You don't have any avenue for a good middle class income life. Your fucking money is literally stolen when you put it in the bank. Like and then you can't even travel freely within your own country.
That UBPJ?
Yeah, but
can't tell if that's you or not.
Okay. But
No,
I mean, some of these rules applied to the Soviet Union, like as in that you could not really. Well, you could still leave the country, but
well,
it was
wasn't to a certain after a certain point. Wasn't that usually just kind of reserved for like diplomats and liaisons? Like most average Soviet citizens probably couldn't travel very far west.
Like you could leave. Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
So yeah, you could leave the country in this. You could leave Soviet Union for the German Democratic Republic or Cuba. So there are ways to go outside, to go out of the Soviet Union, but there were still harsh restrictions. Well, if you compare it to the capitalistic West. But still, in Soviet Union there were families that were on top.
Yeah.
And these families, they pumped out these so-called new Russians. That's how we call them. It's the oligarchs. And these oligarchs, they usually come from families or that have relationships with the Communistic Party of the Soviet Union. So during the Soviet Union and afterwards, they were on top. But in China, no one's on top. Does that mean that the power is always shifting?
No, I mean, I would say it's
be on top
same.
like for a year or for 5 or 2 years, but then you just get deleted, yeeted, and someone else takes your place.
I mean, I would say it's the same. It's just like the political families that are at the top in the CCP just have all the money and all the power, and they've set it up to where it can never be lost, right? So.
Okay, but I mean, Drolix, are you still here?
Yeah.
Here,
yeah. I mean, you said that no one.
Mystery.
Oh, BPJ, what's up, dude?
Yeah. We'll watch the video, but basically China is fucked.
Yeah.
Like if you're the average citizen, it's pretty much over. Not to mention that everything is censored, and the average Chinese doesn't know what the hell's going on around the world either. It's all propagandized.
Yeah, but this was also the case. This was also the case in the Soviet Union. So
yeah, hence it collapsed.
What did you say?
No, hence it collapsed.
Yeah, hence okay.
It's not sustainable. Like so, I think China in, let's say, I'd say give it 10 years, it's gonna be completely different.
Yeah, I think the major problem was not the censorship of the Soviet Union. The major problem was just how much corruption was going on, even at the lower levels. Like people stole wherever they could, whenever they could.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what's happening in China too. If you're like a part of the government, you're already corrupt. Like the government itself is the problem.
Yeah, but not even in the Soviet Union. This was also the case at lower levels. Like for example, there was like this saying, Мне не нужен маленький...
Communist hate food. The fuck, dude. I don't know why it's so funny to me.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's so funny to me.
Anyways,
I can live 5 weeks without bread. So
Let's just move
I don't know
on
why
to
it's
the
so funny
last
to me.
one
Like,
said
what?
in the video.
Yeah. Anyways, let's move on to the video. I say.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
BPJ
or
was
what
here. I
last
know
one
what happened to him.
Okay.
I did
BPJ might
have
to come
something I
back.
wanted to add, but
Yeah, I also wanted to add.
anyway, like going back to the whole like women in a career like Maxim, like there's a few I actually work with who are in college, and you won't believe like how disinterested, like they have no interest in like doing like the college curriculum, like doing the work. Like they're more interested in like hanging out with their boyfriends and going out like doing this. But then when they say I have to study for college, like the
Did you say do the work, boy? Do the work?
Yeah.
Joke. Go ahead.
No, it's like then why are you going? Why are you doing this? You know, back 100 years ago, the people who went to take like these like highly specialized professions and study for them were people who were like single-mindedly obsessed with it. Like, and that's all they had to do. That's all they had. That's all they could do. Because they weren't like 22 and 23. They were like 17 and 18. They weren't already in the midst of living their life. They were trying to build to that point. And now we have a bunch of women and they're like 20 and 22, like they're trying to live their life, but at the same time trying to build their life. It's so fucking absurd, man.
You're breaking up a lot last a little bit there, but
oh, for real. Oh man.
Yeah, it's just a lot of them have like this like grandiose idea of like having this career that like
Sex in the City lifestyle, my dude.
Sure. Yeah. Like that's what they all kind of want, but it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, and I think Manosphere Daily Highlights or whatever did a recent video. It's like
highlighted. What he does, highlighted. I'm like,
that shit fucking cracks me up all the time.
Yeah, just see every time, dude. Not even gonna lie.
But yeah, his last video is literally, the writer that was originally hired for Cosmo. It's literally just I would say propaganda to keep women single so they keep consuming. That's all it is.
Yeah. I read an article on that as well.
All right, since we got the thing calm down, let me get the thing going.
Dude, J Drop.
Yeah, he's gonna come back on. He wants to come back on, so I might come back on in a couple of hours. I'm not sure what's going on. I'll be on for probably till about 9 or 10, so I haven't decided yet. See how things are going with the chat. So got 44 people still here, which is kind of crazy. So kind of cool. All right, let's get this article. This video started.
Get those likes up,
my friend.
What's up?
Get those likes up.
Get those likes up, but I don't know how many likes we're at, but get the likes up. I didn't ask for I should have asked for likes when the shit was like fucking had face in here.
Oh man, yeah. Pay the super chat too.
Yeah, hit the super chat. Give me the likes. Give me that money.
You don't pay, I don't work.
Yeah, basically, you don't pay, I don't do anything. All right, let's do this shit.
It's not looking good for men these days. A Redditor does a social experiment where they send 100 job applications as a man and 100 job applications as a woman. These are the shocking results. Hey, guys, gals, and pals, Mr. Obvious here. And today,
bringing you the obvious. That's what he used to say, but I don't know what happened to that.
We need to talk about the unfairness in hiring today facing young men. Here on Reddit on r/true off my chest, I sent 100 applications as a man and a woman, and it is much better being a woman. Here the post says, so I did an experiment. I work in computer science and decided to test what the gender bias is. So I took the CV and changed it to a female name. I'd send it out with my real name, then a few days later or a few days before, with a female name. Out of 100 applications with a male name, I got 7 responses for an interview. Out of 100 applications with a female name, I got 45 responses to an interview.
I mean, think about how fucked that is, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, man, that's like so brutal, really, because like men can't get shit then, dude. 7 fucking interviews, which I guess is better than nothing, but fuck, dude. Golly.
The female resume were 650% more likely to get a callback.
How much you want to bet that's a bunch of like thirsty ass fucking boomers trying to fucking get fucking prime tier fucking like, oh, she's in her 20s, I can get her too. Fucking nasty ass fucking disgusting boomers. Day of the pillow can't come fast enough, dude. Hashtag day of the pillow.
And all the resumes were identical. There's a lot to break down here, folks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do the whole thing. I just wanted him to read the post there, but it's so fucking sad, dude. Shit's so sad. So yeah, I'm not gonna do the whole thing. Let me get the Chinese video up. Give me a sec. The Chinese video. China. What do you see that a lot in Drogs in your field? Because he's CS, so I'm assuming you must see the same thing, right? Or no?
Yeah, actually, I'll be on the interviewing side now or hiring process, so I'll see it, I guess.
Where's the article?
Oh, but
there it is. There it is. Okay, I found it.
Yeah, but I can confirm from an old friend that used to work at Microsoft, like hiring managers get a bonus for quote unquote meeting a gender diversity quota. So they're literally incentivized to hire FOID engineers.
Wow, shit's like, and the fact that this shit's legal makes zero sense because like women are not an oppressed class. Like, there's no reason to like. At least you can make the argument for like affirmative action for African Americans somewhat, like past discrimination. But women, I mean, what's going on there? Like,
I mean,
they aren't a fucking minority. They aren't fucking.
Actually, yeah, I was looking into this, and what's it called? At least in the U.S., 70% of the HR is the actual problem. Like the HR is like 70 or almost 80% FOID.
Female.
And then what do you call it? Yeah, human resource dumbasses. But yeah, let me find this. I think it was actually in a pretty good video. But yeah, like it was actually also scientifically proven that women have a gender bias.
Yeah.
So from a male perspective, like we look at another male, we look at another female.
Look at
like
his stats, basically.
Yeah, like we literally don't care.
Yeah.
It's like maybe in certain sectors I would say there might be a bias, like it's a sausage fest, so any woman is a Stacy, and so they might be treated preferentially. But just looking at it holistically, just looking at it holistically, like men don't give a shit about who they're gonna interview or this or that. But like when it comes to women, it's like they automatically have a preference for women. Because like a male supposedly is like, threatening or whatever. And that's like kind of innate. But yeah, go ahead, Prem.
Oh no, I mean I was just gonna say like like the whole affirmative action thing is kind of just a meme. Like like in terms of applications, I don't think race actually matters that much. I think gender matters a lot more, but it's like as like Josh was saying, like that's actually why if I'm interviewing, I try to have as many women as possible because it's easier to like kind of manipulate them, if that makes sense, like when they're asking you stuff. But yeah,
just make them feel good, and they'll be like, "Oh, he's such a good person. Let's hire him." It's like, okay, well, that's fucking stupid, but can't do the fucking job right. But I can fucking make you feel the tingle, I guess. I don't know what the fuck going on with you, but
I mean, I think especially in engineering because it's seen as like, I mean, they really only care because it's a high paying field, but it's like, I mean, as Jolix has said before, like, I mean, even when I was in school, most of these chicks are doing engineering for like no real reason, and they're not good at it. Like they suck at like basic math, but obviously like you don't need to be a genius to pass, So
the best pickup line ever is "Hey baby, you want some fuck?" That's the best pickup line of all time. That's the one I use all the time. Yeah, "Hey baby, you want some fuck?" and it works every time. I'm sorry, it's so off topic. Whatever. All right, let's get the Chinese video going. Look at this guy. He's like fucking in the middle of like a green screen of a construction zone. Let me tell you guys about China. Tell us, buddy.
No, right now is in fact in a desperate struggle against absolute chaos. and chaos has already started to take hold. The Chinese dream has been shattered. You can't become famous. You can't become a billionaire. You can't rely on your investments or housing. Let's cut to the chase here. There's absolutely nothing that the Chinese government can offer the people of China anymore, other than a very horrible controlled environment in which you can try to...
You see that fucking giant that walked by? My God.
Yeah, I was like, what the
big ass fucking dude. Like, what the fuck? Damn, China. Fucking
Damn,
the fucking GMO crops and fucking taking you guys over real bad, dude. What's going on? Fucking genetic model, just fucking Yao Ming walking back there or some shit, dude. Oh man. Let's keep going.
I think live as small a life as possible, but you're not allowed to have ambition. You're not allowed to strive to improve yourself too much, because if you do, well, you'll be dealt with. Something that the Chinese government is very good at is actually hiding what's really going on in China, not only from you and the international audience, but specifically from the people in China.
Dude, you're It's so funny, dude. Look at this arm. They're everywhere, dude. China's going, we're going to lose the next war, my guys. Like, the fuck? What are they feeding over there, dude?
Though, I just wanted to say something real quick, but like, with all this civil unrest, I wouldn't be surprised if China just tries to take over Taiwan now, because they need to kill as many males as they can possibly can. But
dude, this whole planet's a ticking time bomb.
Fucking goddamn fucking Attack on Titan in fucking China right now. But no wonder fucking so pissed off, dude. Having to fight out people's fucking box cutters and shit. Fucking goddamn Aaron Yeager fucking initiated the fucking rumbling over there right now. It's going crazy.
He doing the
China themselves. But what is it that the Chinese government has been trying to hide from you and the people of China? Well, we first have to understand the concept of Hexie, which means social harmony. Social harmony is what the government strives for. It's how the Communist Party keeps control. They stamp out any unrest or civil disobedience whenever it starts to take flame, closely monitor internet chats, and if even a whiff of dissatisfaction directed towards the Communist Party of China is detected, chat groups get shut down, people get visits from the police, words and search terms get censored, and people get detained. Without this ultimate power to control what people are allowed to talk about or think, China would have fallen into complete chaos years ago. The Chinese Communist Party would no longer be in power. The thing is, the pressure is building and cracks are forming. There have been some incredibly bad and chaotic things happening in China, which, although successfully swept under the rug in mainland China for the most part, have caught the attention of China watchers such as myself and the international community. China, right now, is in fact in a desperate struggle against absolute chaos. And chaos has already started to take hold. The first example I'd like to give you is this absolute daylight robbery that's happened with these regional banks in Henan. For those of you not up to speed, it's pretty simple and straightforward. You had these more or less small regional banks which were tied to big Chinese government banks, so it gave people confidence that they wouldn't be swindled out of their money. People got a lot of confidence to invest in these banks because they offered really good interest rates and really good financial packages, great loans. You get the idea. So people flocked from all over the country, not just the people of Henan, to open accounts and to deposit and invest their money in these banks. What happened was that money was stolen. It was stolen by bad actors working for the local governments or for those banks, managers and people that were in charge, powerful businessmen, things like that. So the money was all stolen, taken overseas to go buy mansions in Canada or Australia, the usual type thing, all laundered out of the country. And so the money no longer exists. People tried to start to draw money out of their accounts, do bank transfers, and found that the internet banking sites were just basically shut down and said they're under maintenance. People started to get worried because they could not access their money and their savings. And I'm not talking about people that have got some crazy investment schemes or funny loans, just actual normal savings accounts. So if you had gone and put all of your money in this account because it gets good interest, and then you go to check on your bank balance and you see that, well, you can't even access your bank balance, you're going to start to get worried. This is your life savings after all. So, of course, many people were distraught and tried to go to Henan from the various provinces that they were in. Because like I said, it wasn't just local Henan people, it was people around the country who'd invested in these banks due to their very high interest rates and so on. When people tried to go and protest and go to find out what was happening and confront the banks, a lot of them found out that their health codes had turned red. This is due to China's zero COVID policy. They have this ridiculous system that wherever you travel, you must present a green health code if you want to get on a train, get on.
Dang, it's that draconian there? My God. I mean, I know it's getting bad in the West, but fuck, dude, that is unbelievably fucking, like, stupid. Holy shit. Show a fucking thing on your phone. Oh, yeah, you got the Chad 19 virus or what, dude? That's a lot of shit going on there. Wow.
The rest of the world has moved on. I was gonna say the rest of the world has moved on.
Yeah, everybody else doesn't care about COVID anymore, man.
This is I think a big story that's being missed is that a lot of it is political. Apparently, there's like in the CCP, there's like a Shanghai faction and a Beijing faction, and the recent lockdown of Shanghai was kind of like the Beijing faction flexing their power, sort of. So they shut it down twice. They're kind of showing them they can do whatever they want. And then there was like a plane crash there recently with like higher level CCP members too that just mysteriously died. That was like a few months ago. Those guys are from Shanghai too. So it's kind of like this underground secret power struggle, I think, going on as well.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is past November, once they have their quote unquote new CCP election, like it's probably gonna get worse in my opinion, but yeah, something big is gonna happen, say around October, November during the election time.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot of the third world countries that have grain stores are going to run out of grain by then too. Actually, so like, and without Ukraine being the it's like the breadbasket for a lot of the world, without them having a harvest this year, like they're going to be fucked. It's going to be, you definitely see famine possibly in the next few months. So
yeah, and then currently, I was gonna say currently China is hoarding like 50% of the world's grain supply. So that just drives up
they know what's coming. Then.
Yeah, they know what's coming, but the rest of the world is just too stupid.
A plane, access certain buildings, things like that. Well, they'd all turned red because, of course, turns out the local government in Henan, all the cronies and everyone involved abused the zero COVID system and made all of these people's health codes turn red so that they could not travel to the city to protest. They could not leave their housing complex, never mind board a plane or board a train to get there to protest. So this was a complete abuse of the whole zero COVID system. A lot of people lost confidence in the zero COVID system because of this abuse. Because think about it. The government can step in anytime they want, make your code red if they don't want you going anywhere, if you're a nuisance to them, if you're a persona non grata. So it was very disturbing to see this happen. But you know what? People persevered, and around about 1,000 to 1,500 protesters did finally manage to make it to Henan to go stand outside these banks, to hold up banners, which the banners were very worrying because, as usual, they were just blaming the local Henan government rather than the central government. For some reason, they can't see that the two are exactly the same and are tied together and share the same responsibility. But that's a video for another time. The fact of the matter is about 1,000 people did arrive. But what happened when these protesters all got there and started to unfurl their signs and try to demand their money back or access to their accounts? Well, they were met with violence. Mafia thugs were hired. Obviously by the banks and the local government, because they were working in tandem with the uniformed police, so they definitely were all in cahoots with each other, appeared out of nowhere, started to drag people away, beat people up. There was a lot of physical violence. A lot of people got hurt. But this is how the Chinese government controls people. You lose your life savings, you want to go and protest about it, and you're met with this fly. I'm going to kill you if you don't fly. Yeah. But this is a very clear indication as to what happens if you try to pursue the Chinese dream. This is your life savings that you've deposited into a bank, which has been vouched for by a central bank governing body in China connected to the central government. You go out there and you chant slogans like no deposits, no human rights, Henan banks, give us back our money, we're against the Henan government's corruption, that sort of thing. What are you met with? Well, you don't get bailed out by the government. The government's not there to help you. They're there to suppress you. You become an enemy of the government. You become silenced, detained, beaten, and whatnot by the government. So you see, the veil suddenly gets lifted for these people, the people that have the utmost trust in the government, the people who believe in the Communist Party of China, the people who believe in the Chinese dream get beat down. But the best is yet to come, because you would expect that the local news would be abuzz about these protests in any way, shape, or form, whether they're villainizing the protesters or they're trying to seek justice for the protesters. You would expect there would be a lot of hoo-ha and noise about it in the press, but no. What does the official Chinese government put out? Some weak fluff piece about how the street food in that particular area of Henan is great and how wonderful it is that they have such great street food. I'd like you to notice how everyone in these pictures posted by state media aren't happy. I mean, they're probably panicked and worried about what they're going to do since they've all lost their life savings. And this is maybe their last piece of barbecued meat that they can afford in a while. But this is how the Chinese government works. When something bad happens, they deflect. Nothing to see here. Everyone is happy. Stay ignorant and fooled into thinking that we're the best country in the world and we have the best economy and we're strong and amazing. Meanwhile, your life savings as
he basically just told them to like ignore the problem that we have in this country and just fucking fuck off, basically. Like, you're not getting your money back. Holy shit.
This guy talking about China or America.
Yeah, I was about to say, like,
that stick can swing both ways, pal.
Yeah, I was like, it just sounds like what America's gonna go through when everything fucking goes to shit because we're spending too much money.
As well as thousands and thousands of other people's life savings have just been wiped out. In fact, I think the amount was $6 billion worth of people's money that they had invested in these banks. Something like 40 to 50,000 people were affected at the minimum. All of these people lost their money. It's not coming back. But what does the news put?
That's a good comment. CCP is basically Debo from Friday. What fucking money? My goddamn money. All right, dude.
It's my bike now.
It's my bike now. It's like, all right, well.
You got knocked the fuck out.
Good movie, dude. Good meme movie.
Great street food. Everyone's happy. The thing is, people do discuss this, and awareness is raised about these things on social media through Weibo and various others. And although the government's very good at censoring this stuff, it still gets around. People still start talking about it. But if you start to talk about it a little too much, if you try to take it to a step where you start to criticize the government, that's when you'll get a knock on the door, you'll be silenced, you'll be detained, as has happened countless times in the past. This is one of the cracks, because this is having a knock-on effect all over. The Chinese economy right now is actually in dire straits. Although they put on this amazingly bold face to the rest of the world and talk about how the digital yuan is going to be the next big thing, the renminbi can become the next reserve currency, all this kind of nonsense. At the end of the day, if you brush past all the propaganda and all the nonsense and all the footage of the shiny cities, and you look at what's actually going on in China, the economy is really in a terrible state. Let's talk about real estate. I did a video about ghost towns. If you haven't seen it, I suggest you do.
Yeah, that's some of the scariest shit going on in China now, really, dude. The whole real estate market is literally this bullshit. Like, it's literally bullshit. Like, they literally just build a bunch of crap. People buy these things and no one actually lives in the fucking cities. It's unbelievable how stupid it is. They even have issues where, like, people literally, I think you have to buy the house before you live in it, obviously. But there's so much stuff under construction that the stuff never actually gets complete, and you can't actually live in the house you bought. So it's like, so you're stuck paying a loan on a house you can't live in. Shit's crazy stupid, dude.
Yeah, the new trend now is those homeowners are refusing to pay their mortgage.
Yeah, that's a new trend. I saw that. I think it was China Insights or someone that had that video about that or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
It explains a lot, because about a third of the Chinese economy is based on this crazy Ponzi scheme, this real estate.
I'm like, how is this possible? What government would allow this to happen? It's happening right now. It's like just ghost towns. Literally, nobody's here. All these houses, nobody lives in them. It's like, okay, you're just building shit just to build shit. Shit's stupid crazy.
Situation where people buy an apartment without having even seen it, before it's even been built, and they expect that they can sell it for a huge profit later to some other fool. And so they buy as many as they can afford, and they find loopholes so that they can buy more than they should, more than their quota. And it's this crazy speculation thing that's going on and on and on. But now we're starting to see a massive downturn. Over 22 cities and about 35 projects all over China right now.
Update, they had a massive knock-on effect, and now it's closer to 200 projects in over more than 50 cities. Okay.
People are refusing to pay their mortgages. This is the first time we've seen anything like this, and I'll tell you the reason why. Say you're a middle-income person, you've scraped together all of your family's money to put it down on an investment on an apartment. And how it works in China is there'll be these brochures, they'll have a sales event for a new apartment block that's going up. People go in and they invest. They say, great, I think in this area, this new project is going to be good. I'm going to pay for it. We're going to put all our money down. We're going to get this fantastic apartment that'll be worth a lot of money that we can sell for a massive profit down the line. So they do this. They scrape their money together. They put down a huge deposit. They start paying the mortgage even before the ground is broken because they're paying off their debt for this thing. So you're paying for this thing, but it gets delayed. Not only does it keep getting delayed, but new projects start cropping up around the one that you bought that are now being sold for less than what you paid. This is what's been happening. Because the market is cooling down, new apartments just aren't selling. So the real estate companies are offering them at discounted prices in order to try and, generate sales. So you've now paid something like 15% more for your property, but the one that's being built right next to it, which is exactly the same, by the way, is now being sold new for 15% less. So you see this whole situation. First of all, there's been massive delays due to the COVID lockdowns and also the whole real estate sector in China. Evergrande collapsing, all this other nonsense has really impacted the entire market. It's in a very, very bad way. So massive delays have started to happen. So you invested in this property, say like 2 years ago, and they still haven't even started to build it. And now they're selling new properties, new apartments for less right next to yours. Of course, you're going to be annoyed. So people are just reaching a point where they're just not paying. And I believe they're doing this to try and pressure the real estate companies and the government or whatever to lower their rates to help them out in this situation. But the knock-on effect of this is that it could result in something like $83 billion of bad debt. That's a lot of money. All right. And of course, the Chinese government can absorb that to some point, but it's really affecting everything. If the banks are creating these bank runs and stealing people's money, the real estate sector, which is a huge part of this economic engine of China, is starting to falter like this and people not paying their mortgages. These are signs of something very bad going down in the Chinese economy. At the end of the day, you would think that some of these things aren't that bad because as long as people can keep working hard and keep earning money, they can recover. And if they lose their life savings, well, they can, it's a terrible blow. It's a disgusting thing to happen to anyone, but they can still keep going and they can still earn money back and they can still somehow survive. But that's not really the case. Unemployment is also a big issue in China right now. The zero COVID lockdowns have completely destroyed economies within China, smaller economies and industries. We're dealing with a very bad situation. I know everybody's reached compassion fatigue at this point when it comes to the whole lockdown thing. You hear about them happening, right? And by now, you're just like, wow, that's terrible. I feel bad for the people that are stuck in their homes for like some of them up to 4 months now without being released. Some of them, they just got out of lockdown, now they're back in. But you kind of forget that it's a real thing. But new lockdowns are happening all over China right now. Big cities like Xi'an and Shenzhen, massive innovation hubs, industrial hubs, Dongguan, all these places that produce so much of what the world consumes and give so many jobs to so many people, migrant workers and local people, and that drive the economy. The factories are shut down because of zero COVID. Okay, people are stuck in their homes. There are only so many people that can actually support themselves and their families by doing some kind of work online. If you've got an office job,
Oh, with OnlyFans, I did. To sell your ass on OnlyFans. I don't know. Figure it out. Do they have that in China? I don't fucking know. Who fucking knows?
No
Probably
way.
do.
No way.
They definitely do. They definitely do. They got to get their own version of it, probably. Who knows what the fuck they call it? I don't know what the Chinese word for fucking OnlyFans is. It's probably called something else. Wouldn't surprise me.
Dude, real estate in a decreasing population has got to be the worst investment. Because
real
there's
estate where? I'm sorry, what'd you say? Real estate where?
In a decreasing population.
Oh yeah,
isn't that a bad investment?
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, absolutely horrible idea. Unless you have like a bunch of immigration bringing up the price, in which case you can keep doing it, I guess. But yeah, at some point chickens come home to roost, and you can't keep the property where it is. So yeah, or you can just own nothing and be happy, right? Who knows?
You know, if you're doing some kind of online, I don't know, training or whatever the case, and trading, things like that, yes, you can work from home. But don't forget that the majority of people can't. The majority of people in China, they rely on the fact that they go to work in a factory, go to work the few service stuff, like be a waiter or a cook or whatever the case may be. And most of these people can't do their jobs. So where's the money coming in? The government's not just giving people money. The businesses can't afford to pay people when they're not working because they themselves can't even pay rent and are shutting down in many places. So this massive mistake of the zero COVID policy is damaging an already damaged economy and making it far, far worse for your average person on the street in China. Ask yourself this. The Chinese dream has been somewhat of a knockoff of the American dream. I mean, I can't even call it something different, right? The 中国梦. But it's all about being able to become successful in order to stand up and raise your family and raise your standard of living above what it used to be. This is starting to revert. You are no longer allowed to be a powerful billionaire or an influencer. Look at Jack Ma. When did you last hear about Jack Ma? Look at any of the number of billionaires that are now either disappeared, detained, fled overseas, you name it. All of these very rich people are no longer tolerated in China. Look at what happened to all the big sort of listings of companies on the American Stock Exchange that were cut short. The Chinese government doesn't like this because they don't like people who have a lot of power and influence. Speaking of influence, influencers, big influencers that were making waves around the world. Think about Li Ziqi. Where is she now? I've made a video about that. She's gone because she's no longer in line with what the Chinese Communist Party deems acceptable. Look at lipstick brother number one. He's gone too. This is no longer.
What kind of fucking name is lipstick brother number one?
I was gonna say who.
I was literally about to say who. I'm like, what?
Oh, he was like one of the biggest famous influencers in China. Like he literally sold like millions of dollars in a matter of like minutes or hours in his stream.
Wow. Oh shit.
A situation where you can live out a dream and achieve something great. Become someone big, become someone rich, become someone famous. That is no longer tolerated in China today. In conclusion, the Chinese dream has been shattered. And just like the rest of the world is facing huge challenges at the moment, so is China. Do not make the mistake of thinking that somehow China has it all worked out, or that somehow the Communist Party of China has a more stable and traditional method of governance. The only thing superior about the Communist Party of China is their ability to censor bad news and control what people are allowed to say and think publicly. And of course, to cheat the world with fluffy and false propaganda. Stay awesome, my friends.
Thanks, buddy. Stay awesome too, buddy. There we go. The end of China. China's done, dude. China's fucking done. Always have been, though. Oh, man. Just some quick memes here. Oh, here we go. Fuck yeah, dude. More soy jacks.
Soy Jack sounds like a breakfast cereal.
Dude, you guys see that? Oh, you guys see this? Here come the Mayflower. This one's so fucked up because like you know what happened after the fact, but it's like, dude, you see this? Bro, you see this, dude, bro.
You could make one for South America with Cortez.
The most interesting thing I've learned from Mystery School Scream is that China is taking over idea of the myth. Yeah, they're completely fucked. Plus, their economy is completely coupled to our economy. So if our production or if our consumption stops, their economy's fucked too. And really, China stopped being the cheapest option in town like years ago. Now they have a thriving middle class they can't really afford to feed or can't afford to lose anymore. So they can't really afford to lose the bits they have right now. So if America decided, or if a bunch of American firms decided to go somewhere else to get their goods made, they'd be fucked and SOL. Basically SOL. I shit out of luck. So yeah.
Yeah, it's something I have to keep reminding my my compadres and whatnot who I talk to every once in a while. Like, yeah, this idea that you're selling about China is like it's not as like rose and like it's not as rosary as you're trying to make it out to be. Like the whole world is in a dire situation, and China is no exception to that. And China's not going to be the beacon of hope.
Yeah, a lot of companies are jumping ship too. They're moving to, I think it's like Vietnam and other countries.
Yeah, Vietnam's now the cheapest, other than maybe Africa, maybe the cheapest option in town now. And I think China's trying to find its own China now. Like, where do you find a bunch of workers that can make our shit or make our shit for our people? So yeah.
Well, it may seem like I don't know, it may seem like counterintuitive to even bring it up, but probably the best thing that the Chinese people could do right now is seize the means of production themselves and just have a revolution and actually throw out just because you're a communist doesn't mean after a while you need to overthrow the communist government. That is a phase that these people seem to forget that has to happen too. And it seems like China is overdue for that phase. After a point, even the communist government becomes as parasitic as any other bourgeois government, and therefore the people need to overthrow it regardless of who it is or what it is.
POV, you're Castro fucking Trudeau's mom. My God.
I will say though, but China is kind of already going around to a bunch of different countries and continents and kind of setting up a kind of a base type of thing, or at least they're trying to dump their excess population really wherever they can. So I mean, especially in right now Africa and South America. So
here we go. Here's another meme. The basic bitch starter pack for millennials. Be unique by doing exactly what MLS does. Checklist number of countries visited with the corresponding photo referred to what's next on your bucket list. Have love for mindfulness, brunch, positive vibes, wanderlust, wine, passport stamps, craft beer, being random. Picture with exotic animals, baby elephant or tigers. Oh, look at the NPC face here. Look at the
B25 have bucket list.
Look how beautiful they are. Look at this. Look at them. Oh.
Yeah, this whole world is made for my entertainment.
Yeah.
Matching tattoos. Attend Coachella, Burning Man. Oh. Teach yoga. Refer to self as yogi. The Alchemist. Talk about how this book changed your life. Get your septum pierced. Dye hair blue, pink, etc. Go skydiving. Ooh, yeah, this one here is very common. Skydiving is very common. It's almost a meme at this point. 2015 action plan: 7 days vegan plus gluten-free recipes. Have multiple dietary restrictions. Yeah, that's true. Use adventure as a verb. Let's go adventure. Or looking forward to go to adventure with. It's true, dude.
There should be a new one. A lot of millennial women around my age, the first thing they tell you is, "Oh, I can out smoke you." I'm like, okay, because that's all they do. They just smoke weed all day. So either like that's like the
weed
only thing they say.
I mean, is it
or
really
it's
that
like
much
the
of a,
first thing.
a Herculean effort to fucking outsmoke somebody at this day and age? Come on, weed's not like that fucking hardcore anymore. Like, it's very
Dude, I
common
saw
now.
I saw a video a few years ago. Like there were conventions, like vape conventions.
Bro, I smoke weed, dude. dude, you could like the honestly like the people who like peddle who do the whole like weed culture shit is honestly more cancerous than the people who want to ban weed at this point. Like seriously, I'm like, are you out of your mind? Like it's the same, dude. It's not special anymore. Nobody cares anymore. Like even the police officers don't care anymore. They're like, whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck ever, dog. I'm sorry, Lass. I didn't cut you off. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh no, it's all right. Like no, they just have like vape offs where they like try to out like vape each other and out like blow out smoke clouds. Like oh my, or vape clouds.
Holy shit! Yeah, like that's what I was saying.
You know, I'm gonna go the opposite way. You know what? Make marijuana illegal again. Hashtag make it illegal. Make marijuana illegal again.
I'm just gonna be contrarian at this point. Fuck it, dude. I don't want you to have anything. Don't have anything at all. You own nothing. You'll have no weed and be happy. There you go.
You'll live in the pod.
It's okay to date trans and nearly impossible to tell the difference. Man, yeah. Sure works out that way.
Yeah, like that's what I was saying before about how like there isn't like women don't really give that incentive for like guys to like really go out and do shit, you know, like all they really care about is smoking and going out to drink. So like if you can provide that for them, that's like all they really care about. Which is why I think like you see a lot of guys like dropping out because what's the point? It's like I don't need to have a job or like have money or like really do much like for my name. It's like, do I look good? It's like, yeah, okay. So
here we go. Look at this shit. If you wouldn't do it, you're Volcel.
Oh my god.
If you wouldn't do it, you're Volcel. Come on, guys. Find a way to do it. I don't know.
You know what?
Maybe it's in the beer can. I don't know.
You know what? In honor of Jack Tisson.
Oh man, dude.
Oh no,
Jack would be over this shit, dude. He's even got hair on. Like, what the fuck?
I need to fucking burn it with fire, man.
Ah, god damn it! I'm speaking German now. Fuck, can't believe what you're saying now. God damn it, Goran. You and Dante are speaking German.
Yeah, what should I
fucking
say?
English, damn it.
Yeah, Volkswagen, they're interesting.
This is America, damn it.
And they're
Count of Woodlands he's gone.
He's been gone for a while.
Yeah.
Scheiße. Heftiger Dreck. Ja, du Kant, komm mal her. Komm mal zum Stream.
Sure, buddy. I don't know what the fuck you said, but all right.
Yeah, I just told him to come back.
Oh, come back to the stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is one of my favorite memes. You got to cast the NPC out. Get out of him in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Black Pill. Get out of him.
Hamudi Black Ops Cell.
Black
and
my God.
Elliot Roger or what?
Yeah.
ER. Don't say full name. Don't say full name.
Look at the guy over here. He's like so smug. Look at this guy, so smug. He's like, heh. That happened to me too.
That's like,
wow.
Like the smug guy is just like this one guy that looks at the camera and just wanting to be captured by the
want to be in the shot. You're like, wow, I want to see the point where this NPC gets cast at him too. Wow, that's pretty crazy, dude. Get the NPC out. Cast it out.
In
the name of the Father. In the name of the Father, who is Saint Hamudi, the Son, who is Saint Black Opsel, and the Holy Spirit, who is Saint ER. Yeah. Oh man. I cast thee out.
Yeah, in the name of 3, I ban thee.
What in the literal fuck are these memes, dude? I need to stop downloading memes at this point, dude. Memes are life.
Yes, yeah.
I love it. I don't know. I showed this meme last week. I'm gonna show it again. This meme's so fucking sad, dude.
Like, we should do something like this. We should like do a religious order.
Here we go. This one's so fucking bad. Like 40 days and 40 nights. One man about to do the unthinkable. No sex, whatever, for 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah, back then.
Add a few years to that one, you might get pretty accurate, depending on so many years.
Yeah, back in the golden age of 2002, when this was kind of a joke, this and Full Year of
that is
O
crazy.
Virgin and American Pie, but now it's like this is people's lives now. Holy damn!
Like only 40 days.
Only 40 days, dude. Like, yeah, try a few years, maybe a few decades.
Yeah. I mean nowadays, like I think people say that when you hadn't have sex for 6 months, you're an incel. Would you say that it's true?
Yeah, that's kind of you know what? Now in this day and age, I would actually kind of reduce that to being like if you've gone like 6 weeks involuntary, yeah, you're
like 6 weeks.
If you go
hello.
What's up, Count?
Because I'm ill. I have the chink flu.
What?
Got me. It got me.
God, bro.
He got the chat.
Last week, chat 19. It really fucked me deep.
Dusty Jones is leaving. No. He's leaving forever. Good night.
No way.
I'm joking.
No.
This is the last stream. It has been a pleasure. Have a good life. I'll probably after this. I was gonna take a break, probably most of August, and then come back in September or something like that. Do like a big reveal when I come back or something like that. Who knows? But I will have face on at some point. So no, reveal the new set for SNC. I don't know. Maybe this is the same old fucking black background with a bunch of people talking on it, but whatever.
You can make a hand reveal. Like turn on your camera and just.
I don't have a camera. The sad part is that my main computer, which is my desktop, has no literal webcam on it, so I'm pretty safe from like being like accidentally doxed or some shit. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that happened to what? Oh, by the way, anybody heard from Ronan?
It's been like months. I've heard from Ronan.
No.
Really. So.
Come back, man. Come back.
I think the last time I heard him on stream, he was like talking about how he had like a gangbang with his fellow friends.
So who's going to take over for Mystery School when he's on break? Who knows, dude? Maybe it'll be maybe last will stream.
Yeah, maybe Drolix can jump in. Drolix?
Let's go here. I found a picture of Jack Tisson. Here's Jack Tisson. What, mate?
What, mate?
You fucking what, mate? You having the giggle there, mate?
You what, mate?
You fucking what? Ronan's getting rich. Maybe he is. Maybe he made it. When the literal.
Yeah, because Drolix already makes videos. Yeah.
Yeah, Drolix could do it. Drolix.
He would be like the perfect candidate.
Take up the mantle of responsibility and become a streamer.
Man, I don't have the patience for it.
Yeah, the stamina. It's like, you got to develop the stamina to sit in a chair for 8 hours.
Drolix, you do. Your first guess has to be Pyramid. It's fated to be that.
Yeah, that'd be over, dude. I'm too much of a nice person, really, to Pyramid at the same time. So, all right, guys, we're gonna play a game of we're gonna play a quick game here of which one would you pick? Oh, I gotta do this meme first. This is a good meme. This is a good meme. Solid meme from a few weeks ago. Actually, I should already, but it's a pretty good meme. We're gonna be a girl, bruh. We're in a McDonald's hash brown. It's like, bruh, we ain't getting nothing, dog. There ain't no egg. The only egg is on the fucking, on the fucking Mick. What's it called? The Mick. What's it called? That fucking the McMuffin.
Please put that one in the Discord. Please put it in there.
Wait, what?
Put it in the Discord if you can.
That meme? You want that meme?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I do. It's
Bro, we're in a McDonald's hash brown. Here we go. This is a good meme too. This is a good meme. Solid meme. Look at this one here. Be gone, thought. He's like, be gone. He's like, get the fuck out of here. Woo!
Face snake, man.
Snake. He's like looking around. Like, what the fuck? He's like, be gone, thought. Over here trying to do my fucking snake thing, dog. Just trying to do my snake thing.
Snake thing. Like
that
you can
Chad,
even look at like
that
it,
fucking
like
snake
it's
is
like
Chad, dog.
Like the second it catches a glimpse of it, it like it doesn't even hesitate.
So if you guys are ever in a fucking major fucking crazy ass debate with somebody, all you gotta do is ask for a source to do this. None. I made it up. Source? You have a source for that, sir? Source? There's gonna be absolute Chad move right here. None. I made it up, dude. What you talking about?
My source is I made it the fuck up.
Me when I talk.
Dream.
Me when I sometimes talk about magic.
Source? Dog, I made it up, dude. What you talking about?
Yeah, but I like this
That's
is like
a nice
this is like
argument,
a
Senator.
legend. Wait,
Why don't
listen.
you back
Like,
it up
this
with a
is...
source?
Sorry.
It's a meme from Metal Gear.
Come
My
again?
sources. That's where I'm getting the sources. I made it the fuck up. It comes from a Metal Gear game.
Here we go. Which one would you guys pick? Not the guy, obviously. The fucking dog. Which dog you picking? All right. So they got 1, 2, 3. Well, I can't even see that one there. 4. It doesn't even count. 4, 5, 6, 7 dogs. All right. I'm picking. I think I'm picking. She looks kind of feisty.
Nah.
Kind of feisty. I don't know.
Me personally. Yeah, the one in the back with the black hair.
Dang, dog. You can't even see the rest of her though. Like you might be getting like a lemon there.
Let a man dream, mystery.
Let a man dream. All right, dude. I think I'm picking the this one here. I think I'm picking this one here. It's kind of feisty.
Yeah, I take the one in the back.
Let's see. Which one in the back? This one here?
The blonde one.
Ah, this one back here.
Not the Fallout edition looking one.
It's like fucking Ivanka Trump.
True, actually. True.
This one here looks like what's that chick's name? Maybe
looks like Trump's daughters.
She looks like disturbed. Like this guy here is a fucking incel. I don't like him.
She looks like she's about to break up with him.
He's holding on for
Even
dear life.
dog,
He's holding on for dear life. He's like, please, baby, don't leave.
He's
baby,
somebody who enjoys the cuck tent.
You can blame it all on me. What the fuck is this shit, dude? What's he drinking here? He's drinking water? What is that? Oh,
how can you go out in public, bro? Like, how?
Look at this guy, dog. Look at this dude. Dude. This guy looks too young to be back here, but I guess he's here, so he is what it is. But
that's why he got his level 1 doll.
Yeah, true. How the fuck can you just like get out of your car with that? Like
yo, mystery.
If you have it to begin with, you have no self-respect.
Yeah,
true. Picture of this Asian guy getting destroyed.
Yeah, I sent you some memes.
This picture of this Asian guy is so good. Okay, I gotta show this one here.
That one's a good one for the soy jack wave.
He's like, oh, yeah. He's getting destroyed, dude.
Soy jack. Part of it.
That's what a soy jack is, dude. Could be worse, I guess, but you could be literally called soy. Like your name could be soy. Not having a name called fucking soy, dude. You're just fucking
a
walking
boy named soy.
What's your name, soy? Oh my god, you have the fucking face and everything, dude. Here we go. Look at this. Here we go. Look at his face. He's got the soy jack meme. Look at him. Fucking destroyed. Like, dude, you can see the waves, bro. Whoa.
The water, bro.
Oh boy.
TFM is triggered. I don't give a fuck. 10-hour mark, bro. I'm not the 10-hour mark. No, I asked it. We're 8 hours there, so 8 hours, 10 minutes. So we got plenty of time. I didn't do any memes at the beginning of the streams. I gotta do some memes now. I gotta make it for lost time. Here we go. This is a disturbing meme. Actually, it's disturbing as fuck. What the fuck happened to this Pikachu? That's the real question. What is this? What on God's green earth is this?
Pikachu.
I don't know about that one, dude. Looks like a fucking. I mean, looks like an alien.
Oh, he got his testosterone and.
Is he tall enough for women? What do you guys think?
He's finally tall enough.
Is he Chad? Is this Chad?
To get a 5-foot chick.
This is what it takes nowadays, guys. You got to be fucking like 0% body fat, made of cardboard and yellow,
And he can electrify people. He can
electrify. And you gotta be electrify people too as well to be
He can
to
give
get a woman nowadays, dude.
Man, Electro Buzz was always better.
The most electrifying figure in the cartoon world. And
bro, he's dying.
I thought you were dying of Chad 19.
I'm ill. Once I start speaking, I have to cough.
Oh, this one's so sad, dude. This one's such a good meme from a while ago. All right, guys, you guys got to pick one here. You have to pick one. And you can't pick the chick on the side. You can't see your body, so it doesn't matter. All right, pick one.
Wait, what was the stipulation?
Pick one, dude. You can't pick her. You can't pick her because you can't see her body anyway. So you can't pick the blue hair.
No, that's the chick on the
you got second, dude.
Far left.
Bro.
Far left. God. The other left, man. The other left.
You want the fucking one that looks like fucking the guy from Star Trek? Like what?
I'm taking the Asian chick on the far left.
Far. The other one. The other one.
I'm taking the I'm taking the Asian chick on the far left.
Like if you're gonna break my arm over it, zoom in.
I'm taking the one in the middle.
Yeah, actually.
I zoomed in. I don't know how far we want to go zoom in here, but
the woman on the right of the taller black chick is probably the best looking.
Probably, yeah. Actually, yeah.
Who's picking this one here? Who's picking this one here?
Alex is
Who's
right.
picking Sapphire here?
Right, man.
Look at the fucking look at the meat, dog. Look at the fucking meat right here. You could feed a small African village on that, dude. Oh man!
Dude, look at the belly hole. It's like
she has enough fat on her to like survive a year.
She wouldn't die ever, dude. When the food shortage hits, though, she's not gonna get affected at all, dude. All right, let's see. We got more memes. We got too many memes from like back in the day. Oh, here we go. Here's a motivational meme. Here we go. Motivational meme. And this is actually untrue anyway. Here we go. It won't get better, but we get stronger. Bullshit. Look at the clown. He got fucking he's fucking done, dog. He like got beat the fuck up by life. Drinking a brewski with your bro, dude. It's basically us, dude.
Pepe Durden. His name is Robert Paulson.
Oh man. When the black pill hits, dude. I don't know what this is, dude. What on God's green earth is this picture? Here we go. Look at this thing, dude. Relax, you narrow-minded religious bigots. It's not like we are come into the classroom and talk to your children about being gay. And now we have whatever the fuck this is. What on God's green earth? It's like a demon.
Yeah, it's like
something out of fucking Doom.
Fucking possession.
Rip and tear.
It looks like
being gay.
It looks like it came from Cthulhu, like a Cthulhu.
Yeah. There's just no way I can send my kid to a fucking public school, man. Like that shit's crazy. Like,
well, good news for you. You won't have the chance.
Devil actually is portrayed with 2 horns, but she has.
I should have enough money, so fuck it.
She has 5 horns.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I thought if she had 10, then she would be the beast from the Bible. Or 11 horns. I'm sorry, 11 horns. I think it was.
No, it's 10 horns.
This one's pretty good.
I think the 11th one.
Hey man, leave her alone. Meanwhile, Chad's banging her in the back of the fucking bus somewhere. You know, like.
Bro, when I got onboarded at my new job, there's this one Asian chick that looked good. I was like, damn, maybe I should try it out. But then they said, oh, you're not allowed to have any like relationships with people that you're working with. I'm like, it's probably fake. So I might still give it a shot. We'll see though.
In the final battle of Insuldom here, we have the final battle. Look at this. Look at this shit, dude. You got Chad over here in the corner, fucking about to fucking invade the whole world. He's like, dude, don't take it. I can't do it anymore. I can't handle it. Like, dude, I need your help. I need fucking help.
The wizard.
The wizard
Oh
Chad.
man.
When the Chads and the Inkwells mutate, this is the future, man.
Actually.
No.
This is what they want for us.
I sent you a couple more mystery.
Let me get some. Let me go to my Discord real quick.
Can Chad be a wizard?
Oh
The
my
That's
god!
the real question.
Second
Dude,
one's
the fuck you
brutal.
sent me? What is this? Oh my god!
She still has more SMB, dude.
Jesus Christ!
Show it.
Can I show it? I don't know if I can. It might be illegal. Some state somewhere. I don't know what the
Dang,
fuck
is
it
that
is.
bad?
It's pretty bad, my buddy boy.
Yeah? Is it on
Dude,
up on
a,
this?
a literal 1 out of 10 black
Put
woman
that
can
meme
still
on
get
Let me
a
see.
Discord,
ARP.
though,
And
please,
I'll
Chad.
show them on the screen. And I hate to make fun of her because it's not really her fault. I'm like, dang, dude. Why can't I save this image? The fuck? Save image. Unable to save preview. I'm not trying to
I
save
think I
preview.
have
I'm trying
some
to save the
memes
image.
on my drive actually from like way back in the day.
Whatever. I can't save the second image. It's so fucking weird. Save image. Unable to save image preview. Well,
Your computer refuses to save it.
It's like I can't handle it, bruh. Can't handle it.
Yo, try open link, and then it should open up in a browser. Then you can probably right-click save.
No,
Oh,
Dude,
save image. Yeah, I see it now.
Imagine how black
I
pill
recycle my
Mystery's
memes
computer is.
My computer's probably like, if my computer could think, it's like, what the fuck's going on with you, dude? You just keep downloading meme after meme after meme after meme after meme. I can't fucking figure it out anymore, dude. Like, you're just fucking crazy at this point, dude. It's like, get help. You need help. Get help.
Mystery's computer is on
help.
suicide watch. It's
Yeah.
over.
I mean, this is a brutal right here. I'm not gonna make fun of her too much because this is brutal here. I mean, I know what it's like to have skin issues and so that. Fuck, dude. Try to communicate with people. I'm like, this is I get it, dude. Still more
It's,
SMV than all of us. So someone's gonna bang it.
I mean, it's sad,
That is
but
true.
still,
That's-
man.
That's the craziest part is that somebody will still fucking bang you.
Here we go. It's another meme.
I'm betting on. I think.
Walgreens employee murders his coworker 17 after she turned down his advances and complained to supervisors he was making her feel uncomfortable. Wow. Look at this guy. Yeah, absolute fucking.
Damn, bro.
Life is over a 17-year-old dude. I don't know. This dude doesn't get to be fucking deserved at this point.
Welcome to the modern world, boyos.
That's insane. But
Jesus
then again,
Christ.
there's probably someone who's like actually into like burnt skin and stuff.
Meanwhile, in fucking in America.
That's Florida for sure.
MedicareHelp.com. Wow, what do you know? It works out so well, dude. How the fuck are you gonna be riding in the back of a truck with your feet hanging out of the back of it on the fucking highway, dog? You're out of your fucking mind, dude.
It's like a roller coaster.
Go faster! Hurry up! Go faster!
Yo, they couldn't even fit in the actual cabin of the truck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think so,
No.
actually.
And that's the reason why they're
Yeah.
fuck. You know, sometimes in Russia we call roller coaster amerikanskie gorki, and that's literally amerikanskie gorki. Fuck.
What? Gurke?
Gor.
Here's another good meme from last week. I think
It's
I showed
from
it.
Gara.
Yeah, it's a good meme.
Mountain.
Got the whole like Supreme Court justice like, yeah, we fucking won. Look at the fucking glasses. You got Clarence Thomas glasses going crazy. You got Roasty 1, you got Roasty 2, and you got we lost. What?
No.
Like, no, you can't just like, no, you can't just overturn Roe v. Wade and get rid of abortion. No, you have to do it. No, keep it.
How did it happen?
God, no one can do the soy voice like I can do. My God. It's like, no, you can't just get rid of abortion like that. What? No, it's an inalienable right, dude. Don't you care about the women Renos? No. Oh man, the memes keep going, dude. the fuck is this shit, dude? What on God's green earth is this motherfucker?
Memes
Whatever,
start
dude.
coming and they don't stop coming.
And they don't stop coming. And they don't stop coming. Oh, here's one, dude. Here's fucking one. Look, all you have that's holding you back is a few millimeters of bone. Look at this shit. Look at the transformation, dude. Jaw surgery, Los Angeles, from fucking True Cell to what? What is this? What would you guys rate this guy now?
Now,
he went on thin.
Normie.
Above normie.
Yeah, he's like a slightly above normie level. I need to see a front view.
Dude, he's just breathing hard out of his mouth, dog. He's like, you can literally hear his breath in the fucking video, dog. In the fucking picture, dude.
Yeah, like.
No, the real secret.
It also looks like he grew his hair back. Also, so
somehow, dude.
No, the real secret. The real secret. Go back to it.
Oh, let me go back. Hold on, let me pull it up.
No, there's a secret to this.
Give me a second on. Boop, boop, boop. There you go.
All he did was get a tan. That's all. That's all it was. That's all.
Got tan. He grew a beard.
That's all it was, man. It's all in the tan.
That's all it was, man.
You know, you get that vitamin D in you.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, it's like you just boom, explode in the fucking shed. Like, how is this possible? Anything is possible.
All that D's got to go somewhere.
Oh, we got to do this game again since we got some new people here today. Here we go again. All right, here we go. You're picking your picking your poison here, buddies. And you guys picking, dude. I'm still picking 3. I'm still on 3. If I had to pick 2 though, I'd pick 3, and I'll probably pick a 9.
No.
Maybe even 1. I like 1. I like that fucking chocolate she's got going on there with a little
like 3 all the way because classes and all.
Yeah, I like glasses as well.
9 is glasses too, so I kind of like that too. So
yeah, but dyed hair, dude.
I go
9, dyed hair.
Yeah, you can see the.
I go 9 or 4 if I'm being honest.
You going for 4? You're picking the feminist.
I pick 3.
Yeah, but wait.
Pay for my abortion.
Is this for like long term, or is it just like
you're picking this for you? This is your forever waifu, dude. It's gonna be your wife.
Okay, hold up.
You're gonna pick this chick, dog.
Like a quickie, like.
There ain't no quickie, dog. You're stuck with her, dog. It's your wifey forever, dude.
I picked 3 because I actually don't like really big boobs, but.
With a resting bitch face.
A man.
The resting bitch face kind of turns me on though. Not gonna lie.
Man of taste.
First option is 3, second option is 9, third option is 1. I'm not picking 2, and you picking 6. Pick 6. Look at 6, dog. Fucking meat maxing right now.
My second option would be 1, and then
that's a pretty good pick.
I go with 3 definitely.
Yeah, 3.
And then I do my fourth option would be 2.
You see, we already have a problem. We already have a problem. There's like 4 people going for the same check.
You got a problem now, dude. So I guess may the best Chad win. I made the chattiest incel win.
I mean, Zero looks like a female bodybuilder.
That's the point, I guess. If you're into
I would pick Zero just to have offspring with, because good genes.
Get them a giant test woman. I'm not picking Dubs, dude. Dubs is too fucking
yeah, Dubs is too much.
Oh, I misunderstood earlier. Yeah, when I said the dyed hair, I was talking about that one. I didn't.
Oh, Dubs
counted. Yeah, my bad.
Is Trips trans? I don't think Trips is trans. I have no fucking clue. 6 is
5 looks more like they're trans. But...
6 is for Woodland. Oh no. 4 is Matt. 4 mad as hell, dude. 1, 3, and 7 from most wanted to least. Okay, so they got 1, you got 3, you got. Okay, you're a man of good taste. I like your taste, dude. Pretty good taste there. 9 got assets, dog. 9 does have assets, dude. Not gonna lie, 9 has a lot of assets, dude.
Yeah, that is true.
I'd make love to 5 and tell her she doesn't need to be insecure. Oh, you're so nice. 8 is petite, easy to throw around. Oh, dude, you're into that. You're into that weird 8 stuff. Weird anime.
Dude.
Lolicon.
Speaking of
Lolicon, dude.
Where's
zero?
Medicann is base.
You would pick
Medicann
0,
is
3.
smart.
So we got 0.
Medicann's smart though
3,
because
we got 4, and we got. Dang, though, you got the best taste. I wouldn't pick 4 though, but yeah, you got some pretty good taste, my dude.
I
You
would
got
still
good taste.
pick 4.
1 to what's this one here say? What's the guy say?
1 or 2. He said, "I need me
me Pocahontas, but 2 has
but 2 has bigger titties." Yeah, I'm not into like really big titties, so
yeah, me too.
I like smaller boobs actually. The thing with 4 though, it's like a, for me it's like a, it's like he's trying to challenge me,
Yeah, I feel like you, there comes a point where you need some.
Like
no, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
So like that's why I would pick 4, but
this is a solid meme right here. This is a solid meme shit. Look at this shit. The Roman legions
going to war.
Going to war, dude. For the Empire. Put your shield up. Got the shield shit up top here when the arrows come flying down, dude. Base. Fucking base.
Shield wall.
Ain't no one dying, dog. Ain't no one dying today.
I think I deleted my meme folder from the day when I was using Canva.
Everyone's got a meme folder, dude. If you don't have a meme folder at this point, dude, you're probably like, you're not on the internet.
It's like
dude.
hidden somewhere. It's hidden
All
somewhere.
right, guys. If you don't pick this Pepe, if you're not as good looking as this Pepe, it's over for you. Okay, we're gonna put it like that. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this Pepe. Even with his bulging eyes, big lips, bulging eyes, big lips, and no fucking nose, he still mogs him.
He has the Giga Chat beard.
Giga Chat.
Yeah. If I had a beard, I could probably
do the Pepe video. I haven't done that Pepe video in a long time, actually. Yeah, that's a good meme. We gotta do that meme, dude. That's such a good video.
Hey,
that Pepe meme video at? What's up?
I'll send you one of those makeup fraud.
Here we go. Found the music video. Found the music video. This is such a good video, dude. This is a solid meme. I'm so glad someone brought this up, actually. Here we go. This is a good solid meme.
Set your system's volume control for slightly
above. Oh, yeah, this one's a classic
listening level.
I wonder what Dusty would say if he was working on a heart and all of a sudden it's like this fucking Pepe fucking starts dancing around the fucking operating floor. It's like, what the fuck? Like, is this real? Fucking Christ, dude.
My God.
The red pill infection.
This is me every day, dude, after work. I'm like, fuck the world, dog. I'm like, literally every day, dude. Fuck the fucking world. I'm so fucking tired. Blue collar, fucking white collar fucking work. Fuck this shit, dude. For the fucking birds. Let me go to sleep and just sleep in the fucking car or some shit, dude.
Stranger Pepe.
Solid Pepe meme, dude. The rarest of all Pepes right there, dude.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, it's a good Pepe meme. So I got a... What's this meme here? The fuck is this? Guess it went away, whatever, dude. I think dropped me a few memes actually to show off. Hold on, give me a sec. Discord. I want a sex strike. Now on sex strike. It's pretty funny. Pretty good one here. Save image. For stream. Save it there. X out of that one. Oh man, such a chill stream. I can't believe how many topics we've covered in this stream over the month, really, over the years, really, truth be told, because we covered a lot of topics between demographics and economics and sociological factors and the coming. I mean, how much stuff have we, like, I don't want to say we predicted stuff. We really just using the information that we have on hand, but like we feel like we've done enough like stuff to be like we have a pretty good theory, a pretty good grasp on the issue, I think. So
I mean, when you have the black pill, it's like a fortune teller's ball.
10 out of 10, bravo. This is a work of art. There is a second part. There is? I didn't know the second part. Holy shit. Video was something. The video was good. Phenomenal video, dude. Here we go. On Sex Strike. All these fat chicks. What the fuck? Oh my god. Not on Sex Strike. You got Trump women everywhere, dude. It's true. Much happier. Dun, 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 dun. Lone Hiker's here enough. Maybe I can make him a mod. He can send me the second part of that video. I know the second part. Making everyone a mod today is so weird. All my fucking longtime viewers have been mods today, I think, so far.
You know what? No, you know what, Mystery? To celebrate the centennial, make everyone a mod.
Oh, fuck that shit. Everyone will be banning each other. Like, you can't say that to me. It's like, okay, dude. Like, nah.
Well, no, they can't ban other mods.
That's true. You're right. It's almost impossible to ban.
So, you know what? Today, everyone mod.
Oh, you're a mod, and you're a mod, and you're a mod, and everyone's a mod. Make
when
me mod,
everyone's
bro.
a mod.
Oh yeah,
no
Kuma's been here for a while
be.
too. Actually, Kuma has been here for a while. I mean, Kuma mod definitely helps to have more people be mods because the fucking chat is fucking crazy sometimes with the fucking spam and shit. Here we go. Look at this shit here, dude. You guys see that? Dude, they're dropping off a fucking washing machine, dude, bro. Bro, we're doing it.
Shit.
You should play the
Russian Marines.
That's them, yeah.
Yo, Mystery. You should
What's up?
play the rice cell makeup one.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me go back to my Discord. Guy makeup. Let me see. Download this video.
It's what you need to do to ascend these days.
Go home after dating.
Hold on, yeah.
Go home after dating.
Is this an? This is loud enough. I think people heard it. So. Oh no.
Go home after dating.
That's actually crazy.
Oh my god.
Holy moly.
What in the fuck is going on? He just took off his like. He started off. I want to see where he starts off. He starts off about here.
Dallas, can you put that video in the?
Then he ends up fucking.
Discord?
Oh my god! Look at the guy, dude. It's so good. Oh, he knows, dude. He knows. Yeah.
Hey, send this to everyone that says just K-pop Max, bro.
Oh man, that is brutal right here, dog. Look at this guy. Oh man, he doesn't. I mean,
you know what?
Yeah, he looks pretty different from what he looks like with the mask on, I guess. But
wait.
Yeah, it looks pretty different.
But does his jawline change? No, it doesn't change.
I don't think it does. Nah, I don't think it does.
Okay.
I think it does.
A lot of, maybe a little bit.
Perception is 100%.
Just wear a mask,
visual.
bro. Yeah. He's Mission Impossible 2 maxing. All the masks in that movie, dude. Everyone's wearing a fucking mask in that movie. I swear to God. Who are you? I'm really this guy. Like, no way. As we stand on the edge of the world, looking down on it.
Yeah.
On the edge of sanity.
Wear a mask, bro. Oh my god. Well, it was the damn playing field is even now. Yeah.
Just wear the mask, like the green mask.
Yeah.
Just become almighty, bro. I mean, and Bruce the Almighty, or what was the movie called?
Bruce Lee Almighty. Oh,
yeah, Bruce had to become
dude,
God.
I would watch that movie.
Huh?
Bruce Lee Almighty.
Yeah, so basically, Bruce had to become God to get the chick.
Well, no, he already had her.
He already had her?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw the movie when it came out, okay?
Yeah, me too, but I guess I forgot.
Another quick meme here. Here we go. Born to feel. I was born to feel. Look at this guy just smoking a fucking cigarette, dude.
And the ace.
The ace.
Yeah.
8 hours, 41 minutes. This is a long fucking stream, dude. Oh, here's a good meme. Old meme from a while ago, actually. Oh, loading up his Pepe. He's like, load me up, buddy. All it takes one Pepe shot and you're good to go. One by Metallica plays. This chair is unbelievably American, dude. Look at this chair. Look how fat it is. It's even got 2 fucking swivels on it. My God, it's got 2 fucking goddamn, like a little fucking floor thing on it. My God, oh shit, dude. Why is the back so small though? That dude's back. If his ass is this fucking big, dog, that backrest has got to be at least the size of the fucking chair. That dude's
man, he got small shoulders.
Maybe he's like one of those guys that just has a huge ass with no fucking shoulder. I don't know what the fuck it is, dog. 250 pounds, all American, and maybe more than that at this point. With the way this chair looks, dude, maybe a 500-pound American, dude. 500-pounder, my dude. Just picking him up. Let's see.
At this point, you could just take a forklift.
You say forklift, buddy?
Huh?
Hey, mystery.
Yeah, forklift.
I think we're gonna
forklift.
I think we're getting some feedback.
Yeah.
You getting some feedback? You said?
Yeah.
Someone try to join. Let me get rid of everybody out of the chat. Give me a sec. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Did you post that video yet? There it is. One hiker did. Copy link address.
Yeah, where's Nickelback?
He said he wasn't going to be here this weekend or something like that.
Oh, that's sad.
What we're gonna do?
Here we go. The second part of the Pepe meme. All right, let's do the second part of the Pepe meme. Who left? I think it was
Counter Woodlands.
Oh yeah, are you still here?
Sorry. Yeah, I was typing. Sorry.
Prem said you have to go.
Oh, Prim had to say. Okay.
Yeah, Prem left.
Yeah, normally I'd be done by now. I think 9 o'clock, but I'm still gonna keep going until at least 10. Go for a 10-hour stream or 9-hour stream.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Saying Counter Woodlands. I was looking dead at him too.
Just getting warmed up for these Pepe memes.
Do right here is go back, way back into time.
The fuck? Just looking into a hole and then like people playing fucking poker or some shit. The fuck? Damn, that's sad, dog. He's like, I'm gonna die too, dog. Here's your fucking parachute. Aw, shit. They called it. Just dropping Pepe bodies, my God.
Like sands in an hourglass. These are the Pepes of our lives.
That was a good meme. Solid meme. Solid meme for sure. Send me a private chat. Somebody sent me them. Hey, I gotta head out. Thanks for the stream, Mister. Hope you do more. Yeah, dude. Health Prem. Okay. So yeah. So let me ask you guys some questions since I asked some questions. I'm gonna ask you guys some questions too. So let me ask each of you, what's your story? How'd you make it to the black belt? I'm gonna ask you these same questions I asked my panelist or my guest earlier. How'd you guys make it here? Let's do a recap of this stuff. We'll start with last. How'd you make it here last?
At this particular moment, or just in general?
Oh yeah, how'd you make it? How'd you make it to the black pill? I guess that's the real. What's your story? How'd you make it to the black pill? What was your first exposure to the manosphere, and what made you kind of like get to the black pill?
Okay, so like back in my early 20s, I was actually pretty. I guess you would consider blue pill, even though I don't even know if that term was even around. Like I didn't have regular internet access, so I was living out in the country, I'm very isolated, like no internet, not even a phone. So, I get I work on construction jobs and they're all like sausage fest. So there's no chance. I basically have like a mental breakdown. I eventually end up like working at a restaurant, just hoping like hey, maybe if I just like kind of like change my circumstances, get out with be around people more in my demographic, my ratio, people like me that maybe something would happen. All the while I'm still like blue pill and all that. Like obviously it didn't, but even that didn't black pill me. Like I went from blue pill like all the way to black pill, and there's actually a story associated with that. So basically, like I'll tell it. I don't care anymore. So a few years later, this was like 5 years ago now. Like I work a job not unlike the job I'm working now, and still nothing's going my way. Horribly alone, horribly depressed. I am now at this point 27. I think I had just turned 27. And a couple of the guys there were talking with me and like, yeah, man, like and I'm actually open about this stuff. Like I believe in being honest, and like there's no point lying about it because they already know. It's obvious, everyone knows. There's no point in lying about it. If they're gonna ask, I'm gonna be honest with them. So they go, oh well, there's this one chick. We heard you asking about her about a month ago. Like, yeah, and like, so what? Well, maybe you should try it again because we heard through the grapevine like she was interested in you. That alone, when you actually think that you have a chance, like I can't like like when the whole thing like it's not a cope. Like you feel like you can do anything at that point. Like you
I would
could
agree,
flip
dude.
the
People way underestimate the amount that the amount that validation from a woman like really matters to like some men or a lot of men really should be told at the end of the day. It makes you feel like you're on top of the fucking world when a woman's like validating you, like, oh, like just there's actually hope here. There's hopium here. Oh my god, like you actually feel really hopeful.
Yeah, and like it felt like I felt like better than I had in years, man. Like truth be told, keep in mind I'm not doing like the Reddit thing and all that stuff, like because that came after this. So spoilers and nothing happened. So about 2 weeks go by. I actually I asked her like, hey, I'm what do you want to do something sometime? You know, just hang out, see. Think all the while. Remember, I'm thinking like she's going to be like receptive of all this. And at first, she's like, "Yeah, that'll be okay." And then like days go by, I try to like be around her, and she's like actively like distancing herself away from me. And so I go back to the guys I was talking to, and like, yeah. So what was all this you were telling me about? Needless to say, like this goes on for like 2 weeks. I'm like trying to. Well, maybe I'm not doing this right. Maybe I'm not doing that right. I have. Needless to say, like she messages me on Facebook saying like just so we're on the same page. I don't see you like that. I think you're a great guy. Oh, this is
Oh
what
man, you
triggered
got
me.
the
This is
typical
what
fucking
triggered me on that.
boilerplate rejection, dude.
I hear anybody say you're a great guy. Fuck you.
She might as well have
Fuck
sent you a
you.
fucking a legal document that was all like a boilerplate fucking bullshit, dude. Unbelievable.
Basically, anyway, I'll be happy to hang out with you as long as it's understood that it's strictly like on a friendship level. At first, I'm like, you know what, yeah, whatever. But then I start thinking like, what was all this I was told? What was the point of the last 2 weeks or so? And I proceed to have over the course of like 12 hours a mental just fucking breakdown. Like everything, like all the blue pill nonsense, like it withered away. Like this is what black pilled me, because she was a single mom. She like in the course of like a couple months after I quit, because I quit immediately after. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this shit, man. Fuck these guys. Fuck her. Fuck all this shit, man. I'm done. In a couple weeks, I'll be dead anyway, because I already made plans. Like I was gonna kill myself right then and there.
Been there, tried that.
Spoilers, I didn't, because it's actually easier to just. You wouldn't believe how hard it's actually easier just to lay down and rot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well,
But
I tried it
over
actually, yeah.
but like 2 months later, like because I'm somebody who will actually like Facebook stalk people.
Dang, buddy.
It just to see like keep tabs on, but needless to say, like a couple months after all that, she like gets with somebody who's obviously 1,000 times better looking than I'll ever be, taller than me, like a quintessential like made for each other, like not a Chad, but like you could tell that they were look smashed. Anyway, like I like,
but
after that,
is rematched. I mean, she's a single mother, and I guess
he was a single father too.
He was a single father.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't keep up with like stories and whatnot. I just know like little bits and details. Like after that, I like went full hard onto like black pill stuff. Like even after like my first stint, or actually my second stint, being in a psych ward. After I got out, I got into like the very first. I don't know if you consider him manosphere, but the very first person I saw talking about like relating to issues I was going with was George, and the very first video was, I think it's titled like "What's It Like Being a 28-year-old Virgin." That was the very first video, and it's like set me on like this path. And it's like even when you're blue pilled, here's the thing: you kind of still know black pill truths. Like, because even when I was blue pilled, I would still be like, you know what, it is all about looks, but maybe I could like compensate. And so my way of compensating was trying to show like the people I would work with, because these people I don't hang out with. They don't want anything to do with me outside of the work area. So the blue pill strategy is to show how much of a viable worker you are. And I was working myself quite literally to death. I started my restaurant job. I weighed a little over 140 pounds. Within 2 months, I had gone down to 111 pounds just from how the hours I was working, I wasn't eating. I'm outpacing every single one of my coworkers, all for the idea. I know it's stupid now, but when you're blue pilled, you try literally anything. But that was then, and then I get to the one job I get with the that happens with I don't want to say her name. I will. I don't care about any of that. I mean, you guys already know my name, so. But after that, it's like, you know what? Never again. Never again. And sure, like I've tried asking out a couple people here and there just to see, but I already know what the answer is going to be. Like I already know it's going to be a straight up either a no or I'm already seeing someone. So it's like I already know I'm out of the like like I've deflated out of the market.
Yeah, one thing I have noticed is that more attractive women, at least in my experience, will give you a softer landing than unattractive women will. They'll fucking reject your ass fucking the most hardcore way possible if you're fucking unattractive, if they're unattractive as well or something like that, or if they're relatively normal looking. Honestly, Stacy seems to be more nicer to deal with than Becky does most of the time. So
well, you gotta think like for her, it's just it's probably either something so common that she's like, tee hee, no thanks, I'm already seeing someone, or it's like it doesn't register to her. Like even an incel asking out a Stacy who like has the balls big enough to cross that threshold, I guess that's respectable, commendable. But he doesn't even register enough. Like as
no, I don't. I think. I'm sorry. I think what happens is that Becky's, when they reject someone hard, they dominate them and they get a boost for their ego.
Yeah.
And
that's a good way to put it.
While
because they're closer on they're closer to what their actual level is, but they don't want to recognize that
level. Yeah.
Yeah.
While Stacy has already other things that push her ego, all the beta orbiters. So she doesn't need to reject your heart. She's more compassionate in a way.
So 5 years later, here I am, just older, bitter, jaded. I like to think a little wiser, but fully and truly black-pilled.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. Definitely, I hear you there. Let's see, Goran, you're next. What was your initial black pilling experience, or what kind of got you into the manosphere stuff, or what got you to the channel, I guess?
So basically, I was already always, or not always, but I was already black belt before I came to the black belt community. I was always a pariah in mid school and high school. Because I didn't want to talk about the mainstream stuff. Now I was the weird one, the odd one out, and my looks level were bad. I remember I think yesterday I met a former classmate and he told me that I changed a lot and for the better. So, and you can now think how bad it was when I was made in high school. It was pretty bad. So I already knew that looks were very important because when I transitioned to a higher SNV, I really started to see that people were treating me a lot better. But this came out about when I went to university. Like this is where I really like understood how important looks are. But beforehand, I was black-pilled in other stuff like politics and socioeconomic dynamics.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, after that, I remember I was searching for Mind and Magic, Mind and Magic's mystery school videos. Yeah.
You found my fucking channel. You're like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, and I found a stream. I was like very intrigued, and so I came on the stream. I know you were there, Jolix was there, and Jack Nickelback, and I heard you talk. I was like, huh, what is this? This is so interesting, and I literally knew nothing. I knew nothing. I just thought to myself, why don't I try to go online too? And I remember you were like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, is this some troll or something? And I didn't understand. Like, why would he assume that I'm a troll? Like
Dude, the internet's full of this shit, dude.
Yeah, it's true, but yeah, okay, but I was like, okay. And I know that Jolix was also very suspicious of me, especially when I told him that I don't know who Paul Joseph Watson is. He was like, yeah, well, like it's your problem that you don't know PJW. And I was like, okay, I'm from Europe. I don't know like all your American celebrities. So yeah, but this is how I got into the Black Pill community.
Okay, looks like Count left. I don't know what happened to him. He dropped off. Dralik, my dude, you still here? Can't tell. Might be on a break. All right. I think he's not here.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Okay. I was going to ask you, like, what was your black pilling story? Just to go back in time here, just to retread old ground real quick here.
I would say I was probably early 20s, definitely blue pilled as fuck. But I would say like my early 20s, it wasn't even about like getting women or trying to find a girlfriend. It was just more of survival in that sense. So, you know, like I wasn't in a quote unquote normal childhood and, you know, growing up and worrying about bitches. It's like you got other priorities in life. So, but then, you know, like once you're stable and things are like normal and shit, then you start to think about these kind of things. But even before then, I would say even if I was or even while I was still blue pilled, I always knew there was like something wrong. You know, you just can't put a like a word to it, or like it's just this weird feeling. Like I always knew something. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're sick, but you can't really describe something as wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, I've been there before.
Yeah, it's like I'm not normal, like something is wrong, but I feel normal, but you know, definitely something is wrong. Anyways, so it was always in the back of my mind. And then yeah, I've tried, you know, not necessarily game, but you know, quote unquote approach and try to find a GF or whatever, but obviously it never works out. And then so I guess proverbial, you know, you start to research some of this shit. And then for me, it was just like, oh, I came across a face in LMS. And it was like such a brutal awakening. You know, it's like I didn't even go through red pill. It's like even when even after I came across some red pill content, it was like I just knew it was mostly fraud. And I'm talking old school, like I used to watch what is it, The Mystery Method on VH1.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
Yeah, like I'm talking the birth of the fucking PUAs. Neil Strauss, fucking Matador, the wingman. Anyways, back to the point. Yeah, it was like facing LMS. I think I watched like Water Tracks Woman 1 or 2. And then I think it literally just like hit me like a ton of bricks in your face. Like, holy shit, like what the fuck is this? And then, you know, you could say the rest is history from that point on. And man, fuck, like they give you so much blue pill advice. Like I don't know who was talking earlier, but maybe it was Dabador too. It's like, oh yeah, when you're not looking, they'll just come, or you know, just be good, or oh, when you graduate and you get a good job, like, you know, you'll get a woman. It's like that shit's like from the 50s, 60s advice, you know?
Yeah. Like
See, whenever they say like, well, you're gonna make a girl happy someday, well, Chad doesn't have to wait, but we always seem to have to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, at least when I was from high school on, like I was definitely, like most people, probably blue pilled in high school for sure. I had a few relationships going on, at least for my freshman and sophomore year. I didn't have a lot going on junior, senior year, truth be told. And really, it almost seemed like, you know, I didn't really put. I've always been a very skeptical of women to begin with. So I've never really trusted them fully, you know, with anything, truth be told. So I've always been like very much like, you know, keep them at a distance, but you still want them, obviously. So you do what you got to do to get them. But I never really got big into like game. I mean, I guess game was a thing when I was, you know, kind of having game was a thing when I was younger, but definitely became more. It definitely proliferated more online as it became more popular, obviously. But I never really got into the whole game. When I joined the Manosphere, I guess when I became to the Manosphere online, the online community, I guess. One of my biggest influences was probably VVS. I loved his streams he would do all the time. He would have streams on. I even commented on a few of the streams actually when I was like big into going on the streams. I watched him. I watched a lot of Kent TV. I liked him a lot. Just watching his rants. Even Oreo Man. Yeah, I watched probably a lot of the older Black Pill community guys, and a lot of the TFL guys. Monday FA Monday. He's not really old anymore, but he was on a few years ago. He was pretty good. Yeah, so like I never really fell for the whole PUA Jester Max fucking bullshit where you pay for a course and you get a woman. That never sat right with me to begin with. I was like,
no, my favorite thing about FA Monday was just his ability to like accurately describe like situations and scenarios.
Yeah, he was really good about that. Actually, he had like a niche for that, for a niche to describe yeah. Go ahead.
Like there was one that like it's a very abstract and very hard to pin down topic, but there was one, man, I can't remember. I think it was like something about. Like I would watch this video like over and over again, and it's a shame I can't remember it now. But I think it had something to do with like if you have to ask, like if you have to try, then something has gone horribly wrong. Like certain steps in your like social development and your mental development. If you have to start asking these questions, then it's already like an immediate problem.
I mean, I would say
because most people
just flat out ending up in the Manosphere indicates that there's a problem with society, and the fact that the Manosphere even exists that shows there's a problem with society. Like people wouldn't be like if people are already seeking answers for these problems. I mean, there's gurus out here who are already providing the answers, and that shows you there's a market for it to begin with. Like, there's a reason why these guys are making so much money off of dating coach shit, or at least they were at the time making shit off dating coach shit, and getting super chats and stuff like that. It's because like there's a market for this shit. There's always been a market for self-help, but like sex and dating and relationships have always been popular because people want that, especially men. They want this stuff badly, and it really at the end of the day, the red pillar guys, at least the PUA guys, have always been feeding off of that male thirst and a desperation to to find a woman and be happy. So
anyway, man, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I interrupted you actually. Or I interrupted somebody. The Manosphere shouldn't exist. It really, it really shouldn't. Like overall, like when you think about it, like there's so many guys here who are like, I think even Facing LMS talked about this when they came on here. He said there's so many guys who are like normie tier who shouldn't be here, but they somehow make it here because the market's gotten that bad. And I don't know what that. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what the future looks like when I see guys like DBDR come on. He doesn't come on here, but when I see him go on go on his rants and talk about his life, I'm like, damn, like I know he's not really you can't really extrapolate his experiences to the whole Gen Z, but I'm hearing enough Gen Z guys complain about the situation enough to where like it's got to be a problem going on in that generation for sure.
Dude, what happened to Trent?
To Trent?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Trent's dying. And I don't know, maybe because after my first account got self-deleted, maybe I just forgot to subscribe to him.
No, I have him on my subscription. I think he just basically privated every video, and like he just went dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when Monday FA Monday got Annika, or her name is Annika O'Brien, which like she completely like I don't know what happened to him, but I guess he got happier and moved on with his life, I guess. But I think that's not good though, because he had really good content and he had content that he could have kept making content about the issue. But I guess when you get a woman, I guess it's changed your mindset.
Or at least had kept it up.
Yeah, at least could have kept this in the content. He just left it up and said, "Fuck it, I'm not gonna do anything anymore." I'm like, okay, well that's weird.
But then again, VVS did say the same thing, and we all know what happened.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably leave my videos all today. Yeah.
He lucked out, and then like, oh wait, I guess I gotta delete this. Thank God for VVS re-uploads, man.
A Monday turned on Inkwell. Did he? I had no clue. I haven't heard from Monday FA Monday in forever. And I'd imagine he probably did it because Annika, if I had to guess. Oh, you can't talk about women that badly anymore. You can't talk about this issue anymore because like it's really cancerous and it's this and that and this and that. If you want to be my boyfriend, you got to be behaved this way instead. And knowing him, with how desperate he was to have a woman in his life, he probably did it. So.
Yeah. Anybody remember Ugly Loser? Like he made like 6 videos that were pretty base, but then he just left.
Wait, who?
His name was this was like, I don't know, 3 years ago. His name was Ugly Loser, or at least his username was. He would come on like the stereotypical paper bag over his head. That was like his shtick. But his stories he would tell was actually like, actually pretty good.
Huh.
Well, like I said, he made like 6 videos, and then he just kind of left.
Called Inkwell's Toxic ranted. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Now, I think there is a toxic. There can be a level of toxicity in this community, but that's any community you join. And the reality is that just because somebody's toxic, or just because somebody appears to be toxic, doesn't mean that what they're saying is wrong. Like you should be able to engage with somebody's arguments or engage with somebody's bullshit, even if they think they're toxic or something like you can deal with or something like that. So it doesn't matter that you're toxic. Okay, well, so what? What about what they're saying? Like, what about what they're talking about? What about what they're experiencing? Like, all that stuff really matters at the end of the day. It's all that really matters. Like, what's going on with the actual world. All the Black Pill has really done is just really just describe the world in the most accurate way possible that we're trying to do anyway. We're trying to come up with a theory about what's going on with the world. So all it really comes down to, in my opinion.
Black pill materialism.
Yeah. What does the I asked this question earlier in the not to you guys, but in the most of my guests is like what does the red pill, especially the red pill, especially don't worry about the blue pill, but what does the red pill look like in 2022? It looks so weird to me right now because like they're kind of adopting black pill talking points, but they also don't fully accept most of them, or they always add like a but after their talking point, so they never actually drives the point home. They're just kind of like looks matter, but you can do X, Y, and Z to make up for it or something like that. Yeah.
Well, like with the socio-political system we have today in America, like, oh wait, like the neoliberalism paradigm has kind of failed us, so we got to adopt all these other flash in the pan trend waves to try to stay relevant, which is really what all this whole like corporate wokeness is. It's like, well, the culture that we're trying to control is kind of moving on away from us. So it's like seeing your uncle try to relive like his glory days in the 70s. Like it tries to like take on certain aspects of current trends, but without really understanding them. And that's what modern red pill is today, like late stage red pill.
Yeah, it's definitely hit like its late stage now. Because if you're adopting your opposition fucking talking points, that means you run out of shit to talk about on your own channels, like, which is scary. Like, I mean, the Red Pill used to be this juggernaut of like content. You see making original videos all the goddamn time. Now it's like the same shit over and over. And like, how many times can Rolo Tomasi go on about the fucking pill and birth control and feminism? Like, you can only talk about that topic so many times before it gets boring. How many times can you fucking talk about fucking oh yeah, hypergamy? Okay, everybody knows hypergamy now. It's very obvious now. Like, it's the most obvious theory in the world now at this point. So like, how many times can you talk about these topics before they get fucking blown the fuck up and just get tired and lazy at this point? You know.
I think it's basically, partly due to the current economic state, but people in general wary, about spending any kind of significant chunk of change. And I think at the end of the day, bottom line, it's hurting a bunch of PUA grifters, right? I guarantee you they're not making money as they used to back in the day, like let's say 5 years ago. I mean, because the motto was, make us some stupid course, charge $500 and get 2,000 Sims to buy it, and you literally just made $1 million.
I mean, the whole system just appears to be just based off of like males suffering immensely to keep the game running at the end of the day. When you have people like grifting off of like even men don't like men. Like I think somebody posted a post in the quote from Steve Hoka talking about how women like women and men like women, but men hate men and women hate men. And it's like, well, yeah, that rings pretty true when you see the behaviors to think that men will do to other men when it comes to like, okay, well, I can just make money off these guys and they're all desperate, so fuck it, dude. I'm gonna make a bunch of money. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's never sat right with me. You know, I've always run off the mantra of like, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. So. Yeah, it seems like a really scummy practice to just take advantage of somebody in their time of need.
Yeah, and I've been in the sphere long enough. I think there's a general like awakening. I think a lot more guys in general are, aware, red pill aware, I should say. And so it's like I think less and less normies are falling to the PUA grift.
But I guess at some point, though, I guess would that be considered? Because my big fear, and maybe it's not even a fear, I guess, is my observation appears to be that. Go ahead.
Can I just piggyback off of what Rolex said there?
Go ahead, buddy.
Like, think about that, what you just said, Rolex. Like, back 10, 15 years ago, it was more the inkwell types who were kind of falling for the PUA, red pill grift and all that. And now it's the normie types. Like, what does that say about the certain
state of the market,
the push? Like, what before long is it going to be like the above normie tier, and then the Chad light, and then the Chads are going to try the PUA strategy? Like, at what point does that end?
I mean, DBDR. I mean, once again, he's only one source, and he only has his own perspective. But he always talks about how like even the Chad lights are struggling right now to find women to date and marry if they want to marry at all. They complain about how like they can find easy lays all the goddamn time, but they can't make any social connections, which I think is what people are really suffering for right now. I think people are desperately looking for social acceptance and looking for social connections. And we live in such an atomized society where people can't make connections anymore. People don't maintain societies anymore or maintain communities. That like people are just really lonely and desperate and sad, which is horrible in my opinion.
And I'm trying to play some thought experiment. But let's just assume all of us fucking woke up tomorrow and we're an 8.5 Chad, right? And it's like, yeah, you'll get I wouldn't say an abundance of pussy, but as long as you try, it's like you will get something, right? I mean, sometimes you don't even have to try. But my point is, it's like, assuming you get a bunch of voids, it's like, yeah, that's great. You'll be slaying left and right compared to 0 or an occasional lay once per 6 months or whatever. But then it's like, let's say you increase your body count like, tenfold, fivefold, whatever. Yeah, it's great. But then, when it comes time to like, okay, do I actually want a family? Do I want to, have kids or this or that? Like at some point, every guy is going to come across that. and your options are like terribly limited, I would say.
Yeah.
Because basically every Foyd nowadays has ridden the CC.
Yes. Sad but
And
true.
yeah, and it's like I was in another MGTOW Cope Red Pill stream, but one of this guys, like he eventually, I think it might be another next level. Like I think for him, he says he understood the current dating market. He understood what he brings to the table. And you have to swallow the pill saying, hey, you're not gonna find like some prime JB Cunny, pristine, like that's just fucking delusion at this point.
Yeah,
So
it absolutely is.
yeah, so essentially for him, he found a single mother, call it beta bucks or never take single mother seriously. I mean, technically speaking, not all single mother is terrible, you know what I mean? Like there are circumstances like maybe her husband passed away untimely or whatever. So, but assuming you vet these women, he found a Foyd single mother that would have his kid essentially. So he's raising previous Chad's daughter, but he has a son of his own with this new single mother. So, like I think that is literally the grim future of guys who are like they want to have a family and a kid. Like you'll just have to
But
use
as
up
Chad,
roasties.
if you're an 8.5, then you'll get better than this. It's just that you'll still have to date 2 points lower.
No, Chad gets the option of let's say having a roastie that still has not yet had kids. But for the average Joe, it's gonna be basically a single mother.
I wouldn't say that it's that bad in Germany, because I think if you're like an 8 or 8.5, you can build a family, but you'll have to date down. Like if anywhere in the world you'll have to date down.
It all depends on your location,
And,
your income and all that stuff. But like that is probably gonna be the general trend.
Yeah, and in Germany, I'd say you'd have to date down like 2 points. Not 3 points, but 2 is, I think, is a good estimate.
What is the point of life? Just to
suffer.
suffer.
Just it's like
suffer. Just to suffer.
Metal Gear Solid. What was it for?
Yeah, I mean, like he was kind of right. Like you literally
Metal
have.
Gear Solid 5. Sorry.
Oh no! I was saying that guy kind of had it right. It's like you're not gonna find this mythical virgin 20-year-old prime Stacy to have your kids. I mean, very few dudes, if any, would luck out. But I'm just saying for the average, it's like there's no way.
So you could probably look at it like this: if you have options, play the field. If you have an option, take it. If you don't have an option, it doesn't matter what you do.
No, I think for a lot of even average guys like in the West, they can still ascend provided they geomax, right? But then the window to geomax and the effort it takes to geomax is exponentially getting harder. So, I would say do what you can to financial max, like within reason. But I'm saying, if you can, there's probably good opportunity waiting for you. Like far better than, your current predicament in your local Inkwell cinematic universe.
Inkwell cinematic universe, such a good term.
Oh God, no.
Let me ask this question here. Do you guys think there's such a thing as objective looks? I had asked this question to all my guests earlier, and they kind of gave me a bunch of like a lot of answers that some of them were good and bad. So
Are you talking like beauty is in the eye of the beholder?
Yeah, I'm talking like basically the whole debate between like, is the beauty in the eye of the beholder or the beauty objective? Something you can literally look at and say, okay, this is beautiful, this is not beautiful.
Can I say?
Go ahead, last.
No, can I? I'll just say. I will say yes, and then it depends, because when you append words like objective and subjective, it kind of like detracts from like the issue at hand. Like clearly, like there is an evolutionary precedence to seek out certain aesthetical or aesthetic appearances because they denote different different types of adaptability and survivability,
like genetic fitness, effectively, right?
Yeah. At the same time, you can also say, well, the culture also induces in people to look for certain traits. Like for me, as an example, like there was a time in my life when I didn't care about chicks with glasses, and now being in the circumstances that I've lived in, the society and culture I've experienced, I now like primarily seek that out above. Like I don't like, yeah, I'm mentally fucked in the head, but that's also goes along with it. Like maybe that's more so for as a.
Oh, this is from I didn't mean to cut you off, but this is from a Medicann Black Pill talking about how if you crush a cockroach, you're a hero. If you crush a beautiful butterfly, you're a villain. Morals have aesthetic criteria.
Yeah, there is a certain like aesthetic geometry to like everything that humans do and believe, and like even morality and like lookism is a part of that too. Yeah, I would say like as we go along more and more into like this industrialized fucking urbanized hellscape that we're creating for ourselves, like and the more people like work and how that affects the genetics, and then those people work around it, and then so on and so forth, like it really does become a question of like, well, how far, like at what point does this where is this all leading to? Like evolution, like that's one of the main things I'm more interested in, like the far-flung, like hypothetical, like what is the future human? Like, is there even at that point an idea of what a human is? Or is it just like a mishmash of amalgamated different types, and because everything that made a human has been so reduced to its bare like quantum subatomic I guess you could say
It's been reduced to like a lowest common denominator effectively,
yeah, because you can see that happening now with like certain trends, like even with the whole like gender roles. Well, back 200 years ago, that was necessary, but now it's not necessary. I mean, it's just a fact, in industrialized societies, men are not needed to operate machinery that women are just as capable as running too. So that changes the dynamics of what it means to be a man and what it means to be a woman and all that. So to get back to your idea, like does an objective looks still play into the equation? I would say yes, but that what that looks is susceptible to change over time. I know I kind of went the long way around, but hopefully
how would you say it changes over time, though? Would you say it changes via cultural exchange, or it's any variable? Like, I guess even genetically, it could change too. If people just happen to get either more attractive or uglier, then I guess technically, I guess uglier by what standard, I suppose. But if they get if everybody somehow had a recessed jaw, well, then it doesn't matter how. Then nobody would have a chiseled jaw at that point, so they'd probably find some other criterion on which to eliminate you based on, I suppose, right? Like,
well, the thing with evolution is like it doesn't have a teleological endpoint in mind. There's not something that we're not evolving to anything.
To something, that's what human beings basically ascribe. What's it called? Not personification. Is it personification? Maybe it's that. Yeah, we personify a lot of concepts and stuff like that.
Yeah, that would be anthropomorphizing.
Yeah, anthropomorphizing. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I mean, personify kind of means the same thing.
Okay.
Not really.
I don't know. We anthropomorphize like concepts and stuff like that, or we humanize concepts and make them like we give human aspects to concepts that shouldn't have them at all.
Anthropomorphize means you make something like it shares like human traits, but
kind of like
to personify something, it would be more like emotional as opposed to like more physical.
Yeah, kind of like the way we do with dogs. Like dogs are, oh, she's so happy or sad or what want to call it or whatever.
Yeah, when you say that, you can understand, like the owner can understand their dog. They're kind of anthropomorphizing it at that point.
Yeah, but dogs can feel emotions.
I'm not saying they can. I'm just saying like people will like hyper anthropomorphize
like when
dogs
humans project their own emotions onto a dog. Like when they say like my dog is my child.
Sad if the dog's like what?
When there's
but dogs do feel sadness.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying like the human being will take their own emotion and say, "Well, the dog must be feeling that way too," and it's like I don't know, dog. Like no, it's not.
The dog
like
feels
that,
what I feel.
Yeah, when they take it over the top, okay.
Yeah, it gets really weird like that sometimes. Like it's really weird.
Yeah.
But like with any evolution, like it's always happening every second of every day, so it's kind of hard to pin down.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's a pretty good answer. Let's see. What other questions did I fucking talk about?
Wait, mystery school. I think,
go ahead, Gore.
I think it'll. Yeah, it's getting really late. Or
yeah, I know you got to go right at some point.
Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. 4 a.m.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I think it's enough. I forgot to congratulate you for your 100th stream.
Yeah, dude, it's been 100 fucking streams of copium.
Yeah, thank you very much for organizing all of it, and congratulations to your 100th stream. It was a lot of fun, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't stay until 4 a.m.
Yeah, of course.
I think I need some sleep right now.
All right, Gorn. Well, thanks for coming on, my dude. Always a pleasure, my dude.
I'll have some last words because when I was talking with Jack Tisson, I think some people might have misunderstood me. I didn't mean that all Asians are bad or something like this. You know, I think that this is what people understood. But what I meant is that cultures behave differently. Not only and probably because of genetics and mentality. And as an example for this, for culture that was more violent and more lazy, I took the nomadic tribes of Central Asia, not China. And just because Genghis Khan built its Silk Road and made a big diplomatic effort in his conquest, doesn't mean that now they're like super super progressed in comparison to Europeans. And in the end, even this doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that they're worse or that they're bad or good, because I don't believe in concepts like bad and good. I just see what is good, quote unquote, or for something. And if you're talking about progress, then well, they're bad at progress. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say, just to clarify things. And yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, Gordon, thanks for coming on, my dude. Always a pleasure.
Bye.
See you later, buddy. All right, then there were three. We still got a half hour left. Well, about 20 minutes left in the stream until I end it. So, my God. Here we go.
I was going to say.
I started really to question female behavior in 2017. Aaron Clary is what introduced me to the manosphere. I started to settle in with the TFL community. He got to know them. They collapsed, so I have been hanging around the Black Pill community. Oh, TFL's been dead for a long time now, actually.
Yeah, I still call myself a TFL link. Well, just because I feel it's more
accurate.
Descriptive. Yeah, accurate. Because I mean, really, we are like the true forced loneliness has to do like it's circumstances beyond your control that's causing your incelibacy.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier, like the beauty thing. I think it's pretty fucking objective. You know, it's like throughout history, men have found younger women more attractive, like in any culture, in any race, in any time in history. So there are, natural indicators like youth, beauty, indicators of health. Like that shit's never gonna change. So you can change your makeup, you can change your fashion, all that shit might be depending on culture or, what's in style or all that shit. But I think objectively speaking, yeah, like if they're young, attractive, thin, in shape, it's never gonna change.
Something I'm interested in, just coming from, a Marxist perspective, is how like the role that social politics and economics played with the development of the human being. It's like especially in its I guess you could say its sexual expression and its sexual selection, because at certain points in history, jewelry becomes indicators of wealth and status, which becomes indicators of well, I guess I already said health, and that also determines like one's viability and one's own success in procreating and reproducing, and thus perpetuating their genetic line. Because, like in a lot of slave states, especially in Rome,
Yeah, well, I was gonna
like
say,
okay.
I mean, those are like definitely important factors, but you take away any of that stuff, like what are you left with? Like just bare bones, their looks, their youth, their beauty.
Yeah,
So
but I feel like you're trying to just, you know, like the sexual dynamic also exists within a cultural and economic dynamic too. I would say, like I would say, like everything essentially is like dialectically like one and the same. There's no separation between like one's sexual attractiveness outside of the culture which exists within an environment of resources and just the movement of nature itself.
I just got back, so I wasn't sure what's going
But
on.
yeah, I would say like it's still like an objectable fact that like looks triumph like over everything for both
Yeah.
men and women. But men are the ones who are more like likely to like actively change what they are attracted to, depending on like I guess what they feel would be more they would be more successful at.
Collectivize the means of cat. Yeah, dude. Broke chat still getting cat. Yeah. We're getting kitty, dude. Let's see. I guess if I had to ask one last question before I throw you guys off the stream for and start ending it pretty soon. Two questions really. You're gonna ask the same question I asked Face LMS at the end of his discussion with him. What would you tell yourself, or rather a young man today, what to do?
To what I would tell my younger self to do?
Yeah, maybe not yourself, but what would you tell a young man? Like, if you had to be a mentor to somebody younger than you, what would you tell them to do? Like, age like 16 to 24 right now. Like, what would you tell them to do to make it through this world?
At 16 to 24, I would tell them try whatever you can, but basically hope for the best, but expect the worst. Always prepare for the worst.
Okay. What about you, Drox?
I mean, it's an easy question. I wouldn't tell them shit because they ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, that's what people always say to that one for men, especially. Like, yeah, they're not gonna follow it. They're not gonna listen to what I say anyway. So what's the point?
Nah, I'm being brutally honest. Like, go fuck themselves. Like, who gives a shit? Because I'm just thinking like, the proverbial saying is like, what, hindsight is 20/20.
Absolutely, yeah, that's what they always say.
Yeah, like know what I know exactly, and in this point in time, you know, like I'm in my late 30s, so I've lived a lot of life experience. You ask me the same question when I'm 60, you know, I'll look back when I'm in my late 30s and I'm like, well, I was a clueless idiot back in my late 30s.
Didn't know anything, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And so you go back into your early 20s or whatever. Yeah, I was a fucking idiot. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you could give all the advice in the fucking world, like, unless they have that mental capacity to actually sit down and listen
accept it and then act upon it. Yeah.
Yep, they're not gonna do I would say 99.9 out of 10 or 100. They're not gonna do shit. So it's fucking pointless, to be honest.
Okay, I was gonna ask the same question again, but basically for the women, like, what would you tell your daughters? What would you tell your daughters to do? And if you had a daughter, what would you tell her to do?
Yeah, for all the women listening.
What's that? For all the women listening, for all zero of the women listening here. Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, well, if you had a daughter, what would you tell your daughter to do in today's society of how to behave?
I have a question in mystery. Like, you could check your demographics, like who watches your videos and whatnot.
Yeah, I think you can.
Like, do you actually have like a couple of females who watch
I would. I don't think I have any females watch your channel, dog. I don't think I've ever checked it though. Actually, truth be told, let me check real quick. I think you can check on my phone.
I know we've had like one or two like sneak in the stream, but or the chat, but
oh yeah, I've looked at my shit. It's like 99.8% male.
Let me look at my audience. Okay, so my audience
0.02 female.
Dang, my audience is mostly 25 to 34 year olds. 35 to 44 is the next highest bracket, and then 18 to 24 is the next lowest bracket. Wow, 100% male. 100% male. 58.3% United States, which makes sense. 2.8% United Kingdom, UK. 1.1% Canada. 0.8% Germany, and 4% or 0.4% France. Most of them are subscribed. Most people, wow, it's so weird. Most people watch DBDR and Thinking Ape who will watch my channel. It's so weird. Other channels they watch, which would be DBDR, Wheat Waffles, Base Pluto, Vanta Black Pill, and Undead Chronic. It's a weird weird list of cadres there, but okay.
Strange bedfellows mystery.
Yeah, strange bedfellows for sure. Well, not some of them aren't, but Base Pluto makes sense, and so does DBDR. So I'm not sure how I'm Undead Chronic adjacent, I guess, but it's kind of weird, but whatever. A lot of German. There are a lot of Germans here, so it's kind of weird. Tell her to find a high value Sigma male. Oh my god, Sigma male grind set. That fucking music's so fucking good too. It's like dun 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 dun. Such a good song. Not really. I'm not kidding myself. All right, well let's fucking do some fucking last words. We're almost done with the stream. Probably do 15 minutes of just dialogue to chat, and then we'll get off here. All right, let's see. So let's do last words, my dude. Not forever though. Just last word for this stream.
So for my last words to commemorate the
100th stream,
the centennial,
yes,
I would actually like to recite a poem.
There you go, buddy. Go ahead.
Smart lad, to slip betimes away from films where glory does not stay. And early though the laurel grows, it withers quicker than the rose. Eyes the shady night has shut cannot see the record cut, and silence sounds no worse than cheers after earth has stopped the ears. Now you will not swell the rout of lads that wore their honors out, runners whom renown outran, and the name died before the man.
There you go. Last words from Last. A good poem from him. All right, buddy boyo. Thanks for coming on the 100th episode of SNC, my buddy boyo.
No, thanks for having me, and thanks for being around, man.
No problem, dude. No problem. All right, man. Peace out.
See you guys.
All right. Drogs, my dude. You're always been here, man. You're the fucking OG. Last word, buddy.
Jesus, I can't even. Like, I was there from fucking
stream 1, I think. Or stream
1, dude.
Yeah, when I started letting people come on, I think, or at least when I started doing streams. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. Like 100 episodes. That's fucking insane.
Copium. Raw copium. Yeah, I feel like you've been on most of them, actually. I think you've been on the majority of them, at least.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really
I think
better
you've
to
only missed
do.
a handful. Yeah.
Coping like there's no coping. But yeah, no, like congrats to 100. It's been pretty insane. It's been a good ride. And hopefully not to the 900 and 900 more streams, right?
Episode 1000 of SNC.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet Jesus Christ, dude. That'd be fucking insane. Oh, man.
No,
Been
how
going for
many is that?
long.
Hold on. Let me do the math.
How many hours
That's
is that of fucking streaming time? If I stream like 4 hours a fucking or 5 hours a
No,
night.
no. It's not
every
even
Sunday.
hours, dude. Like assuming you did a stream every weekend. So there's
That'd
like
be fucking
50
years probably.
Yeah,
Maybe months.
52 in a year. Assuming you don't do a couple, that's still 50. 900 divided by 50, that's what? 18? So that's like 18 years, bro.
Jesus.
Truly over by then.
Truly over. Truly over. Oh man.
But yeah,
well, Joe,
it's
fun,
been fun.
dude.
Yeah. Take care, man.
All right, man. Take care. Peace
Bye-bye.
out, my dude. Bye-bye. All right. And then there was one. We still got 10 whole minutes left until I end the stream on at 10 hours. So, man, I hope you guys fucking enjoyed. Mystery, your SNC was a great vaccine since the beginning of Chad 19. Happened to Richard Coper. He's still around. He doesn't show up on most streams though anymore, but he's still around. One adult child later, lol. Oh, good. Thank you, Mystery. Yeah. Mystery stream is the only reason I live. Thank you for everything, especially giving your time to us when you could be 7 inches in an immigrant. Your stream is amazing, bro. Oh, man. How tired are you right now? I'm really not that tired, actually. I'm actually pretty, not amped up. It's kind of like mellow right now, so. Epic stream. Thank you for these base high IQ streams. These are the streams we deserve and need. Yeah, we definitely need these streams for sure. Good stream. Absolutely a good stream for sure. Let's do a poll real quick. Let's do a quick poll. Did you enjoy this? Yeah, goddamn. Stream. That's your community. I guess pretty soon, I guess I'll be having Richard, not Richard Coper on, but facing LMS on, I guess at some point. Maybe I can get him on a one-on-one and we can talk about it, something like that. So yeah, we'll figure it out. I think I have him on Discord now, so we can talk. So we can actually talk directly, and I can give him we can get him on. Maybe I can get him on a random stream for one cell or something like that, or a Wednesday night one cell or something like that. I can get him on that. Yes, busy cell. We'll watch later. Okay, yeah. Face came on around the middle of the stream, like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago now. Oh man, we got 100% yes votes. Maybe we're gonna get a few no's, but either way. Yeah, it was pretty good. We had earlier today we first started off with our friend Caduceus from the Vital Message. He posted his channel in the chat. Then we got I think it was Medicann who came on next. Then we got Base Escortcel who came on. Face and LMS kind of joined in the middle of Base Escortcel's video, Base Escortcel's interview, but it worked out pretty well, so it was pretty good. And then who else did I have on? I had obviously my regular panel on. It's like I had another guest on. Am I skipping somebody? How long was Face on? He was on for about 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes, something like that. So it wasn't on that long, but I can get him on maybe on a one-on-one so we can do an actual long discussion. But 69 more years of SNC. Fuck me, dude. Nope, that was all your guests. Good, I actually remembered all of them. Good shit. Great straight stream. Thanks, Medicann. Thanks for coming on, my dude. Always a good shit, dude. Always good shit from you. I hope you all ascend. So do I, dude. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button and check out the Patreon. Don't forget to join the Discord. Yeah, dude. Don't forget to join the Discord, my dude. Speaking of Discord, let me go post the links to Discord in the chat. Well, I don't know. I'll phone it. I don't know. Fuck it, dude. What's the point? Women are right to cuck you. You deserve to die. You don't deserve a woman. You deserve to die. You deserve nothing but pain, suffering, and misery. How dare you? How dare you? You ruined our lives with your helpless capitalism. How dare you? My God. Sheckelberg maxing. Yeah, dude. For sure. Medicann, the OG. Yeah, dude. Been around for a while now, dude. Blue balls matter. Yeah, dude. Women are right. Women are fucking right to cuck you, dude. Let me cut the music off, man. Whew, get the music cut off. Let me stop sharing my screen. Stop screen. All right, man. I kind of wanted to I might get Black Pillow J on a stream as well. I know I have his email. I can probably get Black Pillow J on a one-on-one stream. Seems like he gets kind of lost in the panels. I might want to get him on a one-on-one stream and talk to him about stuff. So maybe I can get him on a random Wednesday or something like that. It'd be kind of cool to talk to him. Seems like he has a lot of good high IQ observations and high IQ fucking shit going on for his life. So yeah, maybe I can get Black Pill J on, maybe on a random stream for one cell or on a Wednesday night stream or something like that. He seems like he has really good insight. Who else? I kind of want to get First. I don't know if First even watches me anymore. Or First is even around. I don't know where First even hanging out anymore. I should be told. So if I can get First, then that'd be kind of cool too. Who else? I think that's really it. Can't think of anyone else I really want to have. Maybe Steve Hoka. He's kind of a cool guy. Can't get Steve Hoka on. Who else people want to see? I don't know. No, we can't end the stream now. No, you can't do that. Coom Soom. Jerk the blue balls away. Oh boy, hope Mystery gets showered by immigrant gods with prime slave cunny. Remember, Oofy Doofy is law. Sweet baby Jesus Christ, dude. Voices are hilarious. Climb the lobster hierarchy. Oh my god. Oh. Last words, be your own hero in the Inkle cinematic universe. Okay, so let's do some housekeeping real quick for the last 5 minutes. First thing first. Will I keep doing SNC episode 101? Will I go to episode 101 or will I stop at 100? Haven't quite decided yet. Jack Nickelback showed up at the very fucking end. Wow, what do you fucking know, dude? What do you fucking know? All right, so my plan going forward here is that if I can get a few one-on-one interviews for at least for the random stream for one cell, like those one-on-one short maybe 1 hour, 2 hour interviews I've with like Facing LMS, Black Pill J, stuff like that. I can get those done maybe in August, and then yeah. So oh Jack, you missed fucking. I had Facing LMS on here, dude. Pretty fun, pretty good shit. Let me end the poll. Let me ask him what to do one more poll. Should I keep doing SNC? I've already asked this question before. Let's keep doing it again. People are going to say yes, obviously. So that's your community. So yeah, either way, my plan currently for SNC is to probably continue doing it probably in September-ish, sometime around September, maintain the stream. Same style of content where we had to do long form fucking 5 hour long streams, 6 hour long streams. We just go over memes and articles and listicles and all that shit like that to talk about this issue continuously keep talking about this issue. I think it's really important to keep the conversation going. I think it gives people a good outlet, and I think it gives men especially a place to talk about their issues for sure. So I think that it's important to keep the stream going either way. So I definitely probably will keep SNC going for the foreseeable future, at least. But I'm probably gonna give myself like a month-long break from doing SNCs on the weekends, so I can just kind of enjoy my fucking life. And for like a month, take a month off of like doing a weekend stream anyway. So you'll probably see me a few times in August streaming on the weekdays, maybe like a random stream for one cells or a Wednesday night one cell or something like that. But you're probably not going to see me doing like a lot of like long form streams on the weekends anymore, at least for the time being, for the most of August and the end of July probably. So enjoy your 10-hour long stream today because you got a lot of my time today. I didn't get any studying today really other than in the morning, went to the gym and immediately started the stream. So yeah, I got to start studying my ass off for the fucking exam. I got to start fucking. I got to fart I said fart earlier, whatever I did. I got to start slaying my fucking prime tier fucking immigrant pussy. So I can't keep keeping on the streams, dude. So yeah, I'm gonna keep doing these streams. Hope you guys enjoy that shit. So I'm gonna keep doing SNC. Probably in September we'll do like a little reboot episode, first episode of the new quote unquote series of show, I guess. We'll keep doing stuff like that. And the reality is that I want more people to come on these streams and talk about their issues and talk about what's going on in their lives. Because the same 40, 35, 40 people show up in these streams, and most of you guys never fucking post. Most of you guys never fucking say shit. Most of you guys don't do anything. Most of you guys just sit here and consume the content, but you don't actually interact with the content. I want to see more of that. I want to see people actually come on here. Don't be afraid. Okay, I have a stammer and a fucking lisp, and I do this shit for fucking 5 fucking hours on Sundays. Okay, if you guys can come over here with your little spurgy ass fucking voices too and talk about your fucking life, then don't complain about the show not having enough content. So all I gotta say there. So like, yeah, I want to see more guests come on here for sure and talk about shit and talk about their experience as well. Not the same people. Even though I enjoy the panel, people who I already know. it'd be cool to get new people on as well. So if you guys want to come on the stream, even have a one-on-one stream, if you're too afraid for the panel, if you want to come on the stream, just send me an email or send me a message on Discord or something like that. That'd be pretty cool, actually. So yeah, I want to see more of that. Either way, what else? That's some housekeeping I've done earlier. I need to find some fucking music, new music, actually. I need to find some copyright, non-copyright music. I need to start doing some research into how StreamYard works, how to get some, about some fucking, who complains about no one really does. It's just a matter of, like, I want to see new people kind of show up here and give new perspectives and stuff like that. It'd be a really, really cool thing, in my opinion. Pyramid's really been the only person that I've had new on here for a while. And Nestle, and maybe Prem too, for a new perspective. Even though Pyramid's kind of annoying, he does bring a new perspective, whether I like it or not. It is different. I'll give him that. So, yeah. I don't know what the waifu revolution is, but either way. I want to see new stuff for sure from people, for myself as well. So new ideas, new articles, stuff like that. And send me ideas and articles too as well in the in my email or in the Discord chat. Obviously, that's what it's there for, to keep the stream alive. But we got a minute left. But yeah, this has been fun. Come on, mods. Like, give a bunch of people mod stuff. Give people new mods. Either way. Jesus, this mod was fucking not mod, but the fucking thing's going crazy in there. The AI is going crazy. Jesus. Either way. So my next big plan is to I do want to do more just regular videos, like just do more rant videos or just do more actual PowerPoint videos at some point, but I don't have enough time for that. So like I do plan to do more of that type of content. I just got to find topics and time really at the end of the day. That's what the hard part is at the end of the day. So yeah, either way, this has been a phenomenal 100 stream. Hope you guys have I've always enjoyed doing these streams. It gives me a nice outlet my voice and talk about my issues and talk about things that are on my mind. And on top of that, I feel like it gives other people an outlet as well. It really sucks. I talked about this earlier, but it really sucks having to a gray man your whole fucking life, or a gray man around your whole fucking coworkers and your friends your whole fucking life. And being able to have an outlet to talk about your issues, to talk about what you truly believe is really it's a godsend nowadays for sure. So either way, peace out, my dudes. It's 10 hours. We hit fucking a 10-hour stream today. Oh my god. I hope you guys fucking enjoyed it. Peace out. I will see you guys on the flip side. You'll probably see me once again on weekday streams, but not a weekend stream for a little bit. So at least not till September. So we're gonna give August a break, give September a little chance, and give a chance to September, make a new episode 101 to go from there, and then we'll go from there. So yeah, guys, we're on the new things, and yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this 100 stream. Peace out, my dudes. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment, and leave a comment if you like or hate the stream. And never forget, guys, that wisdom is fucking gold. If you're not you don't have any wisdom, you can't do shit, dog. Right? You can't fucking tell people what to do. You can't fucking experience life. You know, if you have any wisdom, dog, you just aren't living right. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, dude. But yeah, wisdom is gold. Peace out, my dudes. Hope you guys enjoyed. Take it easy. All that shit. And I'll see you guys in September for the official SNC episode 101. So peace out. See you guys next time.